Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the World War II Museum and receiving the perfect version of the T-Virus Serum. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the New York Sanctuary and receiving the fundamentals of Spatial Magic. Congratulations to the host for completing Tsunade's entrusted task and obtaining the complete understanding of would-release ninjutsu. This is a tale of a traveler who, through a check-in system, traverses the realms, gradually evolving from an ordinary individual into a superhero. Chapter 1. The integration of the check-in system. The host has reached the age of 18. Congratulations on acquiring the check-in system. In the MCU cinematic universe, a certain Chinese man, deep in slumber, is abruptly awakened by a voice resonating in his mind. Gazing at the long-awaited golden panel that has finally appeared after 18 years, the man is overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Having traversed to this world for 18 years, the system's golden finger has finally manifested. Open the system panel. Host, Hao Yun, formerly a corporate worker on Earth, now traversed to the MCU cinematic universe. An only child, orphaned at birth, adopted by the independent single woman, Angela Potts, currently residing in New York. Constitution, none skills, none items. None. Hao Yun gazes at the 3 none descriptions on his panel, tears of despair brimming. Is this truly my fate because of you? If only you had appeared sooner, I could have been treading upon Odin and vanquishing Thanos, standing toe-to-toe with the one above all. Indeed, Hao Yun is not a native human, but a reclusive gamer who has traversed from Earth, and he arrived in this world as an infant. Upon his arrival, he had initially felt fortunate to live a second life, lamenting only that he was not born in a better place. Little did he know, shortly after his birth, tragedy struck as both parents perished, leaving no inheritance. He was subsequently adopted by a 22-year-old independent woman, and they supported each other as they grew. At the age of 3, he accidentally came across a newspaper article about Stark Industries, finally realizing the nature of his new environment, leading him into despair. For the next 15 years, Hao Yun diligently studied, trained his body, and participated in various extracurricular activities, gradually amassing knowledge about this world. The good news was that this world was not the most perilous comic universe, nor a zombie apocalypse, but rather the simplest of cinematic universes. To clarify, it is the MCU universe, an amalgamation of the 19 Marvel films and television series like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The bad news came one day when he stumbled upon a confrontation between the Hulk and the military while researching at university. The brutal force and the metallic debris whizzing past his head made him acutely aware of the dangers in this world. Reality is, and always has been, more perilous and complex than the movies. After witnessing the Hulk's emergence, Hao Yun definitively abandoned the notion of becoming a technology-based superhero, dedicating himself solely to his studies, yearning to grow quickly and return to a safe place. Yes, and to take his mother, Angela Potts, along with him. Then, in 2008, just as he passed his university entrance exam and was eager to obtain his immigration status, the Marvel Universe was about to officially unfold. On the night he turned 18, the golden finger that every traveler possesses finally awakened. So, are the golden fingers now bound by child protection laws? Is it true that under 18, one lacks the qualification to awaken? Do you know I nearly perished at 16? Lost in reminiscence, Hao Yun silently criticized his system and murmured, "Check in." The system panel shimmered with golden light, transitioning to the main page, the check-in location. Then it remained utterly still, as if he had never acquired a system at all. Reminder to the host. This system is a check-in system, requiring the host to be in a significant Marvel location to successfully check in. Hao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Does this mean his residence is not a significant location? Wait, significant location? Could this wretched system be suggesting he traveled to a battleground from a Marvel film? No. Upon further reflection, perhaps there are places that evoke emotion and could allow for check-in. For instance, the World War II Museum, where Steve and the Winter Soldier once stood. Checking the time, it was 2 in the afternoon. He could reach the museum in half an hour. He must give a try. It is now 2008, and if he does not clarify the nature of his golden finger, what if he gets entangled in a battle? He recalls that just this year, numerous conflicts have occurred in New York. For example, the battle between Obadiah and Tony Stark, or the confrontation between Abomination and the Hulk. Securing a golden finger could at least ensure his survival, right? Resolute in his decision, Hao Yun promptly left his house, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the World War II Museum. Upon entering the museum, He positioned himself where the Winter Soldier and Captain America once stood, gazing at the screen displaying the promotional video for Captain America during World War II. Finally, the check-in button in his mind illuminated. Host has arrived at one of Marvel's significant locations, the World War II recollection point of Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the World War II Museum and receiving a perfect T-Virus Serum. First check-in completed. Reward: 48 slots in the system space and one unlimited lottery draw. Hao Yun marveled at the system space, where a vial of translucent serum radiated an enticing glow, alongside a colorful spinning wheel quietly resting in his backpack. He had anticipated obtaining a serum, yet he did not expect it to be the perfect version of its virus. Could it be that the items rewarded from check-ins are akin to those found in anime? And what about this unlimited lottery? Could it be compensation for the 18 years wasted? A beginner's gift package? Surely. Without further ado, he must return home to inject the serum. In Marvel's New York, the potential for danger is far too great. Having confirmed his theory about check-ins, and brimming with excitement, Hao Yun lingered in the museum for not a moment longer, rushing out to catch a cab back home. Upon arriving home, he found his mother, Angela, absent. Perfect. Now he could return to his room and inject the serum. Lying on his bed, Hao Yun focused on the serum, scrutinizing the description with trepidation, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Perfect version of the T-Virus Serum, developed by James Marcus, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella Corporation. This version of the serum is a basic type, incapable of awakening telekinesis or other extraordinary powers. Simply integrating the serum enhances overall physical and mental attributes, without further special effects. It has the least potency, but offers the most balance, causing no abnormal bodily changes. Injecting the serum in a nutrient pod significantly enhances physical attributes, increases muscle strength, and improves combat skills. The drawback is that mental growth occurs too rapidly, making one susceptible to malevolent thoughts, leading to bodily aberration. Injecting gamma rays alongside the serum creates a second personality, resulting in significant physical changes, drastically reducing mental acuity and rationality, with an 80% chance of becoming tyrant. The 3 injection options presented by the system made Hao Yun break into a cold sweat. The second option is self-evident. It would certainly lead to an unsightly transformation. He still hopes to find a partner, and does not wish to become a monster. Marvel, apart from the gods of Asgard, is a domain for humanity. Bearing the visage of a beast would make it impossible to navigate this world, thus a resounding no. As for the third option, setting aside the fact that gamma rays cannot be produced in an ordinary household, simply the prospect of becoming a tyrant. Ugh, strength is fleeting, but handsomeness is eternal. A firm no, it must be no. In truth, the moment Hao Yun laid eyes on the 3 options, he had already decided on the first. As a man endowed with a golden finger, balance is his sole choice. Thus, he chose to directly integrate the serum. Chapter 2. Poor Tony host, please prepare. The serum is about to merge. Hao Yun had no time to react as an intense, soul-wrenching pain surged through him instantaneously. Every bone, every fiber of muscle in his body felt as though they were being tempered by a hammer, as if set ablaze. The agony, akin to a desire for death that remained unfulfilled, was so excruciating that he felt an urge to bite his tongue and end it all, which caused him to lose consciousness in an instant. When he awoke, an entire night had passed, and his body was covered in a conventional black sludge, staining the sheets in the shape of a human figure. Looking down, he noticed his belly had vanished, his skin had become smoother, and his appearance had improved significantly. Hao Yun, it's time to go to school to collect your admission letter. While Hao Yun was still enamored by his transformation, his mother, Angelica Potts, called from downstairs. He quickly replied, I know, without taking the time to examine his condition in detail, and hurriedly grabbed his bedding to dash to the bathroom. After finishing his shower and tossing the sheets and duvet cover into the washing machine, he finally sat down at the dining table, listening to his mother's chatter while enjoying an American breakfast. One must admit, the effects of the modified serum from the fusion system were remarkable. The changes to his body were subtle yet profound, and he experienced no uncontrollable surge of power. Hao Yun, which university do you wish to attend after graduating high school? Perhaps due to her unmarried status and absence of familial concerns, Angelica, nearing 40, remained a stunningly attractive woman, retaining her allure even after 18 years of living together. As a lawyer engrossed in her career, she had never wished for marriage or children, treating Hao Yun as her own son. As soon as she sat down, she couldn't help but inquire, "You've taken your exams. Harvard, MIT, and other Ivy League schools have sent you notifications. We should have a serious discussion about your future." Hao Yun hesitated momentarily, aware of his consistently excellent academic performance and ongoing scholarships. Would Angelica agree if he expressed a desire not to pursue education any longer? "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Angelica set her sandwich down, looking at her son with curiosity. He had always been decisive, even changing his name to a complicated Chinese one after he turned 6, a change she had reluctantly accepted by adding the surname Potts. This time, she was intrigued by what her son might be up to. I don't want to go to university anymore," Hao Yun finally expressed after much deliberation. The room fell silent, and he could feel the anger of his adoptive mother rising sharply. Only his exceptional performance over the years had allowed her to maintain a facade of calm. "Mr. Potts, I need a reason." Angelica straightened her back, and Hao Yun knew she had slipped into her courtroom debate mode. "Don't tell me you want to form a band to pursue your dreams. You should know that your talent has never been in music." Hao Yun looked at his mother in disbelief. Was it really necessary to remember his brief foray into forming a rock band in the 7th grade for 6 years? Since childhood, he had displayed an adult mentality, excelling academically, socially, and athletically, with no romantic entanglements, which caused Angelica some concern for his well-being. He had always been her pride and joy. Thus, her anger at his desire to abandon university was even more pronounced, especially as she brought up his lack of musical talent. "Mommy, do you believe in me?" The usually mature Hao Yun resorted to a rare display of cuteness, unsure how to persuade his mother. "Well, tell me," Angelica urged, playfully bouncing her leg. The look on her face seemed to say, "Come on, convince me." The world is about to change dramatically, Hao Yun contemplated. The future would undoubtedly be perilous. Given his mother's temperament, there was no way he could convince her to abandon her law practice. Rather than concocting excuses later, it was better to be honest from the outset. "Mommy, you heard me scream last night, didn't you? I had a dream, a very real dream." He then recounted the events of the impending Marvel Cinematic Universe, Tony's transformation, the arrival of Captain America, the Alien Wars, and ultimately the fateful snap of the Infinity Gauntlet. Each sequential event vivid and immersive, captivating Angelica. When he described how Tony Stark sacrificed himself to save the universe and demonstrated his newfound extraordinary physical prowess, tears streamed down Angelica's face. "Why did Tony have to die? Poor Morgan, sweetheart. Is what you said true?" With red-rimmed eyes, she looked up at Hao Yun, lost in thought. Hao Yun sighed. Why was her focus on Morgan rather than the alien invasion? By the timeline, she would even appear for at least 15 years. My poor niece. Losing her father at such a young age. Wait, did he just catch something significant? Niece? Morgan? Mommy, did you just say niece? Pepper Potts is your sister? Hao Yun asked incredulously. More accurately, she is my younger sister. Angelica wiped her tears and stated seriously. When I attended law school, she was in business school. Later, she joined Stark Industries, and due to some legal disputes with her company, she was upset and hasn't contacted me in ages. Hao Yun was speechless. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as he had imagined. Awakening his powers and becoming the nephew of Tony Stark, the village chief of the Novice Village? He had no doubt that Pepper would indeed become Tony's wife, just as Captain America would never abandon his friend Bucky. I opposed her joining Stark Industries from the beginning. She was infatuated with that playboy Tony. Darling, you must not follow in his footsteps. For the next hour, Hao Yun endured his mother's lecture, with Tony as the example of what not to emulate, while Pepper was mentioned 50 times, and the unfortunate little Morgan 100 times. Thus, he successfully diminished Tony's standing in his mother's eyes by a further 10 points. One could only imagine the immense familial pressure Tony would face when he truly decided to marry Pepper. Ah, dear brother-in-law, I will absolutely not come to your aid. Chapter 3. The Persuaded Hao Yun. Finally, when Angelica paused her tirade to quench her thirst, Hao Yun seized the opportunity to interject. Mommy, do you agree with the proposal I mentioned earlier? What proposal? Clearly, Angelica, consumed by her diatribe against Tony, had completely forgotten her son's intent to forego college. Not going to university? Mommy, think about it. The Earth will be so dangerous in the future. We don't need to stay in New York, no. We don't even need to remain in America. We could immigrate to a safer country. He rambled on, for example, the mysterious land of China. which has never been invaded by aliens in my dream. Hao Yun was enthusiastic, believing himself to possess a system that would allow him to grow stronger day by day. With such power, wouldn't it be more prudent to find a safe haven to bide his time for 10 or 8 years, only to emerge as a savior of the world? Who knows, by the time Thanos arrives, he might have developed enough strength to obliterate him with a meteor shower. As for the attendance check, one can certainly wait until the event has occurred to pay homage to the sites of past battles. In this day and age, safety is paramount. Stop. Listening to Hao Yun's incessant justifications, Angel's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and interjected. "What is it, Mommy?" Hao Yun inquired, gazing curiously at his mother, firmly believing that his reasoning was impeccable and without flaw. "Firstly, the accuracy of your dreams is a significant question," Angel asserted, raising a finger and adopting the demeanor of a formidable courtroom attorney. "Even if what you say becomes reality, what does it have to do with your university education? According to your timeline, the first alien invasion in New York will occur in 2012, and since it is currently 2008, 4 years of university would suffice for you to graduate. Moreover, given your aptitude, perhaps you could complete it in 2 years, or even 1. Hao Yun found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat stifled. After his physique was refined last night, he could distinctly sense his intelligence ascending. He could vividly recount every moment of Angel's nearly hour-long monologue. With his newfound intellect, he might be able to graduate in just 6 months. Seeing Hao Yun rendered speechless, Angel seized the opportunity to intensify her argument. "Secondly, what does the hero's battle have to do with you? If you truly wish to protect yourself, you should learn to create a suit of armor like Tony Stark to safeguard both yourself and your mother. If you were to become a superhero, perhaps you could be called Titanium Knight." Hao Yun rolled his eyes at his mother, exasperated. "Titanium Knight? If it weren't for the expensive furniture at home, which is solid wood, I swear I could demonstrate how a husky dismantles a house right now. Thirdly, if your intention to abandon your studies is to learn magic at Camartage, I recommend you first locate the New York Sanctum. Did you not say that sorcerers do not casually reveal their identities? If you cannot find the New York Sanctum, what use would going to Kathmandu be? Fourthly, with the world under invasion, can our homeland remain untouched? To me, it seems akin to SHIELD. There may be more hidden truths that you are unaware of. Thus, to summarize, my dear, you should obediently choose a university and study diligently. By 2012, no, 2011, I assure you that I will relocate my law firm, all right? Furthermore, can you truly bear to see your Aunt Pepper in danger? She is your mother's only family after all." Angel looked at Hao Yun with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Gazing into the concerned eyes of his hard-working mother, Hao Yun found the words of refusal lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. No wonder the vast majority of time travelers in novels are orphans. The ties of family truly inhibit one from acting freely. For instance, if he were an orphan, he would have already devised ways to secure immigration documents or even risked crossing borders to reach our homeland. "All right, but Mom, we must leave New York before 2011. Hao Yun reluctantly acquiesced to Angel's perspective, yet his intention to move before the great battle in New York remained unassailable. "Not a problem. We will take Aunt Pepper along." Angel readily agreed, her curiosity piqued. "Darling, which university do you plan to attend? What will you study? Physics or mechanical engineering? If you intend to create armor, I suggest mechanical engineering would be better." "Wait, Mom, who said I was going to build armor?" Hao Yun increasingly felt that something was amiss. How could his mother be growing more excited? Surely, she does not think he would craft armor like Tony to avenge her past losses in court? You aren't going to build armor? Are you leaving your mother to learn magic instead? Angel's eyes widened in excitement. "Well, it is indeed magic, but I won't be leaving home. After my dream, someone left me a method to learn magic in my mind. This is also why I wish to move and not attend university." It was challenging to explain the system in his brain, so to avoid any future complications with attendance checks, Hao Yun conveniently attributed it all to the dream. As for why it was magic, what could be a more versatile explanation? Just look at Doctor Strange and the countless spells that defy technological explanation. Time and space have become mere playthings in their hands. Magic is undoubtedly the best excuse to deflect responsibility. Most importantly, he would surely acquire magical abilities or magical items in the future. One could consider it a prudent measure. Learning at home? Then you should definitely attend university. The pinnacle of technology is theology. Perhaps an increase in knowledge will help you learn magic more swiftly. No, this house is too small. It wouldn't be conducive to secrecy. I'm gonna see if I can buy a house in the suburbs. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to leave, Angel was overjoyed, harboring no doubts about his words. Instead, she began contemplating issues regarding concealing their identities and relocating. No, perhaps she did have doubts, but simply because it was her son speaking, she chose to trust him. After all, regardless of the country, a mother's love is truly magnificent. Hao Yun rubbed his nose. Angel was indeed an exceptional mother. To protect her, he must strive even harder to maintain his attendance. As Angel pondered where to relocate and reached out to contact agents, Hao Yun reclined on the sofa and opened the system once more. System, open the personal panel. Host, Hao Yun Physique. Peak human physique skills. None items. 1 unlimited lottery wheel. Disregarding the attendance matter for the moment, Hao Yun shifted his focus to the lottery wheel. It seems my luck is decent today. Shall I give it a try? Chapter 4. The past month. Alright, let us give it a shot. System, commence the unlimited lottery. A colorful wheel materialized before Hao Yun's eyes. He scrutinized the rewards displayed upon it. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, the 6 styles of the Navy, the glitter fruit, and countless items from his past life as anime, among which were powerful artifacts. Items such as the Zampicut, devil fruits, and Naruto's bloodlines. Any one of these would bestow immense assistance upon Hao Yun. Moreover, recalling the imaginative comments from netizens during his previous life spent on forums, he could easily overpower Thanos in moments. Indeed, the items obtained from this system seemed to be drawn from various anime and cinematic universes of his past life. Silently praying to the deities of various anime, such as Gatling Buddha, Yakumo Yukari, and the magical child Neza, Hao Yun concentrated and decisively tapped the wheel. The lottery wheel spun rapidly, with numerous enticing rewards flashing by. Hao Yun's heart raced with anticipation. He fervently hoped for a remarkable reward. As time passed, the wheel gradually slowed, and Hao Yun watched with bated breath as the pointer traversed the devil fruit, then the Zampicut and the Naruto bloodline, until it suddenly halted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability of Miss Sakamikoto from a certain magical index. Level 5, Electromaster. Oh no. What kind of useless ability have I acquired? An Electromaster? I've never even heard of it. This is disastrous. When Angel returned after finalizing the new home address, she found Hao Yun slumped on the sofa, looking utterly dejected. Hao Yun, did you go to collect your notification letter today? Angel inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. She disliked having to admonish her son for not putting in effort. After all, Hao Yun typically worked hard enough. Instead, she hoped he would go out and make a few friends. However, breaking a promise to collect the notification letter was quite irksome to her. In her view, Hao Yun could be lazy or foolish, but he must never be untrustworthy. Yes. Sorry. Forgot. Hao Yun was acutely aware of his mother's habits, obediently bowing his head to acknowledge his mistake, without offering any excuses. As long as you realize your error, remember to collect your report card at school tomorrow. For the next month, nothing of significance transpired. Hao Yun resolved to attend Harvard University, taking the opportunity to admire the trophies won by his future uncle. Due to the need to relocate, and the fact that other than museums, notable sites in New York were not easily accessible, he refrained from seeking out opportunities to check in and instead chose to remain at home, honing his abilities. It was only after he fully integrated his powers that he discovered that the ability of the Electromaster was akin to that of the protagonist, Misaka Mikoto, and her railgun. System, check personal attributes. Host, Hao Yun Physique, pinnacle of human physique skills. Electromaster items, none. Splendid. I'm no longer a blank slate. I possess a body at the peak of human potential and the abilities of an Electromaster. During his month at home, not only did Hao Yun gain complete control over his body, but he also developed numerous offensive and defensive skills through his Electromaster abilities. Firstly, his physical capabilities were extraordinary. His stamina, recovery, and resilience were formidable, slightly inferior to Captain America, yet nearly unbeatable. His strength and speed reached the zenith of human capability, enabling him to lift objects close to 2 tons under full exertion. Regrettably, he did not inherit the terrifying speed and dynamic vision of Marcus from Resident Evil. Otherwise, he could have easily bested Captain America without his shield. As for the Electromaster abilities, through his extensive knowledge, he managed to develop 3 distinct skills. The first was the railgun, using his arm as an axis and employing the principle of electromagnetic induction to launch a coin at 3 times the speed of sound, approximately 1,030 ms. The power was considerable, capable of penetrating heavy tank armor. The second skill was the iron sand shield. By carrying a gourd of iron sand, he could achieve a defensive effect similar to Gaara's sand shield in Naruto. When fully activated, it could withstand a railgun blast. The third ability was a radar effect, emitting electromagnetic waves that allowed him to receive and interpret the reflected waves, determining the size and distance of enemies, a reconnaissance support skill. Its penetration ability was commendable, capable of detecting enemies' locations through walls. The final skill could be considered his trump card. Under overcast skies, he could harness his electromagnetic powers to summon thunder, creating lightning bolts of 1 million volts. In terms of power, it was weaker than Thor's, but in terms of refined control and durability, it surpassed Thor significantly. After all, the current Thor was merely a hammer-wielding figure. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the fact that these abilities were not inherently his, he could not wield them with the same freedom as Misaka Mikoto from the anime. Nor could he develop a broader range of applications, which was a considerable regret. Having thoroughly explored his abilities, he found himself equipped with reconnaissance, offense, defense, and a lethal move, a well-rounded superhero indeed. Once he had fully grasped his abilities, he began contemplating preparations for his next check-in. Hao-Yun, it's time to step outside. You cannot remain cooped up at home forever. One day, after practicing the railgun in the backyard, he returned to the living room only to be called by Angel. What? ISNT school starting in a month? Hao-Yun blinked in confusion. With a month left, he intended to search for the New York Sanctum, hoping to check in for a magical physique or something similar. What? You say the theater where the abomination appeared can also be checked in? I tried that, but unfortunately, it seems that places not destroyed do not qualify as iconic Marvel locations, and I didn't receive anything. Furthermore, with the development of his abilities, he had customized himself as a mage with a human peak physique, focusing on magic. As for being a warrior, that is not my path. Not to mention the immense life-threatening dangers of intervening in the battles of Hulk and Abomination. As a Transmigrator, he was well aware of the importance of survival. No, in a couple of days, Tony Stark will be going to another award show. I want you to intern at Pepper S., Angel said earnestly. Hao-Yun did not understand. Given his knowledge of his mother, unless Pepper was in grave danger, Angel would never voluntarily contact her daughter. Why send me to intern at Stark Industries? Do you want me to protect Tony Stark? Huh? Mom, I don't understand. Hao-Yun, in recent days, I have witnessed the magic you have unleashed. I am aware of your abilities. I now believe in the prophecies you speak of. Angel beckoned Hao-Yun to sit down, looking at him with utmost seriousness. You should reflect on what kind of person you wish to become. Mom, didn't we discuss this last time? Hao-Yun hesitated to meet his mother-esque gaze. Angel was a lawyer with a strong sense of justice. She only defended victims, never for profit. To put it simply, she was a mirror image of Uncle Ben from Spider-Man. No, last time we only talked about whether you should continue your studies. Now, I want to know your plans for the future. I don't understand. Let us simplify it. Hero, bully, or ordinary person. Darling, you must ultimately choose one. Angel probed deeper into Hao-Yun's attempt to evade the question. Do you remember what you said about the future? Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. Darling, it's time for you to think seriously. Chapter 5, Employment. After leaving that profound statement, Angel allowed Hao-Yun to retreat to his room. Lying on his bed, he kept replaying his mother-esque words. Indeed, he needed to make a choice. To become a hero, a bully, or perhaps like Spider-Man. An ordinary person who occasionally saves the world. Should he treat heroism as a profession, like Tony Stark or Captain America, openly saving the world? Perhaps not. Even Thor, backed by the might of Asgard, nearly perished from a nuclear explosion. Did he possess the strength to oppose the world? He certainly did not. As for being a bully, given Angel's kindness, he would undoubtedly end up in dire straits. An ordinary person? Even Spider-Man had his identity revealed. How long could he remain hidden? All night. Hao-Yun tossed and turned in bed, unable to determine what kind of person he should become. The next morning, he appeared before Angel with 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes, having barely slept. Have you figured it out? Angel inquired, handing him a glass of milk and a sandwich. Not yet. Hao-Yun shook his head, gloomily consuming his breakfast. It's not that easy. I struggled with it all night. Then let us go see for ourselves. You said Tony would save the world in the future. and that being captured by terrorists is when he undergoes his transformation. I want you to accompany him. Perhaps you'll find your answer. Hao Yun's mouth fell open, and he even dropped his sandwich in disbelief. Mom, you truly are my mother, suggesting I protect Tony Stark? You do realize he gets kidnapped in the Middle East, right? The assailants possess Stark Industries weaponry. Mom, are you serious? Hao Yun asked incredulously. Aren't you afraid I might perish if I'm not careful? Or do you plan to adopt another daughter? Facing Hao Yun's forlorn gaze, Angel playfully swatted the back of his head. What are you thinking? I merely believe that with your abilities, typical terrorists should pose no threat to you. Moreover, according to your prophecy, Tony is vital for the future, and you wouldn't want him to meet an untimely end, would you? Hao Yun found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, given his recent behavior at home, not only terrorists but even a moderately armed military could easily overpower him. His mother had witnessed the staggering power of the layered iron sand and the electromagnetic cannon more than once. As a lawyer, she was acutely aware of the impact she could create. However, what if he saved Tony, only for him to revert to his playboy ways? Are you really that oblivious? Don't you realize he would eventually research a way to save himself? I previously reported Stark Industries for supplying weapons to terrorists, but Pepper didn't believe me. Without letting him face some hardships, how could he ever appreciate Pepper's worth? By the way, you should seriously contemplate what you truly desire for your future. Hao Yun's lips twitched at his dear mother. It seemed to him that she was merely seeking revenge for losing the last lawsuit. After all, Tony was destined to become a superhero. Holding a grudge against someone who risked their life to save the world seemed rather unseemly. All right, Mommy, since you put it that way, I agree. In the end, Hao Yun acquiesced to Angel's suggestion. No, he was certainly not enticed by the rewards of signing in at the cave, nor was he captivated by the allure of Stark Industries headquarters. Absolutely not. That afternoon, Angel escorted Hao Yun to the office of Stark Industries president, Tony Stark's legendary office. However, the initial meeting did not appear to be as amicable as Hao Yun had envisioned. Sister, I recall you stating you would never set foot in Stark Industries again, right? As soon as he entered the office, before he could greet his future benefactor, Pepper Potts, with a gentle smile, delivered a sarcastic remark. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should consider how long it's been since you last called me. Hao Yun glanced at Angel, then at Pepper, and obediently settled onto a nearby sofa. In the office, Tony Stark mirrored his actions, clearly unprepared to navigate familial disputes. Honestly, I thought I was excommunicated from the family. Don't forget, you're a Potts. You're my sister. In the center of the office, Pepper Potts and Angel faced each other, while Hao Yun scrutinized his surroundings, searching for the iconic spots within Stark Tower that could activate his signing-in system. However, upon entering Stark Tower without triggering the signing system, he was fairly certain that the office had been remodeled after 2012, rendering it incapable of recording sign-ins. Care for a drink? As the two women quarreled, Stark, feeling bored, approached Hao Yun, unceremoniously offering him a glass. But before Hao Yun could respond, Angel and Pepper simultaneously yelled at Stark, "Don't corrupt the child." Stark quickly raised his hands in surrender, vowing not to pour any more drinks for Hao Yun as the two women resumed their argument over the Potts family's authority. Hao Yun disdainfully rolled his eyes at Tony. It was no wonder he had become a grumpy husband after marriage. Regarding this matter, those who have seen Iron Man 3 would likely resonate with my sentiments. Rejected in his attempts to engage, Tony lazily leaned back on the sofa, searching for a topic. So, you're Pepper's nephew, right? By relation, you should call me Uncle. Oh, are you sure you want to be called Uncle and not Anna's husband? Hao Yun subtly insinuated, and for a rare moment, a hint of crimson appeared on Tony Stark's face, leaving the sharp-tongued man momentarily speechless. Well, reflecting on Spider-Man's experiences, being Tony S. Jr. certainly held some prestige. At the very least, he wouldn't be subjected to sarcastic jabs, would he? Before Tony could express any familial affection or offer a substantial financial gift, it seemed that Pepper and Angel, exhausted from their dispute, paused their conflict and took their seats beside Tony and Hao Yun. Sister, what exactly are you here for today? Didn't I mention? Hao Yun Potts has been accepted into Harvard University, and I want him to learn a thing or two from Tony. Angel's gaze fell meaningfully on Tony, akin to a father scrutinizing a friend his daughter brought home for the first time. Tony instinctively straightened his posture, placing his hands on his knees, exuding a military-like demeanor. Unbeknownst to Pepper, who seemed to underestimate Tony's stature, she responded with evident distress. Sister, I'm merely a secretary, not the head of HR. I have no authority to promote anyone into Stark Industries. Oh, is that so? Angel's voice rose slightly, her expression shifting. This time, before Pepper could respond, Tony interjected, Pepper, I believe I could use a male assistant to handle matters you find inconvenient. But Happy is just a driver. Tony interrupted, reiterating, I need a young, vibrant assistant. Your nephew fits the bill. He is brilliant, having been accepted into the same university I attended, making him perfect for the role. Haoyun silently rubbed his nose, realizing that his mother, a renowned lawyer, had effectively secured his signing an opportunity in the Middle Eastern cave. Chapter 6. A Conversation with Obadiah. With the employment matter settled, Haoyun became Tony Stark as personal assistant. Indeed, even closer than Pepper Potts. Just 2 days later, it was time for the awards ceremony, precisely 2 days before their departure to the Middle East. I am thrilled to work alongside a true patriot. He is my friend and my greatest teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to present this year's Pinnacle Award to the esteemed Tony Stark. The guest presenter, Colonel Rhodes from U.S. Air Force, enthusiastically announced while holding up the trophy. Yet, amidst the applause and music, Tony's absence from the stage was conspicuous. At the exit, Haoyun watched in disbelief as Tony stealthily slipped away through the security exit. Honestly, could this guy really be my aunt's husband? If he weren't certain that circumstances would change in a week, he might have seriously considered sabotaging the marriage. Marrying the current Tony would be less preferable than keeping a dog. Aside from wealth, a dog would surpass him in every aspect. Tony? On stage, Rhodes awkwardly called out for Tony, while Haoyun, noticing Obadiah Stane rising from the crowd to accept the award, shook his head and stepped forward. Fine. Considering you'll be facing a chest explosion in the near future, I'll help you out for now. Otherwise, if Stane were to claim the trophy, it would likely be discarded shortly after. By the way, does Tony even have a shelf for trophies? Seeing an unfamiliar face approach, a shadow flickered in Obadiah's eyes, awkwardly taking his seat again as if adjusting his attire. Ahem. Thank you, Colonel. I am Tony's personal assistant. He is feeling unwell today and sent me to accept the award on his behalf. You know how scientists are, they often have various health issues from being in the lab. Haoyun explained, simultaneously taking a jab at Tony. Laughter erupted from the audience as Rhodes stifled a chuckle, passing the trophy to Haoyun. Oh, I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask his girlfriend about that. Well, Rhodes wasn't exactly an innocent party either, joining in on the light-hearted banter and adding a touch of color to the lively atmosphere. I am immensely grateful to have accepted this award on behalf of Tony. After delivering his speech, Haoyun promptly pulled Rod to the casino, where, as the narrative suggested, Tony and Happy were thoroughly engrossed in revelry, surrounded by beautiful women, utterly oblivious to the distress experienced by his friend and personal assistant at the award ceremony. Tony, you cannot conduct yourself in such a manner, Rod exclaimed, gripping Tony by the collar. Just as Haoyun intended to follow Rod and Tony, he was abruptly confronted by the imposing figure of a bald man. Haoyun Potts? You must be Tony Stark's newly appointed personal assistant. You must be working hard to take care of that indolent fellow. Care for a drink? Haoyun's heart raced. What was happening? Here he was, a mere bystander, suddenly under the scrutiny of a notorious antagonist. Mr. Stan, you are aware that I am Tony's personal assistant. If I stray too far, I fear. He feigned a pitiful expression. I am about to enter university, and I still have a long way to go with my tuition. Come now. Do you think Stark Industries would miss your salary? Tony! Obadiah scoffed, turning to call out to the retreating Tony. Can I borrow your assistant for the night? Don't dock his pay. Absolutely not. That salary must be covered by you, uncle. Tony gestured dismissively, pulling Rod along at a quicker pace. Haoyun watched Tony disappear into the distance, growing increasingly discontented. He thought, don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. You simply wish to prevent me from being a spy for Annie. In contrast, he had to admit that Obadiah was indeed charismatic, a worthy adversary who nearly ousted Tony from the board. You've already consented, so let us go. I have quite a selection of fine wines that even Tony cannot rival. Obadiah extended another invitation, and this time, Haoyun found himself compelled to follow. Upon entering Obadiah's exclusive presidential suite, he retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet. Here, try this, a limited edition whiskey that I have cherished for over 50 years. Passed down from my father. Tony has asked for it numerous times, but I have never parted with it. Today, it is just the two of us. and it must not go to waste. With that, Obadiah did not allow Hao-Yun to decline. He forcefully uncorked the bottle. Hao-Yun forced a smile, obediently pouring 2 glasses and adding ice, both of them consuming the drink in one go. As the whiskey flowed, Obadiah's eyes lost their usual sharpness, softened by a hint of paternal affection. Hao-Yun, your surname is Potts. You are indeed a child of the Pepper family, correct? Yes, Auntie is Pepper. She is my aunt. Hao-Yun exhaled a cloud of whiskey vapors, slightly dazed. Indeed, the Potts family is quite remarkable. You know, I have high hopes for Pepper. Her talents are far too great to be confined to the role of a secretary. During the last board meeting, I proposed that she be appointed as the general manager of Stark Industries, but Tony simply refused to let her go. The evening unfolded with Obadiah lamenting Tony's inability to recognize and utilize talent, claiming that numerous employees were denied opportunities for advancement. Under the influence of a drink, he made a promise that should he attain power, he would ensure Pepper's promotion to executive president, granting her the authority she deserved. Outwardly appearing befuddled, Hao-Yun's mind remained sharp, realizing that Obadiah's eagerness to befriend him was actually a ploy to position himself closer to Pepper. If he allied with Obadiah, it would naturally lead to Pepper becoming his ally as well. Furthermore, his status as a student made persuading him significantly easier than swaying Pepper. Thank you, Chairman. I had a delightful time. I must return now, as I need to look after Tony. Time passed swiftly, and after listening to Obadiah's heartfelt confessions, Hao-Yun staggered to his feet, feigning an intent to leave. Obadiah, however, grasped his arm, boldly opening the door and calling for his secretary. Don't call me Chairman. Just refer to me as Uncle. You aren't going back tonight. I will speak to Tony. Let Uncle arrange something for you. Kappa, where have you been? Hurry up. Obadiah summoned his secretary and arranged for Hao-Yun to have a nearby presidential suite. Upon entering the newly assigned room, mindful of potential surveillance, Hao-Yun refrained from any unnecessary actions, taking a shower and promptly retiring to bed, even declining the woman Obadiah had arranged for him. The woman was undoubtedly alluring, but he managed to escape the temptation, a commendable feat. The following morning, after expressing his gratitude to the hotel staff for relaying his thanks to Obadiah, he hurried to Tony's villa in Los Angeles. If the timing was correct, tomorrow would mark a pivotal day for Tony, the beginning of his transformation. Likewise, it would be Hao-Yun's second chance to make his mark. However, upon arriving at the villa, he was not greeted by a sumptuous breakfast, but rather by Pepper Potts' reproachful gaze. The sorrow reflected in her eyes seemed to demand an explanation for why he had allowed a stranger to occupy Tony's bed the previous night. Auntie, you know how Tony is. I truly couldn't stop him. Hao-Yun protested repeatedly while promising Pepper, I assure you, within 2 months, his character will undergo a significant change. He will become devoted and responsible. Pepper turned her head haughtily, gesturing for Hao-Yun to open the villa's door. Hao-Yun rubbed his nose, realizing he had temporarily evaded her ire. Alas, being a man who must both appease and please family is truly challenging. Jarvis. Good morning, Mr. Potts. Mr. Stark is currently in the laboratory. Excellent. It appeared Jarvis had grown accustomed to him, promptly disclosing Tony's whereabouts. After receiving permission, Hao-Yun accompanied Pepper down to the underground laboratory, where Tony was engrossed in modifying something in front of a motorcycle, entirely indifferent to their presence. Hao-Yun dutifully remained outside, waiting for the conclusion of their discussion and the preparations for the journey to the Middle East. A gourd filled with iron sand, along with a letter that Tony had left behind in the laboratory after their departure. By the afternoon, Tony, with Hao-Yun carrying the iron sand-filled gourd, arrived at the airport. Hey, Hao-Yun, what on earth are you carrying? A gourd? Is it filled with liquor? As soon as they exited the vehicle, Tony inquired upon noticing Hao-Yun retrieving the gourd from Happy's trunk. It's a life-saving gourd. Hao-Yun replied mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate further. With no other choice, Tony, knowing the relationship between Hao-Yun and Pepper, deliberately distanced himself, engaging Rod in conversation. Hao-Yun, unbothered, found a secluded room on the plane, closed the door, and fell asleep, readying himself for the real challenges that awaited him starting tomorrow. Back home in New York, Angelica Potts gazed silently toward the direction of the Middle East. My dear, I believe you will be safe. Soon, after an arduous 18-hour flight, the plane landed at Baghdad Airport in Afghanistan. Hao-Yun rubbed his eyes, leaned under the water pipe to awaken his nearly dazed mind, and quietly opened the gourd he had brought with him. with the electric stimulation. The iron sand flowed smoothly out of the gourd, slipping down his pant legs and embedding itself into his clothing, forming a protective armor of iron sand closely adhering to his body. Yes, he is not Tony Stark and cannot guarantee that he will survive being shot through the chest. This is his only means of self-preservation. As for Tony, he can at most ensure that he is not shot through the chest. Indeed, he must prepare for his future sister. Who knows if there will be lasting effects after the palladium infiltrates his body? For instance, it could affect the health of future children. Regarding the challenges the other party will face, he will certainly not intervene. How can one experience rebirth without enduring the trials of life and death? Is it possible to be both feared and respected? Now, allow me to introduce the exquisite Jericho missile from Stark Industries' free weapon series. Suddenly, Hao Yun's phone vibrated in his bag, and upon answering, he saw Obadiah, bare-chested and lounging in bed. "Kid, please hand the phone to Tony. By the way, you don't need to rush back with him. There's a business contract I need you to print and deliver to the general for his signature." "All right, no problem," Hao Yun replied, maintaining a calm facade. One must admit, Obadiah is willing to spend considerably. Just look at this arrangement. He is utterly unafraid of exposure. No, it should be said that if he truly obeyed and escaped the explosion's range, he would undoubtedly feel genuine gratitude towards Obadiah, and perhaps even persuade Pepper to utilize him. If he disobeys and meets a fatal end, there is no point in trying to reason with a dead man, is there? Honestly, if Tony were not the protagonist, given Obadiah's emotional intelligence and business acumen, he would genuinely be outplayed in moments. The portrayal in the previous films certainly diminished Obadiah's character significantly. After handing the phone to Tony, who had just finished his demonstration, Tony immediately instructed him to heed Obadiah's words. "Please handle the contract. Don't worry. I will wait for you at the airport." With that, Tony hopped into a Jeep and drove away. Hao Yun watched him leave with a shake of his head, thinking, "If you weren't going to be my future uncle, I sincerely wouldn't want to deal with you." In just 3 short days of interaction, he had sighed countless times. "Tony, you truly are a poison." Finding a corner, Hao Yun enveloped himself in iron sand and sank into the ground, closely following the convoy. Then, as he spotted the ambushing enemies about to strike, half of the iron sand burst forth, propelled by the power of the electric shock abilities, rushing into Tony's arms and shielding his upper body. What the hell? Tony, feeling something unusual on his body, was about to curse when he noticed a missile emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo descending before him. Boom! The explosion reverberated, and Hao Yun felt the immense force collide with the iron sand he controlled from a distance, knocking Tony unconscious from the blast shockwave. Excellent, the first objective is accomplished. Hao Yun silently gave himself a thumbs up, retracted the iron sand, and infiltrated the ambushing bandits, discreetly dispatching a disconnected thug and donning his attire before rolling into the group. One must say, the sensation of taking a life is truly unpleasant. Even though the victim was suffocated by iron sand and the gruesome scene was not visible, he nearly vomited on the spot. Without further ado, the Middle Eastern bandits lacked any semblance of organization. After a quick head count, they returned to their base. Chapter 8. Second sign-in successful. Upon arriving at the base, unscathed Tony was promptly reprimanded, and after expressing a series of welcomes and threats, he and the translator Ethan were confined and instructed to produce the Jericho missile. That night, having successfully disguised himself among the team, Hao Yun, alongside another bandit, stood guard at the cell door. Quietly, he used stolen liquor to incapacitate the guard and entered the cell, which was yet to be equipped with cameras. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the birthplace of Iron Man. Would you like to sign in? As he stepped through the door, the system in his mind chimed as expected. The second sign-in opportunity had arrived. Sign in. Host sign-in successful. Reward: 1 billion enhanced brainwave micro-robots from the Big Hero 6 universe. Hao Yun glanced at the terrified Ethan and Tony inside the room, halted his steps, and retreated to sit at the door, delving into his system's space backpack. The first compartment contained the nanobots. He took one out. It was tiny, approximately 0.1 centimeters long, rectangular, with a small ball that allowed movement on both ends. Was this the micro-robot invented by the protagonist in Big Hero 6, used by the backup villain to threaten the world? Moreover, it had been enhanced by the system. The brainwave controller was directly enhanced into a dot-sized object that could be used by simply placing it near the ear. Hao Yun could sense that as long as he adhered the controller, He could control these robots to assemble and transform at will, just like iron sand. Upon squeezing it, he realized that its outer shell was far sturdier than iron sand, approaching the strength of titanium alloy, capable of morphing into various shapes. This was essentially a weakened version of nanobots. If he were to use them instead of iron sand, he could not only conserve his abilities during combat, but also develop an endless array of cold weapon strategies. 1 billion units, if used sparingly, would last a lifetime. With them, his combat prowess in the Marvel Universe has escalated even further. Inside the room, Stark and Ethan exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unaware of what the bandit had just been doing. What you just witnessed is your own creation, the result of your research, now in the hands of those murderers. Outside, while Hao-Yun delightedly played with his new toy, he overheard Ethan advising Tony, which deterred him from entering to persuade Tony. Web's intervention caused the Mark I armor to disappear. Iron Man is a hero who saves the world. Thus, it was best for him to continue playing with his robots. In New York, upon receiving news of Tony's disappearance, Pepper was utterly panicked, especially after learning that her nephew had also vanished. She was at a loss on how to confront her sister. Heartbroken, she returned to Tony's villa in Los Angeles and accidentally stumbled upon a letter on the desk in Tony's lab. Jarvis, where did this letter come from? Miss Potts, this letter was left on the desk by Mr. Stark before he departed. It is likely intended for you or the sir. Intended for me or Tony. Pepper's heart raced. Could it be that her nephew knew something? Just yesterday, before leaving, he mentioned that Tony would undergo a significant personality change in 2 months. Perhaps she hastily tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter to read its contents. Aunt, by the time you read this letter, you must have learned of Tony Stark's abduction and my disappearance. First, please rest assured, your beloved Tony is safe, and so am I. We merely need time to go through some experiences. So, please do not shed tears, or I fear that when I return home, Mom will spank my handsome backside. That cheeky boy, Pepper chuckled, the weight on her heart lifting. Having heard of her nephew's extraordinary abilities, she believed his words to be truthful. If they were false, when he returned, she would certainly exercise her rights as an elder. Wiping her tears, Pepper continued reading. Aunt, based on my covert investigations, I believe this incident involving Tony's attack is connected to Obadiah. Currently, Stark Industries is largely under his control, so please do not reveal anything when you go to work. Continue to send people to search for us and secretly gather intelligence on Obadiah's weapon dealings and his hiring of Middle Eastern bandits. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Do not inform Tony upon his return. Everything will be arranged in due course. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly bring back the future brother-in-law. Please take care of your health. Wishing you good health and all the best. Pepper Potts silently stowed the letter into her handbag. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she thought, Dare to harm my man, and I will ensure you face the consequences of my 10 years of dedication. Anyone who dares to hurt Tony shall not escape unscathed. From childhood to adulthood, Pepper has never been a weakling. After all, she is the woman who has served as Tony Stark's secretary for a decade. Time flows like water, and the years weave swiftly by. When Hao-Yun was on the brink of starvation and dehydration within the confines of the Ten Rings, preparing to break free, Tony's Mark I armor was finally nearing completion. This night marked his last chance for survival. Ethan, crank up the power. Once we finish this mask, we can escape this hell. Tony urged, striking the mask with fervor while calling for Ethan to stoke the fire. If they could complete the mask, they would need merely 10 minutes to don it, representing their sole hope for retaliation. Just as the mask began to take shape and joy illuminated their faces, the long-locked prison door creaked open, revealing an unfamiliar thug neither had ever encountered. TSK, Tony, your armor is almost ready, isn't it? As both men exchanged puzzled glances, the thug suddenly spoke a rapid stream of fluent English, nearly shattering their composure. Who are you? Ethan recoiled, brandishing a hot iron to protect them. Tony frowned, scrutinizing the stranger, as that voice sounded hauntingly familiar. Have you forgotten your own personal assistant after just a few days, Tony? Hao-Yun stepped forward, splashing water on his face to wash away the grime, revealing his fair complexion. Hao-Yun, Tony exclaimed in surprise, quickly scanning the surveillance cameras and gesturing for Hao-Yun to join him in the monitoring blind spot. What are you doing here? Has the U.S. military discovered this place and sent you to rescue me? In his ecstatic disbelief, Tony blurted out a flurry of illogical questions, failing to consider that if Hao Yun were indeed an ordinary person, the military wouldn't have dispatched him for a rescue. Wouldn't it have made more sense to send Colonel Rhodes instead? Hao Yun, in plain sight, was merely a college student. Chapter 9. Breaking Out. Hao Yun rolled his eyes at Stark. Enough of the daydreaming. There's no support. No military. Just me. Huh. Just you? What good is that? Wait. How did you get in here? Aren't you a college student? Did you major in espionage? Tony Stark's intellect finally seized the high ground, focusing on the critical issue while sneering at Hao Yun. Apologies. I majored in electronic physics. Hao Yun retorted, rolling his eyes again. With a thought, he opened his system space, releasing hundreds of miniature robots. I rely on my abilities. Wait, what? Tony stared in awe as the tiny robots danced atop the table. He instinctively reached for one, examining it closely. Oh, they are miniature robots. Quite well designed. They can be activated by brainwaves. Impressive, Hao Yun remarked, but sadly, this is the smallest I can manage. They're decent for defense and melee, but if I could shrink them to the nanoscale, who knows what kind of weaponry I could simulate. Huh, once I'm out, I'll have you test it. Hey, Tony, let's not forget, we're amidst a gang of thugs. Ethan interjected, interrupting their scientific discourse. Hao Yun smiled slightly. Oh, don't worry. I'm on duty tonight. I've incapacitated the guards and monitors. You have entire night to craft your toys. Those are not toys. They're Mark I battle suits. The most advanced exoskeleton armor. Tony emphasized. Hao Yun stifled a laugh as he approached the furnace where the mask was being forged. Is this it? He poked the freshly molded mask, creating a finger-sized hole. You. Tony was speechless, incredulous that his creation could be so easily compromised. I mentioned I have abilities. Hao Yun reiterated. Now let us speed this up. My robots can only protect 2 people. We need to finish your armor tonight. With your help, it's a done deal. Tony exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with hope, realizing that if Hao Yun had arrived earlier, they could have expedited the process significantly. Hao Yun shivered slightly, instinctively stepping back, wary of Tony. You think I'll work for free? Dream on. With Hao Yun's direct involvement, the armor rapidly took shape. By dawn, at precisely 5 a.m., the armor was fully equipped. Hao Yun sighed, sending waves of electromagnetic energy, revealing that the thugs outside were beginning to stir, while the guards remained unconscious. They had a mere 10 minutes before discovery. Hurry, we have only 10 minutes left. Hao Yun reminded Tony, rushing to assist him with the reassembly equipment. Tony, exasperated, observed Hao Yun effortlessly lift the nearly 1-ton chest piece and remarked, if only you had mentioned your strength earlier, I would have been suited up by now. Shut it, Ethan. Activate the computer and load the program. Hao Yun gripped an arm piece in each hand, effortlessly securing them to the armor. Just as the 10 Rings members finally realized something was amiss, bursting towards the cell. The armor activated perfectly. Leave the rest to me, Tony Stark declared with fierce determination, kicking the steel door open with tremendous force, slamming the 2 thugs against the wall. The sheer impact nearly reduced them to pulp, a grim reminder of the fragility of life. Tony, he truly is a genius, Ethan marveled. Hao Yun shrugged, of course. He is the smartest genius in the world. Hey, Hao Yun, don't think just because you praised me. I want to dock your pay for making my boss suffer in the desert for a week. Tony shot back, clearly displeased. Hao Yun paid it no mind, fully aware that once he revealed his miniature robots, Tony would realize his intentional inaction. With such advanced technology, the 10 Rings base could be obliterated in countless ways. How could he not save just Tony Stark? His pride compelled him to take matters into his own hands, to be the one who ultimately broke free. Let us go. Ethan, we need to accelerate our pace. Hao Yun activated his system backpack, unleashing thousands of miniature robots that adhered to their bodies while seamlessly gliding forward. It felt like walking on a cruise ship, smooth and secure. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the robot's defenses. Boom, boom, boom. With the armor leading the charge, the trio surged forward, unstoppable against the feeble resistance of the thugs. As the trio finally arrived at the entrance of the cave, the leader of the 10 Rings had already positioned his followers to encircle the cave's mouth with a multitude of heavy weaponry, including machine guns, rocket launchers, shoulder-mounted rocket artillery, and even tanks, all aimed at the cave. Let us go, keep moving. Tony, exhilarated by the battle, attempted to charge out in his Mark I suit. However, before he could make a move, Hao Yun quickly grabbed him, bellowing, "Are you seeking death?" Upon looking down, Tony noticed 5 deep fingerprints imprinted on his arm gauntlet. Damn it. How strong is Pepper's nephew? What is there to fear? I have my armor. Bullets can't penetrate it. What about those cannons? Should I remind you, there are 3 tanks and over a dozen rocket launchers waiting for you outside? Hao-Yun lifted his helmet, unleashing a torrent of words at Tony's face. Do you truly believe your armor is invincible? Don't forget, this is not your laboratory. This is something you forged in your cell, piece by piece. Then what do you suggest we do? Tony retorted, his voice rising. This is our only chance. The sole opportunity to escape. Of course, leave it to me. Hao-Yun fully activated his system as billions of microbots surged forth from the ground, propelled by his unique radar, rushing towards the enemy's weaponry. What the hell is this? Get away. Help. No. Oh God. Have you forgotten your people? Outside the cave, cries of despair echoed. Curious. Tony took a step forward, peeking out with his metallic head. What he witnessed was a black tide engulfing the area, as countless machine guns and rocket launchers were disassembled by the microbots, while tanks were rendered useless, their barrels blocked, and moments later, crushed into scrap. In just 10 minutes, every weapon outside had been destroyed, and the bandits were ensnared by the microbots' connecting ropes, suspended in mid-air. Wow. When we return, you must let me study this. Tony exclaimed. Ah, that's an order from my aunt. He strode out of the cave, initially intent on breaking through the siege, only to find that Hao-Yun had dismantled the entire base. Ha! If you're so capable, why not propose to my aunt? Hao-Yun smirked, disdainfully watching Tony's retreating figure as he floated out of the cave with Ethan. Marvel's first battle, successful. Chapter 10. Homeward Bound. The subsequent events require little elaboration. Stark used the 10 Rings base phone to inform Rhodes and the U.S. military dispatch personnel to take control of the site, simultaneously escorting the 3 back home. Before the military arrived, both Tony's Mark I and the microbots were concealed by Hao-Yun, who undoubtedly revealed his spatial backpack. Naturally, as Tony's personal assistant, Hao-Yun's backpack was also available for Tony's use, and he would certainly keep it confidential. At most, he would merely consider studying it. Ethan, come along. Once we return to my territory, I'll grant you the title of director and ensure you live comfortably. At the moment of departure, Ethan expressed his desire to stay behind. Tony clasped his shoulder, insisting he must accompany him to enjoy a life of ease. No, I'll stay here, Ethan chuckled. My home is here. Just place me at the military base. My studies are in medicine. I'm better suited to remain in the Middle East. After much persuasion proved futile, Tony reluctantly allowed Ethan to remain. Before leaving, he earnestly instructed Rhodes and the general to look after Ethan, believing that with military protection, his friend would be safe. As the plane took off, after enduring a week of life-threatening crises, Tony and Hao-Yun set foot on the path back home. 18 hours swiftly passed, and as they descended from the plane, they were greeted by Tony's Aunt Pepper and Driver Happy. Oh, your eyes are red? Tony broke free from Hao-Yun's support and approached Pepper. Behind them, Hao-Yun, Happy, and Rhodes huddled together, whispering, Hey, how long do you think it will take for Tony to confess to my aunt? It shouldn't be long. Mr. Stark is quite adept at charming women. No. As a friend, I know Tony's nature. He becomes shy around someone he truly likes. What? You're telling me this firebrand will be shy? Rhodes, you must be jesting. Kid, don't call me Rhodes. Call me Uncle. The trio engaged in lively banter until the first 2 finally grew weary of each other and parted ways, each boarding their respective vehicles. Where to, sir? Happy inquired from the driver's seat. To the hospital, Pepper replied. No, Tony interjected. I want to do 2 things. First, to devour an American cheeseburger. Second, don't say another word. Pepper's expression soured. Old habits die hard. Tony is still the same old playboy. Hao-Yun was right. There has been no change at all. No, it's not what you think, Tony quickly explained. I want to hold a press conference. Why a press conference? Aunt, are you listening? Don't forget what I said. Hao-Yun interrupted Pepper's inquiries while subtly reminding her. Pepper, puzzled, glanced between Tony and Hao-Yun, ultimately refraining from further questions, allowing Happy to drive them to the Stark Group's press conference venue. Upon arrival, Tony was swarmed by frenzied reporters as he entered the conference. Hao-Yun deliberately lagged behind with Pepper. Tony had prepared what he wanted to say. After all, it was merely about shutting down the weapons division. He was more concerned about the progress Pepper had made over the past 2 months. Aunt, how is the information you gathered? You're referring to the weapon sales list from the group? Pepper replied, The results are mediocre, currently, Only Obadiah's list of arms sales is available, lacking decisive evidence. How is that possible? Haoyun exclaimed in surprise. If memory serves, there should be a video of Tony's kidnapping on Obadiah's computer. Wait, as a board member, Pepper likely wouldn't dare to breach his computer. Have you ever investigated Obadiah's computer? What are you thinking? Pepper looked at him quizzically. Obadiah is a board member. Even if I suspect him, I can't just access his computer. What, there are confidential documents inside? All right, Haoyun shrugged. Your aunt is just too much of a stickler for professional ethics. It seems that without the aid of love, Pepper wouldn't easily compromise her principles. I need to have a serious chat with Tony. Ms. Potts, Mr. Stark, I have a word with you. As the two exchanged information, a mild-mannered gentleman with a receding hairline approached. Haoyun turned and recognized him. Marvel's second new village chief, Agent Coulson, had also arrived. Sorry, the press conference is about to commence. Pepper instinctively declined, as numerous agents had been inquiring lately. The man clearly didn't seem trustworthy, and she wished to limit interactions. I'm not a reporter. I'm Agent Coulson from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Allow me to speak, Aunt. Haoyun interrupted Pepper, addressing Coulson. Agent Coulson, you wish to know how Tony Stark escaped from the Middle East, correct? No problem, as long as you return Mr. Howard Stark's belongings currently held by your organization, Tony. I'm sure he'd be willing to give an interview. Coulson's pupils constricted. How did the other party know about Howard's belongings in the agency? Could there be a mole? You need to inquire how I know. Besides, Tony is Howard's only child. As the organization that Howard founded, holding onto his possessions without giving them to his child, don't you think you're being quite unreasonable? Beside him, Pepper sensed something amiss. As Tony's secretary, she instinctively prioritized the protection of their interests. You are absolutely right. Until you return Tony's father's belongings, I shall not divulge a single word to you. I assure you, neither will Tony. Their resolute stance left Coulson speechless. Reluctantly, he opted to depart. I will inform the director. My apologies, but I must take my leave. With that, Coulson swiftly exited the venue. Once outside, he discreetly spoke into his earpiece. Director, Mr. Potts is presenting some issues. He demands we surrender Howard's possessions in exchange for information regarding the Middle East. How does he know? Nick Fury inquired, puzzled. After all, Howard was one of the founding fathers of S.H.I.E.L.D., a fact even Tony was unaware of, let alone the fortunate Potts. After a brief silence, perhaps considering that the other party was already aware, Nick decided that further concealment would not earn Tony's gratitude, but rather incite resentment. I will have Natasha deliver the belongings to you. Remember, it is imperative that Tony conveys the details. Understood, Director. Chapter 11. Confession, the third successful sign-in. Upon returning from the press conference, Tony found himself without support for his decision to disband the weapons department, aside from Haoyun and Pepper, even from his close friend Rhodey. However, he lacked the inclination to placate them. Once back at the villa, he promptly summoned Haoyun and Pepper. Haoyun, enlighten me. What have you been concealing from me? Just moments ago, Pepper had confessed two significant matters to Tony. Haoyun had foreseen her abduction and had conducted a private investigation into Obadiah. The second revelation was that Howard was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had left behind some belongings. Both matters concerned Tony's closest kin, and despite Haoyun being Tony's savior and Pepper's beloved nephew, Tony felt compelled to inquire about the secrets at hand. Seated on the opposite sofa, Haoyun hesitated, aware that he had traversed into the Marvel Universe, a reality that had left him feeling quite unsettled. Even with his newfound abilities, he did not possess unwavering confidence in facing Thanos, who wielded 6 Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, he was a godlike entity with the power to create universes. Therefore, previously, he had chosen to inform his adoptive mother of the plot, intending to disclose everything to Tony only after Obadiah's exposure. However, after the recent abduction incident, he felt a growing desire to no longer conceal the truth. Having witnessed the ordeal, he believed Tony's character was worthy of becoming a hero. Well, what do you wish to know? Everything, Tony Stark declared without hesitation. Haoyun glanced at Pepper, ultimately deciding it was best to share the truth with them both. This all begins with a dream I had. Over the ensuing moments, Haoyun recounted the plot from the Second World War through the 3 preceding phases. He began with the birth of the Super Soldier Serum, the sacrifice of Captain America, and how Peggy Carter, alongside Howard Stark and Colonel Phillips, established S.H.I.E.L.D. He then described the Hydra infiltration via the Insight program, Howard's demise at the hands of former director Alexander Pierce, and the brainwashed Winter Soldier's objective of acquiring the Super Soldier Serum. As Tony learned the truth about his father's death, his fists clenched tightly. Pepper gently grasped his hand, an affectionate gesture amidst the tension. Hao-Yun rolled his eyes at the couple before continuing. He narrated the events of Thor, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Thor, The Dark World, and Captain America, The Winter Soldier, concluding with Tony's fateful snap of his fingers to save the world, sacrificing his time with his daughter Morgan. When he finished, the villa was steeped in silence, particularly from Tony, whose face darkened upon realizing he had sacrificed so much for the world, missing out on his daughter's growth. Is everything you said true? Tony fixed his gaze on Hao-Yun, incredulous. If true, his life seemed unbearably tragic. Was this the price of being a hero? I wish I could say it was merely a dream, Hao-Yun shrugged. But it is evidently true. Had it not been for me, you would already have a miniature arc reactor embedded in your chest. No, I require more evidence. Tony paced the villa skeptically before turning to Pepper. Jarvis, display the model from the World Expo. The three-dimensional projection materialized instantly. Tony pulled up a chair, scrutinizing the images, focusing on the illuminated globe at the center. Remove the walkways, eliminate the scenery, take away the parking lot, entrance and exit. True to his ingenuity, within half an hour of examining the images, Tony had identified the crucial atomic nucleus and electrons, successfully constructing an entirely new element. Jarvis, run a test. Sir, congratulations. You have discovered a new, pollution-free energy source. At the moment Tony unveiled the new element, Hao-Yun's mind resonated with the system's voice. Congratulations, host, for reaching a pivotal moment. The discovery of a new element. Would you like to sign in? What? I can sign in for this? Hao-Yun was astonished. If discovering a new element warranted a sign-in, had he missed countless opportunities? For instance, the location of Howard's death? Captain America's excavation site in the Arctic? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Baymax robot and its combat accessories from the Big Hero 6 universe. Excellent. As anticipated, the significance of moments in the Marvel Universe dictated the richness of sign-in rewards. Clearly, Baymax was a medical robot, and with the accessories, it wouldn't be overly formidable. Compared to the previous 3 sign-in items, this was a considerable downgrade. Perhaps he could reserve this for his mother? He could even persuade Tony to invent several personal bodyguard, chef and nanny chips, transforming them into an all-encompassing guardian for his mother. Once we deal with Obadiah, I must persuade Tony to give it a try. Setting thoughts of Baymax aside, Hao-Yun observed Tony as he meticulously examined the new element. Tony, do you believe now? Ugh, this is not good news. Tony exhaled heavily, slumping onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. The future of Earth seems to be riddled with calamities. What will we do? Odin is gravely ill, and the Ancient One is on the brink, Hao-Yun lamented. With the 2 great guardians of Earth facing pivotal transitions, isn't it only natural that the forces of chaos emerge? Indeed, as a saying in your culture goes, there is no peaceful existence. Someone must bear the weight for you. Tony sank deeper into the sofa, while Pepper silently sat behind him, her gaze fixed on him, reflecting on the future where she would become Tony's wife and bear an incredibly adorable daughter. Hao-Yun, you should rest for a while. Tony needs some time, she suggested. No problem. I'll leave him in your capable hands. Oh, by the way, I have a great fondness for Morgan. Remember to bring her into the world soon. Hao-Yun made a playful face at Pepper, momentarily lightening the mood in the living room before retreating to his guest room. However, to his surprise, an event he had anticipated yet was still unexpected unfolded. As he opened the door, a golden ring of fire materialized, revealing a bald woman clad in a hooded robe, wielding an Eastern folding fan. Master Gui? Oh, it appears you are familiar with me. Gui smiled warmly. Young friend, you have revealed too much about the future. Hao-Yun scratched his head. Master, I merely wish to alter the future. I am simply averse to the idea of death. The bleak future is something I truly wish to avoid. Good child, I understand. Ancient One said as she enveloped him in her embrace. A warmth reminiscent of a mother's love seeped into Hao-Yun's lonely heart at that moment. Do not worry. I can endure for quite some time. Perhaps the future you alter will become even more splendid. Master Ancient One, you truly do not mind if I change the future? Nestled in the master's arms, Hao-Yun murmured. After voicing his thoughts, he felt a pang of regret. Had he not traversed into the Marvel Universe? His greatest advantage was his familiarity with the plot. Now, with this alteration, even he found himself unable to control the future. He was uncertain whether it would become better or worse. If you strive earnestly to save, the future will ultimately improve. Do not forget, you are still young. Your very existence is a part of the future. The Ancient One's words washed over Hao Yun like a clear spring, extinguishing the unease within him. Gradually, he drifted into slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips as he seemed to dream of a beautiful future transformed by change. Chapter 12. Gathering Evidence, Obadiah's Escape. Awakening the next morning, Hao Yun rubbed his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he recalled his conversation with the Ancient One from the previous night. It appeared he had treated her as a beloved elder, even snuggling in her embrace. He chuckled softly at the business card left by his bedside. With this, he could effortlessly check in at the sanctum. From previous experiences, he knew that the rewards from signing in were closely linked to the characters involved in significant scenes. For instance, at the World War II Museum, he had received a serum akin to the Super Soldier Serum. Signing in within the cave had yielded technological marvels. But what treasures awaited him at the magical sanctum? Would he perhaps obtain the legacy of magic itself? The thought of wielding magical powers excited him. He would welcome any form of magic, even Gandalf's melee legacy, as he too was a demigod. Once he had a moment, he vowed to rush to the sanctum to acquire something extraordinary. Stepping out of his room, he was taken aback to see Pepper wearing Tony's shirt while preparing breakfast in the kitchen. It seemed he had inadvertently played a significant role in this development. Had he known it would be so easy to win over his aunt, he would have called his mother to join them. Now it was too late. He could hardly deny her his family. "Aunt, you're awake? Come quickly. Breakfast is ready, and Tony is waiting for you in the dining room." Pepper continued her culinary endeavors without looking back. Hao Yun licked his lips, feeling a strong desire to dine out. He anticipated a veritable shower of dog food at the dining table. "Oh, I shall head over first." Not daring to tease Pepper, he made his way to the dining room. It was delightful to see Tony lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in the newspaper, creating an air of domesticity alongside Pepper. "Tony, when will you become my uncle? You must understand, our family has never had a broken-hearted maiden, a divorced woman, only widows." Hao Yun silently opened his system space, forming a long, sharp blade from over 100 miniature robots in his hand. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, his survival instincts kicking in as he replied, "Once we deal with Obadiah, I will propose." "Were you two discussing?" Before Hao Yun could continue with his bravado, Pepper entered with a breakfast tray. "Oh, we were just deliberating on how to handle the Obadiah situation." Hao Yun quickly shifted the topic. Knowing that Pepper would be furious if she found out about the marriage proposal, she would certainly inform his mother to reprimand him. Or perhaps you both might end up getting scolded. Indeed, Tony agreed. Obadiah has entrenched himself deeply in the board, and without concrete evidence, it will be exceedingly difficult to dislodge him. Frankly, I am contemplating whether to take a risk to reclaim the shares peacefully, but it seems too daunting. Tony moved to take the breakfast tray from Pepper, echoing Hao Yun's sentiments. Pepper furrowed her brow. Based on her knowledge of Stark Industries, Obadiah's influence was indeed formidable, especially now that Tony had announced the closure of the weapons division. As Tony's only elder, the board's reliance on Obadiah had surely intensified. "Why don't I attempt to steal evidence?" "Absolutely not." Both Tony and Hao Yun exclaimed simultaneously, with Tony pulling Pepper into a protective embrace. "How could I possibly let you take such risks?" This is without needing to elaborate, both of their gazes fixed on Hao Yun. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. At merely 18 years old, how could they expect a newly minted adult to face danger? Thankfully, Pepper, as an elder, still had some sense of propriety. "That may not be appropriate. Hao Yun has just turned 18. Fear not. He rescued me from terrorists. A mere office cannot deter him." Tony winked mischievously at Hao Yun, speaking without restraint. Considering the dangers Tony had faced in the Middle East, Pepper promptly sold out her nephew. "Then I shall rely on you, Hao Yun." "Great. Now you two are in perfect harmony while I am left as the lone, pitiful one, easily bullied by both of you." Complaining a bit, Hao Yun grabbed a sandwich and headed towards the underground garage. Stealing information is feasible, but it's impossible to avoid bloodshed. My reward will be a car. In the dining hall, Pepper glanced at Tony with a hint of embarrassment. My nephew can be a bit greedy. She was well aware that Tony's cars were limited editions. Each one was likely worth millions. Yet, It must be said that Tony was indeed a master at wooing women, completely neglecting to mention the life-saving favors while cuddling with Pepper. What are you talking about? What S mine is yours? He's your family. Do not say just a car. I would give you, in the villa, spring was in full bloom, with love declarations flying about, as if it were springtime. Despite it being autumn, at Star Tower, Obadiah was absent, presumably confronting the 10 rings. Thus, how Yin effortlessly acquired the video of Tony's kidnapping and personally delivered it to the board members. The ensuing events unfolded as anticipated. With military support and Stark's vast connections, Tony regained control of the board, appointed Pepper as the CEO, stripped Obadiah of his shares, and expelled him from the board. He successfully escaped before the police arrived. During these tranquil days, Tony, utilizing the new element reactor, jumped straight from Mark I to Mark VI, bypassing Mark II and Mark III. As for the plot, Tony stated, more evidence is needed. Therefore, he dispatched Happy to seek out Ivan Vanko and Killian, leaving no further instructions for the time being. Meanwhile, Hao Yun concluded his role as Tony's personal assistant and embarked on his university journey. In a Los Angeles basement, Obadiah, who had evaded capture, had not left the city but was instead hiding in his secret lair. Crucially, he was not alone. He had brought several loyal followers and funded a group of scientists. Within the research facility, Obadiah paced restlessly, muttering curses under his breath. Curse you, Potts family. I had intended to lend you a hand, yet you dared to conspire against me. I will not rest until I have your remains scattered. How long until my armor can be operational? You worthless fools. Mr. Obadiah, it is quite complicated. In truth, the technology to power the Iron Man suit does not exist. The lead technician stammered in response, only inciting further rage from Obadiah. You say it does not exist? William, the technology is that massive power source within the corporation. How long have you been working on it? I only demand miniaturization. Yes, sir, that is precisely what we are attempting. However, to be candid, it is utterly impossible. Do you know what Tony Stark used to create his suit in that cave? Just a pile of scrap. I sincerely apologize. I am not Tony Stark. The words of the technical director rendered Obadiah speechless. Indeed, if Tony Stark were so easily replaceable, he would have long since abandoned his identity and ventured into solitary endeavors, sparing himself the current plight of lacking even a place to rest. Wait a moment. I seem to possess a pass to Tony's villa. Chapter 13. The Convergence of Two Major Villains. Tony, this is our newly acquired clean energy company. Take a look. Be confident, will you? Or shall I offer you a loving encouragement? No, we're in the office. The president's office. Who dares to intrude? Damn it. Jarvis, what has happened? After much effort, Pepper managed to drag Tony from the villa to Stark Tower, where he was uncertain whether he was attending to business or flirting. Suddenly, he received an alert from his villa's smart butler. Sir, the data on criminal activities you requested, I gather, indicates that Obadiah Stane has infiltrated your villa. You did not stop him? Tony exclaimed in exasperation, for there were numerous experimental products within the villa, and among them, the Mark VI armor was of utmost importance, a highly classified technology that must not be compromised. He possesses a key to the house. I was unable to prevent his entry. Damn it, I completely forgot to revoke access. Jarvis, immediately revoke Obadiah Stane's entry privileges and confine him within the villa. It's too late, sir. Obadiah has already taken one of your products and fled the villa. What was it? Connect me to the laboratory surveillance at once. Tony anxiously demanded as he gazed at the projection on his phone. A miniature reactor. It is the palladium reactor you created after returning from the Middle East as a backup. Isn't that the new element? No, sir. You only produced one new element reactor, which is currently equipped in the Mark IV armor. Excellent. Activate the Mark IV armor. I will return shortly. Tony rose and dashed outside, reassuring Pepper, little Pepper, I must attend to some matters. Happy, where have you been? Pepper Potts reached out but swallowed her call. Ultimately, Tony embarked upon the path of a hero. At Obadiah's secret laboratory base, upon acquiring the reactor, he rushed to the lab to equip his armor. Now, the individuals he loathed most were not Tony Stark, but Pepper Potts and Howard Stark. His initial plan had been flawless. However, with Tony's return and the closure of the weapons division, he believed he could effortlessly ascend to the chairman's position. Yet the very Howard Stark he had recruited had infiltrated the office to steal data. If it weren't for his covert installation of surveillance, he might have genuinely believed Howard was loyal. Coupled with Pepper's indifference, it became evident that the Potts family were all deceivers. Deceivers. Upon acquiring the weapon, the first person he yearned to eliminate was Howard Stark. At the University of California, Los Angeles, Howard had just finished class and was preparing to borrow a few books on electromagnetic physics to enhance his skill set, aiming to develop greater power in his electrifying abilities. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as a massive, dark mechanical arm smashed through the library wall, nearly brushing his nose before crashing into the wall. Howard was momentarily stunned. This marked the first time he had encountered life-threatening fear since his arrival in the Marvel Universe. Howard Stark, I have finally found you. The enormous, robust robot, nearly 5 meters tall, barreled through the breach it had created, bellowing with abandon. Dare to deceive me? I will show you why I am the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. With a colossal steel palm crashing down upon him, Howard, paralyzed in shock, finally regained his senses just as the hand was about to strike his forehead. He pushed against the immense mechanical force with all his strength. The tiles beneath his feet shattered, and he kneeled helplessly. However, thanks to his superhuman physique, he managed to withstand the blow, preventing a fatal outcome. Obadiah, Howard growled through clenched teeth. He had nearly met his demise in this novice village. Your strength is impressive. Let's see how long you can endure. Evidently, Obadiah did not intend to kill him with a single blow. Rather, he sought to toy with him, much like a cat plays with a mouse. How else could he express his deep-seated resentment? As the massive arm lifted and descended again, this time, Howard did not remain stationary. He sprang into action, evading the strike while swiftly moving towards the outskirts of the campus. This was his true second battle, facing his first real opponent. The campus was teeming with students. He needed to lure his foe away. To entice Obadiah, he even deployed thousands of miniature robots as personal armor to shield himself, relying solely on his superhuman agility to escape. However, his concerns were unfounded. Obadiah had no intention of using firearms or missiles. Instead, he bellowed as he pursued relentlessly. Amidst their chase, Tony's call arrived just in time. Ring, ring. Howard, be careful. Obadiah has stolen my palladium reactor. Of course. Howard shouted into the phone while running. He has stormed the school in armor. If you don't want Stark Industries to be obliterated tomorrow, you better come save me. With that, Howard swiftly tucked the phone away, diving to evade the iron hand that had just swiped above him. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have obliterated Obadiah in an instant. Huh, is Tony coming? Let him come. Today, I shall deal with you both. Obadiah roared, demolishing any structures that impeded his pursuit of Howard, eager to avenge himself by eliminating 2 enemies in one fell swoop. To ensure that Howard would not perish before Tony arrived, Obadiah even slowed his pace, intending to capture them both. At that moment, on the opposite side of their chase, Blonsky, having just injected himself with Hulk's blood and transformed into the Abomination, was charging toward them. Give me a stronger opponent. Roar. The foul-colored Abomination howled, crushing the military vehicle that had just fired a rocket at him. He craved a more formidable adversary. He needed the Hulk. Flee. Where can you escape to? Obadiah pursued Howard to a derelict factory, and the Abomination seemed to sense the tremendous threat, roaring as he focused his gaze on the battlefield between Howard and Obadiah. Roar. Enemies. In his frenzied state, the Abomination, upon spotting Obadiah's armor, perceived it as a cherished toy, launching a massive fist toward Obadiah. Get lost, grotesque. Obadiah's punch sent the Abomination flying, but the Abomination's weight was beyond what Obadiah's armor could crush. A single heavy blow failed to propel the Abomination even a meter, and he charged forward once more, howling. As Howard entered the abandoned factory, he glanced between the Abomination and Obadiah, and suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have arrived at the iconic scene. Hulk vs. Abomination Combat Zone. Would you like a check-in? Chapter 14. Well, here comes another one. Thus, encountering both Obadiah and the Abomination, 2 major villains from the early Marvel Universe, Howard considered himself quite fortunate. Check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received a weakened version of the Super God Gene from the Super God Academy. Seeing the Abomination and Obadiah engaged in fierce combat, Howard made no move to intervene, striving to lower his profile as he quietly retreated to a corner to examine his newly acquired item. The weakened version of the Super God Gene, the strongest gene from the Super God Academy, when developed to its fullest potential, could achieve a 3rd-generation divine body. Possessing indomitable strength, and the ability to counter the void. The system. May I inquire how much energy is required to reach the ultimate level of development? Hao-Yin did not lose his composure due to the system's description. It was ludicrous. Gu Xiaoluan's super divine gene is said to possess the power of the galaxy, and the ultimate third-generation divine body is capable of safeguarding the entire Milky Way. Yet, what has he obtained? A weakened version. If achieving the ultimate level were as easy as pie, why bother with the term weakened? Moreover, the battlefield of the Abomination and Hulk hardly qualifies as a significant spectacle. Does it? Perhaps only the site where Thanos snapped his fingers to annihilate half the universe could yield the true super divine gene. Approximately the energy of an infinity stone. As anticipated, the required energy is indeed that of a stone. But will there be any consequences post-injection? The host already possesses a viral serum. Should he inject the super divine gene, a genetic conflict is likely to ensue. It is advised that the host reserve it for his girlfriend. Oh, understood. Hao-Yun expressionlessly closed the panel. In this era, lacking a girlfriend means lacking human rights. Even the system has learned to mock him. What good is it to extract something that is of no use to me? Is it merely to urge me to find a girlfriend? I truly apologize for needing a reminder from the system about my single status. Hao-Yun, where are you? I've arrived. In the distance, a streak of fire plunged into the battlefield. Hao-Yun shaded his eyes from the setting sun and beheld the golden-red armor. It could only be that arrogant Tony. Tony, you finally made it. Obadiah laughed heartily, ready to charge at Tony with a punch, only to see the Mark IV armor sent flying by a giant hand. Get lost. You black monster, we shall continue. The Abomination swatted Tony aside, sending him crashing into the wall. The downside of the armor developed during the age of technology is that certain details were neglected, and since Tony had never engaged in battle with large creatures, the shock absorption system was not as flawless as that of the true Mark IV. The immense force struck, causing the mech to collide with the wall and leaving him dazed. Yes, upon his arrival at the battlefield, Tony lasted but a second before losing combat effectiveness. Hao-Yun chuckled from afar, serving him right for constantly indulging in intimate moments with Pepper. Now look at the mess he is in. I must capture this scene. This black history could be worth a fortune. Get lost. My enemy is not you. Monster, stay away. Obadiah, overwhelmed by the entanglement, angrily unleashed his ultimate attack. The cannon on his back spun rapidly, bullets chambered, and missiles launched from his waist, all aimed squarely at the Abomination. However, the Abomination was no mere child like Hulk, who had only recently gained his wits. He was a fully integrated evil persona with ample combat experience. Roar! The Abomination leapt, seizing the moment when Obadiah's armor had not yet fired, grasping the cannon barrel with his massive, sturdy hand and tearing it off with ease. The missile launch port was obliterated by a mighty clap, completely flattening it. Obadiah hurriedly shut off the weapon launch button, with the launch port destroyed. Firing again would lead to an internal explosion that even the thickest armor could not withstand. Damn it! Do you know who I am? How dare you? Obadiah roared in fury. Yet in the eyes of the Abomination, the highly advanced armor was merely a toy awaiting Hulk's arrival. Before he could even utter his name, the entire armor was yanked in front of him, and it was mercilessly hammered into a lump of metal, blood oozing from the cracks. It was evident that Obadiah, the primary antagonist of Iron Man, met his demise at the hands of the Abomination. Roar! You are too weak. Hulk, I await your arrival. Losing interest in further tormenting his toy, the Abomination flung the armor aside and let out a thunderous roar. Hao-Yun silently prayed for Obadiah. Wouldn't it have been better if he had directly attacked Tony Stark? At least then, there would have been a chance for retaliation. Now look at this. He encountered a formidable adversary, the Abomination, and is utterly dumbfounded. Observing the scene of devastation wrought by the Abomination, Hao-Yun opened his backpack and quietly summoned the micro-robots to bring Stark closer. Hulk should be arriving soon. He must ensure Stark isn't killed by an unknown assailant. Gazing at the huge dent in the Mark IV armor, he sighed. Your armor still needs upgrading. Hulk, just as the Abomination grew increasingly impatient, preparing to rampage through Los Angeles, a green giant suddenly descended from the sky, roaring as he swung a punch at the Abomination. The Abomination swiftly retaliated. Boom! The two fists collided, bones cracking and flesh tearing. The tremendous force produced a shockwave that seemed to shatter the air, instantly exploding and shattering nearby windows. Hao Yun, closest to the action, was sent tumbling 100 meters away. To think they were a full 300 meters from the center of the battle. As he observed the two titans clash, he couldn't help but comment, "Monsters." He was certain that if he were to control the micro-robots to assemble into a larger robot, they would be easily dismantled by the sheer force of their blows. This transcended mere technical issues. It was a matter of brute strength. He genuinely wondered how the Hulk, in such a state, could have ever been defeated by Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. Or perhaps it was because Hulk had enjoyed himself in the presence of Grandmaster that he was now less prone to anger. The two monsters traded blows, blood splattering everywhere, while Hao Yun dutifully guarded Tony, having no intention of joining the fray. They were all military creations. Whoever stirred trouble should handle it themselves. He was merely clearing his own doorstep. He had not forgotten that in the original storyline, Ross was quite antagonistic towards the Avengers after Civil War. Ultimately, Hulk emerged victorious. Why complicate matters? After nearly 10 minutes of fighting, the unconscious Tony Stark finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself cradled in Hao Yun's arms. "Hey, you could have let Pepper hold me. I'm a straight man, and I'm really not accustomed to being in a man's embrace." "Oh, are you sure you wanted me to come over here?" Hao Yun gestured to the nearby melee and the debris-laden ground. Tony Stark fell silent. Chapter 15. The Moment of Action. Why didn't you intervene? If I recall correctly, you possessed the power to stop this. Tony questioned Hao Yun immediately upon witnessing the battle. "Yes, you read that right. It was an accusation." Hao Yun paused momentarily before responding. "Why should I intervene? These are monsters created by the military. If they don't learn to respect power, they'll never understand." Hao Yun's good mood soured. Why should he have to step in? The future he wished to save was that of ordinary people, not Ross's future. The defeat in Infinity War was largely due to the American government's failures. Had they not initiated the Superhero Registration Act, Sokovia Accords, and unified all the Avengers' strength, without splitting into two battlefields, they might not have been overpowered. Thus, rather than allowing them to wreak havoc, it was better to teach them a lesson about power. I have never spoken in favor of the military. I abolished the weapons department solely to protect ordinary people. Tony cast a deep gaze at him before propelling himself into the battlefield, his armor launching two energy blasts to simultaneously block Hulk and the Abomination's attacks. Hao Yun remained silent. He could sense the disappointment in Tony's eyes. But had he done anything wrong? Frustrated, he looked up to see Tony's plight. But as he did, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the street. In that moment, countless agonizing screams filled the air, a haunting reminder of the devastation wrought by the clash between Abomination and Hulk. He had forgotten that the very reason he had lured Abomination away from the school was to prevent harm to innocent students. How could he forget his purpose the moment Abomination appeared? The destruction caused by their battle was far more severe, resulting in greater casualties. Get lost, little ant. With a resounding smack, Tony Stark, who had just received a communication from Ross and was poised to assist Hulk in attacking Abomination, was sent crashing back to the ground. Abomination then loomed over Hao Yun, this time more viciously, leaving a substantial dent in his helmet. "Jarvis, activate the maximum output of the energy cannon." Tony Stark struggled to rise, leaning against the wall, his chest heaving as the new arc reactor surged to full power. Hao Yun gently placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. "Stop, let me handle the rest. Can you manage it?" Tony Stark paused, skepticism etched on his face as he regarded Hao Yun. The recent skirmish had allowed him to fully gauge Abomination's formidable strength. Having encountered and studied Hao Yun's miniature robots, he was certain that he was not a match for Abomination. Hao Yun smiled faintly. "Oh, my future uncle, you have yet to comprehend the true might of the Potts family." With that, he retrieved the leftover coins from his lunch from his pocket, flicking them upright into the air. As electricity surged, his fingers flexed. "The electric spark dancing at your fingertips is my unwavering faith in this life." Super electromagnetic cannon. The coins, propelled with initial velocity into the electric arc, vaporized under magnetic guidance, transforming into a streak of blue light that shot forth at 10 times the speed of sound. Abomination howled in pain, glancing down to find a large hole melted into his chest, where his heart once resided. No, to be precise, his entire heart had been vaporized, stripped of his heart. Abomination could no longer rise, weakly waving his hand toward Hulk before collapsing. Hulk, glancing nervously in Hao Yun's direction, dared not roar, swiftly bounding away toward the distant buildings. Indeed, despite Hulk's smaller stature and clumsiness, his primal instinct for survival was deeply ingrained. Beside Hao Yun, Tony Stark stared at him in terror. You fired a superconducting electromagnetic cannon. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's phone rang. Hello, Director, this is Coulson. Coulson, weren't you assisting the military? What? Is the battle over? I don't know how to explain it, but by the time I arrived, the fight had already concluded. According to General Ross, besides Hulk and Abomination, there was also a man in armor and another who wielded an electromagnetic cannon. An electromagnetic cannon? Coulson, you must be joking. Nick Fury replied incredulously. What nonsense? The latest U.S. research on electromagnetic cannons hasn't even seen combat deployment. And you tell me someone can use one by hand? It's true. Abomination was killed by that electromagnetic cannon. A large hole melted through his chest, his heart gone. Coulson's voice was laden with powerlessness. He feared that Nick Fury would order them to apprehend the individual responsible. There was no doubt. They had done this more than once. A silence lingered on the line until Nick Fury finally spoke. Just assist in managing the scene. Maintain normal contact, no further inquiries. I will send people to investigate. Understood. Director. Coulson took a deep breath, adjusting his collar as he approached Hao Yun, who was supporting Stark. Stark, I am an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and Logistics. Coulson, it's good to see you again. In the aftermath of the Hulk and Abomination clash, all Americans, especially those in Los Angeles, were deeply concerned for their safety. Countless protests erupted frantically before the City Hall. At the White House, the President and Secretary of Defense met with General Ross, the architect of Hulk. General, the support rate in Congress has plummeted by nearly 10 points. The Super Soldier program must be halted. Otherwise, you and I will both be out of a job. The President wasted no time in cutting off the Super Soldier program. I understand. Surprisingly, Ross remained remarkably calm, devoid of the hysteria the two had anticipated. That's good. Tomorrow, I will issue a statement. You will step down to a secondary position, assuming leadership of the U.S. Security Council. Thus, the blame was deftly shifted onto Ross. At Stark Tower, behind the scenes of the press conference, Pepper helped Stark, whose face was adorned with a bandage, adjust his suit. Look, what are these news outlets saying? Iron Man, my armor is made of titanium alloy. Pepper rolled her eyes, exasperated. Is it really about you? Pay attention. You're merely a side note. The true hero is the Thunder Knight. Oh, that's even more absurd. The projectile was an electromagnetic cannon. What does that have to do with thunder? These journalists should go back to school before reporting. Stark was in chaos ingli indignant, insisting. It was I who persuaded Hao Yun to act. Clearly, he attributed all credit for Hao Yun's intervention solely to himself. Meanwhile, Hao Yun munched on snacks, remaining silent. After all, he was set to return to university the next day. In Tony's words, he was still young, merely a student. The mantle of heroism should be left to Tony. Coulson approached with a speech draft in hand. Here's your speech. Just read it when you're on stage. Wait a moment. You intend to disclose Hao Yun's identity? Tony exclaimed in anger, causing Hao Yun to furrow his brow and stand up, while Pepper shot a disapproving glance at Coulson. Instantly, the atmosphere backstage grew tense. I object. Tony vehemently threw the speech at Coulson's face. Hao Yun is just a child. He.S. in university. He.S. a student, not one of your trained agents, let alone a soldier. Tony, the video from that night has already leaked. It cannot be suppressed. Is that so? Jarvis, immediately erase all online data revealing Hao Yun's identity. Leave no trace. Also, create a fabricated video of him drinking with Happy in Stark Tower last night. Actually, I'm not of drinking age, Hao Yun interjected shyly. If you fabricate a story, are you trying to drag me into legal trouble? The law states you must be 21 to drink. He understood Tony's good intentions, and that the drinking issue could be easily handled with the company's lawyers. The real concern was that if he were seen drinking, it would eliminate any suspicion of his involvement in the battle. Just say you were drinking, Tony insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Do you understand, Jarvis? Data has been erased, and the video is now online. Additionally, Miss Potts and her sister can serve as witnesses. The efficiency of the artificial intelligence was impressive. Excellent. Tony turned to Coulson. All right, I don't need your help anymore. I'll handle my speech myself. And I hope nothing about Hao Yun's true identity slips from your lips. Pepper, see our guest out. With an icy demeanor, Pepper stood up and opened the door. Agent Coulson, please. Coulson left Stark Tower with a resigned smile, holding his documents. Despite the fact that SHIELD ostensibly oversees all major powers globally. In reality, colossal international enterprises like Stark Industries are beyond its control. Your funding relies on allocations from various nations, and most of those nations' tax revenues stem from large corporations, with Stark Industries being a prime example, an indomitable titan that SHIELD cannot manipulate. Director, you have put me in a precarious position. Once Coulson exited the room, Tony Stark instructed Jarvis to jam all signals within the house and turn to Hao Yun. You are correct. SHIELD has been thoroughly infiltrated. That fool is not a good person. Hao Yun shrugged, saying, of course, why do you think I have no desire to engage with the authorities? In my view, traces of Hydra can be found among the upper echelons of nearly all major powers, except for the Flower Country. It seems I've been exposed this time. No worries. You wanted to form a superhero alliance, right? I am in, Tony declared resolutely, striding out of the room and into the press conference. On the stage, Tony gazed down at the multitude of reporters. Some speculated about my involvement in the events that transpired on the streets last night, with some even claiming that the enormous black robot was manufactured by Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, a reporter who had once enjoyed a delightful evening with Tony, raised his hand, interrupting him. Do you expect us to believe that the crimson and gold armor was merely your bodyguard appearing in precisely the right moment? Of course not, Stark replied, eyeing them. Last night, someone even absurdly labeled me a superhero. However, don't you all wish to know the truth? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Rhodey's expression shifted as he turned to stop Stark, but Stark shot him a glance, signaling him to trust him. Rhodey regarded him intently before stepping aside, genuinely ceding the stage to him. The two giants that appeared last night were genetic products of a certain research facility. As for which facility, you would have to inquire with Congress. Tony refrained from directly naming the U.S. military, continuing, the black robot was constructed by the fugitive Obadiah. The energy source for the armor was stolen from my laboratory, our upcoming new energy product. The revelation sent the assembled journalists into a frenzy. New energy. This was groundbreaking news that could astonish the world. However, Tony showed no intention of elaborating further on the new energy, instead delivering his iconic line. As for the other two, Tony Stark raised his head and proclaimed with utmost solemnity, I am Iron Man. The crowd erupted in excitement, with numerous individuals rushing forward to inquire about the new energy, Iron Man, and the other hero. Yet at this moment, Tony departed the venue, shielded by security, without looking back. That night, all reporters left with satisfied notes, and the press conference venue descended into chaos and darkness. A shadow stealthily ascended the podium. Congratulations, host, for arriving at a memorable scene in the Marvel Universe. I am Iron Man. Would you like to check in? Check in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Transformer world. One spark, one-time use. Check-in successful. Hao Yun joyfully left the venue and boarded Happy's car back to Stark's villa. On the way, he quietly examined the newly acquired reward. The spark could endow mechanical entities with intelligence. Once imbued with wisdom, the machines would exhibit absolute loyalty to the host with a single usage. Oh, it's actually a spark? What a pity it's not the complete version. Just one opportunity seems a bit scant. But upon further reflection, perhaps the current situation is more favorable. From the perspective of the 5 Transformers films I've watched, regardless of whether they belong to the Autobots or Decepticons, sentient machines possess desires and beliefs akin to humans. Who knows? They might contemplate constructing a Transformers empire and rebel against their creator. How splendid it is now. Although the number of uses is limited, it is safer. In this day and age, safety is paramount. Should I transform into a truck akin to Optimus Prime or a sports car like Bumblebee? After pondering, Hao Yun's heart suddenly stirred. System, can I transform into mini-robots? Yes, but due to the excessive quantity of robots, they can only coalesce to form a low-level intelligence similar to Jarvis. Upon successful transformation, the mini-robots will evolve into nanorobots, requiring additional energy. And the number? Energy is of no concern to Hao Yun, as he has Tony's new element reactor. What he cares about is quantity, 1 billion robots. The quantity increases while the volume remains unchanged. Hao Yun's eyes sparkled. This is akin to the nanorobots seen in Iron Man during Avengers: Infinity War. No, compared to Iron Man's singular disk-like volume, Mine constitutes a full cubic meter of nanorobots. If specifically utilized as armor, it would be sufficient to cover the entire Avengers team. Not to mention the performance enhancement. Machines altered by the spark can shoot bullets from radios and phones. The evolved nanorobots will undoubtedly bring me more surprises. Utilizing the spark. Target, mini robots. Transformation successful. A special reminder to the host. Due to the presence of brainwaves, the nanorobots can only be utilized by the host alone. Please name the robots. The only Transformers resembling nanorobots in the series is Lockdown, correct? If so, then my brand new nanorobots shall be named Lockdown. Chapter 17, Negotiation. After the press conference, Hao Yun, having checked in and acquired the nanorobots, returned to Tony Stark's villa. Upon entering, he found that he was not alone. Colonel Rhodes was also present in the living room. Colonel Rhodes, nodding to both men, Hao Yun intended to retreat to his room, eager to test his newly acquired nano-armor. Not so fast. Let us talk first. Tony beckoned, calling Hao Yun to his side. SHIELD has made its appearance. What are your plans moving forward? Huh? Hao Yun exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a matter for you to consider, Mr. Stark? You are Iron Man, after all. Tony paused, glancing at Rhodes. Continue. There is no need to avoid Rhodes. He is my friend and will undoubtedly support me. Stark threw an arm around Rhodes, who pushed him away in disdain but offered no rebuttal, likely having been informed of the future and wanted to pull him into the fray. Well, you're the founder and primary financier of the future Avengers, so naturally, it is your call. I have returned from seeking Ivan Vanko and Killian S. people. Tony shifted the topic back to previous matters. Ivan S. father has received my compensation and apology and has relocated to Norway for treatment, although he remains somewhat dissatisfied. What issue cannot be resolved with money? Tony shrugged proudly. I gave him $300 million and promised to assist him in establishing a tech company unrelated to reactors, so he harbors no animosity towards us. We can now part ways without further interaction. Hao Yun twitched his mouth. He could roughly guess this outcome. No need for further elaboration. Tony's spending tactics are indeed impressive. And Killian? Oh, that's even simpler. Mentioning the villain from Iron Man 3, Tony grew even prouder. It's no longer 2013, and the company has no leads. I sent a representative to apologize, explaining why I could not meet previously, and invested another $1 billion to help him refine the extremist virus, and that was that. Huh? Not only Hao Yun, but even Rhodes was taken aback. That's a staggering sum of $10 billion, not a trivial amount. In the future, I intend to refine the desperation virus, establishing it as a standard serum for heroes joining our alliance. According to my estimations, individuals injected with the desperation virus could possess physical abilities at least 1/10 that of Captain America. Well, you have triumphed. Given your approach, it seems your crisis has been effectively averted. Hao Yun shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that in America, wealth indeed affords one a certain audacity. And what about the others? The SHIELD and the U.S. military, what are your plans? The others? Tony fell silent for a moment before casting a glance at the two and proposing, how about we establish a superhero alliance? He began to count on his fingers. Black Widow and Hawkeye are non-negotiable. As for the ordinary folk, we can easily substitute Happy, who has been injected with the serum. Dr. Banner would likely welcome an unlimited investment for his laboratory and a partnership to resolve his fugitive status. With the addition of the Thunder Knight and War Machine, two formidable forces, we possess both wealth and strength. I fail to see why we should still rely on that thoroughly infiltrated SHIELD. Tony's words brimmed with disdain for SHIELD, particularly since his father had perished due to their machinations. He was certain the future Captain America would staunchly protect Bucky, and he had no desire to collaborate with them. Moreover, with SHIELD itself in peril, Tony naturally would not place the hope of saving the world in their hands. Rhodey tapped the table, reminding Tony, don't forget about the mightiest Avenger, Thor. Oh, you mean him, Tony replied, feeling more confident. JARVIS. Just relayed news that a hammer has landed in New Mexico. I believe Hao Yun can resolve this and bring him to our side. Upon saying this, both Tony and Rhodey turned their gazes toward Hao Yun, who realized that the two had already made their decision. They were merely informing him. Huh, did they think he was so easily swayed? Recalling the events of Thor's first, second, and third installments concerning Asgard, he had no intention of getting involved. I'm not going, Hao Yun declared emphatically. On Earth, with the Ancient One bearing the blame. He had no fear of being ensnared by Asgard. Who knew what mischief Odin might be plotting? What if he was tasked with dealing with Hela? Regardless, with the likes of Jane Foster around, Thor would undoubtedly lend his assistance. I'm not going, absolutely not. $100 million. I'm not going. $300 million. No, $500 million, plus a villa with defenses personally designed by me. Tony's third offer was accompanied by terms that Hao Yun could hardly refuse. Deal. Hao Yun promptly stepped forward to shake Tony's hand. You're too kind. It's merely a trip to New Mexico to settle a family dispute. A trivial matter, really. He was certainly not coveting that $500 million. He simply wished to provide a secure home for his adoptive mother. Absolutely not. Tony raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Rhodey, their meanings laden with significance. New Mexico, USA. When Hao Yun arrived at the site where the hammer had fallen, it was already cordoned off by S.H.I.L.D., prohibiting anyone from entering. However, he had no intention of attempting to infiltrate the scene. After all, as long as he found Thor, everything would be straightforward, wouldn't it? Following the information provided by Tony, Hao Yun made his way to a small town adjacent to the hammer's landing site. As an intern for Stark Industries, he was there to oversee the investment in Dr. Selvig's astrophysics research project, representing the investors. Soon, through inquiries, he located Dr. Selvig's laboratory. He knocked on the door, which was opened by an exceptionally charming woman. Hey there, handsome. Who are you looking for? Upon seeing Hao Yun's unremarkable appearance, the woman tossed her hair, leaning slightly against the door frame, exuding an aura of allure and confidence. Hello, I'm an intern from Stark Industries, here to see Dr. Selvig. Upon hearing he was from Stark Industries, the woman's flirtatious demeanor instantly shifted, and she ushered him inside with a decidedly less cordial tone. Oh, so you're the one here to investigate the funding? Come on in. The doctor has been waiting for you. With Stark's financial backing, I can't help but wonder if you'll inform him once you return that the once heroic Tony Stark is no longer my idol. Chapter 18. The Woeful Prince. Daisy, clearly Dr. Eric Selvig, the head of the Astrophysics Institute, did not want his student-esque disciple to scare off the investor and quickly called her to account. Apologies. Daisy has been in town for too long and is feeling a bit homesick. Jane Foster rushed forward to apologize for her student, and Hao Yun smiled, indicating he bore no offense. In truth, he quite liked Daisy's straightforward and open nature. As an 18-year-old boy in an open society like America, he too wished to make the most of his first experience. Not a problem. I'm an astrophysics enthusiast myself. My visit to review funding is merely an excuse. I learned that Doctors Eric and Jane would soon make significant discoveries and wanted to be a part of it. His graceful demeanor, courteous words, and the non-existent reality of reviewing funding brought smiles to both their faces, particularly Jane, who had diverted considerable funds to create her specialized equipment. Now, not only was she not scrutinizing the funding, but she was also inviting him to participate in the experiment. Upon his return, she might even secure more funds. Welcome. Have you eaten yet? I can have Jane whip something up for you. No, I had something on the plane. By the way, today is the observation time, right? I can hardly wait. Indeed, he could hardly wait to meet Thor. Okay, let us go. Eric and Jane exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they set off. Throughout the journey, Eric and Jane were exceptionally polite to Hao Yun, whereas Daisy, who was somewhat less formal in the film, showed him no kindness at all. As night fell, the experimental vehicle was filled with a palpable tension, with everyone focused on fine-tuning the equipment. Even Hao Yun, merely there to observe, was beckoned by Eric to assist. Once all the equipment was secured, Jane activated a device that lit up, and the rapidly fluctuating energy readings brought smiles to Eric and Jane's faces, filled with delight. Can I turn on the radio? The only one sitting inside the vehicle, Daisy, feeling bored, turned to ask. No. Hao Yun raised his right hand to check the time. It was 10 p.m. Washington time. Thor should be dropping in soon. Another half hour passed, and the stagnant celestial phenomena caused Jane's expression to falter slightly, especially since Hao Yun's presence made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. If she failed to predict the phenomena in front of him, how could she continue to request funds from Stark Industries? Impossible. I've successfully predicted the last 17 events, accurate to the second. Jane, you're an astrophysicist, not a storm chaser, Eric advised her, while Daisy looked at Hao Yun with a puzzled expression. Logically, You should be the one most agitated by the failure. Why did she sense he seemed to be smiling? No, she succeeded in her predictions. It's merely that something unusual is interfering with the arrival of the storm. Hao Yun suddenly interjected, pointing toward the distant sky. In the sky, less than a kilometer away, a radiant arc of 7 colors pierced through the dark clouds, prompting Jian to leap onto the roof of the experimental vehicle. The energy detector aboard began to register a rapid increase in its readings, soaring to its peak in an instant. Run! Jian shouted in a state of urgency. As the vibrant colors intensified and the energy index climbed ever higher. In a reflexive response, Daisy, seated in the driver's seat, released the brake, and the test vehicle sped towards the approaching tornado. Above, swirling winds began to coalesce, and it was evident to all that within 3 minutes, a colossal tornado would inevitably take shape. Hurry faster, Jian urged excitedly, brandishing a small camera to capture Hao Yun's smile through the window as the rainbow bridge activated. Thor is here. Suddenly, a flash of fire descended from the sky, and a tremendous force gave rise to the tornado that swept across the scene. Daisy hastily maneuvered the vehicle to evade the chaos, but Jian was determined not to miss this scientific marvel and reached for the steering wheel. What are you doing? Drive into it, Daisy retorted, her voice filled with anger. I won't risk my life for just 6 credits. A fierce struggle ensued between the two as they vied for control of the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to lurch. Then, with a resounding crash, a figure slammed against the window. Instinctively, Daisy hit the brakes, and the whirlwind dissipated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Inside the vehicle, Daisy, Jian, and Eric exchanged glances. Had they just hit someone? They hurriedly exited to investigate the figure they had collided with. Hao Yun straightened his clothes, calmly stepping out of the back seat and approaching them. Where did this person come from? Please don't let him die. Jian crouched, shining a flashlight on the figure. A muscular man with golden hair who appeared unscathed, merely shaking his head as he lay on the ground and met Jian's gaze. A smirk crept onto Hao Yun's lips. Ah, this must be the moment Jian and Thor fell for each other at first sight. Where on earth did he come from? Jian questioned again, but no one could provide an answer. The only two who could. One was engrossed in the spectacle, while the other struggled to rise, shouting, Hammer! Hammer! Are you looking for Mjolnir? As Thor grew increasingly agitated, Eric suggested taking him to the hospital. Hao Yun, unable to contain himself, called out from a distance. Have you seen my hammer, mortal? Thor abruptly turned, glaring at Hao Yun, and charged towards him, intent on seizing his collar. But before he could take many steps, a wire shot from Daisy's hand, incapacitating Thor with a jolt from her stun gun. All eyes turned towards Daisy, and Hao Yun gave her a thumbs up. Kid, congratulations. You've accomplished what the Frost Giants couldn't. Daisy widened her eyes defiantly. What? He scared me. Besides, I was protecting our investor. Enough. Let us get him to the hospital, Jian said irritably, shooting Daisy a look before signaling for Eric and Hao Yun to help lift Thor into the experimental vehicle. After they laboriously loaded Thor, Hao Yun instructed Daisy to drive straight back to the laboratory. No need for the hospital. Just go to the lab. I know who he is, and I'll explain when we get back. You really know? Jian asked skeptically, while Eric's expression mirrored his doubts. He was hit by a car. Are you sure you know him? ISNT, he your enemy? I really do know. Let's just go back. When he wakes up, you'll understand. Hao Yun closed his eyes, ignoring the trio's protests. It was truly unfortunate for Thor. Hao Yun felt embarrassed to admit he was a god. Oh, Prince, you are indeed the worst god I have ever encountered. Chapter 19, Double Trouble with Thor. The experimental vehicle swiftly returned to the Research Institute, where Hao Yun and Eric carried Thor back to the bed, unceremoniously dropping him down, just like dropping rice, ensuring it's fluffy and stable enough to stack high. Now, tell us, who exactly is he? Without waiting for a breather or a sip of water, Jian Foster positioned herself opposite Hao Yun with her camera ready. The screen displayed a figure swirling within the tornado. It's clear to anyone that a human cannot survive in a tornado, especially after being struck by a van. Hao Yun, do you truly know who he is? Seeing the screen, Eric furrowed his brow. As a top astrophysicist with past dealings with D, he felt a sense of caution rising within him. He was aware of many secrets unknown to the average person, such as Inhumans. Of course, he is not an ordinary person, just as I am not. Hao Yun tapped his chest, revealing a hidden new element reactor that unleashed a swarm of nanobots, enveloping him and forming a perfect suit of iron armor. The sci-fi spectacle left the three of them utterly dumbfounded. Ah, Daisy gasped. Tony Stark has actually developed nanotechnology armor? He truly deserves to be my idol. How is that possible? Nanotechnology is still in its infancy. Is this alien technology? Eric exclaimed, eagerly examining the armor on Hao Yun with a fervent admiration that resembled that of a besotted scientist. Well, he is indeed exceptional, and this only showcases his brilliance in creating nanotechnology. The only one genuinely interested in astrophysics, Jian, struggled to suppress her impulse to rush forward and maintained her composure. So what? It's just technology. And what about this? Hao Yun pointed at his chest, retracting the armor and snapping his fingers, causing a flash of blue lightning to streak through the room. How is that possible? There's no device on you that could generate lightning. Jian, now visibly agitated, rushed over to inspect Hao Yun's fingers. Hao Yun mischievously released a bit of electrical charge, causing all three of his companions to shiver with excitement at the sensation. After much effort, they finally settled back on the sofa, and Jian could no longer contain her curiosity. What on earth is happening? Is Earth still the familiar planet I once knew? The Earth has existed for 6 billion years. We haven't even fully understood our own bodies. Is it surprising that the Earth harbors some secrets? Hao Yun quipped, gesturing towards the unconscious figure on the bed. For instance, he is the legendary mythological character, the Prince of Asgard, who once helped the Earth fend off the frost giants. Thor. What? All three gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, especially Daisy, who exclaimed, "He-s the god of thunder? How could he be knocked out by my stun gun?" About that, Hao Yun admitted sheepishly, scratching his nose. Perhaps he should now be referred to as the god of hammers? You know how much he adores his hammer. The trio exchanged incredulous glances, as Hao Yun couldn't be bothered to continue explaining. After all, the current Thor was nothing short of a buffoon, and it was said online that among the Marvel Universe, the Asgardians comprise half of the comedic characters. The next morning, Hao Yun was roused from his slumber by the commotion in the living room. Where am I? Who are you? How dare you attack the Prince of Asgard? Who gave you the audacity? The door swung open, revealing Thor bellowing at Eric. As for Jane and Daisy, perhaps their subconscious held them back from expressing anger towards a potential future partner. Hao Yun, you are finally awake. Hurry up and explain, Jane exclaimed, pulling Hao Yun in front of Thor. The events of the previous day had been so fantastical that perhaps only someone equally extraordinary could address them, like a Stark Industries investor capable of wielding lightning. Hao Yun yawned, seemingly indifferent, and remarked, "Your tempers are rather forgiving. If it were me, I would have had Daisy knock him unconscious. After all, he is merely a mortal stripped of his divine powers." Exactly. I said to knock him out, but you didn't believe me. Daisy chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. If Jane hadn't stopped me, I would have drawn my stun gun already. Thor glared fiercely at Daisy, realizing that she was the one who had rendered him unconscious the night before. Yet his attention shifted back to the man before him, curious as to how he knew about his loss of powers. "Mortal, who are you? How do you know I've been stripped of my divine abilities?" I am the god of thunder." Hao Yun thought of teasing Thor, flicking his fingers to conjure a spark of electricity. "See, I can also wield lightning. Perhaps I am more suited to the title of god of thunder than you are." Thor fell silent, especially as he observed the flickering electric spark in Hao Yun's hand. His expression darkened, as if he had come to a grave realization. "Why, you are my brother, son of Odin?" After a prolonged silence, Thor begrudgingly uttered a statement that nearly dropped Hao Yun's jaw in disbelief. "So, you consider me the illegitimate child of Odin? Is that truly how you view your father?" "Not at all," Hao Yun retorted bluntly, offering no kindness in his response. "I am a human, a pure one. Then how can you wield divine powers?" Thor lunged forward, gripping Hao Yun's hand tightly. "You must be the child of the All-Father. Otherwise, how could he have bestowed the power of thunder upon you? Return it to me. I am a prince of Asgard. I am a god of thunder." Suddenly, a bolt of electricity zipped past Hao Yun, striking Thor and producing a cacophony of high-voltage sounds. Everyone turned to see Daisy, who nonchalantly remarked, "Why are you all looking at me? He scared me." Hao Yun silently gave a thumbs up, applauding Daisy's impressive takedown of Thor. When Thor regained consciousness, he was notably quieter, seated on the sofa, though still positioned a fair distance from Daisy, essentially one side of the room versus the door. Ahem! Hao Yun stifled a laugh. "So, has the Prince of Asgard calmed down? Wait until I retrieve Mjolnir, and I will, Thor began to boast. Reclining on the bed while still spouting bravado, Daisy walked past Hao Yun, brandishing her stun gun in a gesture of retaliation, causing Thor to swallow his words. Hao Yun shook his head in exasperation, marveling at how the renowned comic relief of Marvel had been cast down to earth by Odin, seemingly without concern for his dignity. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Thor, why have you come to Earth? Do you not already know? I was cast down by Father after losing my divine powers. Thor retorted, his eyes wide with irritation. Do not pretend you haven't heard. You clearly know what I said to them. How hypocritical the people of Midgard are. Except, of course, for that beautiful, kind girl. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Jane. Hao Yun covered his face, bemused. This guy had been knocked down twice, yet still pursued romance. Truly the essence of an Asgardian god. In truth, your powers are merely sealed, not entirely stripped away. He contemplated revealing the plot of Thor 1 to Thor, but just as he was about to divulge Odin's intentions, everything around them abruptly froze in time. Nearby, Daisy held a tilted cup of soda, the liquid suspended within. Eric's spinning pen hovered around his thumb. Everything appeared as if time itself had come to a standstill. No. Upon witnessing the golden sparks of a portal before him, he realized that time had indeed been halted. The Ancient One stepped through the portal, hands raised in a mystical gesture, a green glow pulsating from her chest. Ancient One, Hao Yun said respectfully, rising to acknowledge the guardian who had dedicated millennia to protecting Earth's life. Hao Yun Potts, you must not disclose the matters of Asgard to Thor. The Ancient One instructed, ruffling Hao Yun's hair gently. Why not? Hao Yun questioned, perplexed. The Ancient One smiled slightly. Asgard is the protector of the 9 realms. Their every action intertwines with the fates of countless beings. Odin has spent thousands of years orchestrating the current arrangement. Your unwarranted interference could draw the attention of formidable powers. But Thor will one day become a member of the Avengers. Hao Yun hesitated, his meaning clear. Wouldn't he, having more allies, be preferable to relying on a crippled Asgard? No, he is a god. Gods only show compassion for mortals. They do not become one of them. Moreover, the Avengers are no longer present. Are they? The Ancient One smiled. The Earth should have its own heroes and guardians, rather than placing hope on beings from other realms. After a brief pause, she seemed to sense her words were somewhat harsh, and continued. Of course, should you insist on altruism and wish to reveal Asgard's future, I will not intervene. I will do my best to help you conceal it. After all, it is for the sake of Earth. With that, the portal behind the Ancient One opened once more. As the sparks dissipated, time resumed its course. The soda flowed, and the pen continued to spin. Hao Yun sat silently on the sofa, deep in thought. While the Ancient One had consoled him regarding the future of Earth, she had personally warned him concerning Thor's fate. Clearly, the entanglements surrounding Thor were too intricate and could significantly influence his plans for the future. However, seeking Asgard's aid was one of his intentions for the future. In an instant, Hao Yun found himself in a conundrum. In the living room, Thor, unable to contain himself, shouted at Hao Yun, his reckless nature overshadowing Daisy's threat. Where are my powers? Tell me. With a zap, the electricity crackled once more. Eric, Hao Yun, and Jane Foster turned their gazes towards Daisy, who was about to explain, but the trio interrupted in unison. We know he startled you. Upon waking for the 3rd time, Thor immediately distanced himself from Daisy. Indeed, he kept a significant distance. Hao Yun made no move to engage Thor, allowing Jane to interact. After all, Jane was destined to become Thor's girlfriend and would ultimately aid him in reclaiming Mjolnir. There was no need for him to meddle. He needed to contemplate how best to approach Asgard. One evident truth was that Asgard had never regarded Earthlings as equals, viewing them instead as mere tenants in their domain, much like a landlord to a tenant. Life and death were inconsequential, their demeanor decidedly dismissive. This state of affairs would only begin to change after the events of Thor, Ragnarok. Perhaps he should also consider reaching out to Hela? Perhaps, under certain conditions, Earth could earn her acknowledgement and support. Moreover, from a ruler's perspective, it was clear that a composed Hela possessed greater wisdom and was far more suited to the throne, provided one could overpower her, of course. Hao Yun sat in contemplation within his room, while outside, to everyone's surprise, Thor and Jane's conversations grew increasingly harmonious. Colorful bubbles gradually enveloped them, while Eric and Daisy indulged in a feast of affection. In merely an afternoon, comprising lunch and dinner, The once brash, Thor tempered his impetuousness and his inherent generosity, coupled with tales of Asgard's divine affairs, captivated the trio, earning their trust. Daisy even holstered her stun gun, asserting her resolve never to wield a weapon against friends. When Hao Yun, still perplexed, stepped out to seek solitude, Jane surprisingly approached him, suggesting a stroll with Thor. A subtle smile crept upon Hao Yun's lips. Was this an excursion to view the mighty Mjolnir? That seemed fitting, as he wished to minimize his interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. Once the narrative of Thor concluded, he would sign in. Go ahead, I shall remain at the lab. Rest assured, I will prepare dinner. Do inform me, should anything arise. After they departed, Hao Yun contacted Tony for his thoughts. You say the sorcerers are obstructing you? Indeed, Thor's connections are extensive. And with the All-Father orchestrating events from behind the scenes, it is advisable to refrain from disclosing too much. Well, heed the Sorcerer's Council. They have safeguarded Earth for millennia. Surprisingly, Tony concurred with Master Wong's perspective. By the way, I shall visit New Mexico tomorrow to witness the divine armor firsthand. Do exercise caution. You are quite susceptible to being overwhelmed at present, Hao Yun warned before ending the call and meandering through the quaint town. Alas, the locations for signing in during Thor's first adventure were scant, most residing in Asgard. It appeared that once the events of the Avengers unfolded, he would need to consider a journey to another planet. Chapter 21, The Destroyer. That night, reminiscent of a film from a bygone era, Thor failed to reclaim his enchanted hammer, believing Odin to be fallen, and ultimately spent the night with Jane Foster outside the lab. The following morning, as Thor and Jane prepared breakfast, before the arrival of the Warriors 3, a streak of fire descended from the heavens. Boom! With a resounding thud, Tony Stark arrived in his classic Iron Man landing pose. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Daisy exclaimed, immediately recognizing the armored figure. Care for an autograph? The armor's front automatically parted, revealing Tony Stark clad in casual attire and sneakers. As he passed by Daisy, he even paused a sign for her, his demeanor decidedly flamboyant. Who is he? Thor furrowed his brow at Tony, his expression one of discontent. Let me introduce myself. Tony interjected dismissively, appraising Thor with contempt. So you're Thor? The 5,000-year-old prince of Asgard who has yet to mature? Boom! Enraged, Thor overturned the table before him. Mortal, you dare insult a god. Oh, a god. Tony continued to mock. A god whose powers are sealed, reduced to a mere mortal? Frankly, I doubt your ability to safeguard the 9 realms with that simplistic, reckless mind of yours. His words struck deep, leaving the previously wounded Thor speechless. Hao Yun showed no inclination to intervene. Indeed, compared to Iron Man, Thor appeared quite juvenile. Otherwise, he wouldn't be contemplating an alliance with Hela in the future. After all, a righteous protagonist could be just as enticing as a villain. You, Thor. Thor. Just as Thor prepared to retort, a voice called out from outside the lab. Everyone looked up to see the Warriors 3 approaching. Hao Yun's expression shifted as he exchanged glances with Tony, both hastily donning their armor and rushing outside. Eric, Jane, Daisy, swiftly evacuate the civilians. The mightiest weapon of Asgard has arrived. The mightiest weapon? The Destroyer? Sif looked puzzled, then displayed a hint of disdain. The All-Father's armor? How could it possibly arrive in Midgard without a wielder? Boom! Before Sif could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. As they gazed towards the commotion, a colossal armored figure, spewing flames of energy, advanced toward the town. Sif's face flushed red, her embarrassment palpable. However, no one present noticed her discomfort. Thor and his companions were more concerned about the town's safety, following Hao Yun and Tony's lead as they bolted from the lab. Damn, that is the All-Father's armor. Not something mere mortals of Midgard can contend with. Sif, please, attempt to intercept it. Certainly, my prince. It appears we're to fight side by side once more. Sif exclaimed with excitement, brandishing her great sword. Asgardians relish the thrill of combat with formidable foes. The Destroyer was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary they had yet to face. I shall refrain from joining. My powers are sealed, rendering me a mere mortal. I will instead focus on saving lives, Thor lamented. Sif regarded him with a mixture of disappointment and admiration. Thor, at this moment, you embody the essence of Asgard's king. Is that so? Thor scratched his head. I have learned much during my time in Midgard, he replied, casting a glance toward Jane. Sif followed his gaze, her expression shifting as she barked at her companions. Prepare yourselves, onward. On the battlefield, Tony Stark led the charge, unleashing an energy blast upon spotting the destroyer armor. Yet, after the blast, only a palm-sized dent remained, failing to inflict any substantial damage. "What in the world is this?" Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration. This armor proved excessively resilient. To be fair, his repulsor rays had undergone numerous enhancements since Hao Yun had first spoken of the future, now potent enough to pierce heavy tank armor. But to merely leave a dent? It restored itself almost instantaneously. Wasn't it said that in Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame, even Bucky wielding an automatic rifle could wreak havoc? The Allfather's armor is forged from URU metal, renowned for its remarkable resilience, serving as Odin's most formidable ally in battle. Hao Yun explained as he flew beside Tony in the upgraded nanotech suit, which he had specifically instructed to don a silver-white hue rather than the ostentatious gold of Tony's. Unless a finishing move is executed to utterly destroy the armor, it will recover from any damage in no time. "All right, let me test the latest developed laser," Tony declared, steeling himself as two high-energy laser emitters materialized on his wrists. With swift precision, he unleashed the beams, creating a fissure on the armor surface. Unfortunately, the high-energy laser could only breach the outermost layer, and within moments, the armor had wholly restored itself. "This won't do. My most potent weapon is the laser. Hao Yun, do you have any alternative solutions?" After two failed attempts, Loki, controlling the destroyer, became aware of their presence. With a swift turn of his head, a massive red energy cannon was unleashed toward Tony. While maneuvering to evade the attack, Tony shouted to Hao Yun, "This thing is too tough. It's simply beyond the capabilities of Earth-S weaponry." He inwardly trembled at the thought, if future adversaries bore such armor, what was the point of forming an alliance? Perhaps surrender would be more prudent. "I'll give it a shot. Tony, keep it occupied." Hao Yun silently uttered. The sky is shattered, as his right hand's nano-battle armor swiftly extended, forming a 3-meter-long electromagnetic cannon. Subsequently, he tossed a coin, which, upon descending, flickered with electric light, channeling the full force of 5 electrical shocks into his body. "The electric spark that dances at your fingertips is my unwavering faith." Super electromagnetic cannon, transformed. The coin could not withstand even a minuscule moment of 0.000000001 seconds within the electromagnetic channel before being transformed into liquid metal by the immense electromagnetic energy and shot forth with great velocity. Boom! The high-energy, high-temperature, high-speed electromagnetic projectile was launched at 100-fold sonic speed, striking Loki, who wielded the Eternal Spear, squarely at the neck. He felt a jolt, nearly severing his connection with the destroyer. Damn it! Loki gritted his teeth, exerting force on the Eternal Spear. How could such a powerful being exist in Midgard? And from where did that flying ant come? Was that planet not the backyard of Asgard? With complete concentration, he infused divine power into the Eternal Spear, linking it to the destroyer. Who was he? The Prince of Asgard, the god of mischief, Loki. He would never be defeated by a mere mortal. Chapter 22. The Resurrection of the Thunder God. Huffing and panting, Hao Yun supported himself on his knees, gazing at the battlefield center where the destroyer's head, which was almost severed, rapidly restored itself to its original state. Damn, with such regenerative power, who among us can stand against the destroyer? Even Tony, the most resilient and tenacious of them all, found himself at a loss. From within the helmet transformed by nano-robots, Tony's voice came through. "Buy us some time. We are no match for it right now." "Understood." Hao Yun fell silent for a moment, his voice heavy with agreement. Indeed, even the aged Odin was a celestial being who had survived for over 10,000 years, a presence that traversed the cosmos. How long had it been since Hao Yun awakened his abilities? Just over a year, and he expected to rival millennia of experience? Even with cheats, that was preposterous. Did he truly believe he was Saitama practicing basic exercises? He was not even bald. In the ensuing moments, Hao Yun and Tony relied on the agility of their armors to delay time, during which 4 bumbling Asgardians appeared, only to be swatted away by the destroyer. Upon learning that the 4 were renowned warriors of Asgard, Tony regained some confidence, managing to do at least a small good deed. Meanwhile, Thor and the researchers, along with the knocked-back Asgardians, hastened to evacuate the townsfolk. However, the buildings within the town crumbled under Loki's reckless manipulation of energy, leaving nothing but ruins. "Hao Yun, my energy is nearly depleted." In the sky, Tony, just managing to evade the destroyer's energy blast with a serpentine maneuver delivered a rather ominous message. Hao Yun glanced at the time. Only 30 minutes had passed. Damn it, Tony, are you a 3-second man? A new element reactor, and you can only hold out this long? You need to retreat back to the lab. I'll handle the rest. In a swift motion, Hao Yun surged forward, his armored hands rapidly transforming to form a massive tower shield, bracing against the destroyer's swinging arm. Looking at the sky, the blazing sun shone down without a cloud in sight. He could not unleash a devastating strike. He would have to endure physically. The tower shield melted, transforming into 2 enormous gauntlets. Hao Yun shouted, pouring every ounce of strength into his blows, electric currents coursing through his body, invigorating his muscles while amplifying the impact. Boom! Boom! The destroyer's armor was forced back, and taking advantage of his size, Hao Yun struck at its knees, crushing the hollow leg armor, forged from URU, into a flat disc. Alas, the divine mark embedded in the armor allowed it to effortlessly revert to its original form, suffering no damage whatsoever. Its only utility seemed to be trading power and energy for time. However, compared to close combat, Hao Yun's limited experience gleaned from films and anime paled in comparison. At the lab, upon witnessing Hao Yun resorting to raw physical strength, Tony realized he too was nearing his limits. No, he is Pepper's nephew. He is the future of Earth. I cannot allow Hao Yun to perish here. J.A.R.V.E.S. Activate the armor despite the insufficient energy. Sir, it is not advisable to continue fighting. Only 5 energy remains. Silence. Activate the armor and engage melee mode. Tony bellowed. This was Earth. Iron Man was not dead yet, and no one would trespass on his homeland. You cannot go. Your weapons are out of energy. Thor blocked Tony's path, unwilling to watch Earthlings perish beneath Asgardian armor. Thor! Tony yanked Thor's collar, gesturing to the surrounding ruins, and shouted, Your Asgardian affair should be resolved by you. This is Earth, not your territory. Go back. You gods bring only scars to Earth. The people of Earth do not welcome you. With a forceful shove, Tony sent Thor staggering, regaining control of his armor and charging once more. Smack! The destroyer swung its right arm, sending Tony, already drained of energy, crashing back. Yet, he did not hesitate, charging again. Thor watched as Hao Yun valiantly resisted the destroyer, and as Tony repeatedly got knocked back only to rush forward again, he seemed to grasp the essence of guardianship. To protect one's race, one's planet, and one's people, perhaps. True guardianship is the essence of kingship. Enough, Loki. I said enough. Thor stepped forward, blocking Tony and Hao Yun from charging into danger once more, standing resolutely before the destroyer. In Asgard's healing hall, Odin, in the midst of the Odin sleep, stirred slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. A blend of relief and sorrow. Brother, no matter how I wronged you, whether I led you down this path, I apologize. These people are innocent. Slaughtering them will not bring you glory. If you must kill, take me instead. Let us cease this conflict. The destroyer halted, its energy-gathering body regaining its original hue. And then, with a swift turn, its left palm struck Thor's head, sending him flying several meters. Meanwhile, Hao Yun smiled, discreetly signaling Tony. At the base where Mjolnir resided, researchers suddenly cried out, detecting the energy levels of the Thunder God's hammer surging to unprecedented heights. In mere seconds, the energy readings reached nuclear explosion levels. Whoosh! Just as the energy peaked, researchers fled the base in panic, fearing the hammer would explode. Mjolnir soared skyward, bursting through the roof, hurtling toward Thor's location. On the ground, Thor, having been knocked back, suddenly raised his arm, gripping it tightly. Crack! With a thunderous roar, lightning struck, and Thor stood defiantly. Scales of armor emerging from his body. The Prince of Asgard, the Thunder God, had returned. Elsewhere, Hao Yun, alongside Tony, stealthily retreated to Jane's side. With Thor revived, it seemed prudent to leave the task of defeating the destroyer to the gods. Can he do it? Tony glanced anxiously at Thor wielding the hammer as he ascended into the sky. Despite the grandeur of the spectacle, with lightning strikes and whirlwinds, JARVI's calculations indicated that Thor's single energy output could not surpass Hao Yun's super electromagnetic cannon. But there is no need for concern, Hao Yun reassured Tony. The seal is broken. This signifies Odin's awakening. Do you think Odin's son would falter against Odin's armor? It is all merely a performance. Subsequently, Hao Yun reminded Tony, do not forget, once the destroyer armor shatters, gather some scraps. The metal used in its forging is far superior to titanium alloy. Chapter 23. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern deities. There is no need to elaborate on the following events. Thor, the god of thunder, struck the destroyer down with a single blow, then accompanied Jane Foster to indulge in their affections, while the four warriors of Asgard returned to Asgard. Only Hao Yun and Tony remained behind to collect the fragments of the destroyer. This metal possesses remarkable toughness and exceptional energy conductivity. Tony casually picked up a piece of debris for testing, exclaiming in delight, and began to gather more vigorously with the aid of his armor. Of course, URU metal is a magical metal. In the realm of magic, it is akin to vibranium on the technological side. Hao Yun, while voicing his admiration, directed his nanorobots to scour the vicinity, ensuring every piece of URU metal was secured in his system backpack. However, before they could finish collecting every fragment, 4 black jeeps approached from a distance, halting directly in front of them. One of the vehicle doors swung open, revealing a familiar face, the high-forehead agent from SHIELD Coulson. Gentlemen, these fragments belong to SHIELD, Coulson stated politely yet firmly. Oh, could you enlighten me on what SHIELD contributed during the battle? Were you merely shouting from the sidelines? Or do you intend to seize my spoils? Stark? Tony Stark posed his rhetorical questions, particularly amused by the notion of shouting from the sidelines, which elicited a chuckle from Hao Yun. No achievements, no intelligence, no organization, yet you wish to claim the spoils? That is utterly absurd. Mr. Stark, SHIELD is a global council organization responsible for exceptional events. Thor's actions pertain to an alien invasion. You speak, I listen, Tony remarked, analyzing the atomic structure of a piece of URU metal while discussing the optimization of metal efficiency with Hao Yun. Coulson's expression darkened. This behavior was rather dismissive of him. Indeed, unlike the original narrative where Tony benefited from SHIELD's assistance on several occasions, today's SHIELD have been forewarned of Hydra's infiltration and implicated in the death of Tony's father. Recently, they were also discovered sending agents to infiltrate. In a word, Tony's perception of the American government was far more favorable than that of SHIELD. Moreover, considering the impending Sokovia Accords, it was decided that Tony and Hao Yun would independently establish a civilian Earth Guardians alliance. As for the official entities, they could remain as distant as possible. Tony, you cannot. Are we not well acquainted? Please address me as Mr. Stark. Tony Stark abruptly turned, pointing a finger at Coulson's chest, and declared, remember, on that day, when you sought to expose Hao Yun's identity, I already held a strong disliking for you. Coulson was rendered speechless, while Hao Yun suppressed a laugh. Even Spider-Man, taught by Uncle Ben about righteousness, dare not reveal his identity in front of officials for fear of repercussions. What more could be expected of him? In this life? With Angel and Pepper supporting him, Hao Yun was no mere ordinary Spider-Man from a mundane household. He had no need for the paltry funds provided by the authorities. Having gathered enough, let us depart. The remaining bits are merely scraps, not worth the effort. Hao Yun nodded at Tony, retracting the nanorobots from their tasks and sealing the system backpack. Tony cast a longing glance at the disappearing nanorobots and backpack. He was determined to develop space-folding technology and nanorobots in due time. Then let us go. My private jet awaits. We shall fly over. The two donned their armor once more, flames igniting from their hands and feet as they disregarded the presence of SHIELD personnel. Once they had departed, Coulson helplessly dialed the director's number, relaying the situation in New Mexico. Return. Tony Stark, I will handle the situation. You are not to appear before him. Understood, Director. Coulson hung up with a weary smile, lamenting, had it not been for your decision, I would not have to play the villain. My persona is that of a kind-hearted agent. Before leaving, Hao Yun found a moment to sign in at the site where the hammer had fallen, then boarded the plane back to Los Angeles. On the flight, Hao Yun closed his eyes, feigning sleep while checking his system. Time flew swiftly. In a year, Marvel's first major event would be upon them, and he needed to assess his inventory and ability reserves. Firstly, there were Angel and Pepper, along with Baymax and the accompanying armor. With Tony's new reactor as energy, tests indicated that earlier models of the Mark 7 armor stood no chance. Perfect. Next were the allies. War Machine had officially joined under the Military S banner. Tony had successfully researched all the armors from Mark I to Mark XLII, and further advancements would require additional time and materials, making the current stage flawless. Additionally, he had already dispatched someone to Brazil to connect with Dr. Banner, anticipating that a formidable hero would soon join their ranks. Looking at his personal panel, host, Haoyun physique, peak human physique abilities, 5 electrocutions items, 1 cubic meter of nanorobots, a weakened version of the super god gene, a Baymax robot with combat components, and 1 Thor. Baymax was for his mother, and the gene was reserved for a future girlfriend. Thus, what he could utilize were the nanorobots and Thor. Wait, Thor? Haoyun swallowed hard. There should not be as he imagined, right? Checking the system log. Marvel's iconic scene. The unliftable hammer, sign-in successful, acquired 1 Thor from the Ten-Cold universe. By the heavens, it truly was Thor. Overcome with excitement, Haoyun could not help but leap from his seat, drawing a bewildered glance from Tony, who wondered what had come over him. Haoyun, mind your demeanor. We are individuals of status. Tony, I just remembered. I can find a remarkably powerful ally. Haoyun excitedly grasped Tony's hand, unable to reveal the system outright, opting instead to mention an old acquaintance. What? Tony's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Could his girlfriend's nephew truly be losing his mind? Yes, a dog. A dog as powerful as Thor. Haoyun recounted a tale from when he was 3 years old, a kind child who rescued a pitiful stray dog, unaware that it was a celestial creature from a multidimensional universe with immense lightning powers. Tony listened in astonishment, feeling as though struck by lightning. Good heavens, as a scientist, I believe in the existence of multidimensional realms and the possibility of a pantheon of northern deities. But a dog becoming a god, especially with the blessing of the king of gods to repay a kindness, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Could he, Tony Stark, be so easily convinced? Finally, as they disembarked from the plane, a small, adorable dog draped in a red cape appeared before them, wielding a hammer and summoning lightning to crack the ground, creating a 1-meter-wide crater. Tony could no longer doubt. What was its name? Half an hour later, Tony scratched the dog's chin while seated in a special car, glancing at Haoyun in the passenger seat. Haoyun remained silent, simply snapping his fingers. The dog stood upright, the hammer of thunder glowing with electric light, its cape fluttering behind it. With one paw, it pressed against the speaker on its chest. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern deities. Chapter 24. The beloved Thor, the god of thunder. Upon returning to Stark Tower, within a day, Thor, the god of thunder, endeared himself to everyone. Even Angel, Haoyun's mother, and Colonel Rhodes from the military could not resist taking a leave of absence to join Tony in welcoming Thor. Thus, Thor became the beloved mascot and the most formidable hero of the team. As night fell, a multitude of distinguished guests arrived, including Alaskan Huskies and Akitas, much to Thor's delight, as he barked excitedly, unable to find Angel. Meanwhile, the 2 women, Angel and Pepper, were utterly thrilled, turning the scene into a veritable pet carnival. Haoyun and Tony, holding their glasses, sat aside, calling Rhodes to discuss the formation of an alliance. We have enough people now. It is time to establish an organization dedicated to maintaining peace externally, Tony stated. We currently have 4 members. No, 3 people and 1 dog, each capable of standing against an army. This loose arrangement is untenable. We need our own base and organization. Tony, you must think carefully. Establishing an organization is no trivial matter, Rhodes cautioned. For now, the situation is manageable. I am a military colonel, and you are a supplier of arms to the military, allowing us to coexist harmoniously. However, forming an organization implies having our own needs and objectives, and our formidable strength would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Unspoken but understood among the 3 was that Tony's armor had already raised suspicions within the military. The formation of an organization was imperative, yet they could adopt a clever approach by refraining from involvement in political or military affairs. The Alliance's mission should solely focus on extraterrestrial invasions, Tony mused, tapping the table thoughtfully. The plot of Captain America, Civil War, which Haoyun had previously shared with him, prompted him to be wary of public opinion. After all, The philosophical dilemma of sacrificing 100 lives to save 1,000 should not arise within the alliance. You also need to consider one point. What if the United Nations does not believe us? Hao Yin reminded Tony. If they refuse to evacuate civilians and casualties mount in war, the blame will inevitably fall on the alliance. We can explain ourselves once or twice, but if it happens repeatedly, public trust in us will plummet. Then let them issue a request for assistance. Without such a declaration, we shall not intervene, Tony replied, though this would likely lead them to be absorbed into an official organization. I've already thought of a reason. Only by joining the official ranks can we provide timely support on the battlefield. For the sake of the public, can you not sacrifice a little? Hao Yun shrugged, having seen too much political maneuvering in films from his past life. For their own political gain and interests, they would not hesitate to launch a nuclear strike on New York, let alone the alliance. What do you suggest then? We cannot actively propose the Superhuman Registration Act. Can we? Tony huffed, putting down his glass in exasperation. With the Chitauri invasion imminent within a year, they could not afford to wait for SHLD to intervene. Moreover, when has any violent agency escaped vilification? The U.S. police and military are constantly criticized. Once SHILD becomes public, it will be scrutinized daily. Two options remain. First, we could emulate Kamar Taj and quietly protect humanity without revealing ourselves to the common folk. Hao Yin glanced at Tony oddly. But this plan has already been dismissed by our Iron Man. Being a hero means being forthright. Lurking in the shadows is far less interesting, Tony asserted, raising his glass in a distant toast to Pepper, exuding nonchalance. Both Rhodes and Hao Yun scoffed in unison, clearly unimpressed. Second, we could collaborate with the authorities, perhaps with SHILD or the military. I oppose. Rhodes interjected vehemently. Organizations are sluggish, actions hindered, and bureaucratic tendencies are rife. They are utterly unsuited for the alliance's needs. Even your military? Tony implied, to which Rhodes retorted without hesitation, of course. Look at the Hulk and the Abomination. This time, it was a military insider revealing the flaws, and Rhodes' prescient words extinguished any lingering interest Tony and Hao Yun had in cooperating with the authorities. Then we have only one last option, Hao Yun mused, stroking his chin. We shall be a purely civilian organization. In times of crisis, we will only save lives, leaving all combat-related matters to the officials. If they cannot hold their ground and call for aid, only then shall we intervene. What about political condemnation? Tony posed the same question. They will surely denounce us for having the capability to end the war prematurely, yet remaining inactive. Saving the world is not our responsibility. Hao Yin pointed out, gesturing to the group. We have a professor, the world's richest man, students, and veterans. After contributing so much in taxes, are we not entitled to be protected by the government? Hao Yin spread his hands, feigning innocence. Tony and Rhodes paused, realizing that they were not SHILD, the guardians of peace. Thus, combat had little to do with them. That means we must revise the nature of the alliance, Tony contemplated. He had initially envisioned forming a superhero team akin to the Avengers, but now recognized that saving the world was a lofty endeavor, one that did not concern them directly. As long as the alliance does not involve combat, then the blame cannot be pinned on us, he concluded. How about we call ourselves the Extraterrestrial Research Institute, a civilian alliance dedicated to the study of aliens? Tony proposed a name that entirely sidestepped any notions of battle or world saving. That sounds inappropriate, Rhodes replied, a retired veteran. One could hardly assign him a security position. Hao Yun advised Tony. The term institute sounds overly grand. Only you and Banner might be suitable for it. The others are either agents or soldiers, lacking in intellectual prowess. What about the Cold Jokes Development Society? I assure you, my cold jokes are top-notch. Shut it. Both exclaimed in unison, quelling Rhodes' absurd notion. I suggest we call ourselves the Illuminati, illuminating the world as we explore new energy sources, alien technology, and battlefield combat, wishing that light may forever shine upon Earth. Hao Yun proposed a name reminiscent of an organization from Marvel Comics, not particularly favorable. The Illuminati? Tony stroked his chin, glancing at Rhodes, who pondered before reluctantly agreeing. That name is acceptable, but you truly won't consider the cold jokes? Then it is decided. Our organization's name shall be the Illuminati. Chapter 25. The year 2012 has arrived. In the following year, no significant events transpired. Tony established a new energy company, remained at home researching Hao Yun's nanobots, and occasionally donned his armor to maintain his popularity. Hao Yun diligently stayed at school, fully developing his existing abilities. Rhodes and Banner joined the Illuminati, overseeing the construction of a new base. In brief, Earth was safe, New York was secure, and no major incidents occurred, with only minor skirmishes in Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, Jane's mentor, Dr. Eric Selvig, was taken by S.H.I.L.D. to their base for research on the Tesseract. As the day of the Illuminati meeting arrived, Tony, having just completed the new Star Tower in New York, naturally chose the tower as the venue for their gathering. That night, the reception hall of the tower bustled with guests, and the members of the Illuminati gathered around a coffee table, engaging in conversation. Dr. Banner, how goes your integration with the Hulk? How long do you estimate it will take for complete integration? Upon joining the Illuminati, Dr. Banner was swiftly ushered into the laboratory by Tony to investigate the matter of personality integration. According to the latest research, Hulk has become increasingly accustomed to accepting Banner's persona, indicating that complete integration is not far off. Tony is quite concerned about this. While the increasingly powerful Hulk is formidable, he prefers the slightly weaker, yet intellectually astute Green Doctor. Raising his glass, Banner joyfully clinked it with Tony's and replied, "At most a month, and we shall resolve the integration issue completely." "Thank you, Tony." "No need for thanks. As friends, we ought to assist each other," Tony responded, lifting his glass in return. The Illuminati now boasts Iron Man, War Machine, Thunder Knight, Hyun Bozy, White Nightmare, Angel Bozy, Thor, and a dog. Adding a wise Green Doctor to the mix opens limitless possibilities for the future. As for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has yet to make an appearance. Can we rely on Coulson and the infiltrating agent Natasha? It's a mere fantasy. Does he think Iron Man lacks clout? Alert! Anomaly detected. Hao Yun's watch suddenly blared a warning, his expression darkening as he addressed Tony. With 2012 approaching, to preempt any sudden incursions by Loki, Tony Stark had launched a satellite. To assist, Hao Yun deployed nanorobots under his control to monitor remote areas. Indeed, an incident has arisen. "But, halt! Everyone, let's head to the conference room," Tony commanded, his expression shifting dramatically. He promptly gathered the members of the Illuminati and led them to the conference room. Hao Yun patted his chest, and a swarm of black nanorobots emerged, projecting surveillance footage onto the desk. In a desolate wasteland, a series of explosive detonations erupted, followed by a massive crater forming in the ground, while the sky was suddenly filled with helicopters and sounds of gunfire, resembling a scene from a war film. The surveillance footage ceased when a vehicle broke through the encirclement and vanished as helicopters resumed flight. "Allow me to elucidate," he began, noting that aside from Tony, Angel, and Pepper, the rest were unaware of future events. Hence the explanation fell to the sole younger member present. "The location you are witnessing is one of S.H.I.L.D. secret research base." Hao Yun adjusted the image to show the initial barren landscape. "As far as I know, this secret base utilizes S.H.I.L.D.'s latest optical cloaking technology, rendering it invisible under normal circumstances. Our discovery stemmed from monitoring passing vehicles and pedestrians." An air of silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited Hao Yun's further explanation. "Based on my and Tony's investigations, this base had been researching a highly dangerous weapon, one derived from the arsenal of Hydra's Red Skull during World War II. With a flick of his finger, Hao Yun revealed an image of the cosmic cube alongside historical battle scenes. The sight of tanks and armored vehicles being shattered by blue energy left the audience in awe. These formidable weapons trace their origins back to this cosmic cube. Now that the base researching the cube has been destroyed, we have ample reason to believe it has fallen into the hands of nefarious individuals. "What exactly is the cube?" Banner inquired, furrowing his brow. The combat footage displayed weapons created by the cube that far exceed current Earth technology, let alone that of the World War II era. "Allow me to explain the cube," Hao Yun began, but was interrupted by a mature feminine voice that resonated through the room. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, where golden sparks danced in the air, and a bald woman clad in a hood stepped through a portal, exuding a maturity that overshadowed them all, instantly revealing her as a formidable figure. Not to mention, Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the portal. Master Gui, what brings you here? Hao Yun rushed to greet her. What could have summoned you amidst the 2012 Chitauri invasion? You didn't underestimate the Chitauri, with Gu Yi's godlike powers. It would be more fitting if Thanos himself were to appear. Gu Yi ruffled Hao Yun's hair gently. The future has shifted. This time, the invaders are not solely the Chitauri. Hao Yun gulped nervously. Master, please don't frighten me. Don't tell me the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have arrived as well. Gu Yi's silence confirmed Hao Yun's fears. In that moment, Hao Yun contemplated fleeing. After all, the 4 horsemen are a daunting threat. Hao Yun, is she the supreme sorceress of Kamartaj you mentioned? Tony asked respectfully, refraining from his usual sarcasm. You are the one cursed with knowledge. Are you not, Tony? You are quite remarkable, Gu Yi acknowledged with a nod towards him, then turned to the group, spreading her hands to reveal a projection of a cosmic explosion. In the primordial chaos of the universe's birth, an explosion occurred, creating 6 infinity stones. They drifted through the cosmos, each possessing a unique attribute: space, mind, reality, soul, power, she explained, and as she placed her hands over her chest, a mechanical sound echoed, revealing a green gem, time. The cosmic cube you discuss is, in fact, the space stone. Its primary function is to create spatial rifts, facilitating the transportation of resources, and also armies. Tony muttered, his face paling at the implications, as silence engulfed the room. Chapter 26. Resolving Future Threats. Kamartaj is an organization that protects the mystical side of Earth. I believe Hao Yun has informed you that he once had a precognitive dream. In truth, that dream was a vision I sent into his mind through magic, serving as a warning to humanity. The items and powers he possesses are gathered from my journeys across the multiverse, aimed solely at enhancing Earth's defenses. Hao Yun gazed at Gu Yi in astonishment, realizing that she had taken on the burden of his precognitive dreams. Gu Yi nodded at him, embodying the caring nature of a mentor. Hao Yun understood that she was likely concerned that his ever-growing array of powers and artifacts might draw unwanted scrutiny, hence her provision of a plausible explanation. It must be said, Gu Yi's kindness towards him is exceedingly generous. So, what brings you here this time? Stark inquired, puzzled. According to Hao Yun's narrative, the current threat was merely the Chitauri, and with their present strength, subduing the invasion should be straightforward. The future has changed. Countless demonic entities will invade, and Kamartaj will be unable to spare personnel. I have come to provide you with more detailed intelligence. Gu Yi stated, waving her hand, summoning 4 armored extraterrestrial beings before them. Thanos has long held a dream of uniting the 6 Infinity Stones to wield their power to obliterate half of all life in the universe. The Chitauri's invasion is merely a means for him to seize 2 of Earth's stones, the Space Stone and the Time Stone. Setting aside the army, we must first contend with the 4 horsemen under Thanos. Gu Yi gestured, enlarging the image of Ebony Maw, his presence dominating the screen. Ebony Maw possesses telekinetic abilities. Given enough time to prepare, he could annihilate the Earth. However, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. A sudden attack could easily neutralize him. Hence, my suggestion is to have Hao Yun unleash a powerful strike upon the enemy's arrival, leaving no chance for survival. Hao Yun contemplated this and recalled that in Avengers: Infinity War, Doctor Strange managed to injure Ebony Maw using a portal strategy. Given the velocity of his electromagnetic cannon, he should be able to obliterate its head. No problem. Leave it to me, Hao Yun declared confidently. After all, ambushing was a simple task for him. Next were General Blade and the Dark Knight Star, whose strengths lay in their weaponry, capable of soul absorption and firing long-range beams, though their combat skills were mediocre. Iron Man and War Machine. You two should be able to handle them with ease. Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances and chuckled. Using weapons? They were unsure if they could even breach their armor. The most formidable among them was Black Dwarf. Lacking significant intelligence, he possessed immense strength and was considered a heavy warrior. Dr. Banner, only Hulk can contend with him. After this battle, I will assist in merging Hulk's soul with yours. Banner beamed with joy, fully aware from Tony and Hao Yun's reactions that the Ancient One was indeed a powerful ally. It was his duty to combat extraterrestrial threats. And now the prospect of merging souls was unparalleled. Leave it to me. Hulk has long desired a proper outlet for his fury. As for the Chitauri army, the Ancient One surveyed the group. You have all prepared adequately, so I shall refrain from elaborating. I offer you one personal piece of advice. Never, ever trust S. S-H-I-E-L-D. With that, the Ancient One nodded at Haoyun, imparted the address of the New York Sanctum, and departed into the void. Once the Sorcerer Supreme had left, Banner, Rhodey, and the others eagerly sought to inquire about the Ancient One, prompting Haoyun to recount the future he had previously described. This time, he needed no further explanation. With a powerful ally to bear the burden, there was nothing to fear. All right, this meeting has concluded. We all know who the enemy is and the extent of their power. Now, return and prepare for the upcoming assembly. Tony clapped his hands, ushering everyone out of the conference room before dragging Haoyun into his laboratory. Uncle, why am I here if you're not studying the armor? That thing has been ready for 2 years. What is there to study? At Haoyun's confusion, Tony nonchalantly waved his hand. What I meant was your aunt. She also wishes to participate in the battle. Haoyun's expression instantly soured. Not just my aunt, my mother too. After acquiring a suitably advanced suit, Angel had become restless, flying around the outskirts with the suit and incessantly arguing with Haoyun about joining the fight. She even claimed that since Pepper could pilot a support suit in 2023 Avengers Endgame, why couldn't she? In terms of technology, her suit was not lacking in any regard. Thus, she had dubbed herself the White Nightmare, leveraging her aunt's status to forcefully join the Illuminati, and now even Pepper was brought along. We need to think of a way. Perhaps we should send them away early? Send them away? Haoyun scoffed. Do you believe that when they return, they one team make you kneel in despair? Uncle, the women of the Potts family are as stubborn as mules. Instead of trying to send them away, it would be wiser to enhance their suits for added protection. Besides, let us not forget that we are not the frontline combat unit. We are a rescue team. Haoyun reminded him once more that they had already resolved not to join the Avengers, and they shouldn't foolishly charge into space with a nuclear bomb as in the original storyline. They were merely a civilian organization, not S-H-I-L-D, and certainly not the Avengers. A rescue team, you say? Tony fell silent. Perhaps, for him, if not for the myriad of constraints, he would prefer to be the superhero fighting on the front lines as depicted in the original narrative. At the S-H-I-E-L-D base, a narrowly escaped Nick Fury picked up the intercom and notified Coulson. Coulson, return to base immediately and sound the Level 7 alert. Based on the current situation, war has already begun. The following day, as Haoyun remained in slumber, the base's alarms blared throughout the premises. Thumping his chest, the armor materialized, and Haoyun burst through the window, descending upon the entrance of the base, where a jeep was barreling through the gates towards the building. Stop immediately. This is private property. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Haoyun hovered above the jeep in his armor, extending his hand to fire a laser cannon, causing the vehicle to drift and halt beside the hole created by the blast. The door swung open, revealing 3 familiar figures before him. One was a still high-haired agent, and the other 2 were a beauty and a bald man. Let's see who we have here. The Thunder Knight. Oh, what a grand hero. The bald Nick Fury mocked, pointing at Haoyun with a derisive expression. Are you attempting to murder a high-ranking official appointed by the United Nations? Come, tell me. The Grand Hero, the Thunder Knight. Chapter 27, System Upgrade. Haoyun, stand down. Tony Stark's voice echoed from a distance. You are merely a student. You cannot contend with the old fox. Tony Stark. Nick Fury uttered Tony's name, his expression shifting from a hint of madness to a calm demeanor. Clearly, this was the composure expected of a director of S-H-I-E-L-D. The earlier actions might have been a test. Haoyun paid little heed. In essence, he was just an ordinary person endowed with the ability to foresee the future. One should not overestimate oneself, lest one tumbles. Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, a figure he had long admired. Tony approached, removing his sunglasses to reveal an air of nonchalance. Targeting the younger generation upon arrival? Is there no adult in the house? Stark, first take a look at this. Nick Fury extended his hand, receiving a document from Phil Coulson and handing it to Tony. Tony refrained from uttering his classic line about never accepting items from men. He simply opened it and glanced within, indeed finding it filled with information regarding the Tesseract and World War II. Just yesterday, the Ancient One provided this to me. More than one person has seen it. Are you trying to convey something to me? I require your assistance. What is the name of that organization? Oh, the Illuminati. Yes, I need the help of all members of the Illuminati. Sorry, I must decline. It was well known that they were merely a civilian organization. Tony flatly rejected, returning the document to Coulson, casually expressing his thanks. Nick stared at him in astonishment, caught off guard, as psychological analyses suggested Tony would undoubtedly accept the invitation, particularly after the events in the Middle East. Huh, a civilian organization? Nick retorted with extreme sarcasm. You possess two individuals capable of controlling military-grade armor. One who wields lightning akin to a deity, and a behemoth capable of leveling a city? Tony, is this what you refer to as a civilian organization? An organization capable of decimating American power? Let me tell you, within that organization, there exists a genius scientist, a researcher with 7 doctoral degrees, an exceptional lawyer, a retired military veteran, and a freshly enrolled student. Tony rebutted without hesitation. What do you think our organization does if not research? Are we to study weapons to destroy the world like you? Let us not forget, no matter our capabilities, we are merely ordinary people, not soldiers, and certainly not your agents. The atmosphere grew cold as Nick appeared to be exposed, his facade crumbling. Stark's gaze pierced Nick's heart. The youngest member of the Illuminati had just turned 22, with many being scholars or doctoral candidates. Where, then, were the heroes destined to save the world? However, if the members of the Illuminati do not take action, what can mere mortals like Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain America achieve? Tony, our adversaries are extraterrestrials, and we are on the brink of interstellar war. I require your assistance. Nick finally relented and spoke in softer tones. Yet, such words are insufficient in Tony's presence. Oh, war, you say? I recall that the taxes I pay annually could easily fund 3 or 4 legions, correct? With that, Tony turned on his heel and departed. Inform Congress, those who have amassed countless taxes, that the responsibility of war lies with the soldiers. I am merely a civilian. If there's nothing else, kindly take your leave. Hawkeye, hurry back and freshen up. Pepper has called you for dinner. With that, Tony left without a hint of compassion. In midair, Hawkeye pouted and made a provocative gesture towards Nick and the others, controlling his armor to return to his quarters. Indeed, he was but an ordinary member of the Illuminati. Matters of action and warfare had no bearing on him whatsoever. By the jeep, Coulson leaned towards Nick. Director, shall I? No need, return to base. Without the Illuminati, I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere god. Nick gritted his teeth as he and Natasha, along with Coulson, returned to the vehicle. He understood that Tony's aversion towards him stemmed primarily from his desire to expose the identity of the Thunder Knight and his intention to send Black Widow into Stark Industries. Yet, he initially sought to assist Tony. Alas, such is the way of the world. In truth, unbeknownst to Nick, Tony had become thoroughly disillusioned with SHIELD and the entire council well before this moment, having received forewarnings of the future. After breakfast, Hawkeye accompanied Pepper to Tony's office at Stark Industries headquarters, not only to clock in, but also to announce a holiday. Tony had resolved that, to prevent Loki from targeting their New York tower, Stark headquarters would be closed, allowing all employees to vacation in Los Angeles for 10 days until after the battle in New York concluded. Concurrently, the arc reactor within Stark Tower would be relocated, and power would be cut off to eliminate any opportunity for Loki to open a portal. Pepper went off to arrange for the reactor's transfer, while Hawkeye ascended to the rooftop, where Loki and Tony had previously engaged in dialogue. Upon detecting the host's arrival at the iconic Marvel location, the system inquired, "Would you like to check in?" "Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine bloodline of the Naruto world, Sage Body. Would you like to activate it?" Filled with joy, Hawkeye thought, Sage Body, the body of Hashirama Senju. Does this mean I can wield with release? No. With a chakra physique, it is likely I could utilize other ninjutsu as well. Forget about offensive techniques for now. Even transformation techniques, shadow clones, and substitution techniques would prove immensely beneficial in the modern era. Load it. Hurry up and load. Ding. The system detected that the host's body would possess 2 energy systems. Initiating an upgrade. Upgrade complete. The sign-in system has been enhanced, and the system panel has been upgraded. Please check it yourself. Review the upgraded functions. The system upgrades are as follows. 1. The sign-in method has changed. Due to the host's participation, significant alterations have occurred in the future. The sign-in method now allows the host to check in for each major event in the Marvel Universe, gaining items from the multiverse of anime and film. 2. The energy system has been modified. The bloodline and abilities acquired by the host all belong to the same energy system. Hawkeye stroked his chin, contemplating the recent upgrade. It seemed quite favorable. Firstly, the sign-in method changed from checking in at iconic scenes to checking in based on events, significantly broadening the scope of sign-ins. Given the current plot deviations, many storylines could no longer progress, such as Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3, which wasted numerous sign-in points. Secondly, the energy system. Given the system's nature, there was a possibility of acquiring abilities such as Haki, chakra training methods, Sharingan, and various other powers in the future. If they were not unified into one energy system, who knows if my body could accommodate them? If I cannot contain them, would I not risk exploding? Thus, this upgrade was indeed quite commendable. Chapter 28. Loki and Thor make their appearance. Check personal panel. Host Hawkeye. Physique, Sage Body. Energy is 10 times that of a similarly ranked powerhouse. Abilities, 5 electric shockers. Items, 1 cubic meter of nanobots. A weakened version of the Super God Gene, a modified Baymax and combat accessories, and 1 Thor. Congratulations, host. You have reached the iconic Marvel location, the Illuminati base. Would you like to check in? Just after an upgrade, can I really check in? Seated at the base's dining table, munching on a sandwich, Hawkeye eagerly opened the sign-in page. Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blueprint for the Red Alert Spectrum Tower. Hawkeye blinked in surprise. The Spectrum Tower? The one that can emit a white beam of attack. Perhaps with a bit of modification, I could create light energy tanks? Uncle, take a look at this. Hawkeye pulled out the blueprint and handed it to Tony Stark. Ah, yet another gift from the Ancient One? Tony exclaimed, taking the design blueprint and opening it. His eyes instantly lighting up. What a remarkable find. This Spectrum Tower is cost-effective, with an attacking capacity comparable to high-energy lasers. It could easily be integrated into national defense. Good lad. Where did you acquire this extraterrestrial technology? I'm not sure. It was just sent by the Supreme Mage. If it works, feel free to use it. Oh, by the way, could we construct several hundred or even thousands of these and deploy them in New York? Let me calculate. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony scanned the blueprint, and countless data regarding materials, costs, land area, and energy levels flashed across the screen. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner, who had been preparing to head to the yoga room for training, paused and stepped closer to Tony to assist with the calculations. Yes, no problem. The estimated cost of Spectrum Tower is approximately $1 million, utilizing regular materials, covering an area of about 3 meters and weighing around 3 tons. With the iron armor, I could cover the entire battlefield in just 1 hour. Tony excitedly patted Hawkeye's shoulder. Good lad with this blueprint. I have increased confidence in dealing with the Chitauri invasion. Pepper, immediately mobilize all liquid assets of Stark Industries. I need to procure materials in bulk. Hawkeye smiled. Everything was understood without words. Meanwhile, aboard the airborne mothership, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha, Coulson, and others boarded the ship, preparing for a stealth departure. Captain, welcome aboard. It is only natural to serve my country. Steve Rogers smiled, shaking Nick Fury's hand. I heard from Coulson that the squad I was to join now consists solely of myself, correct? The captain pointedly addressed Nick's heart. As a soldier, he was not fond of the distinct air of espionage that surrounded Nick Fury, naturally fostering little goodwill towards him. In the original narrative, he had confronted Nick Fury more than once. Indeed, Nick did not conceal this fact, leading the captain to the bow of the ship, expressing his concern. Initially, I intended for Tony Stark to bring the Illuminati along, but for some reason, he is quite averse to us, preferring to work solely with his own team on research. Director, you must understand that not everyone appreciates war. Steve unreservedly defended Stark. Just like me, I don't enjoy it either. But when faced with an invasion, you will step forward, will you not? Nick retorted, and the two fell silent for a long moment before agents operating global surveillance detected an alert. Director, we have located Loki's whereabouts. Where? Germany, Stuttgart, Kunin Street, number 28. The agent at the monitor deftly maneuvered the mouse, and instantly, the surveillance footage from Kunin Street flickered onto the screen. On the street, a figure clad in a black trench coat, Loki, provocatively glanced at the monitor before striding into a banquet hall. It was evident that Loki had a scheme in motion. Captain, it's up to you, Nick said, turning to the leader. Steve nodded, taking Natasha with him as they made their way to the Quinjet on the flight deck. Once they departed, Coulson expressed his concern. Director, I fear the captain alone may not suffice. After all, we are dealing with Loki, the god of Asgard. I understand. So immediately relay Loki's location to Stark, Nick instructed. Coulson comprehended the urgency and promptly contacted Stark. Meanwhile, within the base of the Illuminati, the same surveillance footage appeared on the projection in Conference Room 3. Rhodes, don your armor. We are heading to Germany to confront Loki, Tony Stark declared, his face set with determination. He was acutely aware of Loki's intentions in Germany, as the intel from Hawkeye had already informed him that a team would attempt to seize Iridium. By bringing Rhodes along, he aimed to rally Hawkeye. Tony was resolute in not allowing the Chitauri to assault Earth. Hawkeye, since Master WWII has alerted us to the intruders, it signifies this invasion is unavoidable. Remember the Tesseract's power. It can transport anyone to any location in the universe. Loki possesses the capability to deliver the gem directly to Thanos, and thwarting Hawkeye would only hasten Thanos' arrival. We are not yet equipped to face a being of Thanos' caliber. Indeed, Tony, Hawkeye is right. You mustn't act impulsively. Rhodes chimed in, while Angelica added, a well-prepared lawsuit is far easier to win than an unexpected piece of evidence. Tony, with your temperament, can you truly lead a large organization? Cease. Pepper shot Angelica a disapproving glance and approached Tony, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Tony, you should heed Hawkeye's advice. Faced with the counsel of his companions, Tony Stark fell silent, sinking into the sofa, lost in thought. He recalled Hawkeye's foreboding prophecy regarding the Battle of New York, where Manhattan was left in ruins and countless lives were lost. The memories of the Middle Eastern conflict weighed heavily on him, suffocating him with anxiety and helplessness. He understood that this sense of powerlessness in the face of an invading war was the crux of his impulsive decisions. I understand, but Captain America is merely a soldier. He cannot contend with Loki. Therefore, I must be the one to go, Hawkeye declared, smiting his chest as countless nanobots surged forth, enveloping him in a sleek, black suit of armor. Leave the journey to Germany to me. Simultaneously, Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, received word from Heimdall of Loki's whereabouts and was en route to Earth via the Bifrost. Chapter 29. The Misfortunes of Loki. In Stuttgart, Germany, Loki, having successfully acquired the retinal scan of a scientist, donned his Asgardian armor without hesitation. With his antlers aglow, he unleashed beams of energy, reducing the fleeing guests to mere ash. His chaotic demeanor was a fitting embodiment of his title, the god of mischief. As he sauntered out of the hall, he spotted approaching police cars. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the Mind Stone staff crashing into one, causing it to explode and skid, leaving a dark streak on the ground, halting just inches from him. A smirk curled upon Loki's lips as he slammed the staff down. Kneel! The voice of Loki resonated, amplified by the Mind Stone, drowning out the clamor of the street. The dazzling armor, divine appearance, and display of formidable power compelled the panicked crowd to halt in their tracks, many dropping to one knee. It was not merely fear, but the weight of Asgardian blood that forced their submission. Isn't this simple? Loki taunted. Aren't you all meant to be this way? This was a truth humanity had yet to comprehend. The allure of freedom had stripped them of joy in their lives. Loki articulated his distorted truths, and the Mind Stone in his hand radiated with an ominous stillness, as if reflecting his innermost thoughts. Faster than S-H-I-E-L-D, Hawkeye arrived, his armor coalescing around him as he knelt among the crowd, intrigued by Loki's intentions in this scene. Was he attempting to reclaim ordinary humans? Establish a cult of the wicked? It seemed now that he was merely posturing, craving to be a king and prove himself stronger than his brother Thor, even if just for a fleeting moment. But not against someone like you. An elderly man stood defiantly at the center of the crowd. I'm one of a kind. Loki struggled to suppress the urge to unleash his energy, attempting to assert his extraordinary nature. Unfortunately for him, the elderly man's defiance signified a willingness to risk his life. There are plenty of shameless people like you, Loki's patience frayed, confronted by a frail mortal. The pride of a god could hardly endure such insolence. He raised his staff, ready to teach the old man a lesson. Hawkeye, utilizing his electric abilities, scanned the area, where were S-H-I-E-L, DS Quinjet and reinforcements. No, he had to save this elder. He resembled Uncle Ben in many ways. While he might not achieve the saintly status the old man spoke of, he would honor such a figure. This was why so many protagonists traversing into the Marvel realm regardless of their moral compass, sought to rescue figures like Ben Parker. Look at this old man. He shall be your example. In that moment, Loki ruthlessly unleashed a beam of energy. This time, there was no Captain America's shield to block it, but a white Illuminati shield emerged to protect the Elder. Hawkeye rose silently, his shield merging back into his armor. Loki, this is Earth, not Asgard. Who do we have here? Just a barely adult kid? Loki sneered, aiming his staff at Hawkeye. You can't even withstand a single suit from Asgard, and you dare to oppose a god? A suit? Hawkeye chuckled. Loki, you are far too naive. You are unaware of Asgard's true power, yet you dare to disrupt Earth? I must say, your audacity exceeds my expectations. With that, Hawkeye ceased engaging in verbal sparring. Under the control of his electric abilities, the nanobots transformed into a swirling black chain, ensnaring Loki. Swoosh! Loki remained steadfast, employing the Mind Stone's high-energy lasers to repel Hawkeye's advances. At that moment, the Quinjet finally arrived, and Captain America leaped from the aircraft, seizing the opportunity to strike Loki while he was distracted. A shield collided forcefully against Loki's face. Hawkeye could not suppress a wince. The blow contorted Loki's features. Damn old soldier. Captain America's attack clearly ignited Loki's wrath. In a swift motion, Loki slammed his staff down, conjuring countless illusions while simultaneously unleashing beams of energy. However, despite Loki's mastery of illusion, facing Captain America, a formidable opponent who could hold his own against anyone, he could not easily triumph. Relying solely on his neural reflexes, Captain America accurately identified the direction from which the laser was fired. Simultaneously, he used a shield to deflect the attack while retaliating, sending Loki hurtling back over a meter, obliterating his illusions. The infuriated Loki, feeling humiliated by being bested twice, engaged in close combat with Captain America, wielding the Mind Scepter. The two exchanged blows in a furious contest, with Loki's divine physique giving him an edge, while Captain America matched him with his formidable fighting skills. The intensity of their battle escalated quickly, resulting in visible fatigue on Captain America's face and bruising on Loki's. Loki, surrender your weapons immediately. Natasha commanded from a Quinjet, opening its weapon bays to issue a warning. Get lost, Loki roared defiantly, seizing an opportunity to kick Captain America's side and fire a laser beam. Fortunately, Natasha's quick reflexes allowed her to maneuver the Quinjet out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the destruction of the costly aircraft. Meanwhile, Hyen could no longer bear to watch the battle drag on. How long would they continue this fight? His mother, Angel, was waiting for him to come home for dinner. With a series of mechanical adjustments, a 3-meter-long electromagnetic cannon re-emerged from his armor. This time, empowered by the essence of a celestial being, Hyen utilized merely half of his energy. Yet the electromagnetic force within the cannon surpassed 5 times that which he had wielded against the destroyer. The air crackled with immense electrical energy, illuminating Hyen's arm and the cannon with fierce lightning, causing nearby objects to shatter. Loki, if you do not surrender, I shall unleash my attack, he warned, aiming the cannon directly at Loki. Seizing the moment of Loki's surprise, Captain America struck him squarely in the face with his shield and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen before retreating to Hyen's side. Hyen smirked slightly. He would never believe anyone who claimed Captain America was merely a straightforward soldier. A warrior who survived the brutal battleground of World War II could not possibly rely solely on his physical prowess. A straightforward soldier would perish on the front lines. I surrender. Loki, now on the ground, let the light from his armor fade away and raised his hands in defeat. The traces of Captain America's shield were still evident on his face, a shadow of his once proud features. Chapter 30. The Great Battle Unfolds. After shackling Loki, the captain approached Hyen. Join us. We need your assistance now. Captain, do you even know who I am? You're inviting me? Hyen looked at Captain Rogers incredulously. Was he truly this familiar? Why had he realized it while watching the films? I don't know you, the captain replied with a smile. You remind me of myself when I was young, a person capable of saving an elderly man, surely not a villain. Fine, ao yung conceded. Pouting slightly, but I'm just a member of a grassroots research organization. Occasionally, I save people but never kill. If you want my help, please provide documentation signed by the United Nations and the U.S. government. He expressed this casually, instantly shifting to formal language. What nonsense is this? Without a killing permit, why should we engage in battle? If buildings are damaged or civilians harmed, who is accountable? He wasn't too foolish. Are grassroots organizations truly that powerful now? Rogers stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Natasha shrugged. There's only one such organization. Its leader is Tony Stark, a member of the Stark family. You understand. So, Captain, after saving people, I'll be on my way. With that, Hao Yun activated his armor and soared into the sky, leaving a beautiful trail behind as he departed. This battle didn't harm a single innocent nor damage any building. Perfect. Meanwhile, the Quinjet encountered Thor on its return journey, and Captain America was compelled to engage in a skirmish with him. As for Hao Yun, he was immediately summoned to the meeting room by Tony, who inquired about Loki's combat capabilities. How strong is Loki? Is he more powerful than the Destroyer? Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. The memories of the battle in New Mexico still lingered, and over a year of evolution had not instilled Tony with the confidence to defeat the Destroyer alone. Hao Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance. What nonsense! With that slight frame, without the Mind Scepter, Captain America could easily overpower him. Do you believe otherwise? Don't overthink it. He.S. just trash. Hulk could lift him effortlessly, mocking what a weak god. Everyone's gaze turned to Banner, who, along with others, simultaneously hushed Hao Yun. What kind of analogy is that? Aside from you, who hasn't been lifted by Hulk? Stop joking. Hurry up and speak. Angela chimed in, giving Hao Yun a light tap on the head. Hao Yun, defensively cradling his head, insisted, he really is weak. Trust me, each of us could easily defeat Loki. His strength lies solely in that scepter. Then that simplifies matters, Tony remarked, standing. Rhodey, you'll be in charge of Loki. The moment the battle commences, seize that scepter from him immediately. I'll equip you with thermal imaging, radar, night vision, and all necessary detection devices. That scepter is crucial for shutting down the portal. It must not be lost. Rest assured, I'm a military colonel. Rhodey confidently patted his chest. If Hao Yun claimed to be able to fight, then taking down Loki would undoubtedly pose no issue. On the other side, aboard the helicarrier, Natasha had just gathered intelligence from Loki and convened with the captain, Thor, and others in the meeting room. This guy was deliberately captured. Thor, what do you think Loki is planning? In the meeting room, after reviewing Natasha's conversation with Loki, the captain furrowed his brow at Thor. Loki's apparent lack of strength puzzled Captain America. How could he dare to invade the base and oppose Earth? He commands an army called the Chitauri. They do not belong to Asgard, nor any planet. Loki intends to lead them in an assault on Earth, and they will surely assist him. The condition is likely the Tesseract, Thor explained, recalling information he had learned from Heimdall. An army? From the cosmos? The captain reiterated for clarity, while Natasha interjected. So they abducted Dr. Selvig to open the portal. Selvig? He is my friend. Thor exclaimed, looking at Natasha. Natasha clarified. Loki has enchanted him, as well as one of our colleagues. Damn it, Thor exclaimed in frustration, then turned to Nick. Aren't you the head of the largest organization on Earth? I recall fighting alongside you in Midgard. At that time, there were two formidable humans, one in armor, the other nearly as powerful as I am. Why not summon them? Nick hesitated, but eventually spoke. They're not soldiers. They're merely members of a grassroots organization and cannot participate in combat. Huh? You're relegating soldiers to logistics? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Such powerful warriors would belong to the elite forces in Asgard. Have you Earthlings become so strong that gods are commonplace? Clearly, Thor's words were not expressions of admiration or praise, but rather sarcasm. Nick clenched his teeth, knowing he had no recourse. He too wished to summon the Thunderer, the Hulk, Iron Man, and War Machine, but without orders, how could a grassroots organization possibly heed his command? Let us not forget that, under U.S. law, private property is sacred and inviolable. This law is enshrined in the Constitution. Moreover, individual liberty surpasses property rights. Nick, we need them. Captain America spoke up, expressing his confusion over Nick's covert intentions. He understood that with the assistance of Hawkeye, Tony, and others, the war would be less arduous. Do you think I don't want to? But they don't trust me. Without a transfer order, they wouldn't to even come. Nick retorted loudly. He had extended invitations countless times, yet the members of the Illuminati, led by Tony, had completely disregarded him. What could he do? Have you considered that the issue might lie with you? Captain America shook his head in disappointment. I am well aware of the agent style, but I am surprised that after 70 years, you remain unchanged. In the cell, Loki chuckled oddly. He hadn't even instigated discord. Yet it seemed the enemies were on the verge of fracturing themselves. Humans, truly creatures of internal strife. In the conference room, Nick remained silent for a long time before revealing the truth. The main reason for this situation is you. Excuse me? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. As an Asgardian, you cannot blame me for Earth's internal affairs. Am I to be a victim of circumstance? Do you recall New Mexico? Your mere few attacks devastated a small town. Without surveillance or warnings, what if they wreak havoc everywhere? So, you're also studying the Tesseract? Thor replied, shaking his head. Do you know why Loki and the Chitauri are fixated on Earth? The Tesseract is a cosmic treasure, and your research sends a signal to the universe that you are ready for war. Do you believe the Chitauri would stop there? Huh. They have a cosmic overlord behind them, one whom even Asgard dares not offend. Congratulations. Your research has drawn the gaze of a cosmic tyrant upon Earth. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Not only Nick, but even Natasha and Captain America felt the immense pressure. Chapter 31. The Airborne Carrier Under Attack. Urgent Reinforcements. Nick, Captain America glared fiercely at Nick Fury. I told you, it would have been better to leave it at the bottom of the sea. Nick, at a loss for words, realized he had no one else to blame. What could he say? That the research on the Tesseract was merely an attempt to control more powerful weapons. A means for agents to threaten everyone? Clearly, he could not. If he voiced that, the freedom-loving Captain America would certainly turn against him. And there would be no second chances. Enough of the arguing. Natasha firmly silenced everyone and turned to Thor. Thor, you claimed Asgard is the ruler of the 9 realms. And Earth is one of them. Now that Earth faces invasion, can you provide support? Natasha saw clearly that being treated as a backyard was inconsequential as long as help was rendered. It was merely a title. After all, Asgard would not personally descend to govern Earth. That is not possible, Thor replied, shaking his head. The Bifrost has been destroyed, and transportation requires immense energy. Asgard's forces cannot arrive. For the time being, I alone can offer support. Moreover, Asgard intends to reclaim the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost. The Space Stone belongs to Earth. Nick's possessiveness led him to exclaim. Thor scoffed derisively. So, you wish to confront the next invasion? Instantly, Nick Fury fell silent. He could not possibly call upon the galaxy's savior, Captain Marvel, merely to safeguard the Tesseract. He remembered well that Carol was far more difficult to manage than anyone else and would show him no favor. Suddenly, the alert on the airborne carrier blared. What is happening? Hill! Coulson! Nick rushed out of the room, shouting. Hill, arming herself, rushed over to respond. We have detected enemies. A Chitauri ship has breached the outer defenses and is attacking the bridge. It has already destroyed 1 turbine. Damn it. Captain, head to the bridge and intercept the enemy. Thor, guard Loki. We cannot let him escape. Natasha, capture Hawkeye. The group dispersed, each rushing towards their designated targets. The plot of the first Avengers was unfolding according to the original timeline. In the headquarters of the Illuminati, Dr. Banner was utilizing global spectrometers to locate the Space Stone, while others were fully armed and ready for action. I found the Space Stone, Banner exclaimed, slapping the conference table in excitement. His exuberance caused his arm to momentarily turn green, startling everyone into a chorus of calm down. Doctor, stay calm. Maintain composure, Banner. Coughing, Banner shot a glare at everyone. Don't worry, Hulk has already been exorcised today. There's no urgency for him to appear now. By the way, I detected gamma signals at Trident Tower. The surveillance of the invasion also captured Eric's face. Jarvis, immediately analyze the surrounding structures of Trident Tower and alert the nearby police stations to evacuate the area. Pepper, issue a request in the name of Stark Industries for businesses near Trident Tower to grant Stark temporary use of commercial land. Analyzing the location now. I'll contact the PR and legal departments. As Pepper temporarily left, Tony pondered before looking at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, has the satellite controlled by Shatterstar detected anything? I'm not sure if it's accurate, but there was an explosion in the skies above New York, yet no sign of the airborne carrier. The airborne carrier has appeared. A battle is underway. Rhodey, Hawkeye, let us go. Tony immediately rose, determined to counter the aliens. The airborne carrier must be saved. Some tasks could only be accomplished by Nick Fury. Wait, I'm going to. Angel stood up, wearing the armor that Hawkeye had given her, positioning herself beside Baymax. Mom, you can't go. Hawkeye firmly refused. Son, You've chosen the path of a hero. I choose to walk alongside you. Some things must ultimately be faced. Angel approached and ruffled Hawkeye's hair, a gesture she hadn't done since his meeting with Tony Stark. You said there would be a catastrophe for the entire universe. I can't avoid it. Only one's own strength is truly trustworthy. Do you want your mother to be powerless or lacking in combat experience? Easily defeated by a passing villain? Well, they're Baymax and artificial intelligence. But ultimately, a human must control them. Angel interrupted Hawkeye's protest. Aunt Pepper has already decided to participate in this battle. Tony has agreed. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Hawkeye turned his gaze to Tony, who offered him a rueful smile. All right, this guy is definitely unable to withstand his aunt's coaxing and is proactively creating a support suit. Knowing Tony, he probably can't wait for Pepper to fight alongside him. However, Mom, this is your first battle. You absolutely cannot interfere with Loki's escape. For the sake of the future, this battle must occur to prevent the overly righteous Angel from obstructing the impending conflict in New York. Hawkeye reiterated the necessity of the battle. Angel nodded, acquiescing to Hawkeye's request, and leaned against Baymax, adjusting her goggles. With a flash of light, Hawkeye, Tony, Angel, and Rhodey soared into the sky, piloting their suits towards the airborne carrier under Shatterstar's guidance. On the airborne carrier, Hawkeye, well-versed in S codes and layout, commanded the team, controlled by Loki, to break through the barriers and arrive at the confrontation on the bridge. Boom! The bomb detonated, shattering the steel doors of the bridge, sending Steve, who stood guard, hurtling backward. The deck was pierced, and he was forcefully propelled down to the next level, unable to effectively impede the intruder's advance. Hawkeye, bow in hand, led his team through the breach, surveying the surroundings. He gestured to the others, signaling them to retreat from the encroaching assailants, as he made a beeline for Loki's holding location. Meanwhile, Natasha, slightly slower in her movements, witnessed the unfolding scene and rushed towards Hawkeye without a moment to lose. In a swift maneuver, Natasha executed a ground-level slide, drawing close to Hawkeye. Her feet inverted as she secured his neck in a deft throw. Hawkeye, refusing to be outdone, rolled away from her even as he fell, using his longbow to parry Natasha's relentless strikes. The bowstring tautened, aimed at delivering a lethal blow to her head, seeking to sever her graceful neck. Just as Natasha was poised to counterattack, a crimson laser sliced through the air, severing Hawkeye's bow and sending him crashing to the deck, rendered unconscious by a towering 2-meter robot that had emerged unexpectedly. Natasha regarded her unexpected ally with a bemused expression. Perched atop the plump red automaton was a striking woman clad in white armor, reminiscent of a warrior goddess. Yet, when had New York acquired a superhero in mechanized armor, accompanied by a robot? Tony Stark, have you sent out another suit? If there are extras, could you possibly spare me one? Chapter 32, The Dawn of the New York Battle. Are you all right? The white-masked figure inquired, lifting her visor to reveal a face Natasha had never anticipated. Indeed, Natasha recognized Angel, having known all the members of the Illuminati. Now, seeing Angel in her battle armor, Natasha felt a compelling urge to resign from SHIELD and join the Illuminati. After all, who wouldn't want such generous benefits as an armored suit upon entry? I'm fine, Natasha managed, suppressing her peculiar feelings as she rose with Angel's assistance. She turned to clarify Hawkeye's status, hoping to prevent any further attack. He asked my colleague, just under Loki's control. Oh, I understand. Just knock him out, and he'll regain his senses. I'll head out to provide support. You find a place to treat him, Angel replied. Thank you. Natasha began to express her gratitude, but Angel was already unleashing a laser cannon, obliterating the damaged door and charging out of the room. Natasha offered a wry smile, contemplating how, once this battle concluded, she would endeavor to join the Illuminati or perhaps leverage her status as a SHIELD agent to procure a suit for herself. On the deck, Rhodey and Tony exchanged glances, each darting towards engines 1 and 3. Hao-Yin, we'll fix the engines. You handle the intruders. Sure thing, Mom. I'll take the lead while you follow me. Converge in the middle. Hao-Yin transformed his nanobots into 2 long whips, unleashing electric shocks to incapacitate Ivan Vanko, charging into the bridge like a formidable antagonist. On the other side, just as the intruders readied their weapons, a blue electric whip struck down, shattering their automatic rifles and sending them sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, Those attempting to amplify the explosions to destroy engines 2 and 4 collided head-on with Angel, who controlled the towering robot. Her rocket-powered fists launched, sending the assailants tumbling helplessly, none left standing unscathed. Caught between the onslaught of Hao Yun and Angel, the few remaining intruders under Loki's command were swiftly subdued, save for those they deliberately allowed to escape with Loki. The damaged engines were soon restored to functionality through Tony and Rhodey's repairs, ensuring the survival of the airborne mothership. Within the bridge, Nick Fury wore a grim expression as he queried Hill. What the losses? 108 agents deceased, all intruders apprehended. Loki has escaped. And Thor has been tricked into a cage, whereabouts unknown. The only silver lining is that Hawkeye has regained his senses. Additionally, Agent Coulson has perished. Damn Loki. I knew his capture was deliberate. Fury slammed his fist against the screen, furious. Coulson was his chosen successor for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Directorate. And to think he had met his end here. In the conference room, Tony arrived with Hao Yun and others, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Coulson is dead, Nick announced as he entered, prompting a somber silence from the captain, while Tony briefly masked his emotions in a moment of respect. It must be said, Coulson possessed a remarkable charisma. Despite Tony's grievances, he held a measure of respect for him. This card was found in Coulson's jacket. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance to request your autograph again, Fury stated, placing a stack of cards on the table before Captain America, then turning to Tony. I need your assistance. Oh, you need me? Tony mocked. You only resort to soft words when the situation spirals out of control. Remember at my press conference when you aimed to expose Hao Yun, casting him into the public eye? I vowed then never to join your little squad. Now, you wish to leverage one man's death to solicit our help rather than approach the UN for a formal request? What? Do you plan to wield public opinion after the battle concludes? Sorry, the Illuminati is merely a civilian organization. Today's assistance is simply to prevent an alien from annihilating my father's establishment. Furthermore, saving the world is a colossal burden I cannot shoulder. The military and agents are your most reliable assets, are they not? With that, Tony turned to lead the others away. Everyone, let us go. Today's research project remains unfinished. Hao Yun discreetly checked in with the system, obediently following the group out. The captain stood up, intending to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. Disappointed, he glanced at Nick before turning to retreat to his quarters. Nick, you are truly disappointing. Even now, you haven't forgotten your scheming. Never mind, I'll prepare. Notify me once you've located Loki, the captain stated, departing without a desire for further conversation. Nick remained silent, observing Hill and Natasha still present, gritting his teeth before heading to the communications room. At the Illuminati base, the group finished tidying up after Loki's team, shedding their battle armor and allowing JARVIS to conduct routine checks. Tony, when do you think they'll issue a distress signal? Rhodey asked, embracing Tony. Admittedly, the audacity of confronting the official higher-ups was quite impressive, especially when S.H.I.L.D. held greater authority than the military. Tony smirked, a hint of derision playing at his lips. Given S.H.I.L.D.'s pace, don't count on a statement. They might not even manage to mobilize the military. What? So we're just going to watch as New York gets invaded? Angel exclaimed, alarmed. Are we really going to let millions perish at the hands of aliens? Calm down. WWII already issued warnings to the residents surrounding the Trident in the name of Stark Industries. With Thor and the captain present, they want to encounter significant threats for the time being. Moreover, we aren't idle. We haven't mentioned the spectral towers either. Tony chuckled, revealing their 2-year preparation for the New York conflict. Each spectral tower was now equipped with a new element arc reactor. In terms of firepower, the opponents might not even be their match. Tony, hurry over. The enemy has begun their advance. Banner called to the others, indicating the screen where a group was bustling atop the Trident Tower. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, was it not the formidable Loki, clad in golden armor and adorned with 2 majestic antlers? As Tony and his companions gathered to witness the unfolding scene, Hao Yun discreetly nestled on the sofa, perusing his latest sign-in rewards. Congratulations, host, for reaching a renowned Marvel scene. The battle aboard the helicarrier. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a method for cultivating observation hockey. Your observation hockey can be directly upgraded to an intermediate level. Would you like to extract it? How splendid. To gain observation hockey before the great battle is akin to possessing immortality on a battlefield devoid of strong adversaries. Extract. Chapter 33. The curtain rises. With the extraction complete, Hao Yun felt a refreshing aura descend upon him, and his brain's computational speed surged to its peak. Merely observing allowed him to discern the thoughts and intentions of those around him. What a ridiculous situation. Did they not think to send in the troops first? He murmured to himself, watching the screen, as a blue light streaked across the sky and countless aliens piloting single-person aircraft poured in. Rhodey could not suppress his frustration and slammed the table, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous situation. Did they not think to send in the troops first?" With a slight twitch of his lips, Hao Yun observed Angel silently seething in her chair. In a fit of motion, her elbow accidentally knocked over a cup, spilling its contents onto the floor. Hao Yun closed his eyes, and countless images formed in his mind. In reality, every scene he envisioned was unfolding before him. "Tony, we can no longer afford to wait. This is Angel. The casualties among the agents pouring out of the Triskelion are far too grave. She is deeply concerned that the residents who have not managed to evacuate may suffer the same fate and is eager to join the fray. No, the first wave must be borne by SHIELD. Our primary targets for elimination are the Black Order, as mentioned by Master Wong." As Tony, the group president, understood the strategy of sacrificing little for great gain, he recognized the implications of seeking assistance from SHIELD at this moment. Engaging now would only lead to repercussions later. Hao Yun gradually comprehended the workings of observation hockey. It bore no special ability to foresee the future. Rather, its true purpose lay in enhancing the acuity of the five senses and bolstering the brain's computational capacity. By analyzing the myriad information relayed through the senses, one could anticipate the movements of enemies and allies alike, projecting the future scenarios of the battlefield back to the mind. In simpler terms, cultivating observation hockey was akin to installing a computer within the brain. At a basic level, it functioned like a rudimentary notebook. At the intermediate level, it resembled a high-performance gaming console. And, at the advanced level, it probably reached supercomputing capability, coupled with his electric shock abilities enhancing his brain's computations. Surviving in the alien-invaded battlefield of New York should pose no insurmountable challenge. Around the Triskelion, Loki stood atop the building, arms outstretched behind him, while Dr. Eric manipulated a portal made of metallic iridium, connecting it to the power source. "My lord, shall we activate the portal?" In the distance, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye had arrived, while Nick Fury descended onto the rooftop in a Quinjet piloted by Hill, standing before Loki. "Dr. Eric, shut it down. It is too late. It cannot be stopped. It will reveal to us a brand new universe." Eric appeared to have lost his sanity, gazing at the device with excitement and reverence. Loki, with a sinister smile, approached Nick Fury. "I told you, the boot never concerns itself with the demise of an ant. Now you shall witness how the boot crushes the ant." "Loki, do you truly believe you have triumphed?" Nick refrained from wasting breath on Eric, knowing he had been ensnared by Loki's manipulation. His gaze toward Loki was filled with stern resolve. Simultaneously, he had instructed Hill to press the call button to contact Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, should the situation become irretrievable. He was confident that no matter how formidable Loki's team may be, they would never match Captain Marvel's prowess. However, once Carol was contacted, it would signify that Earth had forfeited its self-protective capabilities, surrendering to the guardianship of the galaxy. "Isn't it evident?" Loki proclaimed, raising his hands triumphantly. "The Avengers you sought to assemble have failed. None of the powerful on Earth heed your command. How do you intend to contend with me? Relying solely on old soldiers and agents?" Loki placed his hand on the control screen, his tone elevating as if performing in an opera. "Prepare yourselves, for a new era has arrived. Midgard shall belong to me, Loki." With a resounding crack, the metallic iridium device began to rotate slowly, the energy from the Tesseract being fully extracted, and a blue energy beam shot skyward. Tearing sounds erupted as a massive circular portal opened above, and the long-awaited Chitauri Vanguard surged forth from the portal, rampaging around the Triskelion. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. The war had officially commenced, and further words were futile. All that remained was to fight. Turning away, he entered the cockpit of the Quinjet, shouting at the 5 great nations displayed on the screen. How much longer will you wait? We're the troops. Aliens are invading, and you're merely watching? Nick Fury, responsible for external affairs, had always operated through SHEELD. The American representatives wished to shirk responsibility, claiming the site was at the Triskelion, which, while not in downtown New York, was still within the city. Once the troops were deployed, the immense casualties would be a burden he could not bear. Thus, he sought to shift the blame. Fools! Aliens have arrived. This is a crisis for the entire planet. What good is it to pursue accountability now? What must be done is to expel the aliens. I demand troops. Neek, watch your tone. Silence. Do you believe that if they capture the stronghold, the first place they will attack is the White House? Nick roared, incredulous at the politicians' lack of foresight. Is this really the time for delays? If New York falls, do they think other regions will fare any better? Do they truly believe they can annihilate the aliens with nuclear weapons? A planet that has not ventured beyond its solar system, boasting its weaponry against a force that can traverse the galaxy, is as laughable as a child brandishing a dagger before an adult wielding a firearm. Clearly, the American representatives had not considered this. On the contrary, they ordered Nick to launch a nuclear strike. Do they dare? Our planet possesses nuclear weapons. This is New York, with a population nearing 10 million. Seeing the intent to launch nuclear weapons, Nick's anger escalated. And they have spaceships. Do you believe that if you detonate the Earth, the Chitauri will suffer even a scratch? Look, their attacks employ energy weapons, not explosives that cannot detonate in space. Pointing at the Chitauri vanguard, swarming like locusts, Nick finally silenced the American representatives. The long-held technological advantage was shattered in the face of brutal reality. He finally remembered that his adversary was a cosmic force, not other nations on Earth. Immediately deploy the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Air Force squadrons for support. Excellent. Accelerate the Army's movement. Our numbers are far too few. We cannot hold out much longer. Nick turned off the communication, piloting the Quinjet swiftly back to the helicarrier. Earth would never fall. Chapter 34. A breach at last. On the ground, the citizens, who had been entangled with the police and stubbornly refusing to evacuate, screamed as they witnessed the soldiers pouring from the portal and scattered in every direction. At that moment, Captain America, along with Natasha and Hawkeye, arrived just in time to confront the first wave of invaders. Hawkeye, take the snipers to higher ground and control the battlefield. The captain wielded his shield, deflecting the artillery raining down from the sky, saving a school bus while bellowing at Hawkeye. As Hawkeye retreated, he unleashed a barrage of specially crafted arrows that exploded in brilliant displays of fire, significantly alleviating some of the pressure on Captain America. On the ground, Natasha danced and weaved, her feet striking like whips as she wielded her enigmatic specialized weaponry to eliminate the descending Chitauri. Seemingly casual, her combat effectiveness rivaled that of Hawkeye's long-range sniper fire. When she seized an enemy firearm, a hail of bullets erupted, giving the impression that she single-handedly fought an entire army. Thus, it is evident that among the Avengers, none are mere mortals. Even the seemingly ordinary Natasha and Hawkeye can unleash devastation equivalent to that of an entire battalion under ample firepower. However, despite Natasha's and Hawkeye's remarkable prowess and Captain America's fierce shield work, they were ultimately but 3 individuals against a vast invading cosmic army, the Chitauri, who had never known defeat in their galactic conquests. Within a mere 10 minutes before the air and ground forces could arrive, the trio found themselves retreating, their ammunition exhausted, utterly powerless against the overwhelming enemy forces. Loki, close the Tesseract at once, or I shall destroy it. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, landed atop Stark Tower, confronting Loki with fury. You cannot stop this. Loki, eyes ablaze with zeal, pointed his scepter at Thor, declaring, "It is too late. War is all that remains." "Then let us see," Thor replied defiantly. With a furious shout, Loki leaped, transforming into countless phantoms, his scepter aimed at Thor, striking downward. Yet, as a deity of war, how could Loki, the scheming trickster, contend with the seasoned commander of Asgard? Without even summoning a storm, Thor swung Mjolnir, sending Loki crashing into the wall. Loki glared at Thor, bewildered. Why were you not deceived? Did I not tell you?" Thor retorted. "A true warrior fights not with his eyes, but with instinct. I allowed you to wound me before. believing you were still young and did not wish to discourage you. As Thor spoke, he hurled Mjolnir into the air, revealing Loki's true form, which was then struck fiercely in the abdomen, causing him to dissolve into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, Loki had merely sought to ambush Thor. I refused to believe it. Blood trickled from Loki's lips as he knelt, howling at the sky. His scepter hesitated, yet countless phantoms spread across the rooftop. You cannot stop me. Midgard shall be mine. Unfortunately for Loki, though he was a god, the paralyzing effect of the lightning lasted but a moment. He quickly regained his mobility and leapt from the balcony, whisked away by a Chitauri single-pilot craft. Thor, intent on pursuit, was interrupted by Nick's voice. Thor, I need you to stabilize the portal. There are too many enemies. We can barely hold our ground. With a mighty swing of Mjolnir, Thor unleashed a torrent of lightning that struck down upon the portal, obliterating the invading forces that had just begun to surge through, granting the S.H.E.L.D. agents a brief respite. At that moment, military reinforcements finally arrived, with countless American soldiers and aircraft flooding the battlefield, creating a barrage of bullets that, in conjunction with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' defenses, managed to keep the Chitauri at bay for several blocks near the portal. On the other side of the portal, Ebony Maw smirked, gesturing with a flick of his wrist. Release the Leviathan. For a single gem, our master has waited far too long. Yes. The Chitauri leader knelt, commanding the activation of their ultimate weapon. On Earth, Thor realized that his lightning was being drawn into the portal. A colossal metallic beast, resembling a catfish, surged through the portal, absorbing the thunderous damage with its immense form as it entered Earth, unleashing a swarm of Chitauri craft while crashing into the ground defenses. The newly established human front lines were obliterated in an instant, and the skies were filled with falling aircraft, taken down by the overwhelming number of enemy vessels. Nick Fury, you must provide me with an explanation. A furious American representative thundered from the communications room aboard the helicarrier. What nonsense is this? Within half an hour of arriving on the battlefield, 3 battalions of the Army and 5 squadrons of the Air Force have been decimated. The cost of equipment alone is astronomical. I warned you, Nick retorted, expressionless. This is a war of cosmic invasion, not a campaign against Middle Eastern terrorists. Or would you care to test the efficacy of a nuclear bomb? The representative nearly spat blood in disbelief. What are you suggesting? The true power of a nuclear bomb lies in its radiation. What difference does the explosive force make compared to conventional weapons? Considering the battlefield dynamics, the enemy comprises highly mobile single-pilot crafts. You think a nuclear bomb can reach its target without being intercepted? Do you wish to obliterate New York? Are you mad? Or am I sitting in a scalding seat? Let's be clear. How can we win this war? Other nations are willing to join the fight. The representatives of the United Nations stated solemnly, no one can stand idly by while Earth is invaded. Useless. Conventional forces cannot contend with cosmic marauders. I require a team, a true team, akin to Thor, possessing exceptional combat capabilities. Are you referring to the Avengers? But did you not fail in your attempts to recruit them? The American representative asked incredulously. The Avengers were a formidable group Nick had sought to assemble. But why mention them now in the face of this battle? Could they truly prevail against a war that overwhelmed the military? Indeed, the sole path to victory lies in forming the Avengers. Through teamwork, we can confront and defeat the enemy head-on. Trust me, if you grant me the authority, I will expel them. Nick fixed his serious gaze upon the 5 United Nations representatives, who exchanged glances, observing the battlefield where humanity was steadily losing ground, and uttered 2 words in unison. Agreed. Chapter 35. Entering the fray. I can no longer bear this. At the Illuminati base, Angel watched the military's retreat on the monitor as the Chitauri turned their weapons on civilians, reducing vehicles to rubble and humans to ash. Unable to contain herself, she yearned to join the fight. Haoyun quickly intervened. Mom, without a declaration for assistance, we would only be smack. Everyone gasped, especially Aunt Pepper, who had never seen Angel strike Haoyun since he entered the Potts household. This time, she had actually lashed out. Haoyun covered his face, unable to bear witnessing his mother's wrath. Haoyun, when did I teach you to be so self-serving? Angel's face was cold as frost. Your life is precious. But what are theirs? For the sake of a future that may never arise, to possess the ability yet refuse to act while watching humanity slaughtered. Haoyun, you have disappointed me. With that, Angel turned towards the towering robot known as Baymax. Big white, clad in armor, ready for battle. Miss Angel, your heart rate is elevated. Should we check? Check what? Equip me with the battle armor and prepare for combat. Angel stepped in front of Big White, arms outstretched. As he donned the specially enhanced armor piece by piece, also equipping himself, Haoyun stood silently, blocking Angel's path, refusing to let her venture outside. His mother was a righteous lawyer, a woman of profound justice. He could not allow her to go out without a declaration. The pressure of public opinion was unbearable even for Tony and Captain, let alone for his own mother. Tony and Pepper exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Both had valid points, one for humanity, the other for family. But who would take responsibility if something went wrong? Step aside. Armed in her battle suit, Angel leaned against Big White, her voice sharp as she addressed Haoyun. I will not. Haoyun stubbornly stood his ground, creating a tense standoff in the atmosphere of the light shield base. Just as Angel could no longer tolerate the impasse and prepared to commandeer Big White to soar into the skies, Dr. Banner, stationed before the monitors, exclaimed with delight. Good news. SHIELD has sent a request for support. It's official, stamped, and published on the White House website. Ha! Tony leaped in joy, eagerly dragging Pepper towards his armor room. No more stifling here. Everyone gear up, prepare for battle. Haoyun and Angel exchanged a glance, the tension easing considerably. Deep down, Haoyun silently appreciated Nick Fury, truly the head of an agent, aware of their needs. Yet, this only solidified Haoyun's resolve. No matter how persuasive the opposition might be post-battle, he would never agree to join their Avengers Initiative or SHIELD. Perhaps he could consider recruiting Captain, Natasha, Hawkeye, and others. After all, their enemies would only grow stronger in the future. Having more powerful allies would be advantageous. The items he might acquire in the future would require suitable candidates as well. As everyone finished donning their battle attire, even Dr. Banner appeared wielding two enormous hammers. Tony waved his hand emphatically. Light shield, move out. In the heart of the Trident battlefield, witnessing the carnage, with countless Chitauri pilots wreaking havoc from the skies. Nick Fury's eyes blazed crimson as he shouted at Hill beside him. How much longer until Tony arrives? People are dying. I'll contact him immediately and urge him to accelerate. I can give him a maximum of 3 more minutes. After that, our defenses will crumble, and the enemy will flood into the city uncontrollably. Cut it out. Now you're in a rush? Hill barely had time to turn and call Tony Stark when Tony's voice naturally echoed through the speakers of the aerial mothership. Nick Fury looked down in surprise as over 40 iron armors descended from the sky, unleashing a barrage of small tracking missiles that cleared the battlefield in an instant. Rhodey, help me control the rate of the spatial breach. Hulk smashed with gusto. The gold and red, black armors led the charge, soaring rapidly above the Trident Tower under the guidance of Jarvis, Friday, and other AI created by Tony. More than 80 palms extended skyward, energy cannons firmly guarding the entrance, significantly slowing the Chitauri reinforcements. On the ground, Hulk roared, swinging his dual hammers with reckless abandon. With immense power, he smashed through the metallic catfish, trying to intercept Tony and the others, leaving them crumpled around the tower. Meanwhile, Angel stood atop Big White, dual pistols raining fire. Her energy guns powered by the specially designed arc reactor, painting a deadly net of high-energy lasers across the sky. On the other side, Pepper, donned in support armor, controlled hundreds of magnetic levitation machines with Friday's assistance, unleashing countless bullets in concert with Angel. In an instant, the Chitauri forces, which had previously rampaged through New York, faced utter devastation, creating a clear blue sky amidst the chaos. Inside the mothership, 5 United Nations representatives were left dumbfounded. Is this the so-called grassroots power that Nick spoke of? Can your grassroots forces really suppress aliens who disregard the U.S. military? They wondered if Nick had embezzled resources to create a hidden squad of super soldiers. Nick, we need an explanation. Explanations are irrelevant. Now, everything is about war. The UN representatives were not the only ones frightened. Even Nick Fury was taken aback. When did the strength of the light shield grow so formidable? And what was with the 40-plus armors? Tony, surely your military reserves are sufficient for a war, right? Oomph. Do not forget your duties. The representatives scoffed, refraining from further comment. After all, they still relied on the grassroots organization to protect Earth, and this was not the time for discord. Just like the original plot. To turn against them, they needed to ensure no aliens were continuing their invasion, waiting for the right moment to retaliate. What they did not realize was that the true forces of the Light Shield, Hao Yun, Thor, and the hidden Guangling Tower, had not yet made their appearance. Preparing for the looming threat of the Black Obsidian 4. On the battlefield, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye finally found a moment to catch their breath after receiving powerful assistance. Watching Tony and his team maneuver through the battlefield, they couldn't help but be astonished by their combat prowess. To be precise, they were shocked by the results Tony and his team achieved in mere minutes. Chapter 36. Annihilating the Black Obsidian 4. Are these individuals part of a grassroots organization? Captain America shielded his eyes from the sunlight, squinting as he incredulously asked Natasha beside him. For the first time, he pondered whether he should have pursued science rather than enlisting. Perhaps studying medicine or serving in the military would save America. Technology could truly rescue humanity. Natasha spun her dual pistols before holstering them. Just believe what Nick says. It's as simple as that. Hulk. A gust swept by, ruffling Natasha's red hair as she witnessed the metallic catfish disintegrating under the giant hammers, blood spilling profusely, a horrifying sight. That big oaf. Natasha glared disapprovingly at Hulk's receding figure, a ripple of admiration stirring within her. This man was truly formidable. In the sky, Thor, nearly exhausted, finally found a moment to pause, ceasing his lightning as he resumed the search for his brother. Meanwhile, Loki, trembling in a corner, cowered from the chaos unleashed by Hulk. Tony and others. Loki, what on earth has transpired? Why do I feel my people are nearing extinction? The Chitauri, half human and half machine, had suffered catastrophic losses so suddenly that the Chitauri leader was engulfed in doubt. Particularly concerning was the loss of the troop transport fish, an essential weapon among the Chitauri. In a brief span, over 10 had perished. How could he not be anxious? Loki covered his mouth and shouted into the mental link with the Chitauri. You ask me? I want to ask you, what kind of rubbish troops did you dispatch? Only a handful from Midgard, and they're on the verge of annihilating your forces. This is for the great cause of Lord Thanos. Can't you pay more attention? The Chitauri could only stammer in response. Indeed, aside from the transport fish, their troops were all expendable fodder. Yet even expendable troops had obliterated more than one planet. What is Midgard, that it has devoured nearly 1 million of my forces? I must report this to Lord Ebony Maw. Reluctantly, I must concede that Loki speaks the truth, regardless of the dissatisfaction of the Chitauri leader. Communication with Ebony Maw is unavoidable. Lord Ebony Maw, the Chitauri leader entered the heart of the steel warship and respectfully bowed, stating, "We have encountered a formidable enemy, and Loki is calling for aid." A formidable foe? Has the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth intervened? Ebony Maw inquired, furrowing his brow. Under normal circumstances, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth should be preoccupied with the otherworldly demons summoned by Thanos, leaving no time for warfare. No, the Chitauri leader shook his head vigorously. It is a group of suddenly emerged powerful beings from Earth. Oh, who are they? Ebony Maw's interest peaked at the mention of unexpected adversaries. Describe their characteristics. Let me ascertain who in the cosmos dares to disregard Lord Thanos. I recognize the Prince of Asgard, Thor, and there is also a towering green giant of immense strength. Additionally, there are technologically advanced beings clad in armor who soar through the skies. The Chitauri leader succinctly introduced the heroes obstructing their path. Ebony Maw, having traversed the universe alongside Thanos for many years, had seen countless peculiar entities. Listening intently, he discerned that the adversaries described were mere low-tier technological constructs. How audacious! A planet that hasn't even left the Alpha Centauri system, and their technological creations can thwart the Chitauri? Do you not comprehend that the Tesseract is vital to our master's grand ambition? It must be seized. Ebony Maw's fury escalated. The Chitauri had grown complacent, having eradicated numerous worlds to the point of losing perspective. Why not reinforce their ranks or dispatch elite troops? Were it not for the vanguard accompanying Thanos in search of the Power Stone, they would not have needed to resort to the likes of these inept beings. My lord, I truly did not conceal the strength of the heroes from Midgard. Even the Chitauri ships cannot withstand a single blow. The Chitauri leader, trembling under Ebony Maw's ire, hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Seeing the sincerity of the leader's supplication, even drawing blood, Ebony Maw began to reconsider his earlier skepticism. If you claim they are so formidable, then I shall accompany you. Nova, Supergiant, Corvus Glaive, come with me. With a roar, Supergiant swung her massive weapon and followed Ebony Maw's floating figure. On Earth, the portal in the sky suddenly erupted in brilliance, casting a blue beam. Tony Stark, startled, quickly maneuvered his armors out of harm's way. When the light dissipated and revealed the figures within, the members of the Illuminati recognized that the Supreme being spoken of by the Sorcerer Supreme had arrived. From afar, Tony Stark had already procured a building specifically for ambush. To avoid mishaps, he had acquired rooftops across various streets in New York. Hao Yun extended his arms, each with 3-meter-long cannons. With Thor's assistance, the electromagnetic force, converted from lightning, had reached the limits of what nanobots could bear. Then, at the moment when Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive made their appearance, 2 specially crafted torpedoes were loaded and launched. Boom! Before the sound of the explosion could travel, 2 streaks of black light darted across the battlefield, striking the heads of Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive. The Black Order, having invaded Earth for less than 10 minutes, faced complete annihilation without a single survivor. Rod, it's our turn. Hulk! Tony laughed heartily as he and Rod charged at the Dark Nova. Meanwhile, the heavy warrior, Supergiant, was seized by Hulk and brutally slammed to the ground, creating a massive crater, along with what appeared to be some kind of meat paste. On the flagship of the Chitauri, the leader watched in shock as Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive fell, while the other 2 were intercepted. With a cry, he quickly dispatched all troops to rescue Nova and Supergiant. However, the influx of countless single-man flyers and Chitauri ships resulted in the full activation of the White Nightmare. Angel, Big White, activate all light spires. Above the Trident Tower, the prearranged light spires activated in full force, casting countless white beams that intersected in the sky, creating a net that ensnared the incoming foes, capturing every single metallic catfish without exception. Having completed their ambush, Hao Yun and Thor seized the opportunity to join the fray and eliminate the remaining enemies. The electric spark at your fingertips is my undying faith. Electromagnetic Cannon Mark II. Scattershot. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. In a corner of the ground, having just defeated Loki and seized his scepter, Thor stared in astonishment at the lightning-wielding puppy and Hao Yun, who radiated electric energy. After a moment of hesitation, Thor could not help but turn to Loki, who lay on the ground. Brother, do you think Father has concealed from Mother that he found us an Earthling stepmother and an Earth dog stepmother in Midgard? Chapter 37. Victory. Kill. Iron Man and War Machine, flying low at 3 times the speed of sound, crossed paths, each unleashing a laser from their right hands that severed the head of Dark Nova, leaving a smooth wound. Roar. Hulk. Hulk forcefully discarded Supergiant, slamming her down hard, his feet propelling him hundreds of meters upward before crashing down, creating a gaping hole and leaving behind some unknown meat paste. The Black Order had invaded Earth for less than 10 minutes and was completely obliterated, not a single one remaining. Brothers kill. Seeing their leader easily dispatched, Captain America raised his shield, issuing the final battle command. Kill. Countless surviving soldiers wielded assault rifles and hurled grenades, launching a final charge alongside Angel, Tony, Rod, Natasha, Pepper, and others. The invading Chitauri soldiers were utterly defeated, with millions of warriors stained in blood, cleared away completely. Realizing the dire situation, the Chitauri leader recognized the impending doom and severed the signal of the invading forces, opting for a retreat and abandoning the invasion. When the last transport ship fell to the combined strikes of Thor and the God of Thunder, it was reduced to scrap metal. On Earth, not a single invader remained alive. In the sky, the portals still lingered, but not a single Chitauri soldier dared to enter Earth's airspace again. In this war, Earth emerged victorious. Captain America, surrounded by Tony, Rod, Angel, Hao Yun, Thor, Hulk, Natasha, Barton, and the God of Thunder, ascended to the roof of an abandoned school bus, raising his shield and shouting to the heavens. Brothers, we have successfully defeated the alien invaders. We have triumphed. We have won. Cheers echoed throughout New York. while reporters braved the battlefield to broadcast images of victory across the globe. In cities like Tokyo, London, and Los Angeles, firecrackers erupted. The entire planet resonated with a unified voice. Long live Earth! Long live humanity! Amidst the jubilation, Nick Fury found himself under scrutiny. Why didn't you launch a nuclear strike? Those individuals are less heroes and more uncontrollable monstrosities. What if something goes awry? Can you take responsibility? At the United Nations, the American representative spoke up, questioning Fury. As Captain America led the final counterattack, he had demanded Fury to launch a nuclear strike, citing the safety of Earth as his rationale. Had Fury not been prepared and shot down the aircraft carrying the nuclear payload with Hill's assistance, New York would not be celebrating, but mourning instead. Do not forget, New York still has 6 million living souls, and the Illuminati was merely a civilian organization. Nick calmly threatened the other party. 6 million lives sacrificed, and you would unleash a nuclear bomb? Do you believe I could leak this information? You would immediately have to step down, leaving a legacy of infamy. Is there truly a civilian organization capable of repelling extraterrestrial invaders? Nick, are you jesting? I fear you do not comprehend the gravity of your actions. The American representative pressed forward aggressively, showing no signs of retreat. Perhaps you should inquire with the United Nations. Your request for assistance remains prominently displayed on their official website, Nick remarked with a sardonic tone. Do not forget, they are merely scholars with a penchant for research. At least half of them hold doctoral degrees. Moreover, they're exceedingly dangerous, quite perilous indeed. I suspect the entire world is aware of this. Perhaps even the entirety of the universe. However, that was never our intention. No, that is precisely our intention. To let the cosmos know that Earth is fraught with peril. Even if it is beyond the control of those in power, they remain Earthlings at heart. After speaking, Nick dismissed any further dialogue with these duplicitous politicians and exited the room. Hill, contact the captain, Natasha, and Barton. I hereby announce their retirement from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick declared. Is it truly appropriate to hand them over to the Illuminati? Hill expressed concern. Her suspicion was even more acute than Nick's. Both Natasha and Barton possessed formidable combat skills, and Captain America was the very embodiment of American military spirit. Was it wise to entrust them to the Illuminati, risking future complications? No, remaining in S.H.I.E.L.D. under the direction of politicians would be the most hazardous course of action, Nick stated, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as his words trailed off. He'll cast a penetrating glance at Nick Fury, refraining from further comments, and picked up the phone to relay Nick's decision to Natasha and the others. In the heart of the battlefield, Natasha's celebratory demeanor suddenly soured, and she cast a mournful glance at Tony. Tony, does the Illuminati still need members? How do you see me, Barton and Steve? Tony paused. The sound of a text message broke the silence as he glanced at Nick's message, a broad smile blossoming on his face. Of course, welcome aboard, my friend. Oh, by the way, have you ever tried Arabic barbecue? There's a place just a couple of streets away. I'm curious about its flavor. Forget that ridiculous idea. You silly uncle. I've tried it, and I swear it was the worst food I've ever consumed. Hao Yin stepped forward, draping his arm around Thor's shoulder, loudly disparaging the Arabic barbecue joint. He had made a special trip there, hoping for a memorable experience, but the taste was something he would never forget. All right, I am quite understanding. Pepper, call my chef. Today I want to host a gathering of heroes at the Illuminati base. Let us invite the upper echelons of New York. Oh yeah, count me in. Absolutely, you must attend. Rhodes exclaimed as he jumped out of the vehicle, embracing the military personnel with laughter. The atmosphere was filled with merriment and laughter, and despite the remnants of battle, an undeniable vitality permeated the scene. That night, while everyone was changing into their attire for the gathering, Hao Yin lay in the bathroom, reviewing his gains from the day. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the iconic scene of the Marvel Universe, successfully signing in at the Illuminati battlefield. Congratulations, host. You have reached the death scene of Ebony Maw, successfully signing in. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the demise of the Black Order, successfully signing in. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the Trident Tower, successfully signing in. In total, Hao Yin had signed in multiple times at the site of the first Avengers, acquiring countless items. Looking at the panel, the abundance of resources left him feeling elated. Chapter 38. A surge in abilities. System upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first phase of the Marvel storyline. Would you like to proceed with the system upgrade? Upgrade. System upgrade successful. The signing function has been enhanced, unlocking the system marketplace and opening the portals to various realms. Review the latest modifications. System modification log. 1. The signing function has been revised. The Marvel storyline will now feature significant changes, transforming the signing for iconic scenes into a daily event, allowing for 1,100 signing points per session. An achievement system has been introduced, granting substantial signing points upon completion. Points may be utilized to purchase items from the newly unlocked marketplace across various worlds. 2. The system marketplace has been activated, featuring random items from different realms, refreshing 3 worlds daily at noon, with the option to lock items. 4. The signing rewards acquired at the end of the first phase have been collectively converted into system points, multiplied by 10 as per compensation principles. Open personal panel. Host. Hao Yun physique. Celestial body. Energy tenfold stronger than a being of the same level. Observation hockey. Intermediate abilities. 5 Electromancer's items. 1 cubic meter of nanobots. A weakened version of the Super God Gene. A combat-enhanced version of Baymax. And 1 Thor. Signing points. 10,000. Would you like to initiate today as signing? Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have earned 86 signing points. Current points, 10,086. Hao Yun stroked his chin, pondering whether this system modification was indeed a blessing. Firstly, signing in had become simpler, allowing daily participation to earn points for necessary items, effectively enhancing his combat prowess. Unlike before, despite acquiring the celestial body from the Naruto world, he could not utilize a single jutsu, a sheer waste. Secondly, with the introduction of the portals to various realms, he could explore other worlds during idle periods in the Marvel storyline, earning points and expanding his potential for growth, quite advantageous. After all, with the Black Order eliminated, who could predict how long Thanos would remain dormant? Without achieving a god-level strength, he genuinely lacked the courage to confront Thanos head-on. With a more rapid and targeted enhancement of his abilities, he could cultivate himself to be better, faster, and stronger. Open the system marketplace. Today's refreshed worlds. Iron Fortress. Pacific Rim, Soul Reaper. Iron Fortress is an ordinary apocalyptic world, lacking the technological prowess of Marvel, and no superhuman abilities are present. I'll wait for the next refresh. Pacific Rim mechs embody a man's romance. Yet even the weakest one costs nearly 100,000 points, far beyond my reach and impractical. The most useful option remains Soul Reaper. Although I have never seen the series, I am unfamiliar with the various capabilities like Kido and Bakudo. Random exchanges would only lead to waste. However, the weapons, particularly the Zanpakuto, are quite fitting for my needs. Alternatively, I could acquire a Shurikai that perfectly aligns with my abilities. Staring at the Soul Reaper page in the marketplace, Hao Yun hesitated to refresh. The allure of the Zanpakuto was simply irresistible, especially since he lacked a primary weapon, and with the nanobots being limited to physical attacks. Possessing a unique Zanpakuto would enhance his combat capabilities. Yet upgrading to 6 Electromancers was equally enticing. Hao Yun found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, to reach level 6 required 5,000 points, which was exorbitant. Purchasing a personalized Zanpakuto only cost 10,000 points. Decision made. System. Purchase a Zanpakuto that can be upgraded to my exclusive weapon. Purchase successful. Zanpakuto Xian Yuan has been placed in your inventory. Please verify, host. Xian Yuan? Hao Yun furrowed his brow. What kind of Zanpakuto is this? I've never heard of it before. Focusing on the backpack, a long sword resembling an ancient Chinese sword lay within. Upon opening the backpack and extracting the sword, a bronze ancient sword materialized before Hao Yun. The sword measured approximately 1.8 meters in length, with the blade itself extending 1.3 meters. One side was intricately engraved with celestial motifs of the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and vegetation. The hilt bore inscriptions in seal script, entirely incomprehensible, yet seemed to represent agricultural techniques on one side and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. Thus, what I have acquired is not merely a unique Zanpakuto, but rather the legendary Xian Yuan sword, the very sword of the Yellow Emperor, revered among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Goodness, All I desired was a Zampicudo. How could I, an ordinary mortal, be worthy of such a treasure? Furthermore, what are the incantations for its initial release and final form? Couldn't I have been bestowed with a simpler weapon like the Zangetsu? Failing that, I would even settle for the Ri-Jin Jaka. But what on earth is the Xinyuan sword? Who can elucidate its purpose? To which category of Zampicudo does it belong? Holding the sword, how Yun's hands trembled. This was a national treasure, a sacred artifact, a symbol of the nation. I truly hesitate to wield it. Quietly, he sheathed the sword and returned it to the backpack. Unless absolutely necessary, during a desperate struggle, he would never draw the Xinyuan sword. As long as he remained unharmed, he would resolutely refrain from using it. The signing of the Avengers was merely a token gesture, akin to acquiring a talisman for good fortune. Yes, that is how it shall be. Having been thoroughly taken advantage of by the system's marketplace, how you no longer harbored thoughts of locking into the realm of death. All three worlds were in a state of refresh, and he decided to wait until he accumulated enough points to reopen them. During a celebration, members of the Illuminati gathered around a table to welcome 3 new recruits. Tony raised his glass. Let us welcome Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and Captain America Steve Rogers to the Illuminati. Cheers! Everyone lifted their glasses in unison as Rhodey explained the organization's principles to Steve, protecting the populace, refraining from intervening in wars, and solely dedicated to saving humanity and the Earth. Any lingering doubts Steve had dissipated, and he joyfully joined in the festivities. As for the price of welcoming 3 powerful allies, it was the blueprints for the Illumina Tower. Surely, there were contingencies in place. Hey, Tony. After a few rounds of drinks, Thor could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Could you tell me about that marvelous dog?" "Oh, you mean it?" Tony Stark regarded Thor with a peculiar expression and began his earnest explanation. "It hails from another realm, brought to Earth by the Ancient One from Kamartaj. It is said that its universe contains the 4 divine realms of the North, South, East, and West, and it is the prince of the northern gods, Thor." Thor's countenance turned sour, akin to having consumed something foul. Most importantly, after Tony's introduction, he stood proudly, brandishing his hammer before the crowd, pressing the button on his chest. "I am Thor, the god of thunder for the glory of the northern gods." Chapter 39. A brief departure from Marvel. The banquet that evening was uneventful, and the Illuminati's base underwent significant renovation the following day. According to a certain contractor, the interior was in utter disarray, bearing the marks of lightning strikes, with hardly a single item remaining intact. Speculation abounded as to whether there had been yet another alien invasion, resulting from a clash with Thor. This theory gained traction when, the next day, Thor inadvertently appeared in a reporter's shot with a face bruised and swollen. Days later, Hao Yun remained idle at the base, too timid to venture outside or attend school. The recent events had not diminished the Illuminati's popularity. Rather, they had become more renowned than ever. Turning on the television, every channel was inundated with news regarding public opinions on the Illuminati. Interviews were conducted with passers-by, celebrities, and dignitaries. Indeed, the Illuminati had become a national idol, celebrated by countless individuals. Of course, Tony was not so naive as to watch his reputation be overshadowed by others. Promptly, he unveiled a new type of arc reactor under the Illuminati's banner, effectively replacing conventional electricity and establishing himself as the world's foremost energy supplier. Seated on the sofa, Hao Yun observed the interviews on television, noting how drastically the narrative had diverged from what he once knew. Although the recent event confirmed as an alien invasion resulted in significant devastation, the so-called superheroes of the Illuminati provided solace to the populace. It is comforting to have them around. Knowing that someone can protect us is truly a blessing. "I love you, Thor. Give me Iron Man's beard." The television screen was filled with praises for the Illuminati, igniting a fervor among children aspiring to become superheroes. Most importantly, no politician, was clamoring for the superheroes to take responsibility for the city. It could be said that Tony's policy of categorizing superheroes as civilian organizations, requiring special invitations to intervene, resonated with many. With powerful guardians in place, the strong did not trample upon the weak, and abstaining from warfare was inherently a commendable principle. Tony had anticipated the Superhero Registration Act, instituting even stricter measures than those mandated by it. This was a major reason why, following the war, No country pursued vengeance against the Avengers. Hao Yun stroked his chin, contemplating how pleasant it felt. A peaceful world devoid of danger. Aside from the lurking Hydra within D, and with no movements from them, it seemed unlikely that any formidable villains would emerge globally for the time being. Well, the Ancient One was still leading her sorcerers from Kamartaj against external demonic forces, and the New York Sanctum had long been closed. Therefore, with no pressing matters at hand and unable to attend school, why not consider exploring other planets or worlds? Upon opening the marketplace, Hao Yun delightedly discovered that today, as refreshed worlds finally included the one he sought. System Marketplace Refreshed Worlds. Naruto Jation. Without a second thought, he dismissed Jation. The Nine Dragons coffin often clashed with the Tao of Heaven, and even the cheapest items there were unaffordable, requiring over 10,000 points. Not to mention, he was still young, perhaps next time. Naruto, however, presented itself as the most suitable world for enhancing his abilities. The bizarre ninja techniques, the formidable would release, and various bloodline limits, all would be advantageous. Even if he did not use them, bringing them back for others would be splendid. Imagining Iron Man donning the wood release, Hulk endowed with immortality, Natasha conjuring fireballs, Captain America shielded by lightning techniques, traversing vast distances, combined with Tony's brilliant mind accelerating chakra storage. These acquisitions would undoubtedly bring monumental changes to the world. At that time, even if Thanos led his army against them, they would stand no chance against such a formidable collective, right? System, how can I travel to the Naruto world to acquire top-tier materials and bloodlines in the Naruto world? The host must traverse into that realm and complete tasks set by the providers of those materials and bloodlines. Does the host wish to purchase any items? I would like the wood release technique. The provider of the wood release technique is Tsunade Senju. The task she has set forth is save Jiraiya and apprehend the mastermind behind the Naruto world. Upon completion, the host will automatically receive the inheritance of the wood release technique and 10,000 points. Will you accept the task? System, I must inquire. Can I bring items obtained in the task world back to the present? No, items from the Naruto world cannot be returned. However, the purchase points for items in the Naruto world will be reduced to 1/10 of the original points. 1/10, huh? Hao Yun pondered, contemplating the most expensive item in the Naruto world, the 3-Tomo Sharingan, priced at 1,000 points. If it possesses the ability of autonomous evolution, then 1/10 of that would amount to 100 points. Surely, the Manjiki Sharingan, no matter how costly, could not exceed 10,000 points. Thus, the task completion reward of 10,000 points would essentially enable him to purchase all the items he desired. By this calculation, he should be quite profitable, as only items purchased through the system would adhere to the world's regulations and avoid causing destruction. After all, what if he inadvertently cultivated a chakra tree? Tony, his uncle, was not without precedent. Ultron was indeed his creation. System, what is the time ratio? The task time to real-time ratio is 10:1. But physical age will increase as the body grows. A 10:1 ratio, indeed, it appears I cannot linger too long in the Naruto world. Nevertheless, it is of no concern. I am well aware of all the intricacies of the Naruto universe. There is nothing simpler than directly confronting the source of chaos. Yet, Hao Yun seemed to have forgotten that his current strength does not rank among the strongest in the Naruto world. At most, he possesses the power equivalent to that of a Kage. Resolute, Hao Yun stepped out and informed his uncle Tony to relay to his mother, Angel, that he was venturing off-world. Without waiting for Tony to pursue him, he locked onto the Naruto world and initiated contact with the system to accept the mission. System, accept the mission. Mission acceptance successful. Activating the multiverse teleportation portal. Deep within his consciousness, a dark and imposing door gradually swung open. In reality, a flash of light enveloped Hao Yun's body as he vanished from his room. At this moment, in the Naruto world, in Konohagakure, a young boy named Naruto Uzumaki sat dejectedly on a swing, lamenting his failure to pass the graduation exam, when a man suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 1. First Arrival in Konoha. Ah, young lad, are you Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha? Hao Yun instantly recognized the golden-haired boy before him. Not bound by the rules of the real world, he crouched down and playfully engaged the boy. I'm not Sasuke. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I will definitely become Hokage. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, the competitive Naruto's frustration dissipated, and he jumped up, pointing at Hao Yun while passionately declaring his dream. Hao Yun suppressed a chuckle. He had always found this character amusing in the anime, and encountering him in reality was even more entertaining. All right, I see you aspire to be Hokage, Naruto. However, Hokage is not a title one can claim if they can't even pass as a genin. Just as he was about to continue, a signal in his mind alerted him that someone was approaching. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the traitorous Yamato. Kid, I'll chat with you later. Hao Yun had no desire to interrupt Naruto's moment. Without his shadow clones, Naruto would not adequately match his identity as a child of destiny. After his departure, Yamato approached Naruto. Naruto, who was that? I don't know. He seemed strange and talked to me for a while before leaving. He must be from the village. Yamato-sensei, were you looking for me to inform me about the exam? Naruto casually replied, his focus returning to the genin assessment. Yamato thought little of it. Despite Hao Yun's strange attire, the village was not devoid of eccentric individuals. He was not a loyal Konoha ninja, so why not focus on the stolen sealing scroll instead? Thus, he promptly dismissed thoughts of Hao Yun and began persuading Naruto to steal the sealing scroll. Meanwhile, Hao Yun strolled through the streets of Konoha. He couldn't help but notice that while life in the ninja world seemed primitive compared to modern cities, it possessed a distinct charm of its own. Setting aside the remarkable ninja tool shops, the sight of ninjas leaping across rooftops ignited within him a whimsical urge to take out a slingshot and shoot birds. After visiting well-known establishments like the Tenten Ninja Tool Shop, the Yamanaka Flower Shop, and the Nara Pharmacy, Hao Yun inquired around and located the residence of Sasuke Uchiha. Why seek Sasuke's residence, you ask? Aside from Sasuke, which other household would be easily accessible, cost-free, and spacious? Naruto's place was small, dirty, and chaotic, constantly under the watchful eye of Umbu, with the clan wiped out and his talent nowhere near Itachi's. Residing in a remote corner of the village would ensure he faced minimal scrutiny. It was the perfect refuge for him, as he certainly could not cause trouble upon entering the Naruto world. After all, even a wanderer must adhere to the rules of wandering. Knock knock. The door to Sasuke's residence echoed as Hao Yun waited patiently until it finally opened. Who is it? The door revealed Sasuke's haughty face, one that appeared to disdain anyone who crossed his path. I'm a friend of your family. Oh, and I know your brother, Itachi Uchiha. In fact, I'm aware of the truth behind your clan's massacre. Hao Yun winked at Sasuke, deliberately invoking Itachi's name. Instantly, he noticed Sasuke's eyes turn crimson, and he reached out to grab Hao Yun by the collar. However, Sasuke was utterly unprepared for the fact that this seemingly ordinary individual with a penchant for eccentric clothing effortlessly swatted his hand away, leaving him momentarily paralyzed by a powerful electric shock. Easy now, I already told you, I'm your family's friend. Can't we discuss Itachi civilly? Must you resort to violence? With the electrical force fully engaged, Hao Yun's right hand crackled with vibrant currents as he tousled Sasuke's hair, leaving him trembling until his hair stood on end. Only then did Hao Yun release him and step past him into the Uchiha Manor. Upon entry, he surveyed the elegant rockeries, lush greenery, and the courtyard reminiscent of a traditional compound that, despite its age, remained well kept. In one corner, targets for weapon practice were set up, a testament to the Uchiha's legacy. It was apparent that while the village had stripped the Uchiha clan of their wealth, they had not neglected Sasuke entirely. At least, outwardly, Sasuke still maintained the dignity befitting an Uchiha. Who exactly are you? Sasuke, having finally recovered from the shock, closed the door and repeated his question, though this time, his tone lacked its previous arrogance. Hao Yun smiled. In the ninja world, strength was revered. Sasuke was not as dim-witted as the internet made him out to be. I know everything about the Uchiha clan, from its inception to its downfall. So, what do you say? Would you like to hear about it? Hao Yun entered the room, removed his shoes, and reclined on the tatami mat. His fingers lightly tapped the floor, his words dripping with temptation. Do you wish to uncover the truth behind the massacre? Your brother did not wish for the clan's demise. He was merely a pawn in a grand scheme. I want to know the whole truth. Sasuke glared at Hao Yun, his teeth clenched. Itachi had always been his idol, yet the tragedy of the clan's slaughter had plunged him into despair. He had never believed that such a gentle brother could commit such an atrocity, and the person before him was his only glimmer of hope. Is this how you treat your guests? If you want to know the truth, You must first prepare a sumptuous dinner for me. Hao Yun rubbed his stomach, unabashedly demanding a feast. All right, I'll get it right away. Without a second thought, Sasuke grabbed his wallet and dashed out. In his haste, he even used chakra to speed up, inadvertently shattering several tiles on nearby rooftops. Hao Yun shook his head in disbelief. Poor child. Let me reveal all the truths to you. As for whether the plot will collapse, it is of no concern to me. After all, wasn't his purpose to bring about such a collapse? Back when he was engrossed in Naruto, he certainly found the incessant antics of this troublesome manga exasperating. It was clearly a matter concerning the Otsutsuki family, yet spiraled into the destruction of worlds. Now that he has the opportunity to enter the realm of Naruto, how could he possibly refrain from shattering this flawed narrative, especially after shedding tears over it in the past? Death? I shall undoubtedly alter your fate. Sir, you have eaten and drunk well. It is now time to discuss the Uchiha clan, Sasuke eagerly declared as he set a sumptuous spread before them. Without hesitation, Hao Yun reclined on the tatami mat and began recounting the tale of Naruto. Long ago, in a parallel world, there existed a clan known as Otsutsuki, who were fervently devoted to planting trees across various planets. Chapter 2. Teaching Sasuke. That very night, Hao Yun revealed to Sasuke the grievances and entanglements of the Otsutsuki clan, along with the malevolent force behind the Nine Tails chaos, and all the events that had transpired thus far. Sitting on the tatami, Sasuke's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he learned for the first time of the myriad secrets within the ninja world, and even more astonishingly, that his own ancestor was still alive. Not only was he alive, but why could he not simply remain hidden in his mountain cave, clinging to life, rather than emerging to wreak havoc upon the Uchiha? After all, they were of the same lineage. Were they not all his descendants? Why must he manipulate Obito into annihilating the Uchiha clan? Now, with himself as the sole survivor, could he truly carry on the family legacy? If he were to meet with misfortune one day, and with Itachi being gravely ill, would the Uchiha clan cease to exist? Is what you say true? Sasuke's eyes glowed crimson, his three tomo spinning wildly within his pupils. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing that his brother Itachi had been threatened by Danzo, and that Obito was scheming in the shadows, the emotional turmoil within him surged past its limits, awakening his Sharingan to the three-tomo state. No, in Hao Yun's perspective, a little more stimulation might just trigger the Manjiki Sharingan. However, it was not Hao Yun's intention to allow Sasuke to awaken the flawed version of his Sharingan so easily. From his previous life as forums, he had learned that the evolution of the Manjiki required profound mental stimulation. Through careful speculation, he deduced that the true condition for the Sharingan's evolution was the fusion of in-released chakra and natural energy into Senjutsu chakra. Otherwise, how could Otsutsuki Kagaya have possessed the Rinnegan without her parents being deceased? Thus, in order for Sasuke to become his greatest ally in the future, it was imperative that he did not permit him to awaken the defective Sharingan so readily. Indeed, it is true, my boy. Calm yourself. If you continue to be so agitated, you might very well awaken your Manjiki, Hao Yun cautioned, sending a bolt of lightning coursing through Uchiha Sasuke. Upon arriving in the Naruto world, he had already resolved to claim Sasuke and Naruto, the two children of the world, as his own. Naturally, he aimed to ensure they would not bear any flaws. To Hao Yun, Sasuke's Manjiki was a flawed existence. Sasuke trembled from the shock, attempting to speak, but Hao Yun swiftly silenced him with a firm hand to his abdomen. I know you seek revenge against Danzo, but do not forget who your true enemy is. Moreover, Danzo has already attained the strength of a Kage. Do you truly wish to seek your own demise as a mere genin? Although it is said that Konoha genin can wreak havoc, I doubt you possess such capability at your age. Rest well and refrain from foolishly attempting to evolve your eyes. When you awaken tomorrow, I shall instruct you in a more secure and efficient means of enhancing your strength. Having said that, Hao Yun increased the voltage, and after Sasuke felt a sharp pain, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Hao Yun yawned and summoned nanobots to carry Sasuke to bed, while he himself casually found a room to rest in, sleeping soundly until the sun had risen high. The following day, while Hao Yun was still in slumber, he was jolted awake by a cold voice. Get up. He opened his eyes and stretched languidly. One must admit, while the ninja world may not offer the conveniences of the technological era, in terms of air and sunlight, it was rather pleasant. It was so comfortable that he nearly forgot he was in the ninja world, lacking any sense of vigilance. I entered without you even noticing. You truly are not much of a ninja, Sasuke mocked, holding a basin of water as he stepped into the room, fixing his gaze upon Haoyun. Haha. Haoyun's lips twitched slightly. The nickname was indeed fitting. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and you seem to believe yourself capable. Today, if I do not beat you to the point where even your mother would fail to recognize you, you will not understand who your true father is. What about breakfast? After a few quick washings, Haoyun casually moved to the courtyard to stretch his limbs, then turned to inquire. Someone will deliver it in about an hour. Did you not say you would teach me how to grow stronger? Sasuke replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Haoyun. Strength. He desired it more urgently than ever, especially upon learning that Danzo possessed Kaga-level power, along with the Uchiha clan's supreme Sharingan. Do not fret. I shall first assess your current strength before considering how to instruct you. Haoyun grinned like a wolf, his body enveloped in lightning as he charged forward. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. A freshly graduated genin, equipped only with basic techniques and the inability to land a hit with his fireball jutsu, could hardly inflict any damage upon Haoyun, who could contend with extraterrestrial invaders. Within mere minutes, utilizing only his mid-level observation haki, Sasuke found himself launched into the air dozens of times, battered and bruised, questioning his very existence. He began to wonder what he had truly learned over the years, as he realized with dismay that he could not even contend with a mere lackey of Danzo, much less the leader of the route. All right, I shall present you with two choices. Haoyun, hand behind his back, surveyed the despondent Sasuke lying on the ground. First, train in taijutsu. Have you ever heard of Might Guy's ultimate technique, the 8 gates? Should you master the 8 gates and open the 8th gate of death, you will gain the power to combat Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, opening the 8th gate is certain death, but I possess a method to enhance your physical strength, ensuring your survival while granting you the power to rival the entire ninja world. As he spoke, Haoyun glanced at his system points. His luck with sign-ins had been decent over the past few days, barely reaching 541 points, and the shop had opened up to the world of One Piece, where 500 points could grant him the foundational training method for haki, which was quite a bargain. Sasuke remained unresponsive on the ground. The training of Might Guy and Rock Lee was known throughout the village. He was not afraid of hardship, but was simply impatient, eager to acquire greater strength. Are there any other methods? The second option is to enhance your bloodline power. Haoyun crouched down before Sasuke, explaining, yesterday, I already shared with you the origins of the Uchiha clan. You have inherited the Sage S.I., but to truly unleash its potential and rapidly enhance your abilities without side effects, you must attain the Sage body. I possess a method to transform your body into that of a Sage, which embodies Yang release power. Meanwhile, your Sharingan embodies Yin release power. In the fusion of Yin and Yang, you may even awaken the Rinnegan. At the very least, you would acquire an eternal Manjiki Sharingan, akin to a Beto. Considering a Beto, who, with merely a patched-up body, could wield Kimui without side effects, Haoyun, supported by an entire technological world, could facilitate Sasuke's seamless integration into the Sage body through his scientific knowledge and the assistance of his nanobots, making it truly feasible. Chapter 3. The Unusual Sasuke. Sasuke pondered for a moment and unhesitatingly chose the second option. Of course, he had his doubts about Haoyun's intentions in assisting him, but all his hopes rested on eliminating Danzo and bringing back his brother. As for the rest, what did it matter if he had to sell his soul to a demon? After receiving a definitive answer, Haoyun sent Sasuke away to join his team for a mission, while he himself remained at home studying the cells of Hashirama Senju. He didn't even need to steal a corpse for the study of Sage body. After all, he possessed the Sage body himself. In the following days, Sasuke nourished Haoyun while completing his team's tasks. He also undertook the chakra control exercises assigned by Haoyun, which included climbing trees, walking on water, and using chakra to slice through leaves. Meanwhile, Haoyun, after witnessing Sasuke endure Kakashi's trials and complete numerous high-level missions, was on the verge of impatience when he discovered the difference between the Sage body and ordinary ninjas. It turned out that the Sage body possessed an additional genetic fragment compared to regular ninjas. By supplementing this genetic fragment, any ordinary ninja could evolve into a Sage body. Hao-Yun had specifically cultivated cells to experiment with this, using Sasuke's cells and adding the necessary genetic fragment. The new cells not only exhibited vigorous vitality, but also contained energy reserves dozens of times greater than those of normal cells. Essentially, aside from human trials, the endeavor was a resounding success. With the injection of the genetic serum, Sasuke could elevate himself to the sage body, achieving the chakra levels of Hashirama Senju. One day, upon Sasuke's return from a mission, Hao-Yun shared this delightful news with him. Sasuke, the experiment was successful. You can transform into a sage body, and there are no side effects. Really? Sasuke exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, rolling up his sleeve without needing further persuasion. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. Hao-Yun had previously mentioned the differences between Hashirama and others during their discussions. Coupled with the stimulation from his teammate, Naruto Uzumaki's chakra, he had long coveted the sage body. However, I advise you to take a couple of days off to allow your body to adjust, Hao-Yun cautioned as he prepared the injection. Sasuke hesitated, a hint of pride surfacing as he asked, "Can I wait a few days to inject it? Don't you want revenge anymore?" "Of course not." Sasuke quickly defended himself. "I just received a mission this afternoon to protect someone while constructing a bridge in the Land of Waves." "Ah, a mission in the Land of Waves," Hao-Yun mused, recalling the plot. "Is the client male or female?" "No matter. You should proceed with the injection. I'll accompany you on this mission." Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he thought it was imperative to clarify one of the three major questions concerning the Hokage, the gender of the client. Initially, he believed he had a few days, but since the opportunity presented itself, he had to be involved. "What? You're coming too?" Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Team missions typically didn't allow additional participants. "Naturally. I won't go. What if something goes wrong?" Hao-Yun replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, my strength is formidable. Even your teacher isn't my match, and I won't hinder you." "But team missions don't permit others to join." Sasuke hesitated, voicing the requirements of the ninja mission. Perhaps deep down, he didn't want more people to know about Hao-Yun. Upon hearing this, Hao-Yun was even less concerned. In the ninja world, strength dictated authority. "Don't worry, just continue with your mission. I will reveal myself after you leave the village." With that, Hao-Yun pulled Sasuke's arm and injected the prepared genetic serum into him. Sasuke felt a blazing fire ignite within him, surging towards his eyes, intertwining with the cold energy that rose within him, creating a perfect cycle. Once the energy subsided, he sensed a tremendous potential slowly being released within him. His eyes appeared to reach the pinnacle of the three-tomo Sharingan, accumulating energy in preparation for a breakthrough. As he took a step forward, the floor crumbled beneath him. Hao-Yun approached to assess his condition, smiling as he guided him to the training ground. "Control your body well. Otherwise, I fear you might struggle with basic activities like eating and walking," Hao-Yun remarked, shaking his head as he entered the bedroom. One must admit, Sasuke was indeed the child of destiny. The genetic serum not only transformed him into a sage body, but his chakra had entirely converted into sage chakra. Henceforth, any ninjutsu he utilized would likely transform into sage techniques automatically. By the next day, Sasuke managed to control the power within him and could engage in his daily activities normally. At the village gate, Naruto Uzumaki bounced around excitedly, unable to remain still for a moment. Sasuke placed his hands behind his head, wondering when Hao-Yun would arrive. Sakura was her usual infatuated self with Sasuke. Kakashi read from his yellow book. Their client S-Team, seemingly calm and ordinary, appeared to be merely a typical group on a mission. In the shadows, Hao-Yun stealthily followed the group, quietly dispatching several root ninjas. Just as he was preparing to reveal himself, he suddenly noticed a puddle in the center of the road. Well, no need to say more. It must be the collateral damage from an assassination attempt. Whoosh! Just as Kakashi and his team passed the puddle, two ninjas emerged from it, wielding chain blades, and swiftly cut Kakashi in half. "Teacher," Sakura gasped, quickly drawing her kunai to protect the client. Meanwhile, before Naruto could react, Sasuke instinctively stepped forward, stomping into a deep pit, his fist striking the midsection of the ambushing ninja. As the dust settled, Naruto, Sakura, the client, and even Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, were horrified to discover that the two attacking ninjas had been brutally severed, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Sasuke stood frozen, drenched in blood. Was this truly his doing? In just one night, had his strength escalated to the point of annihilating two ninjas? Sasuke, Kakashi emerged from the shadows, examining the bodies of the ninjas. He then turned to Sasuke, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Although these two were merely rogue ninjas, not as strong as those from major ninja villages, they were still Chunin. What did it mean to kill them in an instant? Moreover, wasn't the Uchiha clan known for their eyes? When did their physical prowess become so formidable? Beside them, Sakura covered her mouth in shock, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze. For the first time, she began to question whether her affection for Sasuke was truly misplaced. Could she really marry someone so ruthless? Would she not be at risk of being struck down in a quarrel someday? Chapter 4. The Revelation and Confrontation with Kakashi. I am the strong. Sasuke couldn't believe his own fists. Merely injecting the serum had enabled him to obliterate Chunin. Once his body was fully developed, he should be able to defeat Danzo, right? Yes, and also Uchiha, Black Zetsu, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. He would not spare anyone who had harmed his brother. Sasuke, your power. Teacher, I prefer not to discuss it, Sasuke coldly replied, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride, a significant elevation in his self-worth. Furthermore, in his pursuit of power, he would never divulge Haoyun's secrets to anyone else. Your rapid power upgrade concerns me, Kakashi said, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He wasn't coveting Sasuke's strength. Rather, he feared the potential ramifications it might bring. Or rather, someone covets his body. With only this lone seedling left in the Uchiha clan, Obito does not wish to. Haoyun emerged from the shadows, exclaiming, "What a Kakashi! You only acknowledge the orphan of the Uchiha family. Yet you forget that your own teacher has a child who endures daily ridicule and consumes expired milk." Haoyun's words were laden with implication. To be honest, Kakashi has never truly paid much attention to Naruto in the manga, and he finds it rather displeasing. Not to mention that Minato was delayed and truly could not provide support. Just considering Minato's teachings to you, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, is it truly worth your cold indifference? After becoming a Jonin captain, he further neglected Naruto, solely instructing Sasuke in ninjutsu, completely abandoning Naruto. Don't say you don't know what to teach. You are Kakashi, renowned as a ninja. You are familiar with thousands of ninjutsu techniques. Furthermore, Haoyun, who once killed his own teacher's wife in a past life, can boldly declare that Minato's team, aside from Rin, consists entirely of ungrateful wolves. Who are you? Kakashi instinctively adopted a defensive stance, warily regarding the suddenly appearing Haoyun. Sasuke, come here. Sasuke, do not approach. Upon witnessing Uchiha Sasuke heedlessly stride towards the newcomer, Kakashi hastily reached out to grasp him. Unfortunately, Sasuke ignored him entirely, pivoting to evade his grasp and offered a respectful greeting to Haoyun. Indeed, after receiving the genetic serum, Haoyun formally accepted Sasuke as his disciple. Master Haoyun, I, disciple Sasuke. Pay my respects. Good. Haoyun ruffled Sasuke's hair, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, disregarding him, and turned his attention to the other two members of Team 7. You and I shall become Hokage, Naruto, Uzumaki. I fear you not. Confronted by Haoyun's gaze, Naruto summoned his courage to shout, albeit he clumsily brandished his kunai, his hands and feet trembling, entirely contrary to his fierce proclamation. Haoyun's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Naruto, do you wish to know why the villagers call you the Nine-Tails? Do you wish to discover the identities of your parents? Do you yearn to learn who your parents' murderer is? Do you aspire to swiftly enhance your strength and become Hokage, just like Sasuke? If so, then make me your master. After speaking, he paid no heed to Kakashi's astonishment, even his fear, and turned his attention to Sakura. Sakura Haruno, is it? You are lovely and adorable. Do you fancy Sasuke? If you become my disciple, I shall betroth Sasuke to you. Master, Sasuke's face flushed crimson, tugging at Haoyun's clothing. What nonsense! Marriage is not as important as revenge. Why must it be marriage? Haoyun shot Sasuke a sidelong glance. Do you not know that Sakura is affectionately known as Sakura-chan? With your delicate demeanor, do you think you can dominate her? Moreover, in Boruto, Sakura single-handedly raised her child for over a decade. Given her virtuous character, I would naturally arrange for you to marry her. My disciple will not abandon his wife and children. Huh. Sakura's cheeks burned, her gaze faltering. Internally, she was already clamoring for the chance to become Haoyun's disciple contemplating how fortunate it would be to wed Sasuke. What if she let such an opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, Kakashi could no longer bear to watch. What is this nonsense? I am the leader of Team 7. Are you attempting to usurp my position? Furthermore, as the last descendant of the Uchiha clan and a Jinchuriki, he could not allow them to take on apprentices at will. Who is this unknown ninja? And what are his intentions in infiltrating Konoha? Kakashi's hands transformed into phantoms as he activated the body flicker technique, swiftly appearing behind Haoyun, thrusting a kunai towards a vital point. Alas, no matter how rapid his movements, they could not escape the perception granted by observation haki. Just as he vanished, Haoyun sensed his actions, predicting the future without moving a muscle, and summoned lightning that struck Kakashi, who had appeared behind him. Despite Kakashi's formidable strength and speed, his awareness could not reach the speed of light. As he materialized, the thunder struck him, forcibly sending him flying over 10 meters. As he rose, the high attack. Low defense, Nin Kakashi had sustained internal injuries, panting heavily as he knelt on the ground. Kakashi, you're no match for me. For the time being, I harbor quite the fondness for Konoha's students. Do not squander this little goodwill. Haoyun coldly warned Kakashi before disregarding him, focusing intently on wooing Naruto and Sakura. Of course, having not experienced the Land of Waves mission, the two youngsters held no deep feelings for Kakashi at the moment and were more concerned with their own issues. Do you truly know who my parents are? Where are they? Why have they not come to see me for so long? Naruto exclaimed, rushing up to Haoyun, his face etched with sorrow. By the end of his plea, his voice had grown hoarse, teetering on the brink of despair. Haoyun, already displeased with Konoha's higher-ups, had no intention of defending them. He candidly revealed that Naruto's father was the 4th Hokage. Your father is the 4th Hokage. Your mother was the 2nd Hokage's Jinchuriki. Oh, what is a Jinchuriki? After explaining briefly, Haoyun found it bothersome and pulled out a recording device, playing back the history of Hokage he had once shared with Sasuke. Kakashi, who had been on guard, gradually became captivated by the historical narrative emanating from the device, particularly upon hearing that Obito had not died, had been deceived, and had a hand in the deaths of the 4th Hokage and the Uchiha clan's annihilation. As an elite Nin of Konoha and a former Anbu member, he was well aware that the information relayed from the recording was indeed the truth. So, Obito truly did not perish? He secretly manipulated the 4th Mizukage, attempting to topple the entire world? Why? Why did it come to this? Mother, father, I miss you so much. Naruto cried, pounding the ground in anguish. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama drew him into the ceiling space in a moment of fury, coupled with his rage over Konoha's concealment of the 4th Hokage's identity. Without a second thought, he charged toward the ceiling gate, intent on tearing it open. Then, he beheld a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and a gentle woman with red hair. Chapter 5. Successfully Accepting Disciples, Continuing the Mission. Naruto, what have you done to him? As Naruto's consciousness was drawn into the ceiling space, his body unknowingly collapsed to the ground. Kakashi hastily embraced Naruto's form, shouting angrily at Haoyun, "TCH, isn't he a Jinchuriki?" Of course, he was taken by Kurama. Haoyun shrugged, indicating that he would not shoulder that responsibility. He wished to take on a disciple and alter the tragic fates of Hokage, but had no intention of eliminating the Child of Destiny. What do you intend to do? Do you seek to overthrow Konoha? Kakashi sat on the ground, cradling Naruto's weakened body. Haoyun observed that when Konoha was mentioned, a flicker of support passed through the depths of Kakashi's gaze. It seems that the true cause of the White Fang's demise has stirred resentment even in this loyal ninja of Konoha. Why destroy Konoha? I simply cannot stand by and watch. I wish to amend some of the tragedies of the future. Haoyun spread his hands. As for Konoha, I merely wish to eradicate Danzo. Beyond that, it is only to expose Kagaya's conspiracy. Is what you say true? Kakashi looked skeptically at Haoyun. How could he genuinely wish to rid Konoha of its malignancy? TCH, in the coming days, I will train Sasuke to become a Nin. What would a mere Konoha offer me? Rest assured, I simply wish to take on 12 disciples, and together we shall vanquish Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Uchiha Madara. Yes, including Uchiha Obito. All right, as long as what you say is true, I shall support you. Kakashi finally expressed his backing, for he too sought to eliminate Danzo. And joining forces seemed the best course of action, as long as it does not jeopardize Konoha. He could even take on a few disciples. After all, The other party is also a strong individual and could foster good relations with the village, which is undoubtedly beneficial. With this thought in mind, Kakashi's gaze shifted toward Sakura. He was well aware of Sasuke's Uchiha lineage and Naruto being the child of the 4th Hokage and the Uzumaki clan. But what peculiar talent did this girl from Team 7 possess? Could it be that Sakura harbored strengths he had yet to discern? Haoyun, however, had little patience for Kakashi's idle musings. His objective was to disrupt the narrative, and what could be quicker than taking future powerhouses as apprentices? Sakura, how about it? I can guarantee that Sasuke will marry you, as long as you take me as your master. Sasuke's face turned crimson as he shot a furious glare at Haoyun. How could he still have any shame left? Moreover, who said he intended to marry Sakura? No, he absolutely would not wed any woman. This was for the pride of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, his teacher, elicited an uncertain look from Sakura, who was internally screaming with a tempest of emotions. Though I shouldn't meddle in your apprenticeship matters, I believe you should seriously consider taking on a master of this caliber. Haoyun's expression was enigmatic as he regarded Kakashi. Did he truly consent to Sakura's apprenticeship? Kakashi rolled his eyes, since Sasuke had already accepted a master. What was the harm in allowing Sakura to do so as well? Very well, master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Sakura was decisive, seeing Kakashi's lack of opposition. She promptly knelt and performed a formal bow. Her loud proclamation roused Naruto, who had been chatting with his parents in his mind. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Without even glancing at Kakashi, Naruto decisively knelt to pay his respects. His once cheerful demeanor had faded considerably, taking on a more somber air reminiscent of Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, my mother asked me to tell you that once you reach hell, she will have a long chat with you. Kakashi's forehead broke into a cold sweat at the mention of his mother-in-law. Hey, are you all still going to protect me on my journey? The client, Uncle Dazna, who had been sidelined for far too long, yelled out in frustration. Though he did not comprehend the situation, the urgency of his family's circumstances did not allow for prolonged delays. Everyone turned their attention to Haoyun, who shrugged. What else is there to say? Of course. We continue. There is a Jonin who has accepted an assassination mission. It just so happens to be your adversary. Perfect for a sparring partner. A Jonin? Kakashi exclaimed. This was merely a B-rank mission, and now there were 2 Chunin and a Jonin involved. Was someone plotting against Naruto? Was it that scoundrel Danzo again? Don't overthink it. It's merely a coincidence. A little extra money, and it just so happened to be arranged. Haoyun caught Kakashi's thoughts with a sidelong glance and lightly slapped him on the head, stating the obvious. Kakashi sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't T from the Foundation, he wasn't prepared to contend with them just yet. Enough of that. Don't ask too many questions. Let's hit the road. During the journey, Haoyun had Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura begin their training in precise chakra control. It must be said that the trio were indeed prodigies. With the help of his parents, Naruto successfully convinced the Nine Tails to temporarily refrain from interfering with his chakra, enabling him to effortlessly complete tasks like climbing trees and walking on water. Sakura, the academic star, finished in just a minute. The more challenging task fell to Sasuke, who only managed to achieve precise control over his chakra just as they were boarding the boat. As a result, Naruto unlocked his Rasengan skill tree, Sakura learned hockey techniques, and Sasuke continued to adapt to his newfound physical strength. Get down. After traveling for 4 to 5 days and just disembarking from the boat with the borders of the land of waves in sight, Kakashi suddenly shouted, forcefully pushing Dazna to the ground. Sasuke! Naruto! A menacing aura approached from a distance, and a large blade swung towards Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto shouted in unison, and with Naruto's pull, Sasuke launched himself at the blade, kicking it into the sky where it landed at an angle into the ground. The initially grand entrance of Zabuza Momochi was thwarted, leaving him awkwardly standing on the ground, gazing mournfully at the blade that had been kicked away. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist? Ninja Kakashi Hatake. They exchanged greetings, but just as they were about to engage in light banter, Sasuke could no longer contain his desire to test his strength and leaped forward with a powerful kick. Body replacement technique. Crack! Sasuke's kick shattered the wooden log, and Zabuza returned to the blade's hilt, his gaze now filled with even more resentment. Whatever happened to the customary pleasantries upon meeting? Kakashi, have you forgotten your ninja etiquette? There's no time for pleasantries. Let us get to fighting. The group of 6, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, Zabuza, and Dazna, looked to Hao Yun, who had been the source of such dialogue. Ah, it seems we have a narrator here. Chapter 6. White. Thanks to the generous support from Fat Carrot. An update. Thank you. All eyes turned towards Hao Yun, especially Kakashi, whose gaze was filled with profound disappointment. You could have just done it without saying anything. Besides, aren't ninjas supposed to be stealthy assassins? Who says we need others to sing our praises? Do you believe I could represent all ninjas in a defamation lawsuit? We also have our dignity. Kakashi, is that also one of your students? Indeed, quite a character. Zabuza choked out after a prolonged silence. Kakashi covered his face, unable to show his face in public. No, he is just too grand. Hey, I have no objections to your comments about being grand. But are we going to follow the proper procedure or not? If not, let us just start fighting. Too much chit-chat will only irritate the bosses. Impatiently, Sasuke, who had been waiting, rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick towards Zabuza. Naruto understood shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, and thousands of shadow clones erupted, immediately surrounding Zabuza from above, left, and right, effectively sealing off his escape. However, having already experienced Sasuke's strength, Zabuza was not foolish enough to charge in. The moment Sasuke moved, Zabuza had already formed seals with one hand, using the body replacement technique to evade the encirclement, leaving behind a snow rabbit that Sasuke had turned into a mushy paste with his kick. TSK, Hao Yun jeered from the sidelines. That rabbit was so cute. How could you hurt such an adorable creature? Shut up. Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi all simultaneously expressed their irritation, 3 black lines marking their foreheads. This guy was far too annoying. It must be said that free from the pressures of Marvel and the safety of family, Hao Yun was thoroughly enjoying himself. On the battlefield, the fight raged on. Sasuke, whose powers had grown too rapidly, dared not use ninjutsu or weapons for fear of collateral damage. Naruto had yet to unlock his Rasengan skill tree and could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. As for Sakura, it was time for her to rest. But Zabuza was not merely a melee fighter. He was a renowned powerhouse, even among the hidden Mist Village's elite. Demon of the Mist. As the battle continued and neither side gained the upper hand, Zabuza initiated his ninjutsu. A thick mist enveloped the battlefield, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. In an instant, the 3 newly appointed genin found themselves paralyzed with dread, unable to move even a finger. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Each vital point instilled a palpable sense of crisis among the gathered crowd. One cannot deny the formidable prowess of the silent killing technique from the village hidden in the mist. First, the impenetrable fog incited panic, and then the focus on vital points led to a mental diversion, a mere ninjutsu, yet expertly manipulated by the opponent. It can be said that while the silent killing technique poses little threat to seasoned CH Nin and J Nin, it proves to be exceptionally lethal against the inexperienced, particularly freshly graduated genin. However, with one exuberant individual now in the fray, the situation warranted a different discussion. Perhaps I've understated the matter. Would you like me to add a few more? Hao Yun's cheerful voice abruptly interrupted Zabuza's narrative. Naruto and Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over them. The weight on their hearts lessened, allowing them to move freely. The spleen, left atrium, aorta, neck, back of the head, behind the ears, and temples. Striking these areas could lead to death. It seems the village hidden in the mist lacks a thorough understanding of human anatomy. Kakashi and Naruto exchanged glances. Was this truly the moment for such discourse? Murder is hardly a topic for medical discussion. Enough of this frivolity. Let it dissipate soon. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Crack. In his first real battle, Hao Yun unleashed the full might of his lightning release, summoning bolts from the heavens. The dense fog on the ground was electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen by the high-voltage current, rendering Zabuza's chakra-consuming jutsu utterly ineffective. Well, a trade-off. With Hao Yun's Sage Power Reserve, I estimate he used barely 1% of his strength. Who exactly are you? Zabuza's voice trembled with a hint of fear. When did Konoha acquire such a powerful warrior? The 3rd Hokage cannot possibly rival your strength. Please, the strongest in Konoha is not me. The 3rd Hokage is merely an old man. There are many stronger than him. Hao Yun nonchalantly waved his hand. You have no idea. The genin of Konoha are the most terrifying. All right, Sasuke, Naruto, continue the second round. Sakura, you too. Yes, sensei. With a unified response, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke charged towards Zabuza. Hao Yin yawned and beckoned Kakashi to sit down. No need to worry too much. Those three kids have grasped the basics. Dealing with a mere Nin should pose no significant issue. Zabuza, however, was indeed a Nin of the village hidden in the mist, and Kakashi remained uneasy. If even one of them were to perish, his reputation would be in tatters. It's just Zabuza. Trust my students. They can handle it. Hao Yun, growing bored as Kakashi continued to fret, shouted towards the battlefield. Kids, put in some effort. I'm hungry. Wrap this up quickly so we can eat. Yes, sensei. With three enthusiastic affirmations, just as Zabuza attempted to retort, Team 7's trio suddenly surged forward, catching him off guard and nearly overpowering him. Sakura led the charge. Her haki, a form of power in the world of One Piece, enveloping her fists, delivering blows that met Zabuza's blade head-on without yielding. To the left, Naruto unleashed a barrage of shadow clones, self-explosions, taijutsu, and thrown ninja tools, preventing Zabuza from forming seals. Meanwhile, Sasuke, as the primary attacker, launched an all-out assault. In just a minute, Zabuza could no longer conceal his injuries. He was on the verge of being incapacitated. Naruto, Sasuke, in front. Sakura stacked her palms to block Zabuza's lethal strike. Seizing the moment, Naruto and Sasuke coordinated a simultaneous kick to Zabuza's face. Zabuza rolled on the ground, bloodied and battered. As he attempted to rise and retaliate, three ice needles shot in from afar, striking his throat with deadly precision. Hao Yin sat up abruptly, his gaze fixed expectantly on the ninja, clad in mist attire, perched upon a tree branch. Ah, at last, the greatest enigma of the Hokage has arrived, Kisame. Chapter 7. Deception continues. Indeed, he has perished, clad in gray, wearing a white mask adorned with the emblem of the village hidden in the mist. The figure stood resolutely on the branch, their words cold and devoid of warmth. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gritted their teeth. How could someone who had fought so valiantly succumb to three mere ice needles? Who exactly was this opponent? Hao Yin scrutinized the figure intently. There was no visible Adam's apple. The long robe obscured any curvature, rendering gender indeterminate. This disguise was astonishingly effective. Thank you all, the figure, known as Bai, inclined slightly, expressing gratitude. I have long sought the opportunity to eliminate Zabuza. That mask, you're one of the pursuing ninjas from the village hidden in the mist, aren't you? Kakashi stepped forward to engage in dialogue. Hao Yin remained silent, listening intently to Bai and Kakashi's exchange. Truly impressive. You possess a wealth of knowledge. Your battle has concluded. I must swiftly take him away to prevent further leakage of village secrets. I performed a body flicker technique, appearing beside Zabuza's exposed corpse. Immediately, I hoisted Zabuza and turned to leave. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stirred, intending to intervene, but hesitated. The individual before them appeared roughly their size, yet had effortlessly dispatched Zabuza. Who was their equal? Were the pursuing ninjas from the village hidden in the mist truly this strong? Even Kakashi was captivated by their age and prowess, refraining from voicing any objections. Just as I prepared to depart with Zabuza in tow, Hao Yun finally spoke. I must ask, is it truly appropriate to take away a ninja who attacked us and sought to sabotage a Konoha mission? Nani, Kakashi, Sasuke, and others turned their attention to Hao Yun, their gazes fixed on Bai. What did he mean by partner? Bai's body trembled momentarily before quickly regaining composure. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Bai, the sole survivor of a Yuki clan from the village hidden in the mist, the last inheritor of Ice Release. Hao Yun approached slowly, revealing Bai's background. Or should I call you Mizuno Kuni Bai? During the Blood Mist era, the village hidden in the mist systematically purged bloodline clans. You, as the last survivor of a Yuki clan, were saved by Zabuza and vowed to become his tool, living and dying for him. Yet you possess a kind heart, even sparing small creatures. Am I correct? And let's not forget the unconscious Zabuza. At this juncture, both Bai and the feigning Zabuza could no longer maintain their charades. Zabuza leaped down from Bai's shoulder, signaling for Bai to remove his mask. Hao Yun scrutinized Bai's features, an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and fair skin, with an androgynous appearance. To top it all off, the casually tousled long hair exuded an alluring charm. Was this person male or female? Who are you? How do you know so many secrets? Zabuza glared fiercely at Hao Yun, blood vessels surfacing in his eyes. The policies during the Blood Mist era had always been bizarre, and Hao Yun's revelations made Zabuza acutely aware that the latter must know the truth. Though he had become a rogue ninja, Zabuza's heart had always harbored love for the village hidden in the mist, and he would not forsake the opportunity to uncover the truth. Do you wish to know the reality behind the Blood Mist? Do you seek to understand why the fourth Mizukage underwent such a transformation? Without hesitation, Zabuza declared that if by wish to uncover the truth, he should kneel before him and become his disciple, with Zabuza as his protector. Nearby, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they observed Hao Yun, who raised his hands in a manner reminiscent of a cult leader. They recalled how he had once persuaded them in a similar fashion. Zabuza, however, was not so easily swayed. Gazing intently at Hao Yun for a prolonged moment, he finally spoke, "Very well. As long as you reveal the truth to me." Bai exhibited a slight reluctance, yet Zabuza, harboring a sense of compassion for him, had long wished to spare him from the uncertainties of his fate. Now presented with the opportunity for redemption and the chance to pursue the truth he had sought his entire life, he could not allow it to slip away. As a tool, one must possess the awareness of being a tool, Zabuza stated coldly, without turning back. Hao Yun shook his head in bemusement, recognizing that Zabuza bore a striking resemblance to his own father in a past life. Despite a profound love for his child, the stern demeanor he maintained was a consequence of his rigorous upbringing. In his quest to protect, he often displayed an appearance of disdain and rigidity, concealing a heart softened long ago. Enough with the intimidation, Zabuza. Everyone knows you are a fundamentally good person, Hao Yun assured him. If you wish to know the truth, come closer, and I shall reveal it to you. Bai smiled as he assisted Zabuza in approaching Hao Yun, listening intently as he began to play excerpts from a recording that divulged secrets of the Naruto world. Meanwhile, Kakashi's face contorted in disbelief. Zabuza is a good person? Do you think he earned the title of the Demon of the Hidden Mist for no reason? He personally slaughtered all his fellow students from the academy. Goodness, what nonsense! Kakashi thought grimly, recalling the classmates who had perished at Zabuza's hands. Hao Yun waved dismissively, pointing out that Zabuza's graduation coincided with a time of bloodshed in the Hidden Mist. Had he not killed, he would have been killed in turn, and many more villagers would have met a similar fate. Some matters were beyond the control of a child, maintaining the customary practice. They distanced themselves from Dazna to prevent him from overhearing. After a lengthy discussion, Zabuza and Bai found their eyes reddened. They had never anticipated that the origins of the bloodshed in the Hidden Mist and the tragedy of the Yuki clan stemmed from a desire to save a mother, embodied by the entity known as Kurizetsu. You and Konoha truly have it easy. Zabuza gritted his teeth. Uchiha Bido. Uchiha Madara. What a splendid job of manipulating the Mizukage they did. Kakashi turned his head away, unsure how to respond. Regardless of who orchestrated it, the individual responsible for its execution was indeed Uchiha Bido from Konoha. This fact was undeniable. Hao Yun chuckled lightly, patting Kakashi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort before addressing Zabuza. Have you considered that even without a Bido, without any conspiracy, all of this would still have unfolded? As long as there exist ninjas and those with ambition, alongside disparities in resources, population pressures, and the inevitability of war, peace will remain elusive. Hao Yun did not elaborate, but he believed that Senju Hashirama's intention in distributing ninja beasts was noble. Just as in modern society, the most effective means of preventing wars between great nations is the mutual possession of devastating weapons. However, even then, economic and resource conflicts continue to unfold in the shadows. Human ambition cannot be avoided. To truly achieve peace beyond the threat of force, the populace must yearn for tranquility. Chapter 8. The Gender of By How Eloquent. But it is not you who has suffered, Konoha. Zabuza scoffed, pointing out that Konoha had neither been harmed nor controlled. Kakashi interjected, we have Danzo. The fourth Hokage also perished due to a conspiracy. Zabuza fell silent, realizing the truth in Kakashi's words. Konoha had once possessed the strength to withstand the four great nations. But what of the present? The tragic deaths of figures like White Fang and the fourth Hokage, along with the departure of the legendary Sannin, left only the aging third Hokage and Danzo as the remaining powerhouses. Compared to the Hidden Mist, their situation was hardly any better, and when considering the even graver plight of the Sand Village, it was clear that they were not in a position to boast. What do you intend for the future? To recruit disciples and form an organization akin to Akatsuki? Zabuza inquired. If he were to accept Bai as a disciple and openly acknowledge him as a rogue ninja, there must be ulterior motives at play. Certainly not. Hao Yin shook his head. Merely using force to threaten the world is foolish. The true solution lies in completely liberalizing the study of ninjutsu, enhancing education and scientific knowledge, awakening the people's intellect, and overthrowing the Daimy's rule. Hao Yun's words were laden with a seductive allure. While he did not grasp the intricacies of governing through technology in his past life, the political dynamics at play within the Naruto realm were clear to him. I possessed numerous books. Examine them before forming conclusions. With that, Hao Yun produced volumes of works by various thinkers, including Mao Zedong, Marx, and others, alongside historical texts on slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and societal evolution, handing them all to Zabuza. Review these before responding. Though many concepts differ from our ninja world, the underlying philosophies converge. From them, we may truly uncover the essence of peace. Holding the books, Zabuza regarded Hao Yun thoughtfully. Very well. Once I have read these, should I find your ideas agreeable, I will seek you out. After stating this, Zabuza gestured for Bai to assist him in carrying the books as they leapt into the trees, preparing to depart. Wait, I have a question. As they ascended, Hao Yun suddenly called out to halt them. What is it? Zabuza inquired, his brow furrowing. He needed ample time to study and reflect, and if pressed for an immediate answer, he would outright refuse. Those lacking patience are unworthy of saving the world. It's nothing of significance. I have simply harbored a question in my heart. Hao Yun smiled, disregarding Zabuza's demeanor, and turned his gaze to Bai. Bai, could you enlighten me on your gender? Huh? Everyone, including Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza, gaped in disbelief at Hao Yun's audacious inquiry. Bai's gender was still ambiguous. Wait a moment, they pondered, glancing at Bai's exceptionally delicate features. Even Zabuza exhibited a hint of curiosity. Bai's face flushed crimson, and his demeanor became alluring and enchanting. He shyly stamped his foot, his form vanishing, leaving behind a voice that was difficult to discern. Next time we meet, I shall tell you. Zabuza nodded at the group as Bai departed, leaving only the echo of Zabuza's lingering question in the air. Bai, what are you, male or female? After their departure, Kakashi regarded Hao Yun with an expression that was decidedly peculiar. No, it was extraordinarily strange. Hao Yun turned his head, whistling casually. What of it? I merely wished to ascertain the gender of my future disciple. Is that so wrong? After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi shook his head, casting aside the tangled thoughts in his mind. With a serious expression, he voiced his lingering curiosity. You're not of a ninja world, are you? Like Kagaya Otsutsuki, you hail from beyond, do you not? His suspicion arose from the remarkably advanced literature Hao Yun had presented. Hao Yun smiled, offering no response. He was not present to save the world. He had come to prevent tragedies from occurring. The burden of salvation rested solely upon oneself. What he provided was merely a collection of information. Once the conflict in the Land of Waves concludes, I intend to visit the Akatsuki organization as well. Of course, it would be best if the schemers such as Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Kurizetsu were to meet their end. Let us not squander any more time. We must proceed with our mission. We must hasten to the Land of Waves, as I wish to visit the Land of Rain and meet the leader of the Akatsuki. Prompted by Hao Yun's urging, the six continued onward toward the Land of Waves. Upon arriving in the Land of Waves, Hao Yun entrusted his 3 disciples to Kakashi, tasking him with imparting the foundational principles of chakra control, while he himself ventured towards the Land of Rain to meet the tragic figures of Nagato and Konan. Fortunately, aside from the 2, the remaining members of the Akatsuki were absent from the Land of Rain. After intimidating Konan with a display of lightning, he encountered Nagato. The subsequent events unfolded as expected, with Hao Yun once again employing his persuasive tactics, playing a recording for the duo that unveiled the true puppeteer behind the shinobi world. He then left them a collection of profound literature to study, cautioning them to avoid detection by white Zetsu before returning alone to the Land of Waves. Indeed, those who were worthy of salvation began their ideological transformation. Now, Hao Yun awaited the future to blossom. In the Land of Waves, a month passed following the bridge construction. Except for Hao Yun, everyone underwent significant transformations. First was Kakashi, who, upon learning of Obito's deeds, voluntarily removed his Sharingan, fully embracing his identity as a one-eyed sage. Without the burden of the Sharingan, he completely regained his elite Nin prowess and chakra reserves. Next was Sasuke, who, having fully absorbed the genetic serum, transformed his physique into that of a sage, with his chakra naturally converting to Senjutsu chakra. His eyes transcended the stages of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, evolving into the Rinnegan, granting him the powers of Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei. His strength ascended to the level of a Kage. Haoyun was unexpectedly taken aback by Sasuke's original kaleidoscopic abilities vanishing, which he surmised was a natural consequence of his perfected physique. Then, there was Naruto. Haoyun deliberately entered Naruto's ceiling space, leveraging the spoiler recording as leverage to earn the trust of Kurama. Subsequently, he unsealed Naruto, allowing Kurama to lend his full support, enabling Naruto to master the Nine Tails mode completely. He even advanced his Rasengan skill tree, unlocking abilities such as Rasengan, Udama Rasengan, Kyuubi Rasengan, and Shuriken Jutsu. His strength also rose to the level of a Kage. Sakura, with her exceptional chakra control, fused chakra with the power of Haki, and under the calculations of the genius Jinpakyutin, developed techniques such as the Mighty Fist and Heavenly Guard, transforming into a formidable force. Furthermore, Jinpakyutin analyzed Kakashi's sealing techniques and deduced the 100 Healings technique and In sealing, combined with the enhancement of Haki, allowing Sakura to prematurely achieve her complete form, thus also ascending to the level of a Kage. The only regret was that, although Kakashi mastered the 8 gates, this technique required a gradual adaptation of the body. Although Sakura had the physical aptitude to open the Death Gate, she chose not to, so as not to hinder her bodily growth, and could only watch helplessly as she was unable to utilize the powerful techniques. In summary, with the assistance of Haoyun and Jinpakyutin, all 3 of the 7 squad's disciples had ascended to the level of Kage. Moreover, once their bodies fully matured, they would be poised to reach the level of Super Kage, akin to the 6 paths. The future was becoming increasingly clear. Please grant me a day off. Indeed, as stated, I have matters to attend to at home, so I request a day off to organize my thoughts. Thank you. And another day off. I sincerely apologize, but I must request another day off. I will strive to catch up on everything tomorrow. There are simply too many matters to address. My apologies to all the readers. Chapter 9. The Commencement of Action. After concluding the mission in the Land of Waves, everyone returned together to Konohagakure. Master, why not stay at my place? Sasuke's home is desolate and secluded. Naruto remarked disdainfully about Sasuke's residence, describing it as remote, tranquil, and eerily frightening at night, almost implying it was haunted. Sasuke shot Naruto a fierce glare, retorting, "What a blatant truth. Besides, my house, regardless of its condition, is still better than yours. Naruto, your home is dilapidated, and you constantly indulge in junk food. Fine, I will go to Sasuke's house then." Clearly, Haoyun had anticipated this, declining Naruto's invitation. Setting aside his feelings for having met Sasuke first, he simply did not wish to dine on expired instant noodles. Master, Naruto bowed his head, realizing that apart from the owner of Ichiraka Ramen, few had treated him as well as Haoyun did. Haoyun felt a pang of sympathy and ruffled the little one's hair. All right, in a few days, the Chunin exam will commence. Coincidentally, during this exam, Orochimaru will make his move against the 3rd Hokage, marking the official start of our plan. Naruto, Sakura, during the Chunin exam, you shall temporarily relocate to Sasuke's home, and Kakashi and I will teach you some ninjutsu. Haoyun resolved to enhance the strength of his 3 disciples from Team 7 over the next month, thereby fortifying the upcoming plan with additional leverage. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances and respectfully bowed to Haoyun. We shall heed our master's command. Haoyun led the 3 disciples back to the Uchiha compound, while Kakashi proceeded to the 3rd Hokage's office to report on the mission. Kakashi, you have returned, the 3rd Hokage said, looking up from his paperwork and smiling kindly at Kakashi. How did the mission in the Land of Waves go? What is the status of Naruto and Sasuke's abilities? Kakashi paused for a moment before replying. Naruto and Sasuke have reached the level of Chunin, with both their chakra reserves and control significantly improved. The mission was highly successful, though they encountered 2 Chunin along the way, whom Sasuke and Naruto swiftly defeated. Kakashi deliberately withheld the information regarding Zabuza and Haku, let alone the new master of Team 7. The third Hokage frowned slightly. Are you truly certain there were no issues? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt perplexed, as none of the Umbu he dispatched to monitor Naruto had reported back. Moreover, a few days prior, Danzo had caused quite a stir in his office. The reason was the disappearance of the root members tasked with surveilling Naruto. Yet, he could not voice these concerns to Kakashi, for such covert monitoring was not a topic of light conversation. No matter how one viewed it, Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. They were high-ranking officials well aware of Konoha's secrets, not ignorant commoners. No, since the third Hokage did not directly express his suspicions, Kakashi firmly asserted that there were no issues whatsoever. The individual who returned with you, as reported by Yuki, appeared to be an unfamiliar man. Is he a ninja? He's merely a traveler we encountered along the way, Kakashi replied, maintaining his composure while fabricating an identity for Haoyun. Indeed, Kakashi's acting skills had notably improved, as he spun lies without a hint of hesitation. After several probing inquiries yielded unsatisfactory answers, the third Hokage dismissed Kakashi. Very well, you must be tired from your mission, so return home and rest. Once Kakashi departed, Danzo emerged from the hidden chamber of the office, wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. Hiruzen, he is lying. I know, but he is Kakashi, the only son of the Hatake clan. You are simply too weak. Konoha requires strength. A mere clan is not as vital as the protection of Konoha. Fine, since we cannot touch Kakashi, I shall capture that stranger and interrogate him en route. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Danzo's eyes. Nothing was more important than his ascension to Hokage. Absolutely not. Hiruzen, I said no. In the name of the Hokage, I command you. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned, glaring at Danzo. I already regret the matters concerning Naruto and Sasuke. They have finally made a friend. Do not disrupt that. But what if he is a spy trying to deceive Naruto? I will keep a close watch. Hiruzen firmly warned, particularly emphasizing the dissolution of the Root Division. Tuanzo had nothing to say. The 5 great hidden villages operated under the leadership of their respective heads, and he dared not defy the orders of the Hokage. To do so would be tantamount to betraying the village. Very well. You shall surely regret this. With a flick of his sleeve, Tuanzo turned and departed, leaving the third Hokage with a bitter expression. Once he was gone, the third Hokage wearily sank back into his chair, lamenting how much better it would have been had he not indulged Tuanzo in the past. In the ensuing days, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto spent their time training in Sasuke's home. Sakura further developed her sealing techniques, and to expedite her learning, Kakashi exchanged his accomplishments in Konoha for advanced sealing arts like the Diamond Lock and the 8-trigram seal. Under the encouragement of Haoyun, she even mastered the In's sealing technique. At her current pace, as an adult, she would undoubtedly surpass Tsunade. Meanwhile, with Kakashi's assistance, Sasuke devoted himself to mastering lightning release techniques. Guided by Haoyun's motivation, he learned Chidori, Raikiri, and lightning release, Kirin significantly enhancing his strength. Of course, the electromagnetic cannon was a superpower, and Sasuke could not precisely control the power of lightning release, managing only to form a lightning armor. As for Naruto, Haoyun's desire for him to learn the Flying Thunder God technique proved excessively challenging. After a month, aside from expanding his Rasengan skills, he made no discernible progress. One day, upon seeing other ninjas with different forehead protectors, Haoyun realized that fate's wheel had begun to turn. Konohamaru, I am not your older brother. I still have to go learn from my master, so stop following me. In the streets of Konoha, Naruto was relentlessly pursued by Konohamaru and his companions, unable to shake off their tenacious grip. Suddenly, as he passed a street corner, Naruto was startled to find Konohamaru missing from his sight. Wait, was it Konohamaru right behind me just now? Kid, you bumped into someone. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I am the grandson of the third Hokage. Let go. Help. Came Konohamaru's desperate cries from a distance. Naruto's expression shifted. Despite his annoyance with Konohamaru's persistence, he respected the sincerity of his desire to learn. He couldn't just stand by and watch his fellow village member get hurt. Could he? After all, he had to leave some face for the third Hokage, right? Yes. He had resolved not to save the third Hokage during the Chunin exam, but he would not abandon Konohamaru, who admired him so much. Turning around, Naruto sprinted towards the direction of Konohamaru's cries for help. Chapter 10. The Chunin exam begins. Let go of me. Woo-woo. Let go of Konohamaru. Let go of my boss. When Naruto arrived, he saw a strange ninja with a painted face holding Konohamaru in the middle of the street, while Konohamaru's two little friends attacked him with punches and kicks. After enduring many lessons from how Yun at home, Naruto, now somewhat more composed, refrained from rushing in. Instead, he stood still for a moment, observing the situation. First, the forehead protector. Its emblem resembled that of Suna, one of the 5 hidden villages. This ninja had come to Konoha openly, likely to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams mentioned by his master a few days prior. Looking behind the assailant, Naruto noticed a woman with a large fan and a boy carrying a gourd inscribed with the character Love perched on a tree, watching the commotion, alongside the assailant, who was using a cloth-wrapped weapon reminiscent of a puppet. There was no doubt these individuals were the future powerhouses of Suna mentioned by his master, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. A flurry of information raced through Naruto's mind as he prepared to intervene. Hao Yun's teachings had proven effective. Naruto's wit had transformed him from a reckless fighter into a clever strategist. It wasn't that Hao Yun had a bias against brashness. Rather, relying solely on instinct to learn the Flying Thunder God technique was futile. Hadn't Sakura and Sasuke also been molded into brawlers? Kankuro, are you here to participate in the exam or to declare war on Konoha? Kankuro's pupils constricted as he regarded Naruto with hostility, though he loosened his grip on Konohamaru slightly. You know me? Kankuro, the second son of the Kazekage, trained under Chiyo, a master puppeteer with exceptional talent. If I'm not mistaken, the puppet you carry is the early-stage best puppet known as the Crow, right? Naruto smiled, revealing all of Kankuro's secrets, drawing the attention of Temari, Gaara, and even Konohamaru's friends. Particularly, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration, even in the face of danger. Kankuro was slightly taken aback, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping in. Had Konoha's intelligence gathering become so detailed? What does it matter that you know my name? This kid bumped into me. Shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Kankuro retorted, trying to maintain his composure despite having his secrets laid bare. Not immediately releasing, Konohamaru demonstrated his admirable psychological fortitude as a ninja. Indeed, you should, Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. However, I fear your status may not warrant such actions. He continued, this child is the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, just a rookie at the Ninja Academy. You are the son of the Kazekage, here as an invited participant in the exam. After highlighting the identities of both, Naruto paused deliberately. If you cause a scene in public, what if spies from other villages witness this? If one of you were to be killed, tut-tut, one a student and the other genin, the assailant wouldn't need to be particularly powerful, would they? With that, Naruto needn't elaborate further. Kankuro's expression shifted dramatically. As the son of the Kazekage, Kankuro was certainly not politically naive. He would not be foolish enough to think that Konoha was free from spies from other villages. He remembered stumbling upon a list of Suna's spies in Konoha during an inadvertent search in his father's office. If even the weakest Suna could place spies, what about the other ninja villages? Kankuro, release him. Apologize. A cold voice emanated from behind Kankuro. Shivering, Kankuro swiftly let go of Konohamaru and bowed deeply to him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Not far away, Kakashi observed the scene, unable to suppress a glance at Hao Yun. How innocent and charming Naruto had once been. Now, how much he had grown. Hao Yun nodded with satisfaction. Both Naruto's clever repartee and Gaara's decisiveness pleased him greatly. In the realm of politics, it was better to be a cunning old fox than to possess unparalleled strength without wisdom. After all, who could forget the once mighty Senju Hashirama, who, despite his legendary status, could not even preserve his own remains? Kankuro, let us go. As Kankuro straightened after bowing, Gaara finally spoke, stepping forward to face him. Without a word, Kankuro followed Gaara's lead. Gaara cast a lingering glance at Naruto, leaving behind a simple, "You are impressive," before departing with his siblings. Naruto silently watched the trio's retreating figures, disregarding the bickering Konohamaru he had just rescued, and rubbed his nose. My master was right. Studying diligently is indeed a worthy endeavor. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage looked at the returning Jonin leaders from various teams. This Chunin exam, held in Konoha, presents a splendid opportunity for us to showcase our strength to the daimyos and the ninja villages. Teams, please report which ninjas are ready for the exam. Hong was the first to step forward. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Abirame are ready. We request to participate. Nijii Hyuga, Tintin, and Lee have reached the required strength. We request to participate. In a peculiar turn of events, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji arrived at the scene, where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were present. Strangely, while only one team of ninjas was recommended in the previous graduation, this year witnessed the emergence of 3 teams from the recently graduated ninjas. Instantly, Irika-sensei, who was responsible for the registration, objected vehemently. The 9 ninjas graduating this year were all from his class. I oppose this. Although Naruto, Ino, and Sasuke are strong, they are certainly not at a level that warrants participation in the exam. This is a joint examination hosted by 2 major ninja villages, and it poses too great a danger. As their jonin, we are qualified for recommendation. With the capabilities of Shikamaru and the others, they have long since reached Chunin level. Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, remarked while holding a cigarette, too cautious to light it in front of his wife. However, what if they? Irika remained unconvinced, prompting Asuma to scoff with sarcasm. Since when do ninjas need to consider danger? Haven T, we always walked on the brink of death? The 3rd Hokage observed the escalating tension between Irika and Asuma, contemplating before slamming his hand on the table to redirect everyone's focus. Since you all believe your students are capable, let us have Irika test them. If they pass, they will participate in the exam in a week's time. If they fail, they will stay in the village. The jonin exchanged glances. Although Irika's strength was rather average, he had indeed reached Chunin level. If they couldn't even pass Irika's assessment, they truly weren't fit to participate in the exam. Agreed. Chapter 11. Persuading Nagato. The plan commences. As anticipated, Irika's evaluation resulted in him suffering injuries without even touching a hair on Sasuke and the others. The members of Team 7 and Team 8 confirmed their participation in the Chunin exams. On the day of the exams, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura departed from home under Kakashi's escort, while Haoyun discreetly evaded the watchful eyes of the Umbu and Root, making his way from Kanahagakure to the Land of Rain. With the assistance of nanorobot-constructed steel armor, Haoyun reached the borders of the Land of Rain in under 3 hours. Upon entering the Land of Rain, he observed the vastly different crops along the roadside: high-yield rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and sorghum, causing a faint smile to appear on his lips. As the gentle rain fell, upon his arrival in the Land of Rain, Haoyun was promptly spotted by Nagato, who had sent Conan to greet him. "Mr. Haoyun, it has been a long time." The angelic Conan descended gracefully with her paper wings, her beautiful face radiating a smile as bright as that of a heavenly being. "Conan, it has been a while," Haoyun responded warmly, embracing her lightly to express his joy. "Nagato is aware of your arrival and is waiting for you at the tower. Please, follow me." The 2 companions made their way to the tower, noting the significant changes in the Land of Rain since their last meeting a month prior. One could even argue that the current Land of Rain had achieved a technological prowess reminiscent of the Republican era of the past. The rice brought in from the technological age was well suited to the rainy climate, ensuring a plentiful harvest. Coupled with sweet potatoes, corn, and other high-yield crops, this year, not a single person in the Land of Rain would go hungry. Moreover, the foundational technology books had enabled Nagato to create numerous suitable items. The streets bustled with bicycles, tricycles, plows, and manual harvesters, all produced ahead of time, allowing the ordinary citizens to accomplish most tasks without the need for many ninjas. Once impoverished and often caught in the crossfire of conflict, the Land of Rain began to exhibit signs of prosperity within just a month, thanks to Haoyun's foundational technology books. Seeing Haoyun's captivated gaze on the newly opened shops and the throngs of people, Conan beamed with joy. "Thanks to you, Mr. Haoyun, the Land of Rain has transformed significantly. They no longer live in fear and are gradually wearing smiles of happiness." "No, it is not my merit. The true heroes are you and Nagato." Haoyun paused, gazing earnestly at Conan. "The technology in the ninja world is not inferior. What is lacking is the emphasis on technology and the expansion of thought. Moreover, compassion for the common people. In this regard, the 3 of you are the true heroes." Haoyun unreservedly praised Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Throughout the entirety of the Naruto saga, whether heroes or villains, the mindset remained confined to a singular clan or village, focusing solely on the ninjas themselves. Only the trio from the Land of Rain, despite having formed the Akatsuki and made numerous foolish decisions in their quest for world domination, harbored a heart dedicated to the common people from the very beginning. Mr. Haoyun has bestowed high praise upon us. We merely extend our efforts to others. Conan's smile grew even brighter. Even Jiraiya had never offered them such high commendation, let alone someone as noble-minded as Mr. Haoyun. Indeed, Conan thought to herself, believing that she had thoroughly read all the books sent by Haoyun. The path is long, and it must eventually reach its end. Soon, the pair arrived at the central tower of the Land of Rain, where they encountered the true form of Nagato, hidden behind the scenes. Mr. Haoyun. Upon seeing him, Nagato was so excited that he nearly rushed forward. Conan quickly stepped in, reassuring Nagato, Mr. Haoyun has arrived. There is no need to be overly excited. Nagato, it has been a while. After Conan calmed him, Nagato, slightly composed, eagerly asked as soon as Haoyun sat down, Mr. Haoyun, what must I do to save the ninja world and fulfill Yahiko's dream? Have you not already discerned the answer? Haoyun smiled. Restore power to the people. Overthrow the feudal lords and the ninja system, allowing the common folk to possess the means to resist the ninjas. Then, enlighten the populace, transforming their mindset, and develop technology so that when the majority can eat and wear comfortably, anyone wishing to disrupt their peaceful lives will face the resistance of the people, plunging into a war of the masses. I understand, but relying solely on the Land of Rain, we cannot achieve this. Nagato hesitated, lowering his head in despair. The Land of Rain is far too small, too few people, and too impoverished. Even if we develop technological weapons, without sufficient ninjas, we risk having our designs stolen and being attacked in return. If we could start in one of the 5 great nations, I would have the absolute strength to develop and suppress the entire ninja world. I have come to deliver gifts to you. Haoyun shared his plan, the Land of Fire. Kanagakur, what do you think? Huh? Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible to establish a foundation in Konoha? Similarly, Conan covered her mouth in shock. The thought of using Konoha as a base to expand their influence and ultimately topple the ninja world was something she had never dared to imagine. According to my intelligence, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, has already been assassinated by Orochimaru. Now, Orochimaru intends to eliminate the 3rd Hokage during the upcoming Chunin exams. Haoyun outlined his plan. Once the 3rd Hokage is defeated, we can ambush the route, exposing Danzo's deeds over the years and utterly overthrowing the rule of the 3rd Hokage and the older generation. Overthrowing the 3rd Hokage's rule is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to gain the support of the other clans afterward, Conan pondered, posing a crucial question. It has become much simpler. Haoyun shrugged. I have successfully persuaded Kakashi to accept the Jinchuriki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke as his disciples. Next, during the Chunin exams, I also intend to take Nara Shikomu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, and Hinata Hyuga as my students, with the support of so many clans. Do you think it will be difficult for our own to ascend to the position of Hokage and implement new policies? Is what you say true? Nagato, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. With the backing of the greatest ninja village, Konoha, their plan to overthrow the entire ninja world would be firmly established. Of course, however, we still require military support. Therefore, Nagato, you must inject the genetic serum to fully integrate the Rinnegan. Haoyun produced a vial of Azure Potion. Chapter 12. The first round of the Chunin exams. At this moment, Haoyun was assisting Nagato in restoring his body and fully merging with the Rinnegan, while simultaneously selecting capable members of the Akatsuki from Konoha. Meanwhile, the first round of the exam was underway. After a series of incidents, including the entrance fiasco and Kabuto's intimidation, the proctor for the first round, Marino Ibiki, made a grand entrance. Thank you for waiting. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first Chunin selection exam. The main examiner for the written test was Marino Ibiki, a member of Konoha's Umbu responsible for interrogations. As an interrogator, Ibiki's demeanor was anything but amiable, further emphasized by a deep scar on his face that added an air of menace. The first exam was a written test, consisting of a questionnaire. In this first examination, there were several crucial rules. Rule 1. Each participant begins with 10 points, with a total of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. The exam follows a point deduction system. For every incorrect answer, 1 point is deducted, with 3 incorrect answers resulting in a 3-point deduction. Rule 2. Qualification is determined based on the performance of 3 individuals. Ibiki explained the exam rules. Simply put, all 3 must pass simultaneously for it to count as a qualifying attempt, and scores must meet the standard without any cheating. Any caught cheating will be immediately disqualified. Naruto, who was not academically inclined, touched his nose. If this had been before he became a disciple, these rules would have felt like hell. But now, Master Hao Yun possesses an extraordinary intellect. They learn not only ninjutsu, but a vast array of knowledge at Sasuke's home, especially the foundational sciences, as named by their master. The knowledge within the ninja world, when placed against foundational subjects, would seem incredibly simplistic. At the very least, there were no insane administrators pouring water while simultaneously flooding the place, nor any Xiao Ming crashing head-on every day. As Ibiki announced the start of the exam, Naruto eagerly opened the test paper, and indeed, it was quite simple. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura had always been a top student, and under their master's guidance, she had evolved into a genius, even developing techniques like the Heavenly Foot and the Ein Seal series independently. These questions were far too easy. However, Sasuke, for some inexplicable reason, seemed to have become less astute after injecting the genetic serum. His actions were impulsive, completely unlike the second-best student he had been upon graduating. Well, Sakura was first. But observing the circles in his eyes and his identical actions with Sakura, it was clear he was on a different level. And, as an ordinary person, are you sure? He should refrain from comparing himself to someone extraordinary. Half an hour later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had all completed the questions on the test paper, quietly awaiting the proctor to announce the last question. Meanwhile, nearly a third of the candidates had been expelled for cheating. Now to announce question 10. However, before I do, I must add a small condition. Ibiki looked at everyone with a knowing smile and said, "First, you must choose whether or not to answer question 10. What happens if we choose not to answer?" The pressure Ibiki exerted was overwhelming, prompting Temari to speak up. "If you choose not to respond, then the entire team will receive a score of 0. In other words, you will not qualify. Simultaneously, your 2 companions will also be disqualified." Ibiki's smile grew more sinister. Moreover, if you choose to answer but are incorrect, the respondent will forever be stripped of the qualification to participate in Chunin exams. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. What a ludicrous joke. To not answer results in disqualification for the entire team, while answering incorrectly means a lifetime of being barred from promotion to Chunin in Konoha? What kind of absurd rules are these? On site, not only the ninjas from other villages, but even the trio from Team 7 felt that the examiner was intentionally being difficult, especially Naruto and Sasuke, who were acutely aware of their identities. Sasuke lowered his head, a chilling intensity in his gaze. Could this proctor be from Root? Was he dispatched by Danzo to ensure that he and Naruto would never ascend to Chunin, to deprive them of advancement and better missions, and to acquire stronger jutsu? Danzo, how ruthless! Meanwhile, Sakura was silently tapping on the table, encoding the Morse code they had learned from their master. "Sakura, should we participate in question 10? Sasuke, I feel he is targeting our Team 7. Naruto, why not just append the table? According to our master's plan, a month from now, Nagato and Konan will bring the Akatsuki to support us, so there is no need to waste time. Sasuke, no, while flipping the table might be satisfying, it would only make a fool of us in front of other ninja villages. We aim for a peaceful transformation of Konoha, not its destruction. Sakura, let me handle it." Ibiki claims he embodies the rules, so if I defeat him and all the examiners, wouldn't that mean I become the rule? Sasuke, it's worth a try. Naruto, go for it, Sakura. You're the best. As the trio communicated through their tapping, they drew Ibiki's attention. However, as Morse code had never appeared in the ninja world, they could not decipher their messages and ultimately dismissed them as random tapping. During the discussion among the 3, nearly half of the candidates had been eliminated when Ibiki prepared to deliver the final blow, shattering the psychological defenses of the remaining ninjas. Suddenly, Sakura sprang into action, her chakra blending with a special energy that enveloped her. With a series of swift kicks, she dispatched all the ninjas behind Ibiki in less than a second. Ibiki was taken aback, and just as he was about to react, a kunai was placed at his throat. Proctor, you claim your words are the rules. So if I defeat you and all the examiners, can I then be considered the rule? If I recall correctly, in the ninja world, strength is revered. Ibiki's eye twitched. This is one of our village's genin? What nonsense! When did a genin manage to eliminate a group of chunin in an instant? He was A.J. Nin, yet he failed to perceive how the girl executed her attacks. Wait, this girl is Sakura? That troublesome student from Kakashi's team. Once the exam is over, I'll be sure to settle the score with you, Kakashi. Outside, Kakashi was chatting with Kurenai and Asuma when he suddenly yawned. Proctor, what do you think about our team passing directly? You all pass. Ibiki, gazing into Sakura's increasingly dangerous eyes and the kunai poised against his throat, resignedly uttered those words. Sakura smiled as she returned the kunai to her seat. Inside the classroom, witnessing Sakura's intimidation of the proctor and the acceptance of her passing, the other ninjas were instantly stirred. What do you intend to do? Suddenly, a wave of formidable chakra erupted from Ibiki Marino, a Jonin-level ninja, instilling an overwhelming aura of intimidation that compelled everyone to return to their seats, resignedly awaiting the announcement of the 10th question. Ibiki cast a cold glance at the other ninjas, scoffing inwardly. Do you really think you are on par with that little girl? Have a little self-awareness. I, Ibiki Marino, am a member of the Umbu, and I am formidable. Chapter 13. Reaching a consensus. With the absence of Naruto's usual spirited banter from the original story, the remaining contestants in the first exam were significantly diminished. By the time the proctor for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi, burst through the window into the examination room, only a handful of teams remained. Well done, Ibiki. You've managed to eliminate 2/3 of the candidates. Anko exclaimed, placing an appreciative hand on Ibiki's shoulder. He could only manage a wry smile. This year, as candidates were far more challenging than in the past. I am the proctor for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi. Now, follow me. Anko raised her right hand and made a bold declaration, plunging the room into silence. The disparity between the two examiners was striking. If Ibiki was the cold, calculating interrogator of the first exam, Anko was the vivacious, exuberant beauty with a penchant for wearing fishnet stockings. Look at the atmosphere. Anko, this is embarrassing. Ibiki couldn't help but bury his face in his hands, feeling a deep sense of shame as he witnessed the contestants' incredulous expressions. Anko, however, remained unfazed, her demeanor shifting back to the serious tone required for the upcoming exam. In the second exam, we need to eliminate another half of the contestants. Now, let us proceed to the second examination venue, the Forest of Death. The candidates followed Anko to the second exam site, where they were informed of the rules. In simple terms, it involved seizing scrolls. There were two types of scrolls, heaven and earth. Collecting both scrolls and successfully bringing them to the central tower would signify passing the exam. The second exam would commence the following day. Meanwhile, Hao Yun had returned from the land of rain and re-entered his family home. No sooner had he arrived than there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see the third Hokage. What brings you here, Lord Third? Hao Yun stepped aside to invite Hiruzen Sarutobi inside. To be honest, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had been training under him for nearly 2 months now, and Kakashi had been visiting daily since returning to the village. The Third's visit at this late hour demonstrated his composed nature. If it were him, he might not have been able to hold back for even a day. Upon entering, the Third removed his hat and surveyed the surroundings. It's livelier than the original Uchiha residence. He noted the changes, but found nothing else remarkable. May I inquire about your origins as the third Hokage? He asked politely, refraining from directly questioning why Hao Yun was living with Sasuke and Naruto. Hao Yun offered a cup of tea, exuding an air of a gracious host. I believe Kakashi has already provided you with my background. As for my purpose, would it suffice to say I wish to take on a few apprentices? Oh, the Third's eyes brightened. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are all your disciples? Indeed, and I plan to take on a few more, such as Narashimo, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Hyuga Hanada. Hao Yun counted on his fingers, including all the notable talents of Konoha's next generation. After all, given Konoha's future trajectory, these 12 would be the only ones capable of contributing significantly in the ultimate battle. With every name Hao Yun mentioned, the Third's expression darkened. As the highest authority of Konoha, He was acutely aware that the 12 mentioned were the village's rising stars and the strongest potential elite jonin. Are you not being a tad ambitious in your desire for apprentices? The third interrupted as Hao Yun began to mention Hanabi and others, his tone growing increasingly severe. Hao Yun smirked subtly, thinking, if you only knew I intended to gather all of Konoha under my wing for reform, your heart might just give out from shock. Too many? I disagree. Besides, who else but me can serve as their teacher in Konoha? As he spoke, Hao Yun radiated an aura of dominance. In truth, he had honed the power of the 5 thunder gods to its utmost, drawing the storm clouds and lightning towards him. The thick bolts of lightning danced across the darkened sky, resonating with Hao Yun's presence. The sheer pressure that seemed to weigh down the heavens was far more palpable and direct than any abstract display of might. The third Hokage felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. I merely broached the topic, not declared war. Does it really need to escalate to such extremes? He remarked cautiously. This power, has it reached the legendary strength of the first Hokage? Indeed, Hao Yun affirmed. Following the development of gene serums, he had injected one into himself, fully refining his bloodline. Now he had achieved the complete form of Sage Body. In terms of strength within the Naruto universe, he had reached the level of Super Kage, though not quite at the Sage of Six Paths level, suppressing the urge to summon the Monkey King. The third struggled to maintain his composure as the leader of Konoha, gesturing for his Umbu to withdraw. I trust you do not seek to be an adversary of Konoha in your quest for apprentices? As the adage states, one does not strike a smiling face. The third was able to endure, and Hao Yun did not press further, easing his aura and lifting his teacup with a smile. Naturally, I am merely seeking disciples. In the future, I intend to settle in Konoha, and I sincerely hope for its prosperity. With a shift in tone, Hao Yun issued a warning to the third. However, I do hope Konoha will treat me as one of its own, without resorting to the underhanded surveillance of root operations. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to consider dismantling Konoha. After all, he was neither Orochimaru, nor did he harbor intentions of destruction. This marked the last vestige of goodwill Hao Yun extended to the third. Of course, he did not trust Orochimaru's actions. It was evident the third had received no word of them. If that were the case, he truly did not deserve to lead Konoha. I hope you remain true to your word. As for Danzo, I will issue him a warning. The third donned his hat once more, casting a deep gaze at Hao Yun, signifying a tacit agreement. In essence, the third would not obstruct Hao Yun's desire for apprentices, but he also expected no disruption within Konoha. Hao Yun perceived the third's wisdom. Age had tempered his once fiery ambition. Now, he sought to meet a glorious end on the battlefield rather than languish in bed. Perhaps Orochimaru had similar thoughts when he returned to invade Konoha. After all, have you ever witnessed an aggressor who, despite not suffering defeat, incurred greater losses than their opponent? The Sand Village in the original story exemplified this perfectly. Not only did the fourth Kazekage perish, but a compensation agreement had to be signed post-war. No village suffered more than the Sand. Chapter 14. The second exam begins. When Sasuke and the others returned from the exam, Hao Yun did not engage in lengthy discussions with them. As they set off the next day, he casually remarked, I will be observing the exam in secret. What? Master, you're going too? Naruto exclaimed, astonished at the thought of such a powerful figure attending a mere Chunin exam. Oh, don't underestimate even the 3 of us. We could easily outmatch everyone else. The candidates for the examination are quite remarkable, remarked Hao Yun, raising an eyebrow. Aside from the 3 of you concealing your true abilities, there is also a shadow-level powerhouse involved. Who? Upon hearing of a formidable opponent, Sasuke's eyes instantly lit up. Hao Yun rolled his eyes at Sasuke's eagerness. This little rascal is truly reckless. Observing the seemingly gentle Sakura and the increasingly astute Naruto, he realized he was mistaken. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is filled with peculiarities. Orochimaru, as I understand it, his primary objective this time is to abduct Sasuke and use him as a vessel for his reincarnation. A vessel, you say? A dangerous smile crept across Sasuke's face. Then let us see if he is worthy. Hao Yun silently rolled his eyes again. Ah, the skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and once again, you are back in action, Sasuke. If it weren't for my painstaking efforts as your master, you would surely be facing a crushing defeat. Outside the Death Forest, candidates for the second exam began to gather. Everyone has signed the death consent form, right? Please come forward to collect your scrolls and enter the forest. Akamichi distributed the heaven and earth scrolls among the teams and guided them into the forest. Once all teams had entered, Akamichi's expression changed, and she hurried to the Hokage's office. Akamichi, weren't you supposed to supervise the second exam? Why have you come to see me? The third Hokage inquired, puffing on his unlit pipe. Lord Hokage, Akamichi said, kneeling slightly, I fear that powerful ninjas have arrived for this exam. What do you mean? Ninjas from the Sound Village. I sense the presence of my former teacher, Orochimaru, Akamichi revealed. Before his defection, Orochimaru had been Akamichi's most respected mentor. Yet she never imagined he would conduct human experiments in secret and ultimately be forced to flee from Konoha. As a result, Akamichi attained a rank of Jonin, but had been unable to advance further for quite some time. The third Hokage fell silent for a long moment, his gaze drifting into the distance, losing focus. I understand. You may return to your duties. I will dispatch Umbu to keep watch. Yes, Lord Hokage. Once Akamichi departed, the third Hokage stood by the window, for the first time regretting his choices over the years. For the sake of peace, he had endured much, only to lose White Fang, the Uchiha clan, the loyalty of the Hyuga, and the three legendary ninjas who had fled. Aside from himself and Danzo, there were no other shadow-level powerhouses left in Konoha. Was it truly worth it to uphold such fragile peace and protect his teammates? Perhaps. He should have disbanded Root, or even eliminated Danzo when he first targeted White Fang. Never mind, after the Chunin exams, I may very well step back from the stage. He believed that Konoha would continue to grow, and more leaves would burn brightly for the village. In the Death Forest, as Sasuke and his companions entered, they dashed towards the Sound Village's direction. Sasuke, are we really going to confront Orochimaru? Sakura asked, a hint of fear in her voice, although her strength had significantly increased. Reaching shadow level, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse. Could they truly stand against him? We must. Sasuke replied without looking back, his pace quickening. How can I gauge the gap in strength if I don't face a strong opponent? I need to know how long it will take to bring my foolish brother home. Sasuke's obsession had deepened. It was no longer just about retrieving his brother, but also about personally eliminating Danzo, Uchiha Madara, and Obito. His thirst for power was more intense than ever. Thanks to Hao Yun's continuous suggestions for enhancing his abilities, otherwise he would have long since left Konoha to gain combat experience and would never have participated in this Chunin exam. Luckily, this exam also featured the person he most desired to battle. Suddenly, Sasuke halted, looking down at the three Sound Ninjas, particularly the one wearing a straw hat. Even from a distance, he sensed an overwhelming threat. "Oh-ho, I hadn't even come looking for you, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Should I commend you for your efforts, my little darling?" The ninja removed the straw hat, revealing a beautiful female face, but beneath that lovely exterior lurked a chilling, snake-like aura that sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. "Orochimaru, it is truly you." Sasuke sneered. "I hear you're seeking a vessel." My dear, you're aware of that?" Orochimaru unabashedly revealed his greed, especially in his gaze fixed on Sasuke, filled with the impulse to conduct experiments immediately. "If you desire my body, you must first prove yourself worthy. Water style, great waterfall technique." Sasuke unhesitatingly performed the hand seals, unleashing a massive torrent that surged forth from behind him, engulfing the three ninjas in a swirling vortex of water. Sensing the immense chakra fluctuations ahead, Naruto and Sakura quickened their pace and stood behind Sasuke. "Sasuke, where's Orochimaru?" Naruto blurted out as he arrived, asking about Orochimaru's whereabouts. Sasuke ignored him. He could feel that Orochimaru had not been overwhelmed by his technique. The seemingly fierce torrent of water had glaring weaknesses and posed no threat to someone of Orochimaru's caliber. TSK, my dear, you possess quite a bit of chakra." Sasuke suddenly felt a chill behind him as a head elongated, attempting to kiss his neck. "Sasuke, watch out. Sealing technique, diamond lock, super strength fist." Before Orochimaru could make contact, 8 golden chains, accompanied by a soft yet powerful fist, struck him hard. The immense force sent Orochimaru flying, shattering several large trees while narrowly avoiding the diamond lock. Sasuke nodded at Naruto and Sakura, indicating that he had merely been careless. He intended to confront Orochimaru himself. "Naruto, Sakura, leave this to me. The power of the Rinnegan unfurled, and Sasuke's gaze locked onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he stood. He could feel that the punch had shattered his ribs. Glancing at the beautiful purple markings faintly visible on the girl's head, he realized she was a veritable clone of Tsunade. You and Tsunade, what is your relationship? Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Sakura, as her incredible strength reminded him too much of Tsunade. Moreover, Tsunade had not possessed such power at that age. Tsunade will be my future mentor, Sakura declared proudly. Orochimaru nodded silently. I believe she will take a liking to you. Sasuke formed his hand seals. Orochimaru, your opponent is now me. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The two unleashed their techniques in a clash. Although Sasuke had reached shadow-level strength, he ultimately lacked the experience of Orochimaru, and his chakra control was less refined, causing his ferocious wind to dissipate before igniting even a single branch. Yet, Orochimaru dared not relax, as he had already sensed Sasuke's formidable strength, not inferior to his own, especially that pair of Rinnegan, so distinct from the Sharingan, ignited an impulse within him to capture Sasuke for research. Extending his tongue, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with fervor. What a splendid body. Disgusting, get lost. Sage art. Great fire extinguishing technique. Sasuke fought against the urge to retch and unleashed his full power. This time, it was a fire technique executed with the full might of his newly upgraded Sage mode. A torrent of flames surged forth from Sasuke's back, startling Orochimaru, who hastily invoked the eightfold gates of the living. 9 formidable gates materialized, adorned with grotesque decorations that staunchly shielded him from the fiery onslaught. As the colossal force of the flames dissipated, it became apparent that 8 of the gates had been consumed, leaving only one precariously standing. Summoning technique, ten tous en snack. Orochimaru, having narrowly escaped disaster, could no longer afford to let Sasuke attack unimpeded. Drawing blood to craft a summoning seal, he summoned an immense python that lunged directly at Sasuke. The nauseating stench assaulted Sasuke's senses, prompting a grimace as he soared into the air, gathering lightning chakra in his grasp, akin to a blade of steel. Lightning release, lightning cutter, earth release, hell swamp technique. Sasuke descended with a lightning cutter, piercing through the mass of snakes. Yet Orochimaru deftly evaded into the swamp conjured by his ninjutsu, escaping unscathed. The injured snake, however, had no intention of sacrificing itself for Orochimaru and promptly retreated, signaling an end to the confrontation. After this exchange, both Orochimaru and Sasuke recognized the other's strength as shadow-level ninjas. One possessed abundant chakra, while the other had extensive combat experience. Without external interference, a decisive outcome would require hours of engagement. Orochimaru licked his grotesque tongue, his gaze toward Sasuke slightly restrained. The latter had proven himself worthy of dialogue as an equal, no longer merely sheltered by Itachi's protection. Your potential surpasses even that of Itachi, Orochimaru mused. If you seek to elevate your powers swiftly and find your brother, come seek me. With a surge of determination, Naruto attempted to pursue, but Sasuke halted him. Let go. We must complete our mission. I will deal with him later. Orochimaru, emerging from a maw of the colossal serpent, restored to full vitality, felt a wave of exhilaration. This was a technique of his own invention, enabling rapid recovery, but at a significant chakra cost, far less efficient than medical ninjutsu. Where did Sasuke acquire such strength? Orochimaru pondered, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. Do you wish to know? I can teach you. Startled, Orochimaru turned, nearly firing off a jutsu in fright. Who are you? Just Sasuke's master. Do you desire immortality? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, intrigued yet skeptical. Immortality had been his lifelong pursuit, yet he knew nothing of this man before him. Can you assist me? He inquired, dismissing the notion of a mere resurrection technique. Anyone knows the soul is far more paramount than the body. You weaken your essence by occupying another's form. As a researcher, haven't you contemplated cloning your own body? In times of peril, you could transfer your consciousness into your clone, preserving your power and essence. I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words. Why have I never considered creating a duplicate of myself? Surely, my original form would integrate more seamlessly with my soul. Exactly. Now, take a look at this. The stranger tossed a collection of advanced research texts on genetics and human anatomy towards Orochimaru. As he perused the material, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Mastery of this knowledge could grant him countless bloodline abilities without adverse effects. What must I offer in exchange? Orochimaru inquired, fully aware that nothing of value comes without a price. A comprehensive knowledge system, the stranger replied, shaking his head. I require your involvement in a transformative endeavor for the ninja world. This serves as your initial compensation, with countless research opportunities to follow. He then presented Orochimaru with an electronic book and a solar power charger. This embodies an entirely distinct technological realm. Familiarize yourself with it at your leisure. Oh, and the Konoha collapse plan proceeds as intended. I require Konoha as our base for the transformation of a ninja world. Transform the ninja world? Orochimaru grasped the crux of the stranger's proposal. Indeed, to reshape the world, the stranger affirmed, tossing an audio recorder containing the history of the Hokage. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Do not let Black Zetsu hear of this. With that, the stranger ascended into the sky. Once you decide, I shall send someone to contact you. Transforming the world? Orochimaru mused, his tongue flicking out in contemplation. This sounds intriguing, though I wonder how it compares to the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Hondo had discovered traces of Orochimaru and Sasuke's battle, reporting it to the third Hokage, who gazed wearily at the distant Hokage rock, troubled by the implications of Orochimaru's presence. Chapter 16. A battle laced with affection. Unlike the original narrative filled with numerous teams, the second exam concluded swiftly. Sasuke's team advanced effortlessly to the third round, arriving at the preliminary battle stage. This time, the stranger chose not to remain a passive observer, but rather appeared as the mentor of the three. Firstly, congratulations to all for passing the second round. The third Hokage began, his lengthy speech extolling the virtues of the will of fire and the significance of the third exam. The stranger surveyed the assembled ninjas, noting the familiar faces reminiscent of the original storyline, marveling at the power of narrative. The participants included Konoha's 12, the Sand Village's top trio, and 3 sound ninjas, essentially mirroring the original tale. In order to expedite the third round, we will commence with a preliminary selection. The Special J-Nin, Moonlight Gale, announced. The stranger observed in disbelief as the ailing examiner continued his duties. Shouldn't he be seeking medical attention first? Let the draws begin. First match, Tenten versus Niji. Ah, an internal team battle, Mato Guy exclaimed, bouncing eagerly in his green jumpsuit, seemingly unfazed by the intra-team conflict. The stranger frowned at the drawing results. According to the original narrative, Niji should have faced Hinata, while Tenten should battle Tamari. What's this matchup between Tenten and Niji? He pondered, noting Tenten's long-standing affection for Niji. Was this to be a romantic duel? However, Tenten and Niji had little time for such considerations. Upon hearing their match announcement, they promptly leaped from the platform to the central arena, preparing for combat. Tenten, clutching 2 sealing scrolls, blushed slightly. Be careful, Niji. I will show mercy, Niji replied, his expression stoic yet imbued with an uncommon gentleness. Under the silvery moonlight, the swift winds carried the gaze of Moonlight Gale to Niji and then to Tenten, who for the first time felt that this battle might not concern him at all. The first match commenced, Tenten versus Niji. Ninja Technique, Twin Rising Dragon. Ninja Technique, Evendispin. The ensuing battle saw Tenten soaring into the air, wielding 2 sealing scrolls, unleashing an endless barrage of ninja tools. Meanwhile, Niji remained grounded, rotating gracefully as chakra erupted from his chakra points, forming a circular defense that sent the ninja tools crashing to the ground. Indeed, under Niji's exceptional control, not a single tool was redirected back towards Tenten. This contest resembled a flawless drill in attack and defense. If one were to observe closely, Tenten's eyes might even reflect a hint of affection and warmth. The duel lasted for 10 minutes until Tenten finally exhausted her supply of ninja tools. It must be noted that Tenten, known in Konoha as a wealthy heiress, had strewn an extravagant array of tools across the combat arena, utilizing no less than 10 sealing scrolls. Tenten, you have lost. Seizing the moment when Tenten was devoid of tools, Niji executed a body flicker technique, landing right before her. Kunai poised dangerously close to her throat, a mere palm's breadth away. Ah, if only Niji's speed reached that of a Hokage, Tintin might have suffered a mere scratch. Niji, you are truly impressive. Tintin, blushing, made no effort to resist and stepped down from the arena. The audience fell silent. No applause, no gasps of awe. Only a palpable sense of fullness lingered in the air. Moonlight Gale called upon a few individuals to clear the arena, sealing the ninja tools back into their scrolls. After a full 10 minutes, the second round of draws commenced. The draw screen shook violently before settling on the faces of Hinata and Naruto. What luck! The expression on the third Hokage's face changed. This was a test, right? A battle, wasn't it? Why did it feel like a matchmaking event? Did the third know his time was short, hence arranging the next generation's matrimony ahead of time? On the stage, Hinata and Naruto ascended. Hinata's head was steaming. Her cheeks flushed, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Naruto-kun, please guide me. Her voice was soft and delicate, unmistakably conveying her deep affection for Naruto. Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious, standing upright and forming a battle seal. Hinata-chan, please guide me. His voice boomed, resonating through the arena, and as he completed the gesture, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, scrutinizing Hinata up and down for any weaknesses. Under Naruto's intense gaze, Hinata let out a soft whimper and fainted on the spot. Hinata, we are in a battle. Do not pretend to faint. I won't fall for it. Instead of rushing to support her, Naruto remained stationary, calling out, "Ugh!" The audience gasped, and Sakura could no longer contain herself as she rushed down and delivered a sharp reprimand to Naruto. "You fool! Don't waste a girl's feelings. Hurry and carry Hinata. Remember, do it in a princess carry. No need." Without waiting for Naruto to react, Niji leaped down, lifting Hinata onto the elevated stage. We, the Hyuga clan, do not easily accept outsiders. The expressions of those in the audience turned peculiar. Was this truly the moment to concern oneself with outsiders? Moreover, when did battles transform into discussions of marriage? Surely, Konoha was not the largest ninja village, but rather the foremost matchmaking village in the shinobi world. With merely 2 contests completed, 2 pairs had already been formed. One couldn't help but wonder if this was truly a battle arena or a confession stage. The odd glances were not lost on the examiners, including Moonlight Gale, who felt somewhat awkward and hastily waved his hand, calling for the next match to be drawn. Then, the third match was announced, Temari versus Shikamaru. As soon as the contenders were revealed, the audience cast peculiar looks at Shikamaru and Temari. The question loomed, would Temari confess to Shikamaru, or would it be the other way around? No way. I absolutely disagree. Kankuro stood bravely, declaring, I will never allow my sister to marry a Konoha ninja. Fool! What nonsense! Temari instinctively delivered a sharp blow to his head, shifting her gaze to Shikamaru, involuntarily beginning an assessment of him in her mind. The Nara clan is the most intelligent military family in Konoha. They raise deer, and deer antlers are quite valuable. Marrying him would not be a hardship. Any children born would be exceptionally bright, and the family is under the control of the wives. I'd manage the finances well. Wait, what am I thinking? How could I possibly marry a Konoha scoundrel? On the contrary, Shikamaru found it all rather bothersome. He merely wished to rest comfortably at home. Why must he engage in battles? Moreover, how had the third exam devolved into a matchmaking gala? He was still quite young, after all. He had no desire for a wife who would manage him like a mother. Little did he know, in the stands, his mother, Nara Yoshino, was already discussing with his father, Nara Shikaku, what kind of dowry would be necessary for Temari to marry into their family. The third match began, Temari versus Shikamaru. Ninja technique, wind scythe, ninja technique, shadow possession technique. The duel was spectacular. Temari expertly wielded her large fan, executing wind techniques with remarkable finesse, while Shikamaru, after several evasions, effortlessly employed his family's signature technique, ensnaring Temari's shadow and ultimately claiming victory. However, his mother was exceedingly displeased, believing Shikamaru's actions would necessitate a greater dowry from their family. With the fourth match about to commence, the draw commenced once more. The screen trembled, and on the high platform, Ino and Sakura fervently prayed, "It's me and Sasuke. It's me and Sasuke." Yamanaka, Ino, Haruno, Sakura. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances, Sakura's eyes sparkling with delight. Haoyun had already taken his seat, thoroughly disillusioned with the draws. What kind of battles were these? The third match had clearly turned into a display of affection. Even if Yamanaka Ino were to marry Sai, she would never allow herself to battle Sakura. Finally, as a number of contestants dwindled, it was time for Sakura and Sasuke's match. Haoyun straightened up. At last, a contest that promised some excitement. Fifth match, Haruno Sakura versus Uchiha Sasuke. The rest merely glanced sideways, fully aware of Sakura's infatuation with Sasuke. This match, like the previous ones, was merely a stage for confessions. What they did not know was that Sakura had never envisioned herself as merely Sasuke's supporting character. What she desired was to stand alongside him as an equal partner, sharing both life and death. Therefore, she would hold nothing back and showcase her formidable prowess. Haruno Sakura, please guide me. Uchiha Sasuke, please guide me. Ninja technique, heavenly foot. With a leap, Sakura soared into the air, her chakra enveloping her entire being, accumulating more chakra beneath her feet, descending with the force to shatter the earth. Sasuke showed no intention of holding back, bracing himself with one hand while meeting her attack head-on with both feet. Boom! A violent collision shattered the air, causing Kakashi, Red, Asuma, and others to instinctively shield themselves from the explosive whirlwind, their astonishment directed towards the adversaries in the center of the arena. Kakashi, your two disciples have surpassed you. Haven't they? Asuma posed this as a question, yet there was an undeniable certainty in his tone. The sheer force of their abilities was something Asuma had never witnessed. Even in the presence of his own father, Kakashi chuckled. They have long surpassed me. His voice brimmed with pride. No teacher wishes for their students to remain beneath them, and Kakashi is not a narrow-minded individual. The stronger Sakura and Sasuke became, the more delighted he felt. Red and Might Guy exchanged glances, silently hoping for their own students to reconsider, realizing it would be wiser to surrender against Kakashi's remarkable team. On the arena, it was evident that Sasuke was not a match for the power that Sakura had unleashed. With a single kick, the ground caved in, nearly engulfing Sasuke. Sakura rolled back, a cold smile gracing her lips. Sasuke, this is not your level. Prepare to receive my technique. Ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Sasuke erupted from the ground, lightning coiling around his right hand, forming a short sword of pure electricity. The flickering blade was unmistakably real, not an illusion. Sakura stood her ground, her armor-like aura fully activated. Her right hand darkened as she summoned her strength, ready for a direct clash. Ninjutsu, mighty fist. The collision was thunderous. The lightning cutter shattered. Blood splattered. In that single encounter, Sakura's armored aura was breached, yet Sasuke was sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall of the stands, leaving a deep imprint of his form. The third Hokage could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The power on display was reminiscent of Tsunade's battles. This young girl was undeniably the next generation of Tsunade. Let us not waste time. Let us end this with one final move. That suits me perfectly. Both combatants leapt into the air, hands forming intricate seals, their unparalleled chakra clashing in the skies above. Sage Art, great fire annihilation. Sage Art, wind release, great breakthrough. Flames roared, and a tempest erupted. Two techniques, rivaling those of Kage-level shinobi, were unleashed with full force, leaving even the examiners unable to intervene, while the strongest, the third Hokage, retreated to the far end of the stands. After the explosive clash, the arena was consumed by flames, reduced to a molten crimson expanse. Facing each other amidst the chaos, Sakura and Sasuke appeared unfazed, not at all resembling weary warriors after such a formidable exchange. I concede this round, Sakura declared decisively, her pink hair billowing. Next time, I will reclaim victory. The Uchiha never surrenders. Sasuke remained undeterred, though admiration flickered in his eyes for Sakura, replacing his previous aloofness. In the distance, Ino silently observed the two, realizing that she no longer possessed the confidence to compete with Sakura for Sasuke's attention. The girl who once required her assistance had matured. Examiner Moonlight Breeze glanced from Sakura to Sasuke, inwardly frustrated. Hey, I'm an examiner too. Can't you give me some face? Though I may not stand a chance against you. Do you really believe I would let either of you pass without merit? Just recalling the earlier exam as chaotic aftermath, Moonlight Breeze suppressed his displeasure and announced the victor of this match. The winner of the fifth match is Uchiha Sasuke. Following this battle, The subsequent match between the newly opened 5th Gate Lee and Gaara, or Kankuro's swift defeat of the Sound Ninja, could hardly capture the audience's attention. The disparity between a Genin and a Kaga-level shinobi was simply too vast. After indulging in a lavish feast, who would be interested in a bowl of plain kanji? Moreover, who would willingly face the formidable members of Team 7? They seemed more interested in losing than winning. Chapter 18. Conclusion of the third preliminaries. Before long, the third exam concluded with the following 9 individuals selected for the main event. From the Sand Village, Gaara and Kankuro. From the Leaf Village, Niji Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamanaka, Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Kiba Inuzuka. Though originally 9 were to be selected, due to the weaker prowess of Akimichi Niji, the final list consisted of these 8. Everyone a month from now, dignitaries from various nations and the Kazekage will arrive to observe. I hope each of you will enhance your abilities during this time, showcasing your strengths without regret to the higher-ups from all nations. Now, we shall draw for your official opponents. Moonlight Breeze approached with a box containing the matchups. Inside were 8 slips of paper, symbolizing the pairings. The drawn competitors would face each other in the decisive battles. You have a month to assess your opponent's strengths and preferences, as well as to bolster your own skills. During the final showdown, if you can adequately demonstrate your prowess, regardless of victory or defeat, you may still have the opportunity to become Chunin. Now, let the drawing commence. The 8 competitors stepped forward to draw their opponents. However, neither the ferocious Gaara nor the esteemed Niji Hyuga wished to face off against Team 7's members, although they had yet to witness Naruto's capabilities. Sasuke's acknowledgement alone hinted at their formidable strength. Thus, to the others, those 2 seemed less like Genin and more like Kaga-level shinobi in disguise. Now, please announce your draw numbers. Niji Hyuga, 1. Sasuke, 7. The final results were Niji against Kankuro, Shikamaru against Kiba, Sasuke against Gaara, and Naruto against Ino. Alright, the third match preliminaries have concluded. You may all return and rest. See you in a month. May fortune favor your endeavors. After the draws, without waiting for a moment to congratulate his 3 disciples, the third Hokage summoned him to the office. What does the third Hokage want with me? He casually took a seat, noting that he was alone with the Hokage, devoid of the 2 most irritating elders. I called you to discuss something. Didn't you mention wanting to take on a few ninjas as disciples? Upon witnessing the prowess of Sasuke and Sakura, the third Hokage couldn't help but consider binding Nara, Shikamaru, and others to present them as the 12 elite he once mentioned, most of whom were aligned with his side. The thought of Sakura, a mere civilian ninja, achieving Kaga-level strength was irresistible, as he envisioned a village filled with 12 Kaga-level shinobi. Well, I do have some free time these days, so please have them come over. He stroked his chin, considering that Shikamaru, Ino, and the rest could use some strengthening. Particularly with Ino, the thought of her marrying Sai unsettled him. In his eyes, the most beautiful girl in the village was undoubtedly Ino. How could she marry someone from the root? No, he must upgrade Ino's skills, even if it meant pairing her with the combat-ready oil woman Shino instead of Sai. Alright, tomorrow morning, I'll send them to the 7th training ground. The third Hokage readily agreed, even preparing the training venue. He had pondered the possibility of ulterior motives from his side, yet the allure of Sasuke and Sakura's Kaga-level strength was simply too tempting. And with the opportunity to become strong, of course, Shikamaru and the others would not let it slip away. The third generation merely refers to the instructor guiding Sakura and Sasuke. The 12 young ninjas promptly agreed, fearing they might fall too far behind. By the time Hao-Yun returned to the Uchiha residence, all 12 had acquiesced to his guidance. That evening, after the rehearsal concluded, Hao-Yun treated Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to a celebratory feast, sleeping soundly until noon the next day. Upon awakening, Hao-Yun paid no heed to the trio's self-training, meandering slowly towards Training Ground 7. At that moment, the new recruits, under Shikamaru's leadership, were disparaging their forthcoming instructor. With a blade of grass between his teeth, Shikamaru lounged on the training ground, quipping, "Our instructor couldn't possibly be like Kakashi, could he? I've heard he often trips over black cats on his path through life." In response, Ino chimed in, "It's possible. Sakura once complained about Kakashi, calling him a lecherous, perverted, lazy man. My master says that Kakashi-sensei is quite good," said Lee, a disciple of Might Guy, attempting to defend Kakashi. "Lee, you're just too honest. Every day, It's all about Guy Sensei insisting I wear green spandex and shave my head. She is a girl. Guy Sensei ISNT reliable. Can you really trust his words? Right, Niji? Niji gazed skyward, caught between his secret crush and the leading jounin, Might Guy. Whom should he support? It was a dilemma. He is Naruto's instructor and quite good, murmured Hinata softly, her gentle demeanor shining through. Ino interjected, Hinata, you're just too gentle. You blush so easily. After marriage, you'll surely be bullied by Naruto. Bullying after marriage? At Ino's remark, Hinata's mind spiraled into daydreams of marriage, children, and hiring teachers for said children, leaving her utterly dazed. Ah, my apprentices, you all seem spirited and fond of gossip. Truly, you are my diligent disciples. Came a melodious voice from afar. Shikamu, about to indulge in further banter, suddenly froze, rigidly turning his head. Oh no, we were caught talking behind his back. Haoyun, the master of shadow-level powerhouses, approached and playfully ruffled Ino's golden locks. However, before you speak ill of others, consider whether they are ninjas you can defeat. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament like this. Haoyun paused, observing the growing panic in Ino's eyes before announcing a punishment for the youngsters. Now, all of you shall run 10 laps around Konoha. If you cannot complete this, I will have Kakashi and Guy personally battle you. And it will be a serious fight, not merely a scuffle. The 9 young ninjas wailed in dismay and took off running. Chapter 19. Tailoring instruction to individual needs. Once his 9 new apprentices had scampered off, crying for their parents, Haoyun leaned casually against a tree and accessed the system. He opened the system's marketplace, realizing that the teaching methods he had employed for the original trio could no longer be applied to his new students. After all, not everyone was a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, nor did all possess the ability to harness armed color hockey. Upon reflection, only the Hyuga siblings could effectively utilize Sage Body and gene-enhancing serums. Only Lee could wield armed color hockey to strengthen his physique. Most others were ninjutsu specialists with no particular aptitude for physical combat. Thus, it was time for some creative modifications. Today's world refresh. Pokemon. Fixed worlds. Bleach. Naruto. For now, he would temporarily lift the restriction on the Bleach world while keeping Pokemon and Naruto fixed for refreshment. After adjusting the marketplace's world refresh settings, Haoyun meticulously examined his points and the products available. His daily sign-ins in the Naruto realm had accumulated approximately 1,300 points. As for the marketplace offerings, the 3-Tomo Sharingan cost 1,000 points, and once he defeated Danzo and reclaimed the route, he would have enough Sharingan for use. The Mangeki Sharingan pairs of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto were also available. Moreover, why should everyone be transformed into sage bodies? That would be utterly dull. Regarding other bloodlines, they were primarily ordinary level at 1,000 points, superior level at 10,000 points, with prices comparable to the 3-Tomo and Mangeki Sharingan. While the Naruto world revered bloodlines, did those clans truly harness their bloodline powers? I think not. Take the Yuki clan's Ice bloodline, for instance. It could easily evolve towards the capabilities of the Marine Admiral Akiji from the One Piece world, effortlessly wielding ice. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan possessed vast chakra reserves and sealing techniques. If pushed to their limits, they could create an overwhelming barrier. Just think about it. Without the need for a fight, one could be sealed within chakra, unable to move. Not to mention the perverse abilities of shadow manipulation and mind transfer jutsu. In Haoyun's eyes, the potential of the Naruto world was extraordinarily high. The only limitations were the bounds of imagination. No longer pondering, he decided to expand their imaginative horizons based on their strengths. But first, he would examine the items available for purchase. In the Pokemon marketplace, the initial Pokemon egg cost 500 points. A quasi-divine Pokemon egg was 1,000 points. A divine beast Pokemon egg was 10,000 points. And a super divine beast Pokemon egg was 100,000 points. Haoyun considered, can the Pokemon within the eggs hatch in the Naruto world? Are there any limits to their evolution? After some thought, he posed his questions. Yes, the Pokemon world is rich in energy. It's merely absorbed by various fruit trees and minerals. To put it simply, the Pokemon world is abundant with chakra trees that absorb natural energy, transforming it into food, fruits, and minerals. If transported to the Naruto world, Pokemon could absorb both natural and chakra energy to evolve. due to the world's energy not being overly absorbed. Pokemon could even break free from constraints and ascend to higher levels. For instance, a Caterpie in the Naruto world might have the opportunity to evolve into a Rayquaza. Excellent. Once I have the funds, I must purchase a divine beast. As for now, perhaps I should consider pairing an initial Pokemon with Inuzuka Kiba in Narashikamaru. As Haoyun contemplated the training and evolution strategies for the 9, they finally completed 10 laps, panting and supporting one another as they approached Haoyun. Master, we've finished. Ino gasped, leaning on Tintin for support. Haoyun surveyed them and noted their camaraderie and resilient spirit. Indeed, these youngsters, the 12 young ninjas, would play a crucial role in shouldering the responsibility of changing the world in the future. All right, the next training session will be led by Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. I perceive potential in you, yet your mindset leaves much to be desired. I possess a very confidential recording that you must listen to, learning from your seniors. The next training period will occur at Sasuke's residence. Although Haoyun was eager to mentor the 12 young ninjas, he was determined not to cultivate any ungrateful students. Thus, he summoned Naruto and his companions, tossing a pile of red books toward them while simultaneously replaying the historical recordings of Naruto's world that had been played numerous times before. When he returned from his outing, having spent the day indulging in leisurely activities, he found all 9 of his disciples sitting listlessly on the tatami mat, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. Clearing his throat deliberately, Haoyun drew their attention. Unable to contain her curiosity, the straightforward and cheerful Yamashita boldly asked, Master, is the recording you played truly authentic? Did your senior brother Sasuke not demonstrate the abilities of the Rinnegan? Moreover, as scions of the prominent clan, have you not heard of any clandestine information? Haoyun gazed at her, speechless, while discreetly nodding toward Shikamaru. He was uncertain about the others, but he trusted that Shikamaru, with his wisdom, would possess some insights. Following his gesture, all eyes turned to Narashikamaru, who offered a wry smile, understanding that evasion was futile. After all, the misdeeds were orchestrated by Danzo, and even though their clan had voiced objections, their voices were often disregarded due to their lesser status. Ultimately, no amount of intellect could rival sheer strength in this world dominated by the powerful. Indeed, the information I acquired from my father concerning the Root organization and Danzo is fundamentally accurate. Upon hearing this, everyone, even the most naive of them, Lee, could no longer perceive Konoha as a bastion of peace. In fact, they were all deeply disgusted. The seemingly bright and polished Konoha concealed such a repugnant organization within its shadows. Ninjas were inherently born of darkness, tasked with assassination and intelligence gathering. Yet it was shocking to discover an entity that, in its quest for power, would disregard the village and even seek to drag the entire world into chaos. Master, why did you reveal this to us? Hinata Niji calmly inquired, having relinquished his animosity towards Hinata after learning the truth behind his father's death. He recognized that they were both children trapped by circumstances beyond their control. I aspire to change the world, alongside you, my disciples. Together, we shall elevate this world, which has been ensnared by conspirators and is on the brink of destruction, onto a path of enlightenment. On the following morning, the indoctrinated 9 disciples returned to the training grounds. They were now filled with confidence and hope for the future, shedding any remnants of defiance or resistance from the previous day. My dear disciples, I shall now impart to you the means to acquire newfound power to transform the world. Thus, the coming month shall be arduous, exceedingly grueling. Are you prepared to embark on this journey into the depths of hell? For the sake of the people. Excellent. Haoyun nodded in satisfaction, settling into a chair as he began to call out names. Hinata Niji. Present, Master. I have devised 2 evolutionary pathways for you. First, you may learn physical techniques akin to Sakura. I shall teach you the art of armament hockey, as well as advanced techniques to further refine the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, including Tai Chi, Inch Power, and 8 Extremes. Mastery of these arts could elevate your combat prowess to the level of a Kage. Second, we can enhance your physical constitution. As direct descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, your Byakugan can be considered a variant of the Sage Eye. I can administer a Sage Gene Serum, transforming your bodies into those of sages, and your vision will evolve from Byakugan to Rinnegan. As for the extent of your power, I have yet to witness the Rinnegan in action. so I cannot ascertain its true potential. How do you wish to proceed? I choose the Rinnegan, Niji declared without hesitation, realizing that the cage bird could no longer restrain him if he acquired the Rinnegan. Hinata, with her fingers fidgeting, glanced between Niji and Naruto, who was engrossed in books on spatial geometry and physics, hoping to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I too wish for the Rinnegan. I want to stand beside Naruto and Brother Niji. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering determination. Haya nodded approvingly. These two young ones had clearly received excellent education from the Hyuga clan. He tossed them 2 syringes filled with the gene serum, instructing, inject these into your veins. Over the next 5 days, your bodies will undergo significant growth. Be mindful of controlling your rapidly increasing chakra and strength. Should you cause any structural damage, you will be responsible for reimbursement. The siblings departed joyfully with the gene serum, while Hao Yun turned his attention to Ten and Li. Li, you will train with Sakura, who will teach you armament haki and how to nurture your body. Once learned, you will be able to open the 8 gates without inflicting irreversible damage upon yourself. For other martial arts, seek out your mentor guy. There's plenty for you to learn. Ten. Here is the secret manual for Li's flying blade technique. Take it and learn. Hao Yun reflected on the wealth of martial arts knowledge he had acquired that morning. Recognizing the value of the manuals at a mere 100 points each, not including the guarantee of mastery, which would suffice for Ten's needs. Next, he addressed Shino Aburame, providing him with a manual on insect breeding. Instead of merely keeping bugs, it would be more advantageous to cultivate a powerful goo king to decimate enemies. Shikamaru. Here is a treatise on shadow manipulation. Peruse it at your leisure. When Shikamaru received the manual, he initially scoffed, but as he delved into the techniques of shadow traversal, shadow clones, shadow substitutes, and employing shadows for the Flying Thunder God technique, he was utterly astounded. He realized just how versatile shadow techniques could be. The Nara clan's application of shadow imitation was indeed rudimentary. Similarly, Ino was handed a manual on dream construction, illusion crafting, and numerous psychological studies, leaving her in a state of awe. Choji received a concise summary of the refined application of energy with the potential of the Ino Shikicho clan. Mastering this knowledge could easily elevate them to Kage level status. With a bit more chakra and finesse in their abilities, they might even surpass the likes of Hokage and Sage. Once he had delegated tasks to everyone, Hao Yun finally turned his focus to Kiba Inuzuka. With his points dwindling after purchasing various martial arts manuals, he could only afford a single Pokemon egg. Should he assign it to Kiba, who specialized in pet care? Kiba, your strength lies in your bond with your pets. Therefore, I shall provide you with a creature beyond the realm of ninjas, something truly extraordinary. Hao Yun extended his hand, and a swarm of nanobots formed a screen displaying an array of Pokemon from the Pokemon world. With an array of creatures such as Squirtle, Arcanine, Charmander, and Pikachu, Kiba was overwhelmed by the sheer variety of fantastical pets from this alternate realm. Particularly, Arcanine, with its fiery breath and electric strikes, made Kiba reflect on how his own Akamaru seemed less impressive by comparison. Akamaru, sensing his owner's feelings of inadequacy, barked agitatedly and dug his paws into the ground. Although he desired a little brother of his own, he was adamant that his owner's affection for him was not in question. All right, Akamaru, calm down. Kiba hastily scooped up Akamaru, petting him affectionately. He was not one to abandon loyalty to his companions. After all, Akamaru was not merely a pet, but family. Now, tell me, what kind of little brother would you like? Woof. Both Kiba and Hao Yun turned their gazes back to the screen, where Akamaru pointed excitedly, not at Arcanine, as Hao Yun had anticipated, but at the yellow mouse, Pikachu. Woof. Akamaru exclaimed proudly, confident in his judgment, that he would not be foolish enough to choose a card like Pikachu. What if it were chosen and could synergize with Inuzuka, Kiba's family jutsu? The yellow mouse was different. It could utilize lightning release to assist in battle, yet it could not work in tandem with its master to perform jutsu. Most importantly, a mouse was definitely no match for a dog. Hadn't he heard that dogs catch mice? This indicated that, in the biological chain, mice were indeed preyed upon by dogs. Akamaru could already envision the delightful image of Pikachu by his side, being playfully chased and bitten. Kiba, wincing as he watched the Pikachu on the screen, noted that the video showcased the mouse's remarkable strength. However, owning a mouse, no matter how appealing its appearance, left him with a sense of embarrassment. Akamaru, are you sure you want that as your little brother? Don't you think the card dog is handsome? Isn't it more appealing? Woof. A mouse, I want a mouse. A mouse that can use lightning release is the most suitable for our strategy. In pursuit of acquiring a mouse companion, Akamaru had elevated the matter to a tactical level. Kiba gritted his teeth, recognizing that Akamaru had grown alongside him, and, with a new pet, cooperation in battle was essential. Fine, a mouse it is. He conceded. Master, I choose it. The yellow mouse. Haoyan glanced at Kiba and Akamaru atop his head, bemused as he exchanged for a Pikachu egg and a corresponding Naruto-themed breeding manual from the store. He hoped the egg he hatched wouldn't be a divine mouse. Otherwise, it would be quite the joke. Chapter 21. Jiraiya appears. After assigning training tasks to the 9 students, Haoyan left the training ground, yawning as he headed to the hot springs. Having been in the Hokage's realm for a while, he found the hot springs to be the most gratifying aspect. After all, hot spring culture was not ubiquitous. Moreover, comfortable and natural hot springs were indeed a rarity in modern times. Wobbling slightly as he donned a yukata, he settled into the hot spring, savoring the unique sake. Nearly drifting off into slumber. Suddenly, a feeling of being watched crept over him from the distant high wall. A peeper? Haoyan furrowed his brows. Having been raised solely by Angel after his crossing, he naturally held a sense of respect for women. Furthermore, given Angel's status as a stunning beauty in the Marvel Universe, their rural upbringing had made him quite adept at dealing with peeping toms. Peeping toms deserved punishment. Haoyan retrieved a coin from his yukata, preparing for a low-power electromagnetic cannon. The coin shot forth, possessing minimal force. Yet, when it struck an ordinary person, it would at least leave a bruise for a month. However, upon firing, no cries of agony emerged, almost as if it had not been attacked at all. Haoyan's brow knitted slightly. Was the watcher provoking him? Ninja, perhaps? It appeared he had been underestimated. Medium power for the electromagnetic cannon. This time, the coin soared forth at sonic speed, ensuring that any average Chunin would suffer greatly. Whoosh! The coin sliced through the air, only to be caught effortlessly by the observer. Haoyan's expression darkened. After 2 warnings, the individual had not fled. It seemed they were courting death. Full power for the electromagnetic cannon. Raising his right hand, he unleashed the full might of the electric strike. Though lacking the rotating barrel effect to amplify damage and distance, pure force within 50 meters could reach the level of a Kage. With a flick of his finger, the coin fell into the electric cannon, instantly melting under the intense heat and transforming into a bullet, hurtling towards the target at 10 times the speed of sound. Ninjutsu. Needle the Earth God. Finally, this forced the opponent to reveal their jutsu. Unfortunately, the technique was more of a counterattack than a defense. The hairform needle ball was easily pierced by the electromagnetic cannon's tremendous impact, sending the contained ninja flying into the wall behind. Haoyan stood, elegantly tossing his yukata over his shoulder. As he leaped from the bathhouse, he faced the peeper, momentarily taken aback by the familiar attire of the injured figure before him. That distinctive white hair flowing to his waist, the face adorned with haphazard paint. Wasn't this one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, an avid connoisseur of the arts? Wait a moment, he had just attacked a peeper, which meant Jiraiya was likely seeking inspiration when he was struck by Haoyan. You little brat, you're quite strong, aren't you? Jiraiya rose, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. He had been careless. Who would have thought that the 3rd strike would be so formidable? That power had felt akin to Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates. Jiraiya. Haha, you know me well. I am the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, he exclaimed, performing an awkward dance with a puffed chest. Haoyan covered his head, cringing at the embarrassment. He truly did not wish to claim acquaintance with him. Nevertheless, given the request to save Jiraiya, he might as well endure the burden and take him home to diligently instruct his students. That sage technique of his should be perfect for promotion. Jiraiya, are you here to find Naruto? Haoyan directly inquired, recalling that Jiraiya had come to teach Naruto while also bringing the Mount Myaboku contract for his disciple. How do you know? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, realizing that Haoyan was aware of his purpose. Did he intend to abduct Naruto? Coincidentally, Jiraiya had heard of a recent organization in the ninja world that engaged in nefarious deeds, specializing in underground bounty tasks. Quite vile in nature. Of course not, Haoyan retorted, rolling his eyes at him. What are you thinking? I am Naruto's master. Besides, you, who are the fourth Hokage's mentor, can stand by and watch your own grandson be bullied in Konoha? With your actions, you will surely face a good scolding from Kushina when you reach the afterlife. Hao Yun remarked with a smirk, relishing the thought of Naruto's childhood suffering, being bullied, ignored, treated as refused, and despised. Were not these experiences Jiraiya's responsibility? Let us not even mention the third Hokage's desire to protect Naruto by concealing his origins. In truth, the third merely wished to extinguish Naruto's hope and turn him into a weapon for Konoha. Observing Naruto's condition and caring for his health was merely a means to ensure Naruto lost himself entirely. Jiraiya averted his gaze, unable to confront Hao Yun's accusations. Hao Yun, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, turned and made his way to the training ground. Come on, you wanted to teach Naruto, didn't you? I'll take you there. Upon arriving at the training ground, Jiraiya witnessed Naruto diligently practicing his jutsu. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Boom! Naruto Uzumaki swung the Rasengan imbued with wind-release chakra into the ground, creating a deep pit that punctured the underground water vein, erupting into a fountain. Naruto, you've destroyed the training ground again. Sasuke shouted, forming hand seals. Earth release, underworld swamp. The newly erupted fountain was swiftly concealed beneath earth and stone, restoring the training ground to its previous state. Meanwhile, other students were also engaged in their respective training, each honing their newly acquired techniques. Lee, with his darkened shoulders, charged straight into the rocks, bolstered by his armed haki. Tintin focused intently, her flying knives moving with such speed that even Jiraiya struggled to track their trajectory. Jiraiya's jaw dropped in disbelief as he observed the array of talents among the students. With his keen eye, he could easily discern that if these youngsters continued their training, achieving Kage-level strength would be a mere formality. At least, it is far simpler than going to Miyamoka Mountain to learn. Naruto, your master is here. Hao Yun stood at the training ground, calling out to Naruto, who was seated on the ground, calculating with a pen. Naruto looked up with a furrowed brow and walked over. Master, what do you need? I'm currently researching the optimal rate of chakra flow through the meridians. I'm almost done. Naruto's expression reflected his displeasure. After more than 2 months of study, he had emerged as the top scholar among the 12 young ninjas. Many ninjutsu experiments required his assistance with calculations. With only a month until the final assessment, he had little time to waste. As for the old man beside Hao Yun, wasn't he Jiraiya? Just the lecherous sage, whom he had long learned about from his mother Kushina's spirit within the nine-tailed seal. His mother had indeed cautioned him against having too much contact with Jiraiya. Chapter 22. The Discouraged and Reclusive Jiraiya. Let us put that aside for now. I'll have Jing Patian assist you shortly. Hao Yun rubbed his nose, decisively selling off his auxiliary artificial intelligence while simultaneously seeking a disciple, yet offering no benefits to his own apprentice. It truly seemed unreasonable. He patted his chest, and nanobots surged forth, forming a robot that stood on the ground, projecting a screen for Naruto to operate. Overwhelmed with delight, Naruto sat down, reporting values while allowing Jing Patian to assist with calculations. Jiraiya, standing beside Hao Yun, was utterly astonished. When had he ever witnessed such a sci-fi scene? The world of Hokage lacked in technology, yet had televisions, an aberration in technological development. However, computers, projections, and calculations at trillions of times per second were realms beyond his understanding, especially given his status as the worst of the worst in the Ninja Academy. Seeing the multitude of numbers flashing across the 3 projection screens made Jiraiya tremble. I say, Master. In his shock, Jiraiya inadvertently followed Naruto in addressing him as Master. Is so much knowledge really necessary to learn ninjutsu? Isn't it sufficient to master hand signs and chakra flow? Hao Yun rolled his eyes at him, exasperated. Only a poor student would believe that physical ability could compensate for intellectual shortcomings. Do you know how long it took Naruto to master the Rasengan? A month? Jiraiya reflected on his own time learning the Rasengan. A month, considering Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son and had exceptional talent. No. Naruto spent a month mastering foundational subjects like mathematics and physics modeling, and he learned the Rasengan in just 1 hour. Hao Yun relentlessly struck at Jiraiya. Moreover, within a day of mastering the Rasengan, he developed a series of techniques including the Rasen Shuriken, the Great Ball Rasengan, and the Taiji Rasengan. sighing at Jiraiya's dumbfounded expression. Haoyun patted his shoulder, lamenting, "Knowledge is power. Lecherous sage, you are far too weak." Jiraiya, on the verge of tears, realized that this was the primary reason Orochimaru had always kept him in check. Even if he possessed more chakra and could utilize sage techniques, Orochimaru could effortlessly escape unscathed. Reflecting on Senju Tobirama's knowledge, he pondered whether he could return to school. That day, when Jiraiya finally mustered the courage to approach Naruto as a master to teach him ninjutsu, he faced yet another devastating blow from the academic prodigy. Utilizing Jing Patian, Naruto analyzed the functions of various ninjutsu, mastering all techniques except for summoning and its derived jutsus in just one afternoon. Although he lacked proficiency, the power was no less than his own. This outcome left Jiraiya utterly disheartened. Concurrently, Naruto's learning group attracted the attention of intelligent individuals like Shikamaru and Ino. Thus, Haoyun's disciples divided into two factions: the reckless group led by Sasuke, with Lee and Choji as support, and the intellectual group led by Naruto, with Sakura and Shikamaru assisting. The two schools of thought became either experimenters or subjects of experimentation, propelling ninjutsu and technology to unprecedented heights. This, however, is a tale for another time. That night, the defeated and withdrawn Jiraiya sought out Haoyun, who was gazing at the moon atop the roof. "Naruto's master, my name is Haoyun. You may simply call me by my name." Haoyun introduced himself. "Lecherous sage, what brings you to me?" Jiraiya hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Haoyun gazed at him curiously. He seemed somewhat guilty, perhaps uncertain about how to teach Naruto. "Are you unsure how to compensate Naruto and seeking my advice?" Haoyun directly inquired. A hint of crimson rushed to Jiraiya's face as he blurted out, "Exactly. You've taught Naruto everything, and now he is even starting to develop his own ninjutsu. I genuinely don't know how to guide him. I can't very well teach him how to spy and write artistic novels, can I? If I did, he would certainly be torn apart by Kushina in the afterlife. Not to mention, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wouldn't he help? He might even hand over a knife. It's all Haoyun's fault." From those training with Naruto that day, Jiraiya had learned that Haoyun was a traveler from another world, much like Kagaya Otsutsuki, simply from a different realm. Haoyun had never concealed his origins from anyone. He had often stated his purpose. He was a traveler exploring the world, seeking to rectify regrets and, incidentally, save the world. Encountering Haoyun, no matter how many ninjutsu he mastered, could never compare to possessing knowledge and items from an entire world. What should I teach him? Haoyun contemplated. Summoning jutsu? Too ugly. I might as well give him a spirit egg instead. Dismissing summoning jutsu, Haoyun began to calculate the assets Jiraiya possessed. With Jing Patian's assistance, your ninjutsu is certainly within Naruto's grasp, right? What about sage techniques? I've heard Naruto has been studying natural energy these past few days. It won't be long before he develops a complete sage mode. How about this? Lecherous sage, why not give Naruto all the money you've earned over the years? What about me? I'm not married, Jiraiya instinctively retorted, unwilling to part with the hard-earned money from his book royalties so easily. Marriage? You must have some misunderstanding about Tsunade. Haoyun scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Jiraiya and pointing out his disheveled appearance. Look at you. Your hair is unkempt, making you appear older. That's 1 point deducted. Your clothes are unwashed, filthy, and stained with oil. That's another point. You have no fixed profession, only writing artistic novels. How embarrassing. Deduct more points. You frequently sneak into bathhouses for inspiration and often seek out courtesans for drinks. Every point is deducted. With your lack of taste, filthy habits, and lecherous nature, you dare to pursue the youthful and voluptuous Tsunade? Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? Not to mention, Tsunade was an exceptional medical ninja, a rare genius in research. Haoyun's relentless criticisms left Jiraiya utterly crestfallen. Was he truly that inadequate? No wonder, back then, when he and Kakashi pursued Tsunade, it was Kakashi who ultimately won her heart. Jiraiya will not concede. Wiping away his tears, Jiraiya made a resolute decision. He would seek out Tsunade. Only by being close at hand could he bridge the vast gap in their standings. He was determined to bring Tsunade home, betting on the name of the Sage of the Toads. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Tsunade and the Initiation of the Konoha Collapse Plan. Having made his decision, Jiraiya immediately took Haoyun away from Konoha. utilizing the helicopter he had independently constructed, and they arrive in the land of hot water within half a day. After scanning the area with radar, they swiftly located one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju, whose physique was remarkably striking. "Shall we head to the casino?" Hayan inquired, casting a glance at Jiraiya. The unspoken words in his eyes were clear. Jiraiya understood the implication. Clearly, Tsunade was currently in a dire state at the gambling table, having lost a significant amount. Should we wait? Jiraiya pondered, realizing the debt was overwhelming, and he wished to retain some funds for a visit to the red light district. Hayan shot him a disapproving look, questioning how someone with such characteristics could even dream of pursuing Tsunade. He began to doubt whether Tsunade would ever regard someone like Jiraiya with favor. Before long, Tsunade had lost all her borrowed money, and when the casino refused to lend her another penny, Haoyun finally witnessed her and another woman being ejected from the establishment. Indeed, it was two women who had been forcefully removed from the casino. With fists flying, they sent all the bouncers and thugs attempting to intervene soaring through the air, including several lower-ranked ninjas. Haoyun quickly signaled to Jiraiya, urging him to assist rather than merely watch. Did he still harbor intentions of pursuing Tsunade? Jiraiya, however, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, contentedly munching on snacks and watching the spectacle unfold. "Don't worry with these clowns. Tsunade could easily take them down with one hand," he reassured Haoyun. Haoyun couldn't help but chuckle at Jiraiya's navet. If someone of Tsunade's caliber could ever take a liking to him, it would indeed be a miracle. Missing the opportunity to save the damsel in distress, Jiraiya might as well resign himself to a lifetime of solitude. As Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen, broke through the crowd and confidently approached the tavern where Haoyun and Jiraiya were seated, Jiraiya finally stood to greet her. "Tsunade, long time no see." "Jiraiya? What brings you here? Are you here to persuade me to return to the village?" Tsunade instinctively took a step back, her weariness evident. After years of wandering, encountering Jiraiya had become a familiar occurrence. "No, he has something important to discuss with you." Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before decisively throwing Haoyun under the bus. Haoyun, his expression darkening, approached Jiraiya and playfully tapped him on the head. He was well aware that ninja in the world of Naruto often lacked integrity, yet he had not anticipated Jiraiya's own lack of it. "Is that how you sell out your comrades?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "Do you have no sense of brotherhood left?" Of course, if Jiraiya could hear Haoyun's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a resounding no. "Who are you?" Tsunade boldly took her seat, snatching the sake from Jiraiya's grasp and taking a hearty swig before turning her curious gaze to Haoyun. "I am Naruto Uzumaki's mentor, the son of the fourth Hokage," Haoyun stated, shrugging as he introduced himself. He then proactively produced a recording device. "Regarding the death of Kato Dan and your brother, there are some secrets you may not be aware of." With that, he activated the recording, detailing Danzo's misdeeds and the hidden remains of the first Hokage. He trusted that Tsunade would uncover the truth behind her brother's demise. As the recording unfolded the sordid history of Konoha, Tsunade's previously vigorous drinking slowed, her expression darkening with each revelation. When the recording disclosed Danzo's nefarious actions over the years, Tsunade's fist slammed onto the table, leaving the corners of it deeply embedded in the surface without breaking it. "Bastard! How dare he do this?" Tsunade seethed, her fury palpable as she recalled the deaths of her grandfather, the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha massacre, and the sacrifice of the Hyuga clan's head, all orchestrated by Danzo from the shadows. His actions had effectively diminished Konoha from the strongest hidden village in the ninja world to just one among the 5 great villages, causing countless exceptional ninjas to squander their potential. Tsunade even began to suspect that her brother Nawaki's death was tied to Danzo as well. "Tsunade, please calm down." Jiraiya attempted to soothe her, but a punch sent him crashing into the wall. "And you, what are you doing? Abandoning your disciple while letting the Akatsuki wreak havoc? Is this how you choose to mentor?" She chastised. Nagato is one of the last of the Uzumaki clan. In terms of guiding his students, Jiraiya could hardly absolve himself of blame. Breathing heavily, Tsunade turned her gaze to Haoyun. "You reveal these secrets to me and take Naruto as your apprentice. What are your intentions?" Tsunade was no Navi simpleton. Having spent years on the battlefield and raised under the tutelage of 2 Hokage, she was well versed in the intricacies of politics. Haoyun's offer hinted at ulterior motives. "Honestly, I have no grand designs, Hao Yun scratched his head, explaining. I know these secrets because I do not hail from this world. I am a traveler from the multiverse, having engaged in many deeds in the ninja realm, and I merely wish to leave no regrets. As for your query regarding intentions, if the ninja world were unified, should I encounter trouble during my travels, would you stand idly by? Is that all? Tsunade scrutinized Hao Yun, skepticism etched on her face. Yes, truly. If it weren't for the astonishing nature of this information and the multitude of coincidences linking it all, I wouldn't expect you to trust me, he replied earnestly. I am determined to change this distorted world. Now that Nagato has brought the Akatsuki into the fray, and the Konoha 12 have accepted me as their teacher, their families will join you, Tsunade. We require a medical ninja to instruct the future hospital. What is your decision? I agree, but heed my words. I will be watching you closely, Tsunade retorted, her acceptance accompanied by a fierce glint in her eyes that conveyed a clear warning. Should you betray my trust, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Hao Yun shrugged. After all, he was already destined to become the great villain aiming to unify the ninja world. History, as it is written by the victors, was bound to change because of him. Subsequently, using the helicopter, Hao Yun brought Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen back to Konoha, showcasing a starkly different technological marvel that further convinced Tsunade of Hao Yun's extraordinary background. He then integrated Tsunade into the teaching team for the Konoha 12, striving to enhance their abilities. As the young ninjas absorbed the revolutionary ideas during their studies, Tsunade's perceptions began to shift. A month's preparation period passed unnoticed. And at last, the final examination for everyone was about to commence. Chapter 24. The collapse plan of Konoha begins. On the eve of the official exam, many unfamiliar faces gathered at Sasuke's residence. Firstly, local Konoha residents, including the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, along with the Hyuga clan leader, Might Guy Kakashi, and other families of Hao Yun's students, all of whom were recognized jonin, were present. If the third Hokage discovered this gathering, he would undoubtedly suspect a plot to overthrow Konoha's rule. Secondly, members of the Akatsuki were in attendance, including Nagato, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori, along with the recently inducted Uzumaki clan member, Uzumaki Karen, who had been rescued from the grass village by Nagato under Hao Yun's directive. Lastly, all three of the legendary Sannin were present. It could be said that, with the exception of notable Akatsuki members like Kakuzu and Haiden, even Zabuza and Haku had arrived. This formidable assembly, if united as a ninja village, would instantly emerge as a powerful force among the 5 great ninja villages. Xianglin, Naruto, utilized the Eye of Kagura to survey the area within 100 meters. Under Sakura's guidance, waves of consciousness swept across the vicinity, even penetrating underground to scan the same distance. Master, there's no trace of white Zetsu. Sakura nodded at Hao Yun, indicating that there were no watchers. As for the Umbu ninjas, they had naturally been reassigned by Konoha. Rest assured, before leaving, I instructed Akatsuki to take Faden and Kakuzu on a mission. A mere white Zetsu cannot monitor my movements, Nagato said with a cold expression, the thought of his life being controlled by Uchiha Bito, formerly known as Madara, fueled his rage, especially after Yahiko's death. Had it not been for Hao Yun's warning against alarming the enemy, he would have already taken matters into his own hands. Naruto, collaborate with Tsunade to seal off the space. Understood. The King Kong sealing technique was executed, enveloping the entire residence in golden chains, ensuring that should Obito attempt to enter using Kimui, his chakra would be sealed within a mere second, leaving him unable to move even a finger. All right, the confidentiality measures are in place. Now, let's discuss the matter at hand. Hao Yun clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone knew that Orochimaru would initiate the Konoha collapse plan the next day, drawing the Sand Village to attack Konoha. This moment was our prime opportunity to seize control of Konoha. As the mention of the Konoha collapse plan arose, Jiraiya and Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Orochimaru. Orochimaru rubbed his nose and coughed, indicating that he had long since abandoned the collapse plan upon seeing that genetic manuscript. It was clear that Hao Yun was the one who truly wished to set it in motion. He was merely the scapegoat. To seize control of Konoha, we must first eliminate a certain organization and expose its crimes to the public. At this point, Half the attendees lit up with anticipation, not to mention Itachi and Sasuke, who bore deep grudges against Danzo. Even the heads of various clans felt a surge of righteous indignation, eager to take immediate action. So, who will lead the attack on Danzo's base? I will. Naruto, Sasuke, and others raised their hands in unison. Haoyun glanced around, astonished at the overwhelming response. Danzo, you truly deserve this. Master, allow me to go. If I do not avenge my clan, I am unworthy to be called an Uchiha. Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with rage, yet clearly no one was willing to let him take the lead. Who among them had not suffered under Danzo's schemes? Even the prominent families of Nara and Akimichi had been targeted by him. I want to go too. It's not just the Uchiha who hold grudges. I will personally eliminate that old thief Danzo. Let me clarify. Danzo's trump card is Uchiha Shursui's Sharingan, Kodo Ematsukami, which possesses the power to alter one's will. Therefore, I propose that the Uchiha brothers collaborate with the Hyuga clan for this mission. Itachi had also been injected with a genetic serum 10 days prior. Now equipped with his Rinnegan, alongside Neji, Hinata, and Hayashi's reincarnated eyes. 2 Rinnegan and 3 Byakugan should be more than adequate, even if a few Kodo Ematsukami were employed. The fortunate ones rejoiced at this opportunity, while those who would miss the chance to attack Danzo's base expressed their displeasure, casting glances of discontent towards the Uchiha brothers. Haoyun disregarded their opinions. Attacking the route was crucial for seizing control of Konoha. Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, your clans will be responsible for escorting Konan and others to rescue the civilians when a collapse plan commences. Their identities will be that of a protective organization secretly established by the Hokage. Nagato, you will work with the Yamanaka and Inazuka clans to suppress the upper echelon of Konoha. A conflict must be avoided at all costs. Understood. I hope they recognize their place. Nagato nodded. After the genetic serum injection, the Uzumaki clan's physique had entirely transformed into that of a sage body. The Rinnegan no longer strained his body. In his fully realized form, even the upper echelons of Konoha, along with their families, would pose no challenge. As for the attacking forces from the Sand Village, Haoyun turned to the 12 ninja. Naruto, you will handle Shikaku. Sakura, you will deal with Manda. The rest of you will spread throughout Konoha to intercept the enemy and assist the wounded. Not a problem. I will definitely capture Shikaku. Naruto adjusted his glasses with an academic demeanor, saying, I wish to study the differences between Shikaku's chakra and that of the Nine Tails. Within the sealed space, the Nine Tails, having long since torn through its seal, had no desire to escape, huddled in a corner, trembling at the thought of the scholarly Naruto. Far too terrifying. It pondered how much chakra Naruto had extracted for research. Witnessing the dissected fox made it suspect that, had it possessed a physical form, it too would not escape a blade. Everyone, once all actions were assigned, Haoyun stood up, fervently addressing the group. The revolution in the ninja world begins here. I implore you all to give your utmost efforts, dedicating your lives to the rise of the people. For the rise of the people. The atmosphere became electrified, with everyone raising their hands and fervently cheering. In the dead of night, Haoyun lay on the rooftop, gazing at the bright moonlight. Beside the eaves, Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru rolled over, bringing a jug of sake to his side. Can't sleep? Have a drink? Tsunade offered the sake. When she had first returned to Konoha, she had harbored suspicions about Haoyun. However, upon encountering the red books like Mao's quotations and Marxist ideologies, her wariness dissipated entirely. Such writings could only be composed by noble souls. She firmly believed that Haoyun had merely read and understood them, and should be captivated by the ideas within. Universal Harmony. What a beautiful hope. It is worth a lifetime of struggle. Let us drink. Haoyun took the sake and gulped it down heartily. Perhaps soon, those regrets would come to an end. Chapter 25. The plan commences. Early the next morning, everyone dispersed throughout Konoha, lying in ambush without detection from patrolling ninjas. Haoyun led the 12 ninja to the training ground, awaiting the commencement of the matches. As the sun reached its zenith, the daimyo of the land of fire and wind, along with their families, arrived, and numerous ministers and spectators took their seats. The third round of matches was about to begin. After enduring a series of dull speeches, the host, Moonlight Breeze, who had not encountered Orochimaru or the spies from Maki and survived, leaped onto the stage to announce the first match's participants. Now, let the first combatants step forward. They were none other than Konoha's formidable Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Sasuke, and the son of the Kazekage from the Sand Village, Gaara. The audience erupted in cheers from the stands, while Sasuke cast a cold glance toward the third Hokage. He felt no sympathy for the third. His only regret was that he would not witness Danzo's demise firsthand while dealing with him. Though he could not act directly due to Instructor Tsunade's presence, the third, hidden in the shadows, was complicit in Danzo's actions and, thus, a criminal against the Uchiha clan. With a leap, Sasuke descended onto the battlefield at an astonishing speed, creating a massive pit upon landing, with fissures cracking the ground around it. His mere appearance showcased his immense power. In the audience, Maki felt a surge of danger. The physical strength of a mere genin was approaching that of a Kage. Could their assault on Konoha truly yield sufficient resources? He has not forgotten the information he gathered these days. Children like Sasuke are not rare in Konoha, with as many as 12 of them. They are heralded as the future hope of Konoha, the 12 small strong of the era of Yuji. Grabbing Gaara, who was heading towards the arena, the tone of Maki was unusually serious. Be careful. The opponent is formidable. Rest assured, I shall not be defeated by anyone, Gaara declared proudly, his undefeated record in Sunigakure fueling his confidence to face any unknown adversary. With a gentle pad on the gourd strapped to his back, a whirlwind of sand erupted, transforming into a golden cloud that carried him toward the center of the arena. Upon the high platform, the third Hokage stroked his beard with satisfaction, showcasing his child to the Kazekage. Raza, our village's child is quite impressive, is he not? Who do you believe will triumph in this battle against Gaara? A low voice emerged from beneath the Kazekage's cloak. I know this child. He belongs to the Uchiha clan. Alas, such a powerful clan has but one orphan left. The Kazekage's words left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily speechless. How could you be so direct in uncovering old wounds? Furthermore, he thought, our Konoha is brimming with talent. Losing one or two clans is of no consequence, unlike your Sunigakure, which is only a puppet legacy and lacks any formidable warriors. Though he raged internally, he was already aware of the bloodshed from years past. Who would have thought that Danzo would leave no child behind, truly annihilating the Uchiha clan? Below the arena, Gaara and Sasuke paid no heed to others' opinions. Their gazes were firmly locked onto one another. Uegwang Shifeng glanced at Sasuke, then at Gaara, his right hand falling decisively as he vanished. The first match begins. Ninjutsu, Sand Burial. Though proud, Gaara did not underestimate Sasuke, especially after his master had warned him. At the outset of the match, Gaara wasted no chakra, unleashing a grand technique. The audience witnessed a sandstorm whip up on the arena, blinding dust swirling, relentlessly pressing towards Sasuke. Sasuke smirked. Is that your ultimate move? I have one as well. With the Rinnegan activated, he declared, Shinra Tensei. Sasuke's eyes shifted as the three Tomo spun wildly, his ocular power unleashed. The Tomo transformed into intertwining threads that ensnared his pupils. With a lift of his right hand, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from his body. Gaara's controlling sand was not only repelled, but cast aside, revealing a clear sky. Gaara found himself on one knee. Having been sent flying over 10 meters, a deep line etched into the ground beneath him. On the high platform, the third Hokage rose in alarm. Sasuke's eyes have changed. Master, do you remember the day you expelled me from Konoha? Today I have come for you. Before the third could intervene, the Kazekage lifted his hat, revealing a chilling visage. Though his appearance was not that of Orochimaru, his aura and tone unmistakably identified him. Orochimaru, you dare to act. Naijutsu, Rebirth Technique. Without giving the third Hokage a moment to respond, Hidden Sand Shinobi emerged, unleashing the rebirth technique. Countless feathers fell from the sky, causing those they touched to fall into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, 4 Grass Village ninjas appeared around the platform, each standing at a corner, performing hand seals in unison. Sealing barrier technique. 4 Purple Flames formation. The arena was enveloped in purple flames, within which only the third and Orochimaru remained. The legendary barrier was not something ordinary individuals could breach, indicating that the third was now engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, as feathers descended, Sasuke rose, showing no interest in lingering with Gaara. Maki-sensei? With Sasuke's departure, The plan was set into motion, diverging significantly from their prior discussions. Temari and Kankuro looked to their leader, Maki, questioning whether they should proceed with the plan. This is not right. You must take Gaara away. Maki sensed the shift in circumstances aligning with his warnings, particularly upon witnessing the Kazekage transform into Orochimaru, nearly leaving him in shock. Aware that he had been ensnared in Orochimaru's scheme, he abandoned the so-called plan to bring down Konoha and urgently instructed Temari and Kankuro to escort Gaara away. He himself would confront the ninjas of the Moonlight Surefoam, ensuring that the exceptionally talented Gaara was returned to Sunagakure. In the stands, the remaining unbewitched Jonin exchanged glances, preparing to act, only to be intercepted by Kakashi and several Jonin from prominent clans. Everyone, I have just received news that Konoha is under attack. Leave half of your Jonin to escort the audience. The rest must immediately assist the citizens. What's going on, Kakashi? Do you know something? The Jonin glared at Kakashi with suspicion. He was no longer the future head of the Umbu, but merely an ordinary Jonin. Follow my orders. Disperse quickly. There are ninjas assaulting Konoha outside. Do not worry about the third. He is a Kage and can handle Orochimaru himself. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan and shouted at the crowd, urging them into action. Faced with a life-threatening situation, the other Jonin, despite their grievances, had no choice but to follow Kakashi's commands. After all, having a leader was better than having none at all. With the Hokage trapped, and with Mito Minato and Tintin absent, Danzo was nowhere to be found. Kakashi, having once been the captain of the Umbu, was their only option. Would they listen to Asuma, who was busy aiding Sakura in rescuing the audience from the Jinjutsu? Within the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly removed his hat, gazing complexly at his former disciple before him. Orochimaru, you have truly made your move. Master, was this not all within your expectations? Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, licking half of his face, leaving a grotesque, filthy appearance. Orochimaru, what do you seek by attacking Konoha? Is it revenge for my past decision to pass the mantle to you? The third Hokage maintained a benevolent demeanor, attempting to persuade Orochimaru with words. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, Master, you overthink it. I have long since discovered a more desirable path in life. Look at my current body. Is it not exquisite? Orochimaru extended his arms and twirled before the third. I have long since unraveled the secret of immortality. The position of Hokage holds no allure for me. Then why do you attack Konoha? Of course it is for revenge. Orochimaru's smile grew increasingly sinister. All my experiments were orchestrated by Danzo. Why is it that he remains unscathed while I bear the brunt of the blame? Master, you are rather biased. Unlike the original narrative, Orochimaru openly expressed his grievances regarding the pursuit of immortality and future aspirations. He merely sought everlasting life, using corpses for his experiments that were sourced from enemy villages, never intending to use Konoha villagers. Yet, it was Danzo who pilfered the Uchiha clan's bodies and even assassinated the talented offspring of prominent Konoha families, providing their corpses for Orochimaru's experiments. Ultimately, he was the one expelled from the village, forced into becoming a rogue ninja. Is this truly fair? Orochimaru, I master. No more words, less battle. Upon seeing the hint of guilt in the other's gaze, Orochimaru lost all interest in continuing the conversation. With a swift motion, he bit his finger and pressed his right hand to the ground, performing the summoning technique. Summoning jutsu. 2 coffins rose from the earth, their lids creaking open to reveal the faces of the first and second Hokages. How dare you steal the bodies of the Hokage? Orochimaru, you have truly lost your way. I shall cleanse our ranks immediately. Upon witnessing the first and second, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with rage. To dare desecrate the souls of the deceased, would they too, upon their demise, be reanimated by Edo Tensei and become puppets of Orochimaru? Edo Tensei. The first and second Hokages suddenly opened their eyes, their faces marred with scars. Yet their imposing presence surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the 4 purple flame formation. Monkey? The second Hokage, upon catching sight of the third's visage, instinctively called out Sarutobi Hiruzen's nickname. Where am I? Monkey, is this Konoha? What in the world has transpired? The second Hokage expressed his sorrow. You have been summoned by my student through Edo Tensei. The third Hokage looked apologetically at the first and second, feeling utterly ashamed to present such a disciple, one who would desecrate the legacy of their master. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, remained carefree, showing no signs of disappointment at being summoned through Edo Tensei. So, this is the future of Konoha? It seems to be thriving. Brother, can you not see reality? We have been reanimated. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, glared at his elder brother in frustration. Hashirama waved dismissively. Isn't this all your fault, Tobirama? I warned you against inventing such a vile technique as Edo Tensei. Being summoned is all you're doing. Brother, but visiting the land of the living is not so bad. Konoha appears to be flourishing. Flourishing? Orochimaru let out a cold, derisive laugh. Senju Rope Tree has met a tragic end. Tsunade has departed. The Senju clan is on the brink of extinction. Aside from Tsunade, none bear their family name. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated, leaving only a lone orphan. The Uzumaki clan has been wiped out entirely. This is your legacy, the work of the third Hokage. Now, Konoha lacks a single powerful leader, and when threatened by the Cloud Village, you must sacrifice the life of the Hyuga clan's head's brother. First, second Hokages, is this what you call flourishing? The sarcasm in Orochimaru's words unveiled Konoha's dire predicament before the reanimated forms of the two Hokages. The Senju brothers' expressions changed dramatically. What? The Senju clan is on the verge of annihilation? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated? Tobirama, was it you who sought to eradicate the Uchiha? Did you instruct the third Hokage to carry it out? Hashirama bellowed in fury at his brother. How could it be that not a single powerful leader remained? Was this still the Konoha that once overshadowed the 5 great hidden villages? Impossible. Tobirama shook his head repeatedly. I merely wish to eliminate those stubborn old fools. I never intended to harm the children of the Uchiha clan. While Tobirama did harbor intentions to eliminate the Uchiha, his motivations were primarily for the advancement of Konoha, seeking to rid the village of the obstinate elder council that sought to divide it. Children? How could that be? I am no butcher. Wait, why has the Senju clan faced extinction? Has my brother's wife's Uzumaki clan also perished? Monkey, what in the world is happening? Tobirama glared at the third Hokage, who could only move his lips, struggling to find words. The current state of Konoha was so dire, and much of it was orchestrated under his guidance through Danzo. Exposed by Orochimaru, he found himself at a loss for words. Master, do not call me master. I have no students who annihilate their own clan. Tobirama roared, then turned to Orochimaru. You summoned us here to kill this traitor Tsurutobi Hiruzen, did you not? Orochimaru regarded the third Hokage with a look of pity. He could easily manipulate the minds of both Hokages, but saw no need to exhaust chakra unnecessarily. Indeed, second Hokage, it is not only I. Numerous clans within Konoha can no longer endure the third Hokage's rule. Look outside the barrier. Are there any Jonin here to assist? The first and second Hokages shifted their gazes toward the barrier, only to find that not a single ninja was stationed outside. In fact, throughout the entire arena, no ninja turned back to look. All the ninjas were escorting the audience out, with not a single gaze cast toward the barrier. A Hokage had become a pariah. The first and second Hokages grasped their kunai, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they faced the third Hokage. Monkey, you shall perish. Chapter 27. The Death of Danzo. In the audience section of the arena, the third Hokage was besieged by Orochimaru along with the reanimated bodies of the first and second Hokages. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke stood before the Root Division alongside Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hayashi. Who dares? Sasuke gritted his teeth and inquired. He was not unwilling to act, but he yearned to personally eliminate Danzo. After all, wouldn't it be prudent to share some of the glory with others? We shall handle this. Your Rinnegan is not suited for the basement assault. Neji stepped forward, signaling to Hinata and Hayashi. The three stood resolute before the Root Division, their deep blue eyes radiating a breathtaking luminescence. Rinnegan technique, T-Virus Rebirth explosion. Three right hands extended forth, unleashing a torrent of black spheres of spiritual energy from their palms, surging into the Root's interior and exploding violently. A colossal tornado connected heaven and earth as the interior of Root erupted, leaving devastation in its wake. The casualties among the Root ninjas were catastrophic. In the depths of the chaos, Danzo had been obliterated to dust, his very body rendered untraceable. Ninjutsu, Izanagi. In the instant of death, Danzo's implanted Sharingan activated the forbidden technique, Izanagi, as the Tomo in his transplanted Sharingan closed, granting him a rebirth from his first demise. In the aftermath, Danzo's form reassembled, half kneeling on the ground, lifting his gaze to behold the surrounding devastation. A surge of violent killing intent instantly engulfed the arena. Upon spotting the Hyuga trio and the Uchiha brothers, he was utterly stunned. Uchiha Sasuke, how dare you associate with the traitorous Uchiha Itachi? Are you betraying the village? Immediately, Danzo placed the blame on Sasuke while warning Hayashi, Hyuga clan leader, if you do not act to apprehend Sasuke and Itachi. Do you wish to betray the village as well? Do not forget the fate of the Uchiha clan. By the way, let me also threaten the Hyuga clan. Should they yield, I might consider employing harsher measures to ensure my ascent to Hokage. Hayashi smirked. Annihilation? It appears it is the Shimura clan that is unwelcome in Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi, do you understand what you are implying? Am I to interpret this as you declaring war against Konoha's higher-ups? Danzo's eyes narrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. The scene of devastation within Root spoke volumes, and what of those three pairs of blue eyes? Furthermore, had not the Hyuga and Uchiha clans traditionally held disdain for one another? Why then, did they stand united now, with Itachi still branded as a traitor? No need to speculate. The moment you coerced my brother into sacrificing lives for the Cloud Village, I had longed to eliminate you, you scoundrel. Today, I have finally found the opportunity. Hayashi's eyes glinted with ferocity as he fixed a fierce glare on Danzo. Niji, Hinata, act swiftly, avenge your father and uncle. Gentle fist, 864 palms. 3. The trio activated their Rinnegan, exerting gravitational force to immobilize Danzo while their hands formed fists, unleashing all the pent-up frustration of years upon him. Danzo screamed as he was lifted into the air. None of the three released their grip, but rather, their strikes intensified. Smack, smack, smack. By the time the 864 palms concluded, Danzo's body bore no unmarred flesh. The chakra had invaded his meridians, severing all of his body's pathways and nerves. Rest assured, we shall not bring about your demise so swiftly. There are indeed many who wish to see you dead. Hinata fiercely stomped on Danzo's third leg, reducing it to a bloody pulp while grinding it further. She then took Niji and Hinata to pursue the remaining Root ninjas who had survived the explosion. Before Danzo's anguished cries could fade, a surge of black flames descended, incinerating his flesh into ash. Ninjutsu, Amaterasu, with the activation of Izanagi, the three-tomo Sharingan on his arm extinguished one eye. Danzo gasped, half kneeling on the ground. Having invoked forbidden techniques twice in succession, even with his elite J-Nin and potentially Kaga-level strength, he found himself struggling. After all, he had perished without resistance on 2 occasions. Flee. This notion resonated deeply within the resurrected Danzo. Thus, after only gasping for breath twice post-resurrection, he formed the hand signs for the body flicker technique, intent on escaping the scene. No, the Hyuga clan has already betrayed him. He must flee from Konoha and seek the remnants of the Root to retaliate and reclaim control over the Hidden Leaf Village. However, reality proved harsh, as the disparity in strength had grown to a level where escape was no longer feasible. Lightning release, lightning cutter. No sooner had he used the body flicker technique and landed than a wave of agony struck him from behind. Danzo turned in terror, hearing Sasuke's indifferent voice whispering in his ear, wishing to flee. You must be swifter than lightning to achieve that. Izanagi. Once more he resurrected, but this time he had learned his lesson and unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough. Then, the Sharingan, Tsukuyami. It was Itachi this time, binding Danzo to a cross and subjecting him to a month of relentless torment. Izanagi. Lightning release. Kirin. Wail in despair. Feel the cruelty of my kin's demise. Izanagi. Ushiestil Toin technique. Shuriken technique. I shall employ the Uchiha ninjutsu, testing it one by one upon you, the murderer. Izanagi. Izanagi. Countless resurrections met with innumerable assaults. Regardless of Danzo's attempts to use a substitute to escape or unleash stronger jutsu to break free from the encirclement, all were in vain under the watchful eyes of Sasuke and Itachi. It can be said that his entire arm, adorned with hundreds of three-tomo Sharingan, could barely withstand half an hour of their merciless onslaught before succumbing, leaving only a single Mangeki left. Danzo ceased his struggle. He had accepted his fate. His jutsu proved ineffective, and his summoning technique was sealed, with 3 members of the Hyuga clan watching him intently with their blue eyes. Even the root ninjas who had survived the explosion were systematically eliminated by the vigilant Hyuga clan in the vicinity. Glancing at the ongoing battle in Konoha and the absence of anyone investigating the location of the root, he realized he had lost all his trump cards. It was truly over. Oh dear, Lord Danzo, weren't you the one who eradicated my Uchiha clan? Why have you wilted so quickly? This is hardly in line with your nature. Sasuke grinned maliciously as he crouched before Danzo. Why not give the Kodoame Tsukumi a try again? Perhaps it could help you escape. Sasuke's unique Sharingan bore down on him mockingly, and without needing to say more, Danzo understood he was truly defeated. In the game of kings and pawns, defeat equates to death. Danzo had prepared for his end the day he took control of the root. Therefore, when Sasuke plunged a kunai into his chest, he refrained from activating his Anaji and chose instead to embrace death. Thus, the greatest puppet master of Konoha, Danzo, was slain. Chapter 28. The Defeat of Tsunagakure. As Orochimaru contended with the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke, led a group to besiege Danzo. The main battlefield of Konoha was confronted by Orochimaru from the Dragon Cave, along with the ninjas of Tsunagakure. Within the fray, Gaara had been swiftly evacuated from Konoha by Temari and Kankuro, eager to return to Tsunagakure. Do not flee. This path is blocked. Just as the siblings were on the verge of escaping Konoha, a vaguely familiar voice suddenly halted them in their tracks. Looking up, they saw Naruto Uzumaki, one of the elite among the rookie 12. We have all been deceived by Orochimaru. Temari urgently attempted to dissociate from Orochimaru. The Kazekage of our village has been assassinated by him. We only wish to return and have no desire to partake in your battles with Orochimaru. I'm sorry, but my master has commanded that you must stay. Naruto's expression conveyed an apologetic sentiment. Although he was aware that in the future these 3 siblings would undoubtedly become his disciples, today he was compelled to obstruct their escape. After all, according to his master, Gaara, resting upon Tori's back, was currently the strongest in Tsunagakure and the Land of Wind. In the future, he was destined to become the Kazekage. To have a Kazekage as a disciple would significantly accelerate their quest to change the world. Temari glanced at Gaara, who was pale and still bleeding from the mouth, evidently yet to recover from his battle with Sasuke. My brother must return to Tsunagakure. Kankuro, you take Gaara and leave. I will hold them off. Do not think of escaping. Your opponents are not limited to Naruto. Before Temari could finish her sentence, another familiar voice rang out. Shikamaru, Inoichi, Najutsu, Shadow Possession Technique. Shikamaru formed hand seals, and a sweeping darkness enveloped Temari and her companions. Soon, Temari felt her body lose control, a sharp pain in her head, and she fell unconscious alongside Kankuro. Najutsu, Shadow Mimicry Technique. Wow, Inoichi, you really are ruthless. From atop a tree, Naruto shook his head. Using a brick to hit someone? Do you even want to find a partner? Inoichi shot a disapproving glare at Naruto, who was watching the spectacle from the tree, pointing at the nearly unconscious Gaara. Stop with the idle chatter. What will happen to him? My master has said he must not be knocked out. If he is, Shikaku will be released. Konoha must endure this invasion peacefully. Otherwise, it may attract the covetous eyes of other hidden villages. Come on, waking him up isn't that difficult, is it? Just watch. Ninjutsu, Water Sphere Technique. A water sphere materialized in Naruto's hand as he called for his companions to hoist the 3 unconscious individuals and race towards the village. Simultaneously, he stayed close to Gaara, continuously stimulating him with the water sphere to ensure he would not lose consciousness. As for Gaara's sand shield for self-defense, he wasn't attacking. So what was there to fear? Within the village, the giant snake summoned by Orochimaru, known as Manda, relentlessly assaulted the walls of Konoha. Manda alone possessed Kaga-level strength, not to mention the numerous J-Nin-level snakes under his command. The J-Nin were either protecting the fleeing civilians or engaging the grass ninjas led by Orochimaru, and it seemed as though Konoha would soon fall. As Manda reared up, preparing to crush the walls with brazen abandon, a resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield. Ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force erupted, sending Manda flying, its scales shattered and blood gushing forth. The other snakes were likewise crushed into the earth, reduced to mere paste. In a single move, all of the serpents summoned by Orochimaru were annihilated. The throne Manda dared not utter a word of defiance. The moment its enormous form hit the ground, it dispelled the summoning technique and returned to the dragon cave. Truly terrifying. The surviving ninjas gazed in awe at the figure high above, Nagato, adorned in the emblematic cloak of the Uzumaki clan, exuding an aura of cold divinity. Unbeknownst to them, Konoha harbored such a formidable ninja of the Uzumaki lineage. Truly, they are deserving of their lineage as the first wives' kin. Likewise, the ninjas from the Grass Village, who have ravaged the Hidden Leaf Village, are now facing their demise. Water Style, Water Dragon Technique. A magnificent water dragon soared through the sky and, as a ninja, poised to strike with a kunai, attempted to slaughter the innocent citizens of Konoha. The dragon's jaws severed his body, spilling forth a gruesome display of blood and carnage. Ice Style, Ice Mirror Technique. Countless mirrors formed from ice emerged throughout Konoha. As a strikingly beautiful ninja, whose gender was hard to discern, wielded ice and stone kunai, swiftly silencing the rampaging grass ninjas. Not only did unknown ninjas resist, but those who had grown up in Konoha also joined the fray, greeted by waves of cheers. Super Strength Fist. Is Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade has come to our rescue. Spiraling Sphere. Lord Jiraiya has arrived as well. Long live Lord Jiraiya. Body Flicker Technique. It is the daughter of the Yamanaka clan. She is so beautiful and powerful. Heavenly Foot. It is Sakura Haruno. Has Sakura Haruno become Tsunade's apprentice? Countless familiar ninjas showcased their formidable prowess, especially the 12 Little Strong, whose capabilities in this battle rivaled even the legendary Sannin, instilling a profound sense of security among the residents of Konoha. The future of Konoha will undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force among the 5 great shinobi villages. Once all grass ninjas were vanquished and expelled from the village, Orochimaru discreetly departed, and Sasuke led the Hyuga clan back home. The plan to dismantle Konoha was complete. Vortex Nagato, Konin, and other unfamiliar ninjas were reintegrated, acknowledged by the residents of Konoha. The alliance of the Hyuga, Nara, Inuzuka, and other prominent clans compelled the factions yet to join to suppress their inner thoughts and patiently await the unfolding events. Particularly, the Shimura clan, upon learning of Danzo's demise and the destruction of Root, was thrown into a state of disarray, fearing they might be implicated like the Uchiha clan and face extinction. Mito Gate-un and Tsunade's student, Kei-Rin, could only watch helplessly as Tsunade ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Tsunade! Lady Tsunade! The cheers of survival reached their zenith the moment she stepped onto the rooftop. Tsunade gazed down at the countless Konoha residents cheering for her. Alongside her loyal disciples and followers of the Red Ideology, took a deep breath and proclaimed her declaration of dominance. Residents of Konoha, the battle has concluded. I hereby declare that, starting today, I am the 5th Hokage. I will lead Konoha into a grander future. From a distance, Hao Yun silently observed as Tsunade announced her ascension amidst the cheers, marking the official commencement of reform in the shinobi world. Chapter 29. The Reform of Konoha. There is no need to elaborate on the subsequent events. Tsunade, with the assistance of formidable allies such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Naruto, along with the support of the prominent clans like the Hyuga and Nara, initiated a powerful reform. First, the crimes of Danzo and Root were publicly revealed, exposing the hidden research findings and corpses. The numerous Sharingan and the extensive bloodline experiments conducted on various clans instantly condemned the deceased Danzo to the tombstone of historical infamy. Simultaneously, the 3rd Hokage, who had tacitly permitted Danzo to conduct human experiments, was ridiculed as the most incompetent Hokage in Konoha's history. Not only was he collectively removed from Hokage Rock, but he was also denied a funeral. Even his biological son Asuma and grandson Konohamaru silently acknowledged the public's actions, clandestinely burying the 3rd Hokage's body in an unknown location, with no memorials or offerings of incense. Next, the Elder Council was dissolved. The same team that included Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had become pariahs, with their clans nearly expelled from the village. The Elder Mito Gate In and Tsunade's student K-Rin, who were also part of the council, naturally became targets for public outrage. They could barely step outside without being pelted with rotten leaves, tomatoes, and eggs. It was becoming unbearable in Konoha. The third initiative was to incorporate the Land of Rain into the territory. This was relatively simple, as with Nagato's presence. The Land of Rain surrendered unconditionally, and even the Land of Waves joined Konoha, becoming one of the protected territories. Fourthly, new agricultural techniques and high-yield crops were mandated for farmers. Agricultural tools were reformed, and technology was promoted, resulting in a flourishing Konoha. Concurrently, a research department was established, led by Orochimaru, with Tsunade serving as the deputy minister, dedicating themselves to the development of new technologies and medical ninjutsu. Scorpion and Deidara, upon understanding the purpose of the research department, proactively joined, creating divisions for puppetry and explosives. Fifth, led by Tsunade, alongside the newly appointed Umbu Minister Nagato and Deputy Minister Jiraiya, they journeyed to the capital of the Land of Fire. After discussions with the feudal lord, he willingly relinquished all authority, assuming the title of honorary feudal lord, thereby releasing the administrative power of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, a governing party was established, led by Konoha, with representation from various nobles and the populace, effectively consolidating power in Konoha. The first act of the new governing party was a comprehensive reform of laws, with a new constitution proclaiming, "The interests of the state shall not be infringed upon." Sixth, military reform was enacted. A military force led by ninjas was established, incorporating military training and regulations into the educational curriculum, fundamentally transforming the military's appearance, intellect, strength, and character into pathways for advancement within the army. Seventh, under the banner of Red, inspired by Mao's quotes, Marxism was adopted as the guiding principle, establishing a political party from which all future officials must be selected, granting the citizens of the Land of Fire the right to vote and be elected. Eighth, a nationwide education initiative was launched. Earth-style and Wood-style ninjas were dispatched to build elementary schools in various villages, middle schools in cities, and universities in Konoha and the capital of the Land of Fire, standardizing the curriculum for both ninjutsu and scientific education, allowing everyone to choose whether to learn ninjutsu for national defense, scientific knowledge to change the world, or both, becoming well-rounded individuals like Tsunade and Orochimaru. After a series of reforms, the atmosphere in the Land of Fire underwent a remarkable transformation. By the time Kurizetsu and Obito realized the situation, the Land of Fire had become unrecognizable. At the border of the Land of Fire, Kurizetsu and Obito observed the ninjas marching in perfect formation, patrolling back and forth. They had only been gone for less than a year, yet not only had the Akatsuki organization vanished, but even the Land of Fire had transformed beyond recognition. Who was responsible for this upheaval? Wait, where were Nagato and Konan? What happened to those rebellious Akatsuki members? Why were they all missing? You infiltrated Konoha, but where's the information? What transpired in the Land of Fire? Seeing Obito, Kurizetsu could not help but voice his concerns. It wasn't that he didn't want to dispatch White Zetsu to gather intelligence. It was simply that every squad in the Land of Fire now had at least one Hyuga ninja, and there were also mysterious scouts who had mastered the Kage Shuriken technique. His identity as Black Zetsu was too easily recognizable, and he dared not provoke a response. After all, the head of the research department was Orochimaru, who was well aware of their secrets. Obito wore a complex expression. He attempted to infiltrate Konoha, but, upon emerging from the Kimui dimension, was immediately repelled by numerous ceiling barriers. Countless kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique followed closely behind. He could barely escape the Land of Fire, let alone gather intelligence on Konoha. Unknown, unclear, utterly inaccessible. Obito exhaled a series of bewildered exclamations. Feeling quite helpless as he said, "Now the entire Land of Fire is filled with trigger barriers. Any slight fluctuation in space will expose us. I think it would be better for you to go." White Zetsu also possesses chakra. His transformation technique should be more effective than mine. Did you think I hadn't considered it? However, the transformation technique cannot obstruct the Byakugan. Black Zetsu wore a grim expression, not to mention the existence of the Kagura Hard Eye, all of which are ocular techniques capable of seeing through disguises. There's truly no way out. So what shall we do? The Akatsuki organization has been eradicated, and the land of rain has been absorbed into Konoha. Are we to abandon our plan? Obito, with eyes filled with resentment, declared, without Rin, there is no meaning to existence. He absolutely could not permit the failure of the Moon Eye plan. The changes in the Land of Fire are so significant that they will surely evoke the apprehension of other hidden villages. Black Zetsu pondered and proposed a suggestion that even took Obito aback. Now that the Land of Fire has become tightly knit, if it continues to develop, the entire shinobi world may not stand a chance against them. I believe we can take advantage of the Land of Fire's current vulnerability to pause the Tailed Beast collection plan and incite the other 4 great hidden villages to attack Konoha. Are you attempting to instigate a world war? Obito felt a twinge of reluctance. He merely wished to implement the Moon Eye plan, not to cause a world war. He did not want Kakashi, Guy, and the others to perish. At the very least, he wished for them not to die in battle. Obito, do you regret it? Black Zetsu reminded him. Don't forget how Rin died. I understand. Obito hesitated for a moment, recalling the scene where Rin was pierced by Kakashi, and nodded vigorously. They possess 100,000 white Zetsu, and instigating the 4th Great Ninja War would be sufficient to unify the world. Once the entire shinobi world submits, they could collect all 9 tailed beasts, and when the Moon Eye plan unfolds, Rin will return. By then, even if Kakashi, Guy, and the others have perished, they could be resurrected within the illusion, correct? Then let us proceed. Black Zetsu slammed his palm down. The Mist Village is already under your control. Initiating war is quite simple. Thus, the villages we need to persuade are Suna, Kyumo, and IWA. A justification? The noble system of the Land of Fire has been abolished, and the daimyo have been compelled to relinquish their power. Let us use this reasoning to persuade the leaders of the 3 countries. Chapter 30, Siege. With Black Zetsu and the Akatsuki no longer scheming in the shadows, Konoha, and indeed the entire Land of Fire, developed at an astonishing pace. In just 5 short years, through the joint efforts of ninjas and civilians, the entire Land of Fire seemed to have entered a fast lane, advancing at an incredible speed. Civilians no longer starved. They could acquire new clothing each year and enjoy meat several times a month. The number of ninjas surged dramatically, with J-Nin and shadow-level powerhouses emerging one after another, resulting in delays in the graduation age for ninjas. Now, newly enrolled ninjas must remain in school for 18 years before entering society. This left countless ninjas who graduated before the reforms marveling at their narrow escape from calamity. Upon entering the intermediate ninja schools, the piles of scrolls were dizzying and terrifying. Moreover, the influx of wandering ninjas and defectors allowed the military of the Land of Fire to form rapidly. Currently, the military-S ninjas possess chakra levels at least at the CH-Nin rank, with proficiency in a minimum of 10 jutsu. Those slightly stronger, such as company commanders and battalion leaders, must have J-Nin level chakra, mastery of hundreds of jutsu, and battlefield command skills, passing military academy examinations. 4 high-ranking positions. Even staff officers must be shadow-level powerhouses, possessing at least the strength to contend with 100 foes. In simpler terms, Jiraiya, who had just returned to Konoha without evolving, would now be about at the level of a brigade commander, whereas the current military of the Land of Fire boasts hundreds of brigade commanders, over a dozen generals, and 5 individuals of the same highest rank as Nagato. They are Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Their rank? Beyond shadow level. On this day, as all the high-ranking officials convened once more, dragging the lethargic Hao Yun to discuss the next 5-year plan, a call from the border of the Hokage's office interrupted them. Report to Lady Tsunade. A joint army from the shinobi world has appeared at the border. According to intelligence from the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, the enemy originates from the other 3 great hidden villages. You mentioned another hidden village, Suna? Chuckled Tsunade. Oh, they were forced to join the Land of Fire 4 years ago, thanks to the efforts of Scorpion and my newly recruited disciple Gaara, with Chiyo and Chiyo's husband acting as insiders. The daimyo of the Wind Country was also expelled by Sunagakure, leading the entire Wind Country to joyfully join the prosperous Red Society. In the Hokage office, the current leader of the Land of Fire, Chairwoman Tsunade, rapped her desk, signaling for silence. Hao Yun, why do you think they are attacking the Land of Fire? Tsunade asked, given Hao Yun's previous calculations. There should have been at least 10 more years of development time. It has only been 5 years. Have they already grown wary of the land of fire? Considering the expulsion of the daimyo and the abolition of the noble system, this should be their time to mock us. Haiyan pondered. Perhaps this is the work of Black Zetsu? Upon voicing his speculation, Hao Yun felt increasingly convinced of his assertion. Look, after the Akatsuki and the Land of Rain joined Konoha, who remains by Black Zetsu's side? Obito, right? He is the only one determined to enter the world of the moon, to resurrect Rin. Now the Land of Fire is not accepting missions, but assigning jobs. And its national strength is growing ever stronger. They cannot interfere, and without the strong support of the Akatsuki, the most anxious must surely be those two. Furthermore, with the 100,000 white Zetsu at Black Zetsu's disposal, once a world war is ignited, what do you think will happen next? Without needing Hao Yun to elaborate, everyone present grasped his meaning. A world war would see the majority of lower and middle-ranking ninjas fall as fodder, and even the powerful would suffer heavy casualties. At that point, facing 100,000 white Zetsu, even shadow-level powerhouses would struggle to survive. And once the ninjas of various nations suffer severe losses, who would still be able to contend with the shadow-level Obito and Black Zetsu? With the strong eliminated, Obito, possessing the Sharingan, could easily gather all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and release Kagaya Otsutsuki. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Entire shinobi world would be devoured by the chakra tree. So what shall we do? Should we turn against the 3 great hidden villages? Tsunade felt a headache. Just a few years of peace, and now war loomed again? Just 3 countries. I need only bring the Umbu to suppress them. The head of the Umbu, Nagato Uzumaki, slammed his palm on the table with a fierce look. The current Umbu is akin to the National Security Agency of the previous life, filled with many strong individuals. Only those with elite Genin strength are qualified to join. Indeed, as long as they do not encounter a strategy of overwhelming numbers, Nagato can lead his forces to suppress all hidden villages. Most importantly, peace has been established, and Nagato will absolutely not allow anyone to disrupt Yahiko's ideals. Kakuzu, what do you think? Tsunade did not heed the irritable Nagato and turned her gaze toward the wisest member of the Nara clan. Kakuzu contemplated, spreading out the current map of the Land of Fire. I do not recommend war. Kakuzu pointed to the newly joined territories of the Land of Waves, Land of Rain, and Land of Wind. Our territorial lines are too extensive now. If war breaks out with the current number of troops, we will surely suffer from divided attention. Therefore, I suggest negotiations. Negotiations? I disagree. Nagato bellowed. What reason do we have to negotiate? Do not forget, our goal is to unify the shinobi world and completely eradicate the daimyo system. I know, Kakuzu stood his ground against Nagato. But how do you know that peaceful persuasion is impossible? Do not forget the level of support from civilians when the Wind Country joined us. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. This caused Nagato to pause, as he recalled the reaction of Gaara and Scorpion when the civilians of the Wind Country joined the Land of Fire. Aside from the daimyo and nobles, every civilian, including ninjas and ninja families, rejoiced, even more enthusiastically responding to the tasks issued by the ruling party than the citizens of the Land of Fire. Perhaps the citizens of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water have long desired to join the Land of Fire. After all, the influx of refugees and displaced persons at the borders has only increased over the years. I concur. Jiraiya raised his hand and declared, we can invite the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage to visit Konoha and allow them to make their own choice. If they wish to join, we shall incorporate their 3 nations into our territory and include them in the ruling party. If they refuse, we shall declare war. Having endured the first, second, and third great ninja wars, Jiraiya has never been a merciful man. In the past, when hope for peace was elusive, he had no choice but to endure. Now, he would not permit anyone to jeopardize the Land of Fire or the village of Konoha. Tsunade methodically tapped the table, weighing the pros and cons for half an hour. As the others began to grow impatient, she finally issued her command, led by Nagato and Jiraiya, with Nara Shikaku serving as strategist. The 1st and 2nd Corps were dispatched to guard the borders. Until further notice, they were to defend only, with no permission to attack. Additionally, a public letter would be sent in the name of Konoha, inviting the leaders of the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone, and Hidden Mist villages to visit Konoha for peace talks. Chapter 31. Peace Talks. Upon receiving the notice of the meeting from Konoha, the leaders of the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Stone convened immediately at the border to discuss their course of action. Are you going? The fourth Reikage, A, looked towards the other two Kages. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, smiled but remained non-committal. Having recently taken up her role with the assistance of her predecessor, she was still uncertain about the reasons behind this impending war. In essence, she was merely a scapegoat thrust into the limelight by the village's higher-ups. Suchikage Anoki scrutinized the documents in his hands, wary of a potential ambush by Konoha that could result in their capture. Not attending would reflect poorly on him, as a Kage lacking the courage to attend a meeting. Let's go, Anoki declared emphatically. With the strength of our three Kages, we are hardly incapable of escaping Konoha. However, regarding the escort, I suggest we refrain from bringing any. A shook his head in disagreement, explaining, the Hidden Cloud has gathered considerable intelligence on Konoha with their current strength. They could easily crush our three villages without the need for an ambush. Huh? Then why are you organizing a coalition? Terumi Mai exclaimed, bewildered. Are you suggesting we lead them to their doom or treat them as a pledge of allegiance? It is simply a show of strength, a desire not to be underestimated. Do not pretend you do not wish to join the Land of Fire. Upon this proclamation, both Anoki and Terumi Mei fell silent. Given the historical context of the shinobi world, whether it be Konoha, the Hidden Cloud, or the Hidden Stone, the five great villages were less guardians of their nations than vassals to the feudal lords. Whenever a village showed signs of prosperity, the lords and nobles would incite wars to weaken their forces, subsequently funneling funds for development to maintain control over their villages. In fact, most of the missions executed by the villages were commissioned by the lords and nobles. Their objective was to prevent the villages from breaking free from their grasp. Yet, whether it be Anoki or A, who among them had not grown up in their respective villages, they could not bear to witness their villages suffer the ravages of war, helplessly watching successive generations perish. Now, with a coup d'etat in the Land of Fire presenting an opportunity for peace, who among them would not desire to join? Forming a coalition to pressure Konoha is merely a performance for the lords, a ruse to deceive the nobility. Do they truly believe I am unaware? What war is being instigated? The feudal lords are merely being manipulated by that eccentric individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Anoki scoffed, for he maintained a good relationship with the feudal lord of the Land of Earth. However, this time, for the sake of the future of the Hidden Stone, he chose to side with the Land of Fire. In a hushed tone, we still do not know how many spies the other side has infiltrated into the coalition. The Reikage reminded Anoki, while Terumi Mei, who had remained silent, observed the two, exclaiming, you old men are far more cunning than us women. At least we of the Hidden Mist have never truly considered an attack on Konoha. Have you not noticed that they did not even bring the 7 ninja swordsmen with them? Very well, let us discuss matters upon our arrival in Konoha. We shall meet in 3 days. Unfortunately, the conversation among the 3 Kages was overheard by the White Zetsu, hidden underground. That very evening, chaos erupted within the coalition, and the 3 Kages vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the feudal lords of the 3 nations dispatched their noble elites to take control of the coalition. 3 days later, much to Tsunade and the others' astonishment, the Reikage, Mizukage, and Suchikage arrived without a single escort, entering the village of Konoha unaccompanied. As they revealed their true identities at the village gates, the guard, Shin, was taken aback, hastily reporting to Tsunade, who rushed to welcome them alongside the higher-ups of Konoha. Hey, Terumi Mei and Anoki, you have come just like that? Being old adversaries, Tsunade did not hold back and directly inquired. Tsunade, removed his straw hat, revealing his face. It has been a long time. Please. As Tsunade was about to continue, Jiraiya quickly interjected, ushering the 3 into the current office of the Fire Nation. Once seated, Tsunade could hardly contain her curiosity and inquired, what on earth has transpired? Based on my knowledge of you, it is improbable that you would come to Konoha without a single escort. Anoki, Terumi Mei, and A exchanged glances, and after a lengthy pause, A finally spoke. We have come seeking assistance. What has happened? Shikaku queried. A few days ago, we received reports from the front lines indicating unrest within the coalition. Could this be related to you? Yes, Terumi Mei nodded. That night, we were just discussing when to formally visit Konoha when we received an urgent message from the feudal lords. As she spoke, Terumi Mei and Noki, and simultaneously lifted their garments, revealing to the astonished onlookers that each bore a gaping wound in their abdomens, their innards clearly visible. Had it not been for their profound chakra reserve allowing them to cling to life, they would have perished from their injuries. Tsunade, immediately, take them to the research facility. Tsunade rushed forward, her hands emanating a green glow as she pressed them against the wounds. There is a force continuously hindering cellular regeneration. I require the assistance of Orochimaru and his team. I will assist. Naruto grasped the two, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and they vanished from the office building, arriving at Orochimaru's research department. Once Tsunade and Orochimaru collaborated to stabilize the three Kages, Hao Yuan was the first to rush into the infirmary, demanding to know what had transpired within the coalition. The plot had deviated so drastically that he could not simply stand by and watch the shinobi world face annihilation. Could he? Lord Inoki, what exactly occurred within the coalition? Inoki gazed at Hao Yuan, then at the anxious Tsunade and others behind him. Although he held some reservations, he did not question them. Instead, he slowly recounted the events of that fateful night. 3 days prior, we received correspondence and intended to discreetly discuss how to join the Land of Fire to reform together. However, as we had just gathered, we received urgent letters from the feudal lords. Reluctantly, we returned to our tents to examine the letters, only to be ambushed by an illusionary technique. The messenger transformed into a bizarre, plant-like creature, piercing through our bodies. By the time we managed to slay the plant, we realized the damage inflicted was beyond the capability of chakra to heal. Stepping out of the tent, we witnessed our escort being taken away, surrounded by those white, humanoid plants. Inoki recounted, pain etched across his features. The entire coalition had been overrun by these white plants, and the ninja forces had vanished, leaving only the three of us Kages. Fortunately, we had intended the attack on Konoha as merely a ruse, not bringing our most trusted forces. Otherwise, the combat capabilities of the three hidden villages would have been severely diminished. The humanoid plant you mentioned is referred to as White Zetsu, as events have unfolded. Upon hearing Inoki's description of the allied forces, Hao Yun could no longer conceal the truth. He promptly retrieved the recording and disclosed Black Zetsu's and Uchiha Obito's intentions to the Three Shadows. Chapter 32. The Final Battle. It turns out, all of this was instigated by Black Zetsu. After listening to the recording, Mizukage Terumi may murmured to herself, realizing that the blood mist of the Mist Village was merely a retaliation by Obito for the sake of a woman. Even if the Mist Village had erred, wouldn't it have sufficed to eliminate the instigator? Instead, hatred was cast upon the entire village, resulting in the annihilation of numerous clans. The brutality was indeed ruthless. Upon hearing of Obito's and Black Zetsu's actions, Inoki and they felt increasingly inclined to join the ranks of reform in the Land of Fire. After all, if the feudal lords continued to sow discord, who could say whether their own villages would also produce one or two such radical ninjas? Should another Uchiha Obito emerge, their village could scarcely endure the losses akin to those suffered by the Mist Village. Don't believe it? Look at Konoha and the Hokage. One has been left without a shadow-level ninja, while the other has nearly faced extinction. In these times, which village can claim to be free of one or two rogue ninjas? Scorpion, Deidara, and Zabuza. Aren't they living examples of the consequences? Reform is imperative. Constant wars and assassination missions are wholly incompatible with the village's goals of peaceful development. What? You assert that the Cloud Village respects strength, and that the Mist Village rises through slaughter? We are well aware of this. Our village yearns for peace above all else. Black Zetsu, you will pay for your sins. Inoki made a decisive resolution. The cannon fodder ninjas brought by the allied forces had likely all been transformed into White Zetsu by now. He would return to Iwagakure to mobilize his elite forces. As long as Black Zetsu remains, the ninja world shall not know peace. Moreover, he has the unknown threat of Kagaya Otsutsuki lurking behind him. Agreed. I will have Karabi lead an elite squad to join. The fourth Raikage declared, noting that the Cloud Village possesses a unique intelligence transmission method, allowing them to dispatch troops into the Land of Fire at a moment's notice. I too have no objections. The Yuanshire have long desired to eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes, and now with concrete information, I believe the bloodline clans will dispatch their strongest ninjas. The three great hidden villages simultaneously resolved to send their forces into battle. As for whether the feudal lords would fall under the control of White Zetsu, even if they were manipulated, what could it matter? While they might heed the lords for monetary gain, when it comes to making a decisive move, the influence of a ninja village leader far surpasses that of any feudal lord. Very well, the general staff, Tsunade, having received firm support, was not one to dawdle. She issued the command for war without hesitation. Chairman, the general staff awaits orders. Nara Shikaku stood at attention, ready for Tsunade's instructions. Immediately, the mobilization order was given, securing the borders of the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Water, permitting the elite forces of the three nations to enter. Furthermore, I command the 3rd and 4th armies to promptly head to the battlefield of the Allied forces and declare war on Black Zetsu, Uchiha Bito, and Uchiha Madara. The war directives were disseminated by the ruling party, and the entirety of Konoha, nay, the whole of the Land of Fire, operated at full capacity. At that moment, the Mizukage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage, recuperating in the Land of Fire and awaiting the arrival of their troops, truly witnessed the advantages of the reforms in the Land of Fire. With the collective effort of the populace, preparations for war material were completed in just one day, a speed nearly tenfold that of the pre-reform era. Roads were repaired, and enlistment numbers surged. In a mere 3 days, the 3rd and 4th armies were en route to the battlefield, converging with the 1st and 2nd armies. Moreover, the homeland immediately established the 5th and 6th armies, their strength slightly inferior to that of the regular forces. Such rapid mobilization, driven by the unity of the people, was something they could only aspire to achieve. Indeed, after a full 10 days, even Konoha's intelligence reported that the enemy was prepared, and the armies of the other 3 great ninja villages had finally reached the borders. Chairman, the troops have assembled. When shall we commence battle? As the forces of the 3 ninja villages arrived, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and rushed over to inquire. After this battle, the ninja world shall undergo comprehensive reform, stepping into a new era, ushering in the peaceful age he had long desired. Were it not for the presence of the other village leaders, he would have already clung to Tsunade's leg, begging for the battle to begin. Tsunade glanced at Inoki, and Terumi Mei, who all nodded in unison. They had rested adequately on the journey and were ready to depart at any moment. Relay my orders. Initiate the battle. At the border of the Land of Fire, the gates of Konoha's military camp swung open, and countless ninjas surged forth, launching their group techniques in accordance with the formations devised by Hao Yun's intellect. The 1st army unleashed their techniques, Great Fireball Jutsu. The 1st army fired first, as the ninjas leaped into the air, simultaneously executing the Great Fireball Jutsu. Countless fireballs erupted from their mouths, resembling a cataclysmic judgment. The White Zetsu controlled by Black Zetsu had no time to react, being utterly overwhelmed by the onslaught of fireballs, resulting in substantial casualties. The 2nd army, Water Dragon Jutsu. Thousands of water dragons ascended into the sky, their combined might producing effects akin to forbidden techniques. The camp, still reeling from the devastation of the cataclysmic judgment, was soon met with a deluge of water dragons, further compounded by the ice techniques unleashed by allied clans, an overwhelming combination of ice and fire. The forces of the Mist Village initiated their techniques, Hidden Mist Technique. A dense fog enveloped the battlefield, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, especially for the White Zetsu. After all, no matter how powerful Black Zetsu may be, it was impossible to perfectly control 100,000 White Zetsu in the midst of the fog. The 3rd army of the Cloud Village executed a physical assault. Lightning armor. The 8th gate, the 5th gate open. This time, it was a close-quarters battle. Following Hao Yun's military guidance, they first utilized large-scale ninjutsu to clear the area, then engaged in physical combat, and finally concluded with medical ninjutsu. This battle, under Shikaku's coordination, achieved perfect unity and cooperation. At the enemy command post, Black Zetsu seethed with rage upon witnessing the casualties among the White Zetsu. This was his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki's legacy, a full 100,000 White Zetsu. This was no longer the late stage of the original story, where he could summon the legendary ninjas through Edo Tensei to counter the allied forces. Now, they had only 100,000 White Zetsu, lacking intelligence, limited to a few basic jutsus, and incapable of refined control. Black Zetsu. The white Zetsu are nearing extinction. What shall we do now? Similarly, Obito, witnessing the grievous losses on their side, urgently inquired. Black Zetsu shot him a fierce glare. What else could he do? They had only the Seven Tails Chomei and the Three Tails Isabu at their disposal, with shadow-level strength limited to himself and Obito. The rest had been swayed to the enemy's side. They could only summon the big guns. I will awaken Uchiha Madara. You hold them off. Black Zetsu commanded, his body sinking into the ground as he raced towards the location of Uchiha Madara's corpse. Obito glared at the position of the allied forces, gritting his teeth as a Sharingan spun wildly, summoning the Seven Tails and Three Tails to the battlefield. Kakashi, I'm coming. Chapter 33. The Death of Obito. Kakashi, I'm coming. Just as the white Zetsu were being relentlessly repelled and the allied forces surged forward, suddenly, the colossal chakra forms of the Three Tails and Seven Tails descended from the sky, forcibly blocking the combined jutsu unleashed by the allied forces. However, the near-forbidden power was not something that could be easily withstood. Merely landing and blocking was enough for the Three Tails and Seven Tails to sustain heavy injuries, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Obito, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Nagato Konan, and Naruto all roared in unison, their gazes directed at him, filled with hatred. Upon closer examination, the number of lives lost due to Obito's actions likely constituted half of the high-ranking members of the allied forces. Obito, pay for the lives of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke soared into the air, his hands crackling with lightning, summoning the thunderous clouds above, transforming into a mythical beast as he descended with fierce intent. I demand retribution for my parents. Naruto wielded his kunai, his body becoming a radiant flash of gold, as he hurled a spiraling fireball towards Obito. Not to mention the formidable warriors trailing closely behind, Tobirama Senju, Itachi Uchiha, and others harboring deep-seated grievances. On the ground, Kakashi's lips moved slightly, wishing to plead, yet he was firmly restrained by Tsunade's grip on his shoulder. Kakashi, do not err. Regardless of whether Obito is your friend, he has committed transgressions and must face the consequences. But he too had been misled. Kakashi still yearned to save Obito, for in his eyes, Obito's plight was profoundly tragic. He merely sought affection and wished to rescue Rin. For the sake of one person, he could disregard countless others. Such a love, I believe even Rin would not desire. From behind, Hao Yun stepped forward slowly, a mocking smile gracing his face as he gazed at the heavens. Below, Obito abruptly unleashed his Kamui, absorbing the attacks from Sasuke and Naruto while rendering subsequent assaults null and void. He concealed himself within another realm, showing no inclination to confront his adversaries. Itachi, Sasuke, seal off the space and force Obito out. Hao Yun proclaimed, asserting that, according to his calculations, the Rinnegan possessed a suppressive power over the Sharingan. Kamui was merely a derivative of the kaleidoscope's ocular techniques, unable to withstand the might of the Rinnegan. Rinnegan, planetary devastation. Sasuke and Itachi unleashed their Rinnegan with all their might. Above, Nagato and Neji were already prepared with an overwhelming array of adamant seals, their hands poised with a golden wheel rebirth explosion, waiting patiently for Obito's entrance. Kakashi, dare to face me one-on-one. Obito howled as he was forcibly extracted from the Kamui realm by Sasuke and Itachi, his Sharingan shattering into blindness. Then came the adamantine seals, the golden wheel rebirth explosion. The moment Obito's form was drawn out, he was instantaneously sealed, his body immobilized, chakra rendered useless. Neji then lunged forward, his hands grasping the special chakra ball formed by the rebirth eye, striking down with a resounding boom. Obito's body erupted, scattering blood and flesh, leaving only a haunting wail in the air. Rin, on the ground, Kakashi turned away, silently wiping away his tears. Obito, may your journey ahead be peaceful. I hope you find fulfillment in the latter half of your life, free from the ravages of war. The battle persisted, as the forces of the Land of Fire and the allied shinobi villages continued their relentless assault on the remaining white Zetsu. In an unknown subterranean cave, Black Zetsu emerged, summoning a white Zetsu, and executed a forbidden technique, slamming it to the ground. Forbidden Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara, awaken. Within the cave, papers swirled rapidly, adhering to the white Zetsu as its life force waned, its visage gradually transforming into that of Uchiha Madara. Once his body fully materialized, Madara opened his eyes, immediately fixing his gaze upon the sole living being in the vicinity, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, has our plan succeeded? His resurrection was intended to reclaim dominion over the world. Alas, reality shattered his dreams. I am sorry, Madara, we have failed. I resurrected you to assist. What transpired? Madara seethed, for in his designs, he anticipated the successful gathering of the 10 tails, Obito acquiring the Rinnegan, and the immediate execution of the infinite Tsukuyomi upon his rebirth. Yet here he was, still in the cave of death. Over the years, what have Black Zetsu, Obito, and the Akatsuki been concocting? The Akatsuki has betrayed us. Nagato, along with Konin and others, has entirely allied with the Land of Fire. Black Zetsu slowly revealed the events that had transpired, deliberately misleading Madara to prevent him from abandoning the offensive against the allied forces due to the allure of peace. He refrained from detailing the specific changes in the Land of Fire, merely attributing the defection of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and Itachi Uchiha to Tsunade's influence. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was this. Tsunade's charisma was so potent that both the Akatsuki and the 5 great shinobi villages were moved to join Konoha. Tsunade Senju? You speak of the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, Tsunade Senju? Madara exclaimed in disbelief. Did she not leave Konoha long ago, afflicted by hemophobia? You mean to tell me she has persuaded the 5 great shinobi villages and the Akatsuki solely through her charisma? Black Zetsu, do you take me for a fool? Indeed, Black Zetsu replied, equally disheartened. Truth be told, he had yet to locate Hao Yun. If you doubt me, accompany me to witness firsthand whether Tsunade orchestrates the alliance. Very well, I shall accompany you. Madara regarded Black Zetsu with a penetrating gaze, following him to the battlefield. At that moment, the battle was drawing to a close, with only around 10,000 allied shinobi remaining, still harvesting the dwindling life force of the white Zetsu. Upon Madara's arrival, he beheld the scene of the gathered shinobi reporting their losses to Tsunade. Particularly, Inoki, and Kurenai stood close to Tsunade. Their flattery, so excessive it was nearly unbearable to listen. Reporting to the chairwoman, Black Zetsu has not been located. He is likely with Uchiha Madara. Hinata Hizashi relayed the intelligence received from the reconnaissance team, suddenly gasping as he shielded Tsunade behind him. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the figure suspended in the sky. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, especially Sasuke and Itachi, whose expressions grew grave. The eyes of the Madara resurrected through impure world reincarnation gleamed with the highest bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the Rinnegan. Ah, Reikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Injutsu Tsunade. You have accomplished something remarkable. Have you unified the shinobi world? Madara could not help but marvel, for this was an achievement neither he nor her grandfather had attained. Conquering through force was already arduous, let alone achieving a peaceful assembly, now even vying for favor. Please grant me a day off. My head aches. I am in need of a day off to contemplate how to progress the story. Chapter 34. Uchiha Madara's Betrayal. Grandpa. Tsunade hesitated to call out the familiar term. Little Tsunade, how admirable you are. Could you enlighten me on the current situation? Madara bore no intention of hostility, instead displaying an unusually benevolent demeanor, akin to a kindly old man. Inoki, Kurenai, Gaara, and others exchanged glances. Inoki shook his head, signaling them to refrain from impulsive actions. As the longest-living Kage present, he understood all too well the terror that Madara embodied. Alongside Hashirama Senju, he had single-handedly upheld an era, a formidable force not to be trifled with. Hao Yun. Tsunade appeared somewhat at a loss, shifting her gaze towards him. Hao Yun stroked his chin. Differing from Obito, he held Madara in high regard. Whether it was his role alongside Hashirama in forging peace or his ambition to initiate the Moon Eye Plan, Madara's singular goal was peace. Unlike Obito, who sought to obliterate the world for personal desires, Madara genuinely aspired to save it. His essence was akin to Nagato's, merely a good soul misled, albeit with a touch of ruthlessness. Madara, what are you doing? Do you still wish to enact the Moon Eye Plan? Black Zetsu interjected, witnessing Madara engage in dialogue with the allied forces, hastily attempting to incite him to action. Silence. With a swift motion, Madara flung his arm backward, unleashing the full power of the Rinnegan. Under the overwhelming force of Shinra Tensei, Kagaya's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a small mountain and creating a massive tunnel. Witnessing this, Sasuke, Itachi, and Nagato, all possessing the Rinnegan, could not help but swallow hard. Truly, he was a superpower capable of suppressing an era. The application of the Rinnegan was nothing short of formidable. Could they truly be Madara's equals? Hao-Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Even without the integration of the Ten Tails, Madara's strength had evidently reached the narrative's pinnacle. What he demonstrated without a doubt showcased a power akin to the Sage of Six Paths. The fusion with the Ten Tails and the Rinnegan surely did not merely grant Madara a few additional forbidden techniques, did it? Mr. Madara, perhaps you should listen to this. Hao-Yin proclaimed, producing a universal recording device to unveil the true history of the shinobi world. Unlike the others, Madara displayed no surprise upon hearing the recording. It seemed he was already aware. Grandfather Madara, did you know all along? Tsunade, leveraging her status as a younger generation before Madara, inquired. As expected, Madara's response was entirely predictable. I knew Black Zetsu was deceiving me. In truth, I was utilizing him for my resurrection, coercing the 5 great ninja villages into submission through sheer might, becoming a sword hanging high above them. However, I did not anticipate that he intended to resurrect a deity from another realm. It became apparent that Madara had always aspired to be the ultimate antagonist, to dominate the shinobi world, forcing them into unity. This was the fundamental divergence between him and Hashirama. We have reformed the shinobi world. Detailing the changes in the Land of Fire, Hao-Yin signaled to Tsunade, who promptly handed over recent reports. As Madara perused the documents, he marveled, impressive. An agricultural yield of over 1,000 pounds per acre, tenfold what we achieved in our farming days. A new chakra-powered vehicle, 3 times the speed of horse-drawn carriages. I longed to experience this handheld gaming device. Such wonders were unfathomable in my time. His excitement grew, especially upon reviewing the statistics of newborns and the population census. With the absence of war, the populace thrived, children were nurtured, and the elderly were cared for. Was this not the life he and Hashirama had envisioned? You are not from our shinobi world, are you? After finishing the report, Madara's gaze fixed intently on Hao-Yin. Indeed, amidst the throng, Hao-Yin alone stood without chakra training. The myriad advancements, predominantly technological with a supplementary focus on ninjutsu, and the ideologies presented in the newspapers were beyond the imagination of native shinobi. Thus, Madara swiftly deduced Hao-Yin's identity. Mr. Madara, your acumen is commendable. Hao-Yin candidly admitted, I hail from beyond this realm. However, unlike Kagaya Otsutsuki, who seeks power, I am more inclined towards exploration, wishing to witness the diverse landscapes of different worlds. Then why do you wish to alter the shinobi world? Do you not have any desires of your own? Madara's penetrating gaze bore into Hao-Yin, doubting the existence of any unearned fortune. He was a firm believer in the exchange of benefits. Well, I do have some needs. Hao-Yin scratched his head. I require knowledge of chakra cultivation and ninjutsu. In the future, I aspire to acquire more ninjutsu. Yet, the research of a single individual is inherently limited. I hope for the peaceful evolution of the shinobi world to facilitate the development of diverse ninjutsu. Trust me, I pose no threat to the shinobi world. Moreover, there exists a pathway between your realm and Kagaya's. If unity is not achieved, the Otsutsuki clan will inevitably invade, turning this world into a lifeless husk. For the first time, Hao-Yin spoke of the future of the Hokage in front of everyone present. Many powerful individuals felt their pupils constrict. They understood the origins of their abilities. Aside from natural energy, most of their bloodlines traced back to Kagaya Otsutsuki. When the Otsutsuki clan invades, could they truly fend off the assault with their current strength? Are you speaking the truth? Madara's brow furrowed deeply. An invasion from another realm and the destruction of their world? If what Hao-Yin claimed were accurate, even if Black Zetsu had not deceived him and he successfully executed his plan for the Eye of the Moon, would the world still be doomed upon invasion? At that point, he would indeed be a sinner. Of course, if you doubt me, you could visit the moon. There lies the purest bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Without hesitation, Hao-Yin referenced the Otsutsuki on the moon, deeming them undesirable and suggesting Madara eliminate them. Without delay, Madara harnessed his repulsion ability, propelling himself to the moon. 5 hours later, he reappeared before Hao Yun and the allied forces. You speak the truth. There truly is the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Madara cast a deep glance at Hinata Hyuga before gesturing for the severely wounded Black Zetsu to be drawn into his grasp, exerting the full force of his Rinnegan. Planetary devastation. Seal. The earth trembled as, centered around Black Zetsu, a colossal earthen sphere materialized, which Madara then expelled from the shinobi world. The outcome? The shinobi world gained an additional moon. Following the sealing of Black Zetsu, Madara's body crumbled, dissolving into dust. Leave behind my cells when a foreign invasion occurs. Remember to resurrect me to atone for my sins in the shinobi world. Chapter 35. The Aftermath of the Shinobi World. With Black Zetsu sealed and Madara vanished, the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded. Though it may have seemed abrupt, the resolution was quite favorable. Firstly, following the battle, the Allied forces disbanded, fully integrating into the military of the Land of Fire, establishing the 7th, 8th, and 9th armies. The ruling party prohibited any clan or faction from maintaining private armies. Secondly, the Hidden Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages officially joined Konoha, and 3 months later, the feudal lords of the Land of Water, Land of Lightning, and Land of Earth voluntarily abdicated, formally announcing their allegiance to the Land of Fire, initiating reforms across the shinobi world. Thus, the shinobi world unified, with rapid technological and strength advancements, entering a new era of progress. As time flowed like water, a decade swiftly passed. By this time, the first chairman, Tsunade, had long since stepped down, and the second chairman, Gaara, had completed his maximum tenure of 3 consecutive terms spanning 6 years, necessitating the election of third chairman. The most promising candidates for this position were none other than Naruto Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan and Hinata Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. Their friends playfully dubbed this upcoming election a monumental, democratic event destined to be immortalized in history, a dog food election. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto strolled alongside Hinata along a riverside path. After walking together for quite some time, Naruto suddenly halted, gazing at the shimmering river that sparkled under the sunlight, and posed a question. Hinata, do you remember how long it has been since our master departed? About 10 years, I believe, Hinata replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I still recall what he said when he first took me in. Hinata cast a shy glance at Naruto, reflecting on how their master had once mentioned wanting to find a wife for his disciple, a wish that had indeed come to fruition. Would you marry me? Naruto laughed heartily, recalling their master's prophetic words, especially concerning relationships. Many had come to pass. He thought of how he was being pressured into marriage by Hinata and her family. Sakura had managed to win Sasuke back as her husband. Shikamaru had wed Temari. And Ino had stealthily entered Shino's room one day, inadvertently igniting a romantic escapade. The master's female disciples were indeed quite formidable. Indeed, as his disciples, we must ensure that he keeps his promises. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, and she confidently straightened her posture, saying, Hee, after all, it's the teachings of our master. We are merely delicate women. By the way, how is the Pikachu breeding at the Inuzuka household? Just a few days ago, Konohamaru was asking me, wanting one to propose to Meng Huang. Naruto swiftly shifted the topic to the magical creatures left behind by Hao Yun. Before leaving, Hao Yun had specifically purchased several pairs of Pikachu eggs for Inuzuka Kiba, but did not provide many of the other creatures. He merely mentioned that successfully raising one would be a significant achievement for the Inuzuka clan. No problem. Those little cuties are always causing a ruckus. The Inuzuka family has long wanted to give some away. Konohamaru would be perfect. I'll speak to Inuzuka Hana tomorrow. If it weren't for our master, I wouldn't have known about such marvelous creatures capable of generating electricity. Hinata recalled the Pikachu raised by her sister Hanabi, which was truly extraordinary, frequently unleashing Thunderbolt, much to her father's dismay. Indeed, our master is truly remarkable, Naruto mused, gazing nostalgically towards the setting sun. Without the master's intervention, who knows what the ninja world would have become? Perhaps I would have fallen into darkness? Sasuke might have been solely consumed by thoughts of killing Itachi. Kagaya, perhaps, would have already been unleashed by Black Zetsu, wreaking havoc upon the world, not to mention the unification of the ninja world, political reforms, and the improvement of the lives of commoners, leading to greater happiness. Hinata quietly approached Naruto and linked her arm with his. They exchanged a smile and proceeded towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the village. Warning, warning. Spatial rifts detected. Interdimensional beings are invading. To prevent an incursion by the Otsutsuki clan, the ninja world had long stationed Hyuga clan ninjas on the moon for global surveillance. Indeed, as the master had foretold, interdimensional beings have arrived. Within the military, Gaara, Sasuke, Itachi, Kuratsuchi, and other elite ninjas rose simultaneously, exclaiming, "At last, we have awaited your arrival. All higher-ups, report to the office building for a meeting immediately." Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Hinata to the military headquarters, where he swiftly issued a war command. Subsequently, leaders from various departments, including the Research Department, Military Headquarters, Medical Department, and Foreign Affairs Department, received notifications from Naruto and were instantaneously transported to the office building. Ladies and gentlemen, a new war is upon us. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses with a cold and satisfied smile, stating, "I have waited far too long. I am eager to discover the differences between the Otsutsuki and our genes. Let them come, dare to invade our world, and we shall strike back." Tsunade's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The passage of 10 years had not marred her beauty. Rather, it had honed her skills, making her even more formidable in battle. "Wait, I have successfully developed white Zetsu," remarked Kabuto, the deputy head of the research department, adjusting his glasses with a grin. "Now, white Zetsu can replace animal life, combined with plant and Hashirama cells, serving as an alternative for the Edo Tensei technique. Then let the invaders witness the might of the ninja world." Itachi grinned bloodthirstily as Kakashi opened the Kamui space, extracting countless cells from powerful ninjas of various villages throughout the ages. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki descended upon the capital of Kanagakur, they were met by an overwhelming array of the ninja world's most formidable warriors. Would release, True Thousand's Hands, Transformation into Buddha, Rinnegan, Universal Pool, Planetary Devastation, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, Susanoo, Lightning Release, Lightning Body Protection, Taijutsu, 8 Gates, Open the 8th Gate, Dust Release, Original World Severing Technique, Ice Release, Ice Crystal Mirror, Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. An onslaught of ninjutsu and taijutsu surged towards Momoshiki and Kinshiki, while behind them, 4 or 5 Rinnegan appeared, immobilizing the space and compelling the two to endure the deluge of attacks. Once the storm of ninjutsu subsided, a massive crater remained, along with the ashes of those who had perished. Are we to simply wait to be invaded, watching our world be destroyed, without retaliating? Uchihamadara's Edo Tensei form hovered in the air, glaring at the crowd. The group exchanged glances and rose in unison. Naruto and Hinata rushed to the forefront, issuing the command for a counterattack. "Now, it is our turn to invade your realm." Chapter 1. Return to Marvel. After Madara's betrayal, following a 5-year plan, Hao-Yun finally heard the system's voice in his ear. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Would you like to return to the Marvel Universe? How much longer can I remain in the Naruto world?" Hao-Yun stroked his chin, pondering when his disciples, who were chatting with Madara, had strayed from the original path. Initially, he merely sought a few disciples to rectify some tragic events. Yet now it seemed he had incited a rebellion among them, igniting a red revolution in the ninja world. It must be because I am a successor of socialism. The host may remain for another 12 hours. After this time, you will return to your world, while the Naruto universe will remain fixed in the marketplace. Then I shall depart after bidding farewell. Unable to bear the thought of tears, Hao-Yun summoned Sakura to inform her of his impending departure, then promptly returned to his world without lingering. Given that the current Naruto world was in a period of significant development, comparable to China's 1960s and 70s, and after nearly 10 years of guiding, touring, in the Naruto realm, there was little left to explore, so it was better to leave sooner. Upon returning to Marvel, Hao-Yun opened his eyes to find himself in the Illuminati base, in his own room. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission to save Jiraiya, as per Tsunade's request. Mission evaluation, 5 stars. Host rewards, complete mastery of wood release techniques, 10,000 points, and a reduction of Naruto World item purchase points to 1/10. The 5-star rating grants an additional reward of 100 000 points. Hao Yun stroked his chin, relishing the rewards. A 5-star rating equals 100,000 points. That's enough to clear out the items in the Naruto world. If I can exchange the chakra system, when Thanos arrives, I will be facing thousands of Susanoo. He chuckled, pondering what stage the world had reached now. When I left in 2012, I'd spent nearly a decade in the Naruto realm, with a time ratio of 10:1. A year has passed since then. What transpired in 2013? It seems it was around the time of Iron Man 3 and Thor 2. The villain from Iron Man 3, Killian, was obliterated by my own actions. So now it must be the invasion of the Dark Elves during Thor 2. Having speculated the timeline of his return, Hao Yun straightened his clothing and exited his room, calling for his intelligent assistant. Jarvis, where are my mother and my aunt, along with my uncle? Mr. Hao Yun, you have grown. Welcome back. Your mother and Angel are currently in New York, investigating unusual spatial fluctuations. Would you like me to notify them? Oh, in London? That's fine. You needn't worry. I will go directly. Upon hearing they were in London and dealing with unusual spatial fluctuations, it was undoubtedly a situation caused by Asgard. The Illuminati only incorporated Earth's heroes, excluding Thor and others, and without knowledge of the plot, it was certain that the Dark Elves were invading. First, I should check my stats. I should be able to upgrade my abilities now. System, open personal panel. Host, Hao Yun physical condition, Sage body, energy is 10 times that of equal level warriors. Observation hockey, intermediate. Complete mastery of wood release techniques. Ability, level 5 electrocution master. Items, 1 cubic meter of nanobots, a weakened version of the super divine gene, and a Xianyuan sword. Items given away will no longer be listed. Sign-in points, 110, 547. Spending 5,000 points will upgrade the Electrocution Master ability to level 6, and then another 50,000 to level 7. Upon successful upgrade, the host is left with 45,547 points. In the living room, Hao Yun radiates with electric energy, resembling a god of thunder. When the lightning finally dissipates, he feels his power has increased by more than double. His finesse in controlling the lightning has also risen to a new level. Upgrading through points is unexpectedly a perfect transition. The system is impressive. Looking at the panel, indeed, he has reached the 7-star celestial level. In terms of a Naruto world, this essentially equates to a super shadow, the pinnacle of his power when he departed. Checking the points, there are still over 4. So regarding ninjutsu, he has wood release, which is basically sufficient. Now to upgrade his domineering aura. Upgrade the domineering aura. Upgrade successful. Deducting 10,000 points. Host, Hao Yun. Physique, immortal body. Energy is 10 times that of a being of the same level. Observation hockey, advanced, complete mastery of wood release ninjutsu. Ability, level 7 electrocution master. Items, 1 cubic meter of nanobots, a weakened version of the super divine gene, and a Xianyuan sword. Items given away will no longer be listed. Sign-in points, 35,547. With over 3 points left, it seems my mother's self-defense capability is too weak, relying entirely on Baymax. However, as a medical robot, Baymax should be enhanced with an immortal body and the Rinnegan. My aunt could receive the Rinnegan and the immortal body as well. As for Tony, given his penchant for battle armor, the nanobots should suffice for him, right? I'll hold on to the 3-point for now. Additionally, there's Natasha, Captain America, and my pet dog, Thor. Calculating the cost for upgrades for my team, it's clear that I need to act swiftly. I must find another world to traverse. After all, a singular power system cannot suffice. Completing tasks is crucial for accumulating points. Feeling my abilities, the level 7 Electrocution Master can now summon lightning with a mere gesture, generating billions of volts, and my body can form an electric armor, far superior to the lightning protection in the ninja realm. As for the railgun, the nanobots likely cannot withstand the full force of the unleashed lightning and would surely melt into molten iron. I wonder when I can upgrade to elemental embodiment. Only then can I fully unleash the electromagnetic cannon, right? Never mind, there's no need to overthink. The points needed for upgrades are no trivial matter, with the next level requiring 10. For now, I'll head to London. In the underground garage, I took one of Tony's limited edition sports cars and sped towards the New York Sanctuary of Kamartaj. Upon entering, I was greeted by the guardian of the New York Sanctuary, Wong. Wait, was T. Wong the librarian? How did he become the guardian of the New York Sanctuary? Wong? Hao Yun, the Supreme Sorcerer is waiting for you, please. Clearly, Wong was not the guardian, but merely sent by the Supreme Sorcerer to escort me to Kamar Taj. Using a fixed portal, I followed Wong to Kamar Taj and entered the Sanctum Sanctorum, where the elegant Ancient One was brewing tea, clearly waiting for me. Please have a seat. Supreme Sorcerer, it's been a long time. Hao Yun respectfully performed a sorceress salute. As previously stated, Ancient One is a truly revered figure in the universe. And Hao Yun naturally dared not be disrespectful. Indeed, it has been a long time. The Supreme Sorcerer observed him, her eyes filled with kindness. How have your 10 years in the other realm been? Hao Yun exhibited a hint of awkwardness, aware of Ancient One's formidable strength, but he asked, "Could you perhaps allow me a modicum of privacy? Do not misunderstand. I merely need to ascertain a few matters since you have just returned from the other realm. After all, the laws of the two worlds differ. What if a virus from the other realm propagates here?" Ancient One smiled, and Hao Yun was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, she immediately reassured him with a calming statement. "You appear to be quite clean. You have not brought back any items from the other realm. It seems that the interdimensional portal is reliable, as it has not transported any viruses back." Internally, Hao Yun silently praised the system for its reliability and offered a sheepish smile. "Hao Yun, what are your plans moving forward?" Ancient One inquired. After a moment of silence, Hao Yun responded, "Supreme Sorcerer, I wish to bring the power system from the other realm to this world." "Oh, have you considered the consequences?" Ancient One did not outright oppose his idea, but instead shared her own experiences. "Have you pondered why magic is so effective, yet I have never made it public? Even Kamar Taj must remain secluded for cultivation? Is it fear of being exploited by malevolent beings?" Hao Yun contemplated, arriving at this answer, as it aligned with an old saying in his past life. Heroes violate prohibitions with their martial prowess. Ancient One chuckled and shook her head. "That is indeed one reason. But I have faced foreign demonic beings. Many times I have nearly failed to protect Earth and even lost entire worlds. How could I concern myself with societal structures? Then why? Because of the differing laws." Ancient One rose and, with a graceful motion, revealed countless interwoven images of the cosmos in midair. Each universe emanated boundless colors. Unified yet distinct. "Look, between the universes, there are interwoven laws. For instance, time," she pointed out, and the image displayed green lines representing the law of time. "Space. This time, the lines were blue. Physics, or reality, depicted with red lines. There are also different laws, such as power. The Marvel Universe distinctly showed purple lines representing this law. Faith, represented by pure white lines, where one could vaguely see a universe containing a three-headed giant. Curses, need I say, from hell. Utilizing the powers of different cosmic laws is akin to carving holes in a stable dimensional barrier to extract strength from other dimensions. Using a small amount occasionally is manageable. The dimensional barrier can repair itself with its own power. However, should too many individuals employ excessive power, it would be like a dam breaking, drawing the two universes closer, ultimately necessitating their fusion. Therefore, even though I know that Vishanti is a realm of light and poses no threat to the universe, I only allow the Supreme Sorcerer and his successors to learn Vishanti's magic to prevent others from invading our universe." Hao Yun seemed to grasp something and asked, "So, the foreign demonic beings you have been resisting are actually trying to repair the dimensional barrier? Is it possible that your future demise is?" Hao Yun harbored a terrifying suspicion. The barrier, resisting demonic beings, perfecting the laws, surviving for thousands of years, yet dying after Strange took office, with the soul not perishing. Perhaps it was akin to Hong Jun from the primordial era, perfecting the heavenly path? Ancient One remained silent, essentially acknowledging Hao Yun's inference. "Sorceress, can I truly not teach the chakra cultivation technique?" Hao Yun hastily exchanged for the method of chakra refinement to present to Ancient One. Ancient One perused it briefly, revealing little astonishment, her expression neutral as she returned it to him. A commendable cultivation method, utilizing dark energy. However, once promoted, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other universes. Hao Yun was about to argue that the ninja realm was too weak to be a target, but Ancient One's subsequent words nearly left him speechless. "Your understanding of energy is too one-sided. Other cosmic demons may very well consume the universe from which this technique originated as a stepping stone to invade Marvel. All right, no need to say more. I dare not promote any further." Hao Yun instantly fell into despair, hesitant to mention promotion again. How could he be unaware of the terrifying nature of the foreign demon gods? After all, among all the villains in the Marvel Universe, Dormammu from Doctor Strange undoubtedly holds the top position. A being with the strength of an entire universe is indeed at a singular cosmic level, surpassing even that of the Celestials. He even suspected that Dormammu was not simply dismissed by Steven, but rather had the formidable backing of the Ancient One. So, do these ninjutsu have no use at all? Hao Yun felt a lingering unwillingness. Chakra, upon reaching the Six Paths level, signifies a celestial. Given the technological prowess of Marvel, nurturing a few beings at the Six Paths level should be quite feasible. He was reluctant to let go. No, it cannot be. The Ancient One regarded him with a knowing smile. Not just chakra, but also the manifestation of laws through items like Zampicut and devil fruits should not be overly abundant. However, just as Hao Yun was on the verge of despair, preparing to enhance himself recklessly to protect the Earth, the Ancient One shifted her tone, offering him a glimmer of hope. The products of laws from the same world can have a maximum of 10 practitioners. To prevent leakage, the Illuminati may have 3 slots from the same world. Supreme One, could you elaborate? Hao Yun exclaimed in delight. 3 slots is more than enough. With his multitude of worlds, training 3 powerful beings in each world, he could lead Earth to unify the cosmos, believe it or not. Using the ninjutsu you provided as a metaphor, each slot allows the learning of any ninjutsu, but only one bloodline may exist, and no artifacts may appear. Thus, that counts as 1 slot. No matter how high the ability enhancement, Hao Yun instinctively inquired. No need. The restrictions of the 3 slots have already been accounted for. But remember, you may only have 3 slots. Otherwise, the dimensional barriers cannot be restored. You are the exception. After providing him with a definitive answer, the Ancient One paused briefly, her tone laced with a hint of earnestness. In fact, you might want to consider items from technological worlds or inheritances from Eastern martial arts and fairy tales. These are all permissible, as they are powers possessed by this universe. Are the Eastern elements permissible? Hao Yun instinctively glanced toward the direction of China, deciding to ponder the world of fairy tales upon his return home. China is far too mysterious. It's not something to trifle with. Supreme One, thank you for your reminder. I nearly made a grave mistake. Hao Yun deeply bowed to the Ancient One, rising to take his leave. I shall take my leave now. If I err in the future, I hope the Supreme One will kindly remind me. Nothing to worry about. Off you go. I will have Wong assist you in opening the teleportation portal to London. After his departure, the Ancient One's warning echoed in his ears. Remember, do not let power cloud your heart. Chapter 3. London, Reality Stone. Upon arriving in New York through the Sanctum's portal, Hao Yun bid farewell to the guardians of the Sanctum and took out his phone to call Tony. Hey, Uncle Tony. It's Hao Yun. I'm back. Upon hearing the voice, Tony was filled with immense joy. They were aware of the subsequent plot developments in the Marvel Universe. The Dark Elves' desire to obliterate the 9 realms was not a threat they could easily confront at present. Where are you? My mom is there too. Send me your location. I'll head over right away. All right. Just use the breaker and I'll have Jarvis assist you in securing an aerial route. A minute later, Breaker successfully linked up with Jarvis's channel, and the aerial route was established. Hao Yun opened his system backpack, and the nanobots from Breaker surged forth, transforming into a silver and white armor that shot into the sky. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the factory where Jane Foster disappeared in Thor, the Dark World, immediately encountering the members of the Illuminati. Mom, I'm back. Just as he removed the armor, he was enveloped in a warm embrace from his mother, accompanied by Tony's teasing remarks. You know, don't you have a saying in China about not traveling far from your parents? Where on earth have you been? Angel rushed over, delivering a series of affectionate slaps. Hao Yun scratched his head, obediently enduring. Tony on the sidelines added fuel to the fire. You ought to be properly reprimanded. You haven't even graduated from university, and you're off gallivanting. Do you think you're me? Achieving 13 doctorate degrees at such a young age? Hey, Tony, we feel offended. The academically challenged war machine, Rhodey, grumbled nearby. Tony's blatant display of his degrees was far too obvious. Hao Yun embraced everyone in turn, ruffling Thor's dog-ass head, missing him dearly after 10 years. Everyone, it's been a while. After the greetings, Tony wasted no time in asking how many treasures Hao Yun had acquired. He directly pulled him over to the massive experimental machine. Hey, Dr. Selvig, Dr. Banner. Hao Yun greeted the two, But before he could engage in small talk, Tony pulled him in front of the large screen of the experimental machine. Look at this. Tony pointed at the data being monitored, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you know what this represents? This is the first naturally occurring wormhole detected on Earth. If we can successfully study it, we could develop artificial wormholes for spacecraft, allowing for rapid travel to any location in the universe. Tony, I told you that's impossible. Just as Tony finished speaking, Banner interjected with his concerns. The energy required to create a wormhole is astronomical. The only viable energy source on Earth is your new element reactor. But the new element can only be synthesized with machines, far from the practical effect needed for regular use. It's just money. I'll go make a few, Tony declared confidently. He had the funds to easily supply a spacecraft. But clearly, Banner was thinking ahead. After all, no standard energy source requires synthesis for use. The energy required for synthesis will exceed 3 times that of conventional means. 3 times. And not to mention the additional losses. This energy could create thousands of spacecraft capable of traversing natural wormholes. Tony, calm down. Calm down. Cost effectiveness is crucial. Rhodey, realizing the implications, rushed over to restrain Tony. Tony shrugged him off, looking down his nose at his friend. Do you even know what a billionaire is? A billionaire buys only the expensive, not the right. What you're describing isn't billionaire behavior. It's foolishness. Angel, walking by, retorted without looking back. You all can continue your chaotic research into spatial anomalies. I've already located Jane. Pepper is carrying her out now. As she spoke, in the depths of the factory, not far away, Pepper, dressed in blue armor, carefully princess carried Jane out. Tony frowned, stepping in front of Pepper with an expression of deep longing. You've never princess carried me. Jane, almost losing her composure in Pepper's arms, quickly jumped down. Miss Potts, I'm really fine. Please believe me. Pepper shot Tony a playful glare, forcefully guiding Jane to an open space. And you say you're fine? Have you not noticed that the health monitor on your wrist has been flashing red the entire time? The health monitor, an invention by Tony. This portable device is designed to monitor the physical condition of friends and family. Should any abnormalities occur, it immediately alerts emergency contacts. In critical situations, it can even call for an ambulance and has a location function. It is now integrated into the Illuminati's heroes and their entourage. Jane stared in bewilderment at the bracelet on her wrist, which was incessantly flashing red. I truly don't feel any issues with my body. Dr. Banner, could you take a look? Pepper called upon Banner, whose expertise in biology and physiology made him the more reliable choice. After all, he was on the verge of merging with the Hulk, transforming into the Green Doctor. Banner approached, took a glance at Jane's bracelet, and with a swift motion, summoned a projection screen. Upon reviewing the data, Banner's expression slightly altered. Dr. Banner, I can't possibly have any problems, right? Jane leaned in for a look. As a fellow intellectual, even one versed in astrophysics, she wasn't entirely oblivious to medical data. Banner shook his head, delivering a shocking revelation to Jane. No, your body is in terrible condition. Your cells are undergoing rampant death and rebirth. You should know that the number of times cells can divide is limited, yet your metabolism has surged to over 10 times that of a normal person. If this continues, you might only have 1 or 2 years left. Hallian interjected with a grim tone. In simpler terms, your body's energy cannot sustain the existence of the reality stone. Your vitality is being consumed by the ether particles recently absorbed into your system. How dare that happen? Jane Foster exclaimed angrily. It's not like I chose to absorb those damn particles. I'm not some helpless girl. I'm a scientist at the forefront of research. How do we resolve this? Jane asked, her face darkening. Banner hesitated. With our current scientific capabilities, we cannot control the reality stone. Naturally, we cannot extract it from your body either. Jane's gaze shifted to Tony and Selvig, who wore expressions of helplessness. They were out of their depth, having only encountered the space and mind stones before. Chapter 4. Journey to Asgard. Hallian turned to Tony with a peculiar look, understanding the implication. Hallian knew they couldn't simply stand by and watch the goddess perish or allow the Dark Elves to invade, especially since they had been forewarned about Asgard's future. After all, failing to manage this could result in the Dark Elves invading and destroying all 9 realms. Hallian stepped forward, grasping Jane's hand, channeling his electric abilities to explore her body. Jane did not withdraw. Her boyfriend was the god of thunder and had attended banquets, so she was well aware of his identity as the Thunder Knight. This is quite troublesome. I cannot resolve this at present. Having employed his electric abilities, Haki, and ninjutsu, Hao Yun found himself nearly depleted and unable to displace the ether particles within her body. In fact, simply sensing the ether particles was already quite an accomplishment. What do we do? Wait for Thor? Angel furrowed her brow. After the Battle of New York, Thor had not returned to Earth for nearly a year. Given her knowledge of the future, she held a slight disdain for such a prince, who seemed lackluster in her eyes. Not long ago, she had even tried to introduce Jane Foster to a potential boyfriend. There was no choice but to wait for him. However, we can go to Asgard together this time. I wish to collaborate with Asgard's medical research. Perhaps we can discover a safe method to extract the ether particles. Boom! Just as Hao Yun finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. Everyone looked up to see a radiant beam of light descending as Thor stepped onto the rainbow bridge, his entire being aglow with thunderous energy. Thor! Jane exclaimed, and the two embraced passionately, sharing a deep kiss. Angel watched with exasperation, thinking long-distance relationships, or even interplanetary ones, rarely yield favorable outcomes. The moment Jane sees Thor, her heart must flutter. Everyone, it has been a while. Once the two had fully recovered from their kiss, Thor noticed Hao Yun and the others and approached, cheerfully greeting them. Hao Yun rolled his eyes, having been an unwelcome third wheel for far too long. Did they really have no sense of decorum? Thor, without further ado, are you aware of what is happening with Jane? Hao Yun stepped forward, addressing the matter directly. Thor's expression darkened as he nodded. Upon descending, Heimdall had already informed him of the situation regarding the ether particles, which had been placed by his grandfather. Who would have guessed that the seal, established merely a few thousand years ago, had deteriorated, coincidentally coming into contact with his girlfriend? I understand. We need to take Jane to Asgard immediately. Wait, do not panic. Hao Yun interjected, perhaps I know more than you realize. He recounted the historical grievances between the Dark Elves and Asgard, detailing their attempts to annihilate the world and dominate the universe, only to be thwarted by Thor's grandfather. He sternly emphasized that the Dark Elves had not been eradicated and that Asgard was already under scrutiny. The source of this intelligence, the unparalleled Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Ah, how conveniently you shift the blame. You excel at that. You claim the Dark Elves have been fixated on Asgard, poised for an attack? That is inconceivable, Thor retorted incredulously. Asgard is the ruling realm of the 9 realms, and my father remains in power. The Dark Elves are on the brink of extinction. They cannot breach Asgard. Hao Yun sighed, pondering Thor's overconfidence. Frankly, he too questioned how a nearly extinct race could breach Asgard's defenses, ultimately leading to the death of the goddess and the potential destruction of the 9 realms. Was there truly no progress in Asgard over thousands of years? Yet, considering their disdain for intellectual heroes like Loki and their emphasis on physical prowess like Thor, along with the serene atmosphere of their divine realm, perhaps it was not entirely improbable. After all, desire often serves as the ladder to human advancement, while war acts as the catalyst for technological progress. Is that so? Hao Yun scoffed. Then tell me, how did the destroyer arrive on Earth? A suit of armor belonging to the God King, which is considered a formidable weapon in Asgard, can be manipulated by a confined prince. Thor, your Asgard is inferior to Earth. In this world, deploying a nuclear weapon requires the consensus of the President, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense. Is Asgard a dictatorship? Thor, enraged, swung his hammer. Thunder Knight, are you provoking Asgard? No, I'm merely challenging you. Hao Yun stepped boldly before Thor, pointing a finger at him. Do you believe the animosity between us or the entanglements with Asgard are sufficient to fabricate the lie of your realm being targeted? I offer a friendly warning. If you refuse to heed it, don't be surprised when the consequences befall you. We Asgardians do not fear the blades of Earth. Thor turned his head, attempting to justify himself. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding? Hao Yun scoffed. A misunderstanding? Are you as charming as Thor? Don't think that just because you wield a hammer, it makes you superior. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is equally formidable. Enough of this. I've said my piece. Believe it or not, I'll say it once more. The Dark Elves are ever eager to reclaim the ether particles. You would do well to take us to Asgard. Perhaps we can be of assistance. If you continue to doubt, and something goes awry, do not blame us for failing to warn you. After speaking, Hao Yun, uninterested in further conversing with the arrogant Thor, took Angel and departed. Thor glanced at Hao Yun's retreating figure and then at his silent girlfriend. deciding it was best to rescue her first. As for the dangers and defensive vulnerabilities, he had faith in the Asgardian army. Once Thor and Jane left Earth, Tony and the others quickly surrounded them. Hao-Yin, are you really going to ignore Thor? What can I do? He is a god and pays no heed to us mere mortals. Go ahead with your experiments. I have matters to discuss with Angel. Hao-Yin had no intention of forcing himself into an unwelcome situation. He found a car, settled in, and began chatting with Angel. Mom, have you been well these years? What about the Illuminati? It feels like there are far fewer of us. Oh, you mean Steve, Natasha, and Barton? They were borrowed by Nick Fury to deal with some Hydra issues within S.H.A.L.D. Chapter 5, The Tragedy of Asgard. What? Borrowed? Hao-Yun's mouth fell open in disbelief. Given Tony's regard for the Illuminati, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. manage to borrow personnel? No. The more pressing concern was that they knowingly entrusted individuals to Nick Fury, fully aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s treacherous nature filled with Hydra spies. Had Tony lost his mind? Didn't Tony voice any objections? None. He informed Steve about Bucky, and then the captain insisted on returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. to help. Angel shrugged. Captain America is an icon of the American spirit. While I understand Steve's actions may not be entirely justifiable, I couldn't voice any dissent. After all, the issue of Bucky's coma and the death of Tony Stark's father is far too sensitive. So, did you inform Steve about the future you know? Of course not. Angel spread her hands, incredulous at the notion that their children would carelessly divulge the future. Only we, along with Tony and Pepper, truly comprehend all that is to come. Even Rhodey and Banner are merely aware of Hydra's existence without disclosing it to anyone. This time, we refrained from informing Steve about Bucky to prevent any potential rifts in the future. Who knew Steve would stubbornly assume Tony would seek vengeance on Bucky and insist on acting independently? You know how Tony is proud and arrogant. A mere few words could spark a quarrel with the captain. Angel wore an expression of helplessness. One was a symbol of hope. The other her brother-in-law. Whom was she to assist? Moreover, Captain America is Bucky's closest friend. How could he save him while letting Tony's vendetta go unpunished? Because of this, they even slowed down Banner's integration process, leaving one hurdle still unresolved. All right, I overlooked that. I forgot the captain values friendship above all. Hao-Yin mused, realizing Fury must be orchestrating events behind the scenes. After all, Natasha and Barton were originally agents. If Fury wasn't causing trouble, he simply wouldn't believe it. Mom, during my travels, I inadvertently acquired a legacy. You should take a look. By the way, this legacy must remain confidential and can only be studied privately. With that, Hao-Yin imparted to his mother the teachings of chakra cultivation, the sage body, the Rinnegan, and would-release techniques, effectively exhausting all 3 slots. He intended to teach Angel the ninja arts himself, believing that concentrating power within a single world yielded better results than distributing it among many. After all, in the Marvel Universe, nurturing a single powerful individual proved far more advantageous than a horde of lesser fighters. Thus, Hao-Yun's mother, Angel Potts, truly became a formidable force, her potential reaching divine heights. Meanwhile, Baymax and its accompanying equipment had successfully transitioned into its rightful role as a family doctor. At this moment, Thor, having brought Jane Foster back to Asgard, was met with disheartening news. On the treatment table, Asgardian physicians conducted their procedures, ultimately delivering a devastating verdict to Thor. I'm sorry, Prince, but we cannot remove the substance within her. In fact, we have never encountered such a material in the universe. Don't you know about the ether particles? You incompetent physicians, Thor bellowed, his voice echoing. Perhaps his outburst startled those in the main hall. For before he could unleash his fury, the voice of his father, Odin, resonated from the treatment room's doorway. It seems my words fall on deaf ears, Thor. They have never had any effect, have they? She is ill. She is immortal. Odin, wielding the eternal staff, approached Thor. Of course mortals become ill and die. They have their own hospitals. That is not a reason to bring her to Asgard. You must understand, not every dish qualifies for the banquet. Lying on the treatment table, Jane Foster's complexion grew pale as she finally grasped why the Illuminati's associates had always regarded Thor with disdain. Even her mentor, Selvig, had urged her to break up with Thor. It became clear that the Asgardians had always looked down upon Earth. Listen to that, mortal. Huh, who do you think you are? Jane Foster, fueled by anger, shot back. I am Odin, king of the gods, protector of the 9 realms. Ah, so you are Thor's father? Now I understand where Thor's arrogant values stem from. They are inherited from you, the king of gods. Jane Foster would not remain indifferent, unlike in the original plot. Firstly, Thor had not exhibited an invincible demeanor. At least on Earth, acknowledged figures like Iron Man, the Hulk, and the Thunder Knight could challenge him. Secondly, her mentor was a special member of the Illuminati. She had backing. Should it come to blows, Odin might not even be able to contend with Earth's heroes. Impudent. Odin struck the ground with his staff, thunder crackling. Are you questioning me, mortal? Father, calm down. As Jane was on the verge of a quarrel with his father, Thor hastily intervened to ease the tension. Father, I brought Jane to Asgard due to her ailment, which stems from our negligence. Negligence? What do you mean? Odin furrowed his brow slightly. Asgard had always regarded Earth as subordinate. Had they achieved something significant? The substance she inadvertently absorbed is a relic sealed on Earth by our grandfather, the ether particles. Upon hearing this, Odin fell silent. For a long time, his expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation, before he commanded imperiously, "Someone, take Miss Foster away to rest. Thor, you will accompany me." Following this, events unfolded similarly to the original storyline. Due to the ether particles, Odin sought to eliminate Jane Foster to extract the ether seal, only to be thwarted by Thor. Then, the Dark Elves launched an assault on Asgard, leading to the Queen's tragic demise, Odin's unconsciousness, and the sealing of Asgard, ultimately forcing Thor to release Loki in a desperate attempt for the Dark Elves' leader, Malekith, to extract the ether particles himself. Meanwhile, on Earth, under Selvig's prophecy, the Illuminati preemptively announced the impending calamity of the planetary alignment, warning nations of the impending spatial fluctuations. In New York, the Illuminati gathered. What do we do now? Rhodey asked. The British government refuses to believe us and has expelled us from their borders. We can't even enter. What if the Dark Elves emerge? The prior invasion by extraterrestrials had garnered attention, but the warning had failed to provoke any serious concern from the nations. In fact, the British had expelled all members of the Illuminati. As the extraordinary event of the 9 realms convergence approaches, how could the military man, Rhodes, possibly remain calm? Yet, in accordance with the guiding principles of the Illuminati, they would undeniably refrain from opposing any national government. Chapter 6. The Land of China in the Marvel Universe. Tony, think of a solution, Rhodes exclaimed, rushing to Tony and gripping his collar. London is a major city, the capital of England. If a battle breaks out, the casualties would be unthinkable. Quiet, I am negotiating with S. H. Tony shot back, glaring at him. Jarvis has S. H. I. E. L. D. sent back their agreement to assist? Sir, they have not. I have confirmed that S. H. I. E. L. D. and the British military are mobilizing troops towards London. Jarvis provided a shocking revelation. Not only had S. H. I. E. L. D. failed to issue a statement of support, but they were also using their warnings to surround the stone forest with their troops. What does this imply? They intend to handle it on their own? Huh, it's only been a little over a year, and these guys are already stirring trouble again, Tony scoffed. The memory of the alien invasion in 2012 was still fresh, and S. H. I. E. L. D. seemed to be up to no good again. Indeed, they were an organization under Hydra's control, and it seemed they couldn't rest unless they were causing chaos. What should we do, Tony? To stand by and watch? Selvig expressed his concern. According to his calculations, the 9 realms convergence would open spatial channels connecting the realms, and there was a certainty that Earth would encounter entities from the other 8 realms. What if a formidable weapon were to emerge? The descriptions of the other realms in Norse mythology included many foes that humanity could not contend with. Do not worry. Our alarms have already been broadcasted on official websites and social media. Even the British government is unlikely to be so foolish as to leave the citizens in London. Tony reassured Selvig, turning to address the other members of the Illuminati. The 9 realms convergence will open spatial channels in more than just London. We have developed items to secure these channels and protect Earth's spatial barriers. This time, we need everyone to mobilize across various locations to safeguard our planet. Hao-Yin suddenly recalled, right, who said there was only one spatial gate in Thor. The Dark World? London is likely the largest of them. Do we have enough personnel? Should I send Iron Fist down? Hao-Yun volunteered to deploy Iron Fist, emphasizing the vastness of Earth and the countless undiscovered channels. The most critical issue was that no one could predict how many monstrous entities might emerge. Sending Iron Fist was merely a precaution. Rest assured, the channels are not numerous, and I have sufficient nanotech armor at my disposal. Tony nodded at Hao Yun, indicating that he had been preparing ever since Selvig detected the spatial fluctuations. Nightmare, take a small team to Canada. Eric will provide you with the coordinates. Not a problem. Angel, who had roughly mastered the celestial body technique over the past few days, stated that as long as she was given time to form seals, she could handle any number of interdimensional beasts. Rhodes, you lead the second team to Germany. I will send additional suits your way. My war machine is more than ready. Rhodes gestured confidently, indicating that with sufficient firepower, he could handle any number of foes. Pepper, you and Thor should... just 2 researchers will suffice. Thor's strength will ensure the channel remains secure. Tony cast a complex glance at the cloaked yellow Shiba Inu. If not for the dog's insatiable appetite leading to it being easily taken away, he would have preferred not to send Pepper along. After all, Thor's formidable might could easily guard a channel on his own. Banner, your transformation is too powerful. You should head to Africa. Don't worry, I'm familiar with it. Banner replied with a warm smile, feeling calm and content as the fusion phase was nearing completion. Hao Yun, there are 2 positions left, one in China and the other in Australia. Where would you like to go? Tony turned to Hao Yun, realizing that he and Tony were the only ones left with significant combat capabilities. It was essential to assign someone with formidable strength to each channel to prevent catastrophic casualties in case the barrier faltered. What about London? Isn't that the main battlefield? Are we just going to ignore it? Hao Yun pointed at the projected globe, aware that dark elves were present in London, constituting a primary force. Do not fret. According to Selvig's calculations, the other channels will only remain open for 15 minutes. Once that time elapses, we can head to London to deal with the aftermath, Tony replied, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Perfect. Let's ensure those politicians who frequently stir trouble understand the gravity of the situation. If they lack skill yet insist on meddling, it could lead to dire consequences. All right, Hao Yun thought, noting Tony's increasingly cunning demeanor. He surprisingly found him rather appealing. Then I shall go to China. I've always found that region to be rather enigmatic, and I am eager to pay a visit. He had mentioned China several times, and Marvel films had never featured it. With a population of 1.4 billion, could there truly be no superheroes? Moreover, the Supreme Sorcerer himself had stated that martial arts and celestial techniques were indeed powers of this universe. A journey to China to uncover its mysteries would be quite worthwhile. Very well, and since you are of Chinese descent, I will head to Australia. You do not require me to leave a researcher with you, do you? No need. Just remember to send the data to Iron Fist, Hao Yun replied, rolling his eyes. Iron Fist is far more capable than your Jarvis. Perhaps I should consider visiting the Transformers universe to acquire some Allspark or Autobots. He mused, though he feared provoking a war of sentient machines, which could lead to disastrous outcomes. Time swiftly approached the day of the 9 realms convergence. Hao Yun and the others set off in advance to the spatial channels calculated by Dr. Selvig, placing the barrier rods ahead of time. Thanks to the Illuminati's commendable reputation, no nation obstructed their entry, nor did anyone impede their actions. After all, they were merely inserting a few iron rods. It was unlikely to cause any major disruption. In China, to Hao Yun's surprise, the government was exceedingly cooperative, even clearing the area in advance to provide him with ample space for combat. This level of cooperation left him astonished. Such speed and efficiency were likely unparalleled worldwide. Upon reaching the designated location, Hao Yun placed the iron rod and pressed the activation button. Excellent. The barrier is stable and shows no signs of being under attack. Nearby, a couple of officials approached. Is this all that is required? Do we need to notify the military? We have troops stationed nearby, ready to arrive in 15 minutes. No need. Hao Yun wiped his brow, astonished by their trust. They were even prepared to call in the military at a moment's notice. The main battlefield is in London. As long as no monsters wander into our area, we should remain safe. That's good to hear. The leader sighed in relief. Engaging in battle within the city was too incongruous with societal values. After all, the nation's funds were limited. Wouldn't it be more prudent to invest in rebuilding efforts or constructing additional high-speed railways? Chapter 7. The Eastern Superpower Organization. While waiting, Hao Yun observed the military personnel. who appeared quite anxious and inquired, may I ask if you have no superheroes? Well, it's not entirely accurate to say we have none, as our national circumstances differ. The liaison smiled and explained. While Western countries emphasize individual heroism, we prefer to rely on collective strength. The vastness of our Eastern nation, coupled with its large population, means we face dangers greater than yours. For instance, the alien invasion incident in 2012 is something we have encountered since ancient times. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin was even more astounded. In ancient times, the notion of alien invasions is quite perplexing. As a person of Chinese descent who has encountered the deities of Asgard, one might ponder, if the celestial beings of Eastern mythology were indeed real, what ramifications would ensue? As the official spoke, Hao Yin recalled the long-standing legends of Huaxia. Setting aside the countless tragedies depicted in strange stories from a Chinese studio, one cannot ignore the universally known journey to the West, where demons with powerful backers could devour humans, yet still be pardoned and taken away by deities. Among the four protagonists, aside from Tang Sung, who among them is truly blameless? Even Tang Sung has committed numerous errors, such as his unwavering devotion to Buddhism, which led to the exponential growth of temples, resulting in the plundering of lands and the suffering of the innocent. Furthermore, one tale recounts how the Jade Emperor was offended during a sacrificial rite, leading to a severe drought in a certain county for years, nearly costing hundreds of thousands their lives. Observing the shifting expressions on Hao Yun's face, the official sensed he was forming his own conclusions, gaining a slight understanding of the divine and demonic realms, and continued his explanation. As early as the reign of the Hongwu Emperor, under the guidance of Liu Bowen, the dragon vein was severed, thereby cutting off the path to ascension. From that moment onward, the heavenly court turned its back on the mortal realm and the powerful beings of the Eastern human race, led by the three emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave, established their stronghold in Kunlun Mountain to prevent celestial invasions. Was it not the case that Han Chinese had no representatives in the heavenly court? Did no celestial beings speak on behalf of the human race? One must consider the fates of those who ascended, reflecting on the tributes received by the deities in ancient Eastern lands. The official posed a retort that left Hao Yin momentarily speechless. Even in mortal realms, sacrifices of young boys and girls are demanded. Surely, those who present themselves to the heavens cannot expect to escape unscathed. It begs the question, are the peaches at the peach banquet truly from celestial beings or merely peaches? The heavenly court deserves retribution, and the immortals deserve to be slain. Hao Yun declared through gritted teeth, embodying the spirit of his homeland in a past life, and now as a descendant of the Chinese people. Indeed, after severing the dragon vein and stabilizing the nation's fortunes, the Hongwu Emperor sent all those with cultivation talents to Kunlun Mountain for training, aiming to eventually counterattack the heavenly court. The entities responsible for dealing with the demonic forces on Earth were organized into the Dragon Team and Phoenix Nest, both helmed by disciples of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, when you inquire about the existence of superheroes in the East, I must inform you that there are none. For in Huaxia, every citizen is a hero. They all contribute their earnings and taxes to sustain their own armies, protecting their homeland. Each formidable individual understands their duty. Their mission is to safeguard. Hao Yin found himself at a loss for words. Compared to the light association he had painstakingly established, the East, with its populace ready to defend, is the true stronghold. No wonder he had never heard of any transformations in the East upon entering the Marvel Universe. It turned out this cadre of heroes was silently safeguarding their realm, and even the Earth itself. Hao Yin firmly believed that when the heavenly court breached the barriers to invade Earth, their intentions would not be limited to a single nation. The Earth, after all, consists of 7 continents and 4 oceans. The wise do not boast of their accomplishments. The magnificent Eastern realm has vividly demonstrated the truth of this adage. Enlightened, Hao Yin bowed deeply, honoring the unseen guardians of humanity in the Eastern domains. Your efforts are also commendable. The official responded with a smile, graciously accepting the gesture on behalf of the guardians of Kunlun Mountain. He then bestowed upon Hao Yun an unexpected surprise. You need not worry excessively about the recent 9 Realms conjunction incident. The Supreme Sorcerer has already informed Kunlun Mountain. Both the Dragon Team and the Phoenix Nest are fully prepared to provide global support at any moment. However, I must caution you that should the Supreme Sorcerer achieve unity, The cosmic barriers will significantly strengthen, and the successor to the Supreme Sorcerer may not maintain contact with us. Why is that? Hao Yun exclaimed. Isn't the successor also tasked with protecting Earth? His mouth agape, he pondered the implications. Until now, his audacity to form the Light Association and alter narratives relied not on any system, but on the support of the Ancient One behind him. Kunlun Mountain, it seemed, was also a formidable ally, perhaps even greater than that of the Lord of the Mountains. Why would they cease communication post-Unity? He had intended to undertake more missions, or perhaps even venture to other planets. The successor to the Sorcerer is not of Eastern descent. The Ancient One possesses a portion of Han blood. Upon hearing this, Hao Yun fell into a profound silence. After all, there exists a saying in foreign lands. While science knows no borders, scientists themselves do. Time passed swiftly. The nanorobots controlling the barrier, known as breaking the sky, abruptly interrupted Hao Yun's musings. He quickly focused his mind, intently watching the spatial interface, dreading the emergence of a monstrous head. However, contrary to Tony and the others' calculations, the barrier remained stable, with no fluctuations in the spatial realm, ensuring safety. Breaking the sky. What is the situation in other areas? Hao Yun inquired. Breaking the Sky promptly connected with Tony's private satellite and intelligent assistant, relaying information from several locations. Aside from London, the spatial integrity in other regions remained steadfast, with no casualties reported. Ah, that is reassuring, Hao Yun sighed in relief. After the 15-minute mark, he handed over control of the barrier to the local officials and requested to open the sky passage directly to London. Colonel, could we possibly open a sky passage? London may require our assistance. Not a problem. All members of your Light Association have already received passage approval. Just have your intelligent assistant connect to the signal of the lunar module Chang'e. The official promptly provided the communication signal of their artificial intelligence. Hao Yun discreetly wiped his brow, realizing that artificial intelligence had been integrated into national machinery. The Western nations were still oblivious to the prowess of the Eastern Marvel universe. Oh, by the way, just as Hao Yun donned his armor in preparation for takeoff, the official suddenly handed him a phone number. Once you've concluded matters regarding the Nine Realms conjunction, be sure to visit Kunlun Mountain. The Emperor of Humanity, Xian Yuan, has extended an invitation. Ah, certainly, he responded eagerly. That was the Emperor of Humanity, Xian Yuan. Access denied. Application for unblocking in progress. This section is currently blocked. Application for unblocking is in progress. It is critical. We will take a temporary break today. If there is no response by tomorrow, we shall have to resend a request. Chapter 7, Eastern Kunlun. While awaiting the outcome, Hao Yun observed the apprehensive military personnel and inquired, may I ask, do you not have any superheroes? Well, one cannot say there are none. The national circumstances differ, the liaison replied with a smile, elaborating, while Western nations emphasize individual heroism, we prefer to rely on collective strength. The vastness of the Eastern realm, coupled with its large population, faces dangers far greater than yours. For instance, during the alien invasion in 2012, we had encountered similar occurrences in ancient times. Upon hearing this, Hao Yun was even more astonished. The idea that there had been alien invasions in ancient times was simply unfathomable. The person in charge observed the change in Hao Yun's expression, realizing that he had formed his own ideas and gained a slight understanding of the divine and demonic realms. Thus, he continued his explanation. As early as the Ming dynasty, under the leadership of Liu Bowen, the dragon vein was severed, effectively cutting off the path to ascension. Since that time, the celestial realm associated with the universe completely turned its back on the native land. The powerful beings of the Eastern human race were led by the three emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave, all stationed in Kunlun Mountain to prevent celestial incursions. Was it possible that the human race had never taken a position in the celestial realm? Were there no humans among the deities? What do you think happens to humans after they ascend? Consider the offerings those deities received in the ancient Eastern kingdoms. The person in charge posed a rhetorical question, leaving Hao Yun momentarily speechless. In ancient times, many festivals, such as the Dragon King sacrifice, still required offerings of young boys and girls. How could the willingly offered humans not be consumed? One might even wonder whether the peaches of the peach banquet were truly those of the divine or simply human offerings. The celestial realm must be punished. The immortals must be vanquished. Hao Yun, who had once been part of the Flower Nation in a past life, declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, After severing the dragon vein, the Ming Emperor secured the nation's fate, sending all those with cultivation talent to Kunlun Mountain to prepare for a future counterattack against the celestial realm. Those responsible for the demons and monsters in the human world were organized into two major factions, the Dragon Group and the Phoenix Nest, composed entirely of disciples from Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, when you inquire whether there are superheroes in the East, I must inform you that there are none. For in the Eastern lands, every citizen is a hero. They all use their taxes to support the army that belongs to the people, safeguarding their homeland. Every powerful individual understands their responsibility. Their mission is to protect. Hao Yun was rendered speechless, realizing that compared to his own hard-won illuminating society, the truly strong nation was the Eastern one, where every citizen stood as a soldier. It was no wonder he had never heard of any transformations in the East upon entering the true Marvel world. There existed such a group of heroes watching over them, even safeguarding the Earth. Hao Yun would not presume that when the celestial realm breached the barrier and invaded Earth, it would merely aim to conquer a single nation. Compared to a country in Asia, Earth is composed of 7 continents and 4 oceans. Those skilled in battle do not seek fame. The great Eastern nation has fully exemplified the truth of this statement through its own strength. I have been enlightened. Hao Yun bowed deeply, a gesture of respect for the unseen guardians of humanity in the Eastern realm. Your kindness is appreciated. You too have faced hardships. The person in charge replied with a smile, accepting the gesture on behalf of the protectors of Kunlun Mountain. He then bestowed upon Hao Yun a surprising piece of news. You need not worry excessively about the recent 9 Realms Convergence incident. The Supreme Mage has already informed Kunlun Mountain, and both the Dragon Group and the Phoenix Nest are prepared to provide global support at any moment. However, I must caution you, should the Supreme Mage achieve enlightenment, the cosmic barrier will be significantly reinforced, and the successor to the Supreme Mage may become inaccessible to us. What? Why? Hao Yun exclaimed. Isn't the successor also tasked with protecting the Earth? He was incredulous, as his greatest support in forming the illuminating society and altering narratives had always been the assistance of Ancient One. Kunlun Mountain, it seemed, served as an even greater bastion than the Emperor of Mount Wei. The notion that they would cease communication after enlightenment was perplexing to him, as he had hoped to undertake more missions or perhaps even venture into outer space. The successor to the mage is not of Eastern descent. The Ancient One possesses half of Eastern lineage. Upon hearing this, Hao Yun fell silent. After all, even in foreign lands, there exists a saying, science knows no borders. Yet scientists do. Time was of the essence. The nanorobots controlling the barrier, known as breaking the sky, abruptly interrupted Hao Yun's musings. He quickly gathered his thoughts, fixating on the space before him, wary of any monstrous heads that might emerge. However, contrary to Tony and the others' calculations, the barrier remained stable, and the space showed no signs of disturbance. Everything was secure. Breaking the sky. How is the situation in other regions? Hao Yun inquired. Breaking the Sky promptly contacted Tony's private satellite and intelligent assistant, relaying intelligence from several other locations. Except for London, all other areas maintain a stable space without any casualties. Good, then, Hao Yun sighed in relief. After 15 minutes elapsed, he handed over control of the barrier to the local authority and sought to request an aerial passageway directly to London. Colonel, could we open the aerial passageway? London may require our assistance. No problem. The passage for all members of your illuminating society has already been approved. Just have your intelligent assistant connect to the signal of the lunar Chang'e. The person in charge replied succinctly, providing the communication signal of their artificial intelligence. Hao Yun discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished that artificial intelligence had emerged so swiftly, even more so than in Western nations. What a remarkable feat for the Eastern realms of the Marvel Universe. All right. Just as Hao Yun donned his armor and prepared for takeoff, the person in charge suddenly handed him a telephone number. Once you finish with the 9 Realms Convergence, remember to visit Kunlun Mountain. The Emperor of Humanity, Xian Yuan, has requested your presence. Absolutely, Hao Yun exclaimed, realizing the significance of the invitation from the Emperor of Humanity. Chapter 8, Dark Elves. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hao Yun soared through the skies, heading straight for London. Did this not signify that his future backing had grown even more formidable? Contemplating the legacy of 5,000 years, He began to question whether the snap of Thanos truly inflicted harm upon the Huaxia nation in the original narrative. Perhaps the depths of the Marvel Universe ran deeper than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in London, England, Jane Foster emerged from a factory with Thor at her side. Thor! They intend to release the ether particles. They do not seek to destroy Asgard or any particular planet. Their ambition is to annihilate the universe. Standing on the streets of London, Jane Foster informed Thor. Thor's expression remained pained. He had yet to recover from Loki's death. Where is he? I encountered him on Earth. Why does he wish to go there? Because of the celestial bodies. Thor turned his head away, unwilling to face Jane. Perhaps still harboring resentment for Loki's demise deep within. After all, had he not sought to save Jane, he would never have freed Loki. Nor would he have permitted Loki to escape Asgard with him. You must stop him. It is solely up to you now. Jane gently embraced Thor and took a step back. And you? Just as Thor swung his hammer, preparing to take flight, he hesitated. Do not worry. I will find Dr. Selvig. We have long been prepared for the spatial fluctuations. Jane smiled, offering Thor a reassuring expression. Thor nodded, Mjolnir whirred into motion. Soaring into the sky, in the distance, a cross-shaped spaceship, the dark elves' vessel, emerged from the heavens. Malekith, I am coming. In London, the fixed teleportation portal of the Sanctum opened, from which emerged a group of yellow-skinned Huaxia individuals. The Ancient One stood at the entrance, her expression grave as she gazed at the descending warship. Master, do we need to intervene? The leader of the Huaxia group asked, his eyes cold as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the ship. It had been less than 50 years since the celestial realm and Earth engaged in war. And now someone dared to covet Earth again? Did they truly believe Kunlun had been wiped clean? No need, the Ancient One shook her head. If we rely solely on your nation, the other countries on Earth will eventually become reliant. This time, let the illuminating society handle it. Their strength is sufficient. Understood, Master. The leading figures of the Huaxia people turned to observe the various armored suits soaring through the air from afar, nodding in acknowledgement before settling down in a meditative posture. They were the last bastion of strength for Earth, the most formidable shield. As long as they remained, Earth would never fall into the clutches of extraterrestrial beings. Haoyun, having landed on the outskirts of London, cast a furtive glance towards the direction of the London Temple, pondering whether the Ancient One hailed from Kunlun Mountain. One by one, armored suits descended, revealing members of various Illuminati factions. Tony, Banner, Haoyun, Angel, Pepper, Rhodes, and Thor gathered, with Natasha, Steve, and Barton having entered London earlier under S.H. Upon seeing everyone assembled, Haoyun clapped his hands to signal the gathering. Typically, the chief supervisor Tony directed research, while Rhodes oversaw training. In times of conflict, with the captain, Natasha, and Barton absent, the responsibility fell to Haoyun. After all, he had commanded a ninja army in another realm, hadn't he? Selvig, what is the status of the spatial fluctuations? Haoyun inquired as soon as they landed, addressing Selvig, who was nervously calculating values. The situation is dire. The spatial fluctuations have extended an hour longer than I previously estimated. If we cannot breach London's defense barrier in time, a spatial rift with a diameter of over 1,000 meters will open, potentially causing environmental changes on Earth. Rhodes, contact the authorities immediately and relay our assessment. Haoyun's expression shifted, alarmed by the implications. An hour's extension and a rift of such magnitude could trigger gravitational tides. One must not underestimate the effects of a large spatial rift. The gravitational forces between planets could indeed lead to ecological upheaval. Considering the moon's significance to Earth, such a rift must not persist for over an hour. Understood, I will contact them at once. Although not an academic prodigy, Rhodes had scholarly friends. After a brief description from Tony, he quickly grasped Selvig's meaning and took out his phone to reach S.H.I.L.D. in the U.S. military. However, upon returning from the call, his expression was particularly grim. The London military refuses us entry. S.H.I.E.L.D. claims they can manage. Damn it, Tony fumed. What are these incompetent politicians thinking? Do they need to bring Earth to ruin before admitting their folly? And where is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Where is Steve? How can they allow this chaos to ensue? Haoyun scoffed. They believe they have a trump card. They are oblivious to the impending destruction of Earth. Will Captain Marvel even return in time? What do we do now? Just watch. Banner felt a headache coming on. He was the least eager to enter the fray. After all, he had yet to fully merge into the Hulk. Recklessly entering would unleash an uncontrollable force. Let me think. Hao Yun rubbed his temples, contemplating the unfolding narrative. The cosmic battleship was cutting through the waters, making its way into central London, where Malekith aimed to obliterate the 9 realms with ether particles. The tumultuous clash with Thor and the Dark Elves was also underway. With a sudden realization, Hao Yun patted his chest, conjuring the underground subway tunnels of London in vivid projection. The 81st exit leads directly into the combat zone. Tony, you take your mother and hide there. Should an insurmountable situation arise, you are to protect the civilians while she handles the enemies. What? Hao Yun, speak sensibly. Have you empowered your mother again? Tony suddenly realized, recalling Hao Yun's venture into another realm. What treasures had he not brought back for study? Tony, this time you needn't worry. The cultivation methods within would corrupt our current universe. Next time, I promise to select something technology-oriented or spiritually inclined for you to explore. You better keep your word. Of course. Hao Yun affirmed earnestly. Very well, I shall let you off this time. Tony rolled his eyes at Hao Yun, not genuinely coveting anything else, as there was still room for improvement in his own nanotechnology. He merely sought a playful banter between relatives. Chapter 9. The Battle of London. By the time Hao Yun arrived in London, Thor was already engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Elves in the city center. On the ground, the London authorities were directing their forces in a counterattack. Boom! 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 Countless heavy and light weapons, including cannons, missiles, tank shells, and rocket launchers, were unleashed upon the Dark Elves' warships. Yet Malekith, standing at the helm, remained unfazed. With arms outstretched, ether particles surged from within, forming an overwhelming barrier that effortlessly absorbed the barrage. Pathetic tricks. You feeble Midgardians believe your garbage weapons can harm the great Dark Elves? Without the warriors of Asgard, you are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Malekith waved his hand, transforming the ether particles into several arrows that forced Thor to retreat. Simultaneously, a deluge of massive, rock-like ether particles fell from the sky, resembling a meteor shower. The combined forces of the Western military and SHIELD agents could barely withstand the cataclysmic assault for even a minute. All heavy weaponry was rendered useless, leaving only a few, such as the Captain, Hawkeye, and Natasha, to narrowly evade the devastation through their exceptional abilities. At that moment, high-ranking officials in the White House and Buckingham Palace finally grasped that individual prowess could indeed alter the outcome of a war. Regrettably, the strongest heroes of Earth had been barred from joining the fight. Nick Fury, where's the Illuminati? We need them. The British Prime Minister shouted at Nick. As one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, Britain had the authority to mobilize SHIELD. Nick Fury rolled his eyes at him. The Illuminati does not belong to SHIELD. Have you forgotten? Damn it. I've always said those freaks should be confined to prison. Are we to wait for our destruction while they stand idly by? In response to the military's accusations, Nick retorted with malice, causing the communication to lapse into silence. The utter annihilation of 2 modern infantry divisions, unable to last even a minute, had starkly demonstrated the frailty of Earth's military. Without the Illuminati, other countries, especially the UK, would likely have surrendered by now. What do they need? Fortunately, a wise representative from one of the permanent member states spoke up. A directive. They need a combat request signed by the United Nations. Nick Fury shrugged. Previous events have instilled fear in them. Fear of being subjected to nuclear threats again. Thus, they require all high-ranking officials to sign, and the request must be promptly published online. They are threatening us. The United Nations will accept no threats. The U.S. military retorted, noting that he was a Hydra member and part of the faction that had suggested nuclear strikes back in 2012. The request from the Illuminati felt like a slap to his face. However, no one paid him any mind. After exchanging glances, numerous UN representatives simultaneously pressed the consent button. We will immediately sign the directive and publish it online. Nick Fury, contact the Illuminati and demand their immediate involvement. Earth is in peril, and we will not allow our warriors to bleed and weep. The Eastern representative spoke with utmost seriousness, observing the approving expressions of the other delegates. The Hydra representative from the U.S. military slumped helplessly in his chair, acutely aware that should he dare to launch a nuclear strike once more, he would face investigations from over 100 nations within the United Nations. Hydra was still in its incubation phase and could not afford to be exposed to the public eye. On the battlefield, after decimating the mortal forces, Malekith waved his hands, unleashing ethereal particles that transformed into arrows, relentlessly pushing back the main combatant, Thor. Meanwhile, Captain, Natasha, and Hawkeye exchanged glances. The other soldiers were too weak, and they must provide support. Battling forward, Barton drew his bow and launched explosive arrows. Boom! Malekith, caught off guard, was struck on the side by Barton's silent arrow. Were it not for the ethereal particle's excellent self-defense, the ensuing explosion would have shattered his defenses, leaving him vulnerable to Thor's thunderous strikes. Ants! Malekith scoffed contemptuously. Do you think you can partake in the battle between me and the warriors of the Elven Realm? You are far too weak. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of ethereal particles. Fortunately, the captain sensed the impending danger and quickly raised a shield to block the attack. Natasha and Barton were perilously close to being pierced by the ethereal barrage. Thunder! Thor summoned a storm, shattering the particles directed at the three. Simultaneously, he charged toward Malekith. Where are the knights and Tony? Bring them here. You are no match for the Dark Elves. I wish I could, but we were reassigned. They never arrived. The captain grimaced, shielding Thor from barrage of particle attacks. Meanwhile, Natasha, armed with dual pistols, rolled alongside Barton to restrain Malekith. Reassigned? Is your leader a fool? Why would you pull the strongest team? In Asgard, the mightiest teams were always reinforced, never diminished. How would I know? I am merely a soldier. Perhaps they truly are imbeciles. Thor vented his frustrations about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership to the captain as they fought. Listening to their exchange, the high-ranking officials in the temporary operations room turned pale. Even aliens understood the necessity of maintaining the strongest team's full potential. Yet, they contemplated weakening and reassigning forces, resulting in the current chaotic situation. Indeed, they must be fools. Nick, how long until the Illuminati arrives? The British representative bellowed, aware that the battle raged in London, the capital of England. Malekith, a leader of a faction, was engaged in combat with Thor, while other Dark Elves had already begun slaughtering British civilians, searching for the dimensional barriers to unify the 9 realms. The casualties among mortal police and soldiers were staggering. I just contacted Tony. They are guarding other spatial wormholes and won't arrive for at least 15 minutes. Hill reported coldly to Nick Fury. Fury slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it! He seized the phone and dialed Tony once more. Bring your Illuminati to the scene immediately. We will give you a maximum of 5 minutes. If you don't arrive in under 5 minutes, you can prepare to collect the bodies. With that, Nick Fury grabbed his weapon and charged toward the battlefield. Chapter 10. The Battle of London 2. On the battlefield in London, Thor staggered back, overwhelmed by the ethereal particles emanating from Malekith. Had it not been for the captain and his team restraining him, Thor would have already been defeated. Suddenly, Thor slammed Malekith away, and as they collided into a spatial rift, they vanished. The captain glanced at Natasha and then at Barton, bewildered. At that moment, Jane, accompanied by Selvig, Daisy, and an intern carrying several dimensional barrier rods, rushed over. Jane, what brings you here? Come quickly. The Earth is about to connect with the 9 realms. Help me seal the spatial barrier, or Malekith will use the ethereal particles to obliterate the universe. What do we need to do? Upon hearing such dire stakes, the captain and his team hastily took the rods from Jane and sprinted toward the designated area. Being from the same organization, Steve had faith in the Illuminati's scientific capabilities. If Selvig had the audacity to state such a claim, combined with the previous alarms, they could not gamble on the veracity of their words. Let us be decisive. The researchers should simply follow orders. Natasha urged Daisy, Captain, stick with Selvig. Barton, follow me. Now, immediately, the 6 of them dashed forward with the rods. The intern looked around, deciding to stick with Daisy. In no time, the rods were planted, and Jane produced a device, twisting a dial. Whoosh! A wave of spatial energy surged forth, and the Dark Elf army, engaged in combat with Earth's forces, vanished, transported to an unknown realm. Witnessing this, the captain quickly inquired, Jane, has the London spatial connection been stabilized? Not yet, Jane replied without turning, continuing to calibrate her device. London is the nexus of the 9 realms. With the pull from all 9, How could a few instruments possibly seal it? For now, we are merely limiting the expansion of the spatial rift to prevent gravitational forces from triggering tsunamis and tidal waves. What? Brothers, increase your speed. The captain gasped at the mention of tsunamis and tidal waves. Why hadn't SHIELD warned them of the severity of this incident when they brought them here? Had they known, they would have defied SHIELD and the United Nations to bring the Illuminati regardless. Rods continued to be inserted, and the spatial stability gradually improved. The enormous rift in the sky ceased expanding, maintaining a radius of approximately 100 meters. The captain, his team, and the remaining personnel from SHIELD and the military gazed at the bizarre spectacle above, witnessing strange creatures, such as colossal dragons and titanic beasts, passing through, secretly wiping the sweat from their brows. Had Jane and Selvig not arrived early, who knew what calamity could have unfolded if a giant beast were to stumble upon them? Steve doubted their meager strength and Earth's outdated weaponry would inflict any harm on the colossal beings from the other 8 realms. Something is breaking through the barrier. Suddenly, Jane Foster, in charge of monitoring the instruments, exclaimed as she noticed a disturbance near the subway entrance. Thor burst forth, grappling with Malekith. "Begone! You have provoked my wrath." Realizing the passage between the 9 realms was narrowing while being relentlessly entangled by Thor, Malekith's fury surged. The ethereal particles erupted, enveloping Thor in a swirling mass of red and purple, nearing blackness as they surged into him, seemingly intent on making him explode. Thor cried out in agony, his hammer flickering uncertainly, evidently disrupted by the ethereal particles. Barton hastily raised his bow, launching an explosive arrow that proved ineffective. As the captain's expression shifted to one of alarm, intent on risking himself to assist, a commanding female voice resonated throughout the battlefield. "Would release, the tree realm descends." Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, instantly transforming the steel metropolis into a primordial forest. The speed of their emergence was so swift that even Malekith could not react, as he was forcefully displaced by the rapidly growing trees, relinquishing his hold on Thor. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the subway entrance where Thor stood, solemnly supported by Iron Man, Tony Stark, atop a colossal tree. Not far away, a woman clad in a striking white casual outfit swiftly maneuvered through the towering trees, delivering blows to Malekith. Wait, this woman seemed familiar. Was it Angel? Miss Potts? Captain and Natasha exclaimed in unison, astonished at how the once underestimated heroes of the Illuminati had grown so formidable, capable of overpowering Malekith, who was currently assailing the God of Thunder. Would release, would dragon technique. As the attacks were thwarted by the ether particles, Angel, filled with wrath, kicked Malekith away and swiftly formed hand seals, completing 23 intricate hand signs in a mere 3 seconds. A massive wooden dragon soared from the forest, its gaping maw clamping onto Malekith's body and lifting him high into the air, were it not for the protection of the ether particles. Many would doubt Malekith could withstand such a grip. Black hole grenade. Just as Malekith appeared on the verge of being consumed by the dragon and flung into the portal, he suddenly tossed a grenade, creating a black hole that instantaneously drew in the wooden dragon, leaving Malekith suspended in midair, coldly observing the ants below. His irritation was palpable. Initially, he had merely intended to extinguish the sun of the 9 realms and enslave its inhabitants, but now he demanded their annihilation. Ether particles, full power. Thor, Captain, Tony. Protect me. Would release. 1,000 hands, top transformation. Steve, Thor, and Tony were taken aback and rushed to Angel's side. The captain wielded his shield at the forefront, while Tony transformed his nanobots into 2 tower shields to protect their immediate vicinity. The God of Thunder swung his hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning to disperse the incoming ether particle assault, fully assisting Angel in unleashing her ultimate move. However, the lightning was absorbed, the tower shields became battered, and Steve found himself being pushed back. The trio was unable to withstand the onslaught of the ether particles for more than 5 seconds before Thor was hurled away. Steve stumbled back, and Tony fell to one knee, having lost all semblance of defense in mere moments. At that moment, Angel's hand seals were only halfway completed, rendering her incapable of executing her powerful wood release technique. In the sky, the ether particles coalesced into 4 long spears, aimed directly at the quartet's vital points. Chapter 11. The Battle of London 3. Lightning Barrier. Just as the 4 spear-like ether particles were about to strike, Hao Yun suddenly leaped from the subway exit, positioning himself in front of the group and unleashing the full might of his lightning powers. A brilliant blue lightning barrier flickered into existence, forming a towering wall that shattered the incoming spears. Malekith looked down in mild astonishment. Could someone truly withstand an attack from the Reality Stone? Coupled with the performances of Captain America and Angel, how had this once weak realm of the 9 realms become so powerful? Who are you? Hao Yun, the Thunder Knight. Hao Yun commanded the power of the lightning user to manipulate the nanobots beneath him, creating a thin film that allowed him to hover in mid-air, confronting Malekith directly. He was determined to demonstrate that he was not inferior. Do you wish to obstruct me? A flicker of disdain crossed Malekith's eyes. In Midgard, had even the lowest of the low dared to confront him? Indeed, the people of Midgard were nothing more than foolish, meaty swine, unworthy of being enslaved. Huh? You think wielding a reality stone grants you the power to eradicate worlds? Hao Yun retorted without hesitation. You truly believe your appearance grants you such delusions of grandeur? Then you may try. Malekith, incensed, waved his hand, transforming countless particles into an array of weapons aimed directly at Hao Yun. Falling lightning. Hao Yun raised both hands and brought them down with force. The full might of his lightning powers erupted, manipulating the positive and negative ions in the air to create a colossal bolt of thunder. Millions of volts of high-voltage electricity surged forth, rendering the weapons formed from ether particles powerless under the electrified web. On the ground, Tony poked at Thor with a mischievous grin. Thor, can you handle this? Thor shot Tony a glare, exasperated. Given the apocalyptic scene before them, how could he, the god of Asgard, possibly contend with such chaos? If he could, Malekith would have already been dealt with. Perhaps his father could manage, but Thor himself was beginning to doubt whether he was the true god of thunder, or if Hao Yun had taken that title. Of course, if Hao Yun overheard such thoughts, he would surely assert, "No, you are the god of the hammer. You cannot impede me. This universe shall inevitably plunge into darkness." Malekith lifted his gaze toward the portal, now nearly aligned, and decided it was time to cease his entanglement with Hao Yun, perhaps out of frustration at his inability to deliver a swift blow. He diverted a fraction of his focus to continuously generate weapons to hurl at Hao Yun, preventing any disruption to his plans, while simultaneously raising his hands to the heavens, channeling all his energy into the ether particles aimed at the void connecting the 9 realms. The ether particles, one of the 6 supreme treasures of the universe, held the greatest power to alter the fabric of reality. Under the influence of the ether particles, the 9 realms began to corrode, their vibrant landscapes gradually succumbing to an overwhelming darkness. Even the sunlight of the 9 realms began to wane. Hao Yun furrowed his brow. This was troublesome. Escaping the entanglement was simple. However, the full force of the ether particles was not something he could shatter. Reflecting on the events of the first Avengers film, the current Malekith possessing the Reality Stone was akin to that machine shielded by the stone's power. Without a corresponding force, penetrating the stone's defense was impossible. Super electromagnetic cannon. Falling lightning. Lightning piercing. Frustrated, Hao Yun unleashed his ultimate techniques, but alas, they were ineffectual against the protective barrier, unable even to disperse the encroaching dark mist of the ether particles. Kid, how about I give it a try? Angel stepped forward, her hand signs complete, ready to unleash her would-release ultimate move. Together, Hao Yun's expression shifted as he turned to the arriving heroes. Wood release, true 1,000 hands, top transformation. 2 colossal wooden Buddhas, each towering over 1,000 meters, erupted from the ground, 1,000 arms behind them wildly striking at the protective barrier created by the ether particles. Boom, boom, boom. After a round of explosions, the barrier remained unscathed, showing no signs of fluctuation. Thunderous strikes. Then, 2 gods of thunder, wielding Mjolnirs, joined forces. But even the combined might of the lightning user fell short against the barrier, let alone the god of thunder's hammer. Pepper, let's combine our energy cannons. Tony and Pepper ascended in their suits, a pentagram-shaped disc emerging behind them, unleashing laser beams from each point simultaneously. Zing! This time, the assault was more effective. Under the impact of 10 energy cannons, the elemental force tied to the reality stone finally managed to disrupt the barrier, creating a ripple on its surface. Yet, this ripple was fleeting, lasting less than a second before the barrier reverted to its unyielding state, maintaining its aloof and impenetrable defense. As for War Machine and other physical combatants like the Hulk, they were unable to even approach. Any luck finding a weakness? Tony descended alongside Pepper, as Captain America and the others hurried to meet them. No. Tony shook his head. The energy flow of the shield has no gaps. It is impossible to find a flaw. Then we must launch a full-scale assault. Captain America glared at Malekith, enveloped by particles, gritting his teeth. Assault? How do we assault? If you hit one, I'll hit 10. Is that how it works? Tony retorted sharply. Enough arguing. The priority now is to breach the shield. Angel shouted at the two. Captain America and Tony exchanged awkward smiles. One was focused on defense, while the other was intent on close combat. Neither strategy seemed effective against the shield formed by the ether particles. At least, until Tony's armor achieved a functional breakthrough. Malekith remained untouchable. I have a solution. Suddenly, Jane, with the assistance of Selvig and Daisy, rushed to the front of the group. What are you doing here? This is a battlefield. Thor protectively shielded his girlfriend, anxiously eyeing the distant Malekith, who was eroding the world. A warm wave surged in Jane's heart as she leaned in and kissed Thor, then continued explaining to the others. This device, with some modifications, can transport objects away. Are you implying? Tony's eyes lit up. This device was indeed a creation of his and Selvig's. He grasped Jane's point immediately. The reverse operation of the program. Jane confirmed Tony's hypothesis. Space is the second law of the universe. No matter how strong Malekith's power or how formidable the ether particles, they cannot withstand spatial division. At that moment, Hawkeye recalled how Malekith had been defeated in the original story of Thor, the Dark World. Yes, let's prepare. This time, we will decisively eliminate the Dark Elves. Chapter 12. The Battle of London concludes. Cleaning up is Ashildi. No, that is not safe. Hawkeye shook his head. The corrosive power of the ether particles is too strong. Your shield device is made of ordinary materials. It can't penetrate Malekith's body. What do we do then? Jane Foster anxiously stared in Malekith's direction, where countless worlds were being devoured through the spatial rift. The Asgardian barrier had been breached. The palace rooftop had turned dark. They had little time left. My nanobots can pierce Malekith's skin. Yet, as Hawkeye coldly stated this method, Tony hesitated. Those were Hawkeye's nanobots, enhanced and carrying astonishing intelligent weaponry. The material alone was far superior to what Tony could produce himself. But the nanobots have become less effective for me. Lives are at stake. Let us move. Exchanging glances, the group looked at Malekith, who was arrogantly controlling the ether particles, ignoring them entirely. Each grabbed a device set with Jane's counterprogramming and charged toward Malekith. I'll go first. Hawkeye knocked an arrow, aimed, and released. While it wasn't an arrow, he still managed to control its trajectory, sending it directly toward the ether particle barrier. The shield device penetrated and managed to shift nearly 100 meters before being completely corroded by the ether particles. Next is me. Natasha swung her hands, clearing a path and creating a 10-meter breach. The closer they got to Malekith, the thicker the concentration of ether particles became, and the corrosion of the shield device accelerated exponentially. You go back. It's my turn now. Captain America charged forward with the shield in one hand and the shield device in the other, using his impervious shield to advance 10 meters closer. Then came Angel on her wooden dragon, wielding dual hammers, and Thor, the god of thunder, working in tandem with Tony. Together, they forged a path toward Malekith's body using their physical strength and shield devices. Finally, as Hulk launched dozens of shield devices forward, clearing the ether particles before Malekith, Hawkeye finally made his move. Malekith, leave our world. A cubic mass of nanobots transformed into palm-sized shield devices, scattering and penetrating the vital points of Malekith's limbs and body under Hawkeye's electric control. Then, the nanobots activated their automatic program, and Malekith vanished from their sight. The sky, once tainted by ether particles, returned to normal. Malekith was torn asunder, his body parts transmitted to various realms. Now, all they needed to do was secure the void over London, preventing any monsters from entering, thus resolving the crisis. Hawkeye gazed at the overlapping portals in the sky, remaining silent. The nanobots that had accompanied him for over a decade had vanished in that moment. Don't be sad. When we return, I'll give you an even better one. Tony approached, patting Hawkeye's shoulder in comfort. Hawkeye shook his head. No need. It added little to my combat strength. Perhaps dying on the battlefield is my best fate. I'm glad you can think that way. Tony ceased his persuasion, standing quietly beside Hawkeye, guarding and awaiting the passing of the 9 realms. At that moment, aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury once again faced the Council's inquiries. Nick Fury, we need an explanation. Why not disband the Illuminati? And why not launch a nuclear strike? You must realize it is simply an anarchic reactionary organization. The speaker, a member of Hydra embedded within the Council, was rather audacious. Nick Fury cast a dismissive glance at the screen before the speaker, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh, disband? So you can deal with an alien invasion? Sir, you seem to have forgotten just how devastatingly your military lost recently. Besides, they just saved the world. The speaker's face turned pale with rage, yet he could muster no retort. Their military and agents, dispatched to seize power, were all aligned with Hydra, and a recent battle had cost them dearly. His desperate words had been spoken in a fit of anger, and now, faced with undeniable proof of his folly, he found himself silenced. But if they align with S-H-I-E-L-D, they would save the world more swiftly. Huh, then you should speak to Tony. Also, who gave you the delusion that the members of the Illuminati would join the government? Fury's smile grew broader. The Illuminati held exceedingly stringent conditions for engagement, remaining dormant at home to research technology and enhance their abilities, rendering governmental public relations efforts utterly ineffective. Consequently, they continually pressured Fury to reinstate them for their own gain. However, they had underestimated how much Fury had suffered at Tony's hands, compounded by the information about Hydra hidden within S-H-L, making Fury even less inclined to heed their demands. Oof. A bunch of disorganized members flailing for orders. Nick, you will regret this. Left with no further arguments, the Hydra representative could only hurl threats before hastily departing. Fury shook his head, recognizing the unmistakable signs of Hydra. It seemed that once S-H-I-E-L-D was cleared, a thorough vetting of the high-ranking officials across the nations would be necessary. Representatives, do you have any further comments? Fury inquired, glancing at the other silent United Nations representatives. The representatives exchanged glances, shook their heads, and voluntarily closed the communication. Fury exited the conference room and approached Hill. Director, should we return now? Yes, you and the others should head back to base. Additionally, please reserve an aircraft for me. I have matters to discuss with the members of the Illuminati. Hill nodded, showing no sign of dissatisfaction towards her superior. Nick stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at the impending calm of the spatial rift. Perhaps Earth truly required the protection of the Justice League. The disparity in technological prowess was too vast, leaving only the heroes to rise to the occasion. Below, Captain Steve Rogers, who was eagerly anticipating the celebration following the conclusion of the rift, suddenly received a text message. Whose call is this? Captain, it seems you've been doing quite well over the past 70 years, Tony teased, his spirits lifted by the victory of war. Normally one to spar with Steve, he was now joking with him. It was Nick Fury. The captain raised his head, glancing towards Hill and others. His expression grave. He has reached out to us for assistance against Hydra. Chapter 13. The Misled Captain. Against Hydra? Tony. Hill turned to Tony, realizing that not only the 5 initial members of the Illuminati, including the Potts family, Tony, and Rhodes, were aware of the future. How was it that the captain seemed to know as well? Tony scratched his head sheepishly. I selectively informed them of certain matters. But rest assured, I only mentioned Hydra. I revealed nothing else. Even Banner is unaware. What are you talking about? The captain frowned at Tony, while Hill interjected with curiosity. Nothing. Just discussing Hydra. Tony quickly redirected the conversation, aware that knowledge of the future should not be widely shared. Anything involving the official matters, even for those who had joined the Illuminati, must remain confidential. Thus, the trio of Captain, Natasha, and Barton were effectively kept at arm's length from the core information. Banner, too, knew marginally more than they did. Tony had not divulged the existence of Thanos or the Guardians of the Galaxy to him either. Oh, right, Hydra. The captain nodded, his gaze towards Tony filled with remorse. Tony, I know this puts you in a difficult position. But Bucky is a hero, he should not. So my father is not a hero? Tony interjected sharply. Let us not forget, Captain, Howard was your comrade. He personally developed your shield. Furthermore, I am also your teammate. Tony seized the captain's collar, shouting in indignation. Steve could no longer meet Tony's eyes, consumed by guilt. Why had he not saved Bucky back then, allowing him to be brainwashed and commit so many wrongdoings? Tony, Hill raised her voice, cautioning him not to go too far. In truth, long before he ventured into the realm of ninjas, Tony had already chosen to forgive Bucky upon learning of the future. It was not solely for the captain's sake. He merely sought to hold the true culprit accountable. As for Bucky, a mere beating would suffice. Of course, the condition for sparing him was that the captain must acknowledge his wrongdoing. Now, Tony employed his words to instill guilt in the captain. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Tony turned his head, and Hill noticed his eyes were reddening. Perhaps it was not merely an act. It was also a release of the guilt he had borne for years regarding his parents. I'm sorry, Steve's voice was barely a whisper, unable to meet Tony's gaze. Tony released him. I can spare Bucky, but there are 3 conditions. Speak. Steve readily agreed, as long as it did not contradict justice. Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation. Contradict justice? I am an elder of the Illuminati. Rest assured, these 3 conditions are easily fulfilled. First, Bucky must allow me to give him a thorough beating. Yes, without armor, and with every punch landing. No problem. The captain readily accepted. Despite Tony being a superhero who trained daily, the captain was confident he could take on 100 in hand-to-hand combat. No matter how weak Bucky was, he should at least be equal to a tenth of himself, right? Secondly, the leader of Hydra hidden within S-H-I-E-L-D, the true culprit behind my parents' murder, must be slain by me. Thirdly, once Bucky is rescued, you must withdraw from S-H-I-E-L-D and formally join the Illuminati with Bucky, Natasha, and Barton. About that, the captain hesitated. I have no issue, but Natasha and Barton are S-H-I-E-L-D operatives. I have no justification. No problem. We can resign right now. On the other side, Natasha and Barton could hardly contain their eagerness, readily agreeing to Tony's proposal. Compared to their daily grind of toil and hardship, wouldn't it be better to enjoy the lavish lifestyle within the Illuminati? Their earlier retirement had merely been a fade orchestrated by Nick Fury, but this time, they genuinely wished to leave the espionage life behind. Natasha, Barton, you both. The captain felt somewhat embarrassed looking at them, realizing the magnitude of their sacrifice for his sake. Captain, this has nothing to do with you. We are simply tired. We've longed to retire. Barton patted the captain on the shoulder. His eldest child was nearing middle school, and he did not want to worry his family daily. Staying with the Illuminati was splendid, still heroes with excellent benefits. The most crucial part was that Tony was generous. Natasha smiled, her expression mirroring a desire for retirement and a peaceful life. Very well, I agree. After rescuing Bucky, I will no longer concern myself with S-H-E-L-D. We shall sever all ties. The captain declared resolutely, and Tony nodded in satisfaction, knowing the Illuminati had grown stronger. In the future, he would need to assist them in upgrading their equipment. By the way, they must quickly bring the Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Wakanda into the fold of the Illuminati as well. After the last battle against the Black Order, Thanos would surely accelerate his plans. They must gather the heroes as soon as possible. Hill found little interest in the matters of the Illuminati. Her task was to enhance the fighting capacity of the League and elevate the power of Earth and humanity. With Tony and Pepper around, there was no need to worry. After all, if a billionaire's conglomerate could be managed, a mere superhero organization would be a breeze. All right, Tony, Annie, you may continue your conversation. I must pay a visit to Kamar Taj. Is something wrong? Tony quickly turned to Hill, fearful he might mention something dreadful. The last appearance of the Ancient One had been so surreal. Dealing with dimensional deities was far too advanced, and caution was necessary. It's nothing. The Ancient One merely asked me to come by. Oh, by the way, I won't be involved much with Illuminati matters from now on. If anything arises, just call me. Huh? What are you planning to do? Angel looked at Hill in confusion. What did this mean? Was her son going to join Kamar Taj to maintain dimensional peace? It's nothing. The Illuminati will be sufficient to handle any dangers on Earth. I will be more focused on the security of the universe and other dimensions in the future, crafting a lofty rationale for himself. Hill nodded at the others and drove Tony's vehicle towards the London Sanctum. This recent inability to deal with the Dark Elves had revealed to him the formidable prowess of Marvel's top-tier experts. Malekith was merely a minor player. The true powerhouses, Dormammu, Hela, Thanos, and others, had yet to reveal themselves. He needed to set aside trivial concerns and expedite the enhancement of his own strength. This battle had taught him a crucial lesson. In the Marvel Universe, top-tier combat strength far outweighs average individual capabilities. The impending journey to Kunlun may very well serve as an opportunity for significant personal growth. Upon entering the vicinity of the London Sanctum, the grand doors opened automatically. The librarian of Kamar-Taj, Wong, stood at the entrance, smiling as he awaited him. Hill, welcome to the London Sanctum. Chapter 14, Kunlun. Wong, my apologies for the intrusion. Hill performed a gesture of respect customary among sorcerers, and Wong reciprocated, guiding Hill towards the Sanctum's fixed teleportation portal. Mr. Potts, are you intending to travel to Kunlun this time? Indeed, I initially intended to fly directly there. But the thought of inciting public panic and the need to check my passport dissuaded me, so I opted to borrow a path instead. Haoyun chuckled. With his current ability to harness electroshocks, he could effortlessly circle the Earth at speeds reaching 10 Mach without pause. Borrowing a path was merely a pretext. More so, he yearned to see if he might encounter the Supreme Sorcerer. Where was Master Gui? Off safeguarding cosmic peace, perhaps? Mr. Potts jested, and Wong smiled, casually explaining. The Master recently took on a pupil who is somewhat dull-witted and is currently preoccupied with their training. Just recently took on a pupil? Haoyun's ears perked up. He had not encountered Mordo or Kaisalius during his recent visit to Kamar-Taj, yet their names had surfaced in conversation, and a reminder had been given about Gui's new disciple. Could this be a new Supreme Sorcerer? Indeed, he was quite renowned in the mortal realm. It was said he was an exceptionally skilled foreign surgeon. Wong, you wouldn't be referring to Stephen Strange, would you? You know of him? Wong halted in his tracks. He has always boasted of his fame in the mortal realm, claiming he would never have come to Kamar-Taj had it not been for a car accident. He's exceedingly proud, much like a spoiled young lady. Your description isn't entirely inaccurate. Haoyun wiped the sweat from his brow. Ah, Wong, your path seems to be narrowing. Never mind. We can discuss his matters later. First, take me to Kunlun. I will speak with the Venerable One about the new disciple upon my return. Very well. Our various sanctuaries provide direct access to Kunlun Mountain. This way, please. Wong gestured invitingly, revealing a shimmering blue portal connecting to the numerous sanctuaries. Haoyun nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the designated teleportation gate, arriving in a realm of celestial beings. Indeed, the scenery before him bore no distinction from the mythical paradise of legends. The ground was adorned with ethereal flowers and verdant grass, exuding boundless spiritual energy. Though invisible, each breath invigorated Haoyun's body. Above, countless celestial cranes and magpies sang melodiously. In the distance, magnificent celestial palaces loomed faintly. Forgive my inadequate words. Mortal phrases utterly fail to encapsulate the beauty before me. If one were to express it poetically, it would be, in the jade capital of the heavens, 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortals caress my crown, imparting the secrets of longevity. As Haoyun traversed this celestial realm, lost in contemplation of his whereabouts and direction, a snow-white crane descended from the heights of the sky. Alighting upon its back was a gentleman clad in traditional Han attire. Greetings, my friend. Haoyun hastily performed an ancient salute, intending to offer his regards when he was taken aback by the modernity of the gentleman's speech. You must be the so-called superhero from the mortal realm, the Thunder Knight, right? TSK, such a dignified Huaxia man. Why stoop to serve foreign lands? It truly tarnishes the reputation of our people. Haoyun's lips twitched slightly. Well, my friend, given your appearance, do you not find it odd to refer to someone as a superhero? Ah, it was a matter of circumstance. Forgive me. All right, come with me. The master awaits you in the grand hall. With a wave of his hand, a cloud materialized beneath Haoyun's feet, lifting him and his companion toward the distant hall. Seizing the opportunity during their flight, Haoyun hurriedly inquired about any taboos. By the way, what should I call you? Oh, you can call me by M.O. Brotherby. This is my first visit to Kunlun. Are there any taboos I should be aware of? None at all. We lack for nothing here. We even have internet and food delivery. Essentially, what you have in the mortal realm, we also possess. By M.O. provided an unexpectedly candid answer. Then added with a hint of disdain, "Don't assume that Kunlun is devoid of earthly matters. Even immortals enjoy novels and games. Ah, I must have misunderstood, thinking you were akin to the celestial beings of the heavenly court." Haoyun scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Well, make sure you do not confuse us again. The heavenly court houses demon immortals, and we are quite different. Now, we have arrived at the Grand Hall. You may enter." After explaining, Imo descended on the cloud, retrieving a phone from his sleeve, perusing it as he walked inside. His demeanor bore no distinction from the modern-day youth absorbed in their devices. Were it not for his ancient attire and the resplendent hall before them, one might easily mistake him for a contemporary urbanite, or perhaps a modern-day romantic, the kind that would elicit applause in a crowd. "Haoyun, as a fellow Huaxia man, you may enter directly." Before Haoyun could dismiss his peculiar thoughts, a grand voice resonated from within the hall. "Yes, I shall heed the immortal's command." Haoyun slightly bowed and then entered the hall with his chest held high. The interior of the hall did not disappoint his expectations of a celestial realm, though it appeared merely as a palace from the outside. Stepping inside revealed an expansive space, employing spatial folding techniques, no doubt. His peripheral vision swept over the decor. Ancient wooden furniture, crystalline jade, and paintings rich in the essence of Taoism were in abundance. Not to mention the three elderly men with white beards seated in a triangular formation above the hall. Wait a moment, 3 elders? Could they be the revered ancestors of the Huaxia people? The heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earthly sovereign Shinnong, and the human sovereign Xinyuan? A look of astonishment flashed in Haoyun's eyes as he speculated their identities. The elders seated in the center chuckled. "It seems you have deduced our identities?" At this moment, a system notification echoed chaotically within Haoyun's mind. "Congratulations, host, for arriving at the most mysterious location in the universe, Kunlun Immortal Realm. Would you like to check in?" The persistent voice urging him to check in became overwhelming, and Haoyun, distracted by the commotion, hastily responded to the system in his mind. "Check in. Hurry. Congratulations, host, for checking in at Kunlun. You have unlocked a branch of the marketplace, the cultivation marketplace. Congratulations, host, for encountering the 3 sovereigns of humanity. Automatic check-in successful, granting you the supreme heritage of the human race, martial arts. Congratulations, host, for meeting the human sovereign Xinyuan. You have acquired the incantation for the soul-cutting blade, Xinyuan Sword. Congratulations, host, for learning one of Marvel's most mysterious secrets, Huaxia Immortals. System upgrade." A barrage of rewards nearly left Haoyun in a daze. Particularly the unlocking of the cultivation marketplace, the incantation for the Xinyuan Sword, and the system upgrade, each one sufficient to elevate his strength significantly. However, he remained blissfully unaware that, while engrossed in the system notifications, he had stood there in a daze for nearly 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the 3 sovereigns displayed not a hint of surprise. Chapter 15, System Changes. When Haoyun finally emerged from the whirlwind of rewards, he recalled where he stood. Presently, he was in Kunlun Mountain, face to face with the legendary 3 sovereigns of humanity. "I apologize." Without hesitation, Haoyun chose to express his contrition. As for the system, he genuinely had no idea whether he could conceal it or if it would be exposed. After all, he had already revealed his future once before, so he was indifferent to disclosing the system again. How could he, a true-blooded Huaxia man, betray his own kind? "No worries, young friend. You merely experienced a moment of astonishment." To Haoyun's surprise, Fuxi smiled kindly, not even probing further. "May I ask what the 3 sovereigns summoned me to Kunlun for?" Not wanting to act frivolously before the 3 sovereigns, Haoyun directly inquired. "There is no need for tension. Please take a seat first." Fuxi waved his sleeve, and a cushion appeared at Haoyun's feet. As Haoyun settled cross-legged, he conjured a small tea table upon which rested a steaming cup of tea. Lifting the cup, he took a gentle sip, and an invigorating coolness cascaded from his mind throughout his entire being, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. The sensation was akin to having his soul cleansed. He felt utterly transparent. "The purpose of summoning you here is simply due to the rumors surrounding the Ancient One, suggesting that a hero has emerged among the Huaxia people. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to invite you for an audience." After the 3rd round of tea, Fuxi finally disclosed the reason for calling Haoyun to Kunlun. "Your Excellency, the Emperor is overly generous with your praise. I cannot claim the title of hero. I merely engage in the duties expected of me." Gao Yun humbly dismissed the notion of heroism, recognizing that his contributions paled in comparison to those of the three sovereigns. Possessing righteousness in heart begets righteous actions. There is no need for modesty, young friend. The Emperor Xianyuan stroked his long beard, evidently impressed by Gao Yun. As an individual from another realm, he retains a heart of innocence, choosing protection over destruction, a rarity indeed. Gao Yun bashfully scratched his head, realizing that his origins as an outsider were evidently known among these formidable beings. Ancient One, your tongue is quite loose. There is no need to reproach the Supreme Elder. At our level, we can traverse the river of time at will. It is evident that you lack a timeline from this world. Fushi smiled, seemingly understanding Gao Yun's inner thoughts, casually offering this explanation on behalf of the Ancient One. Nonetheless, despite being from a different realm, you are still one of us. A member of Huaxia, we shall ensure your safety. Suddenly, Shinong, who had remained silent, spoke, and simultaneously, the three sovereigns unleashed a golden light that enveloped Gao Yun. Before he could comprehend, a prompt resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for gaining the acknowledgement of the three sovereigns of the cosmic human race, securing recognition from the cosmic will. Thus, it seems I have become a cosmic immigrant. The recognition from the cosmic will must be akin to possessing a green card, albeit on a grander scale. Very well, young friend, from this day forth, no one shall uncover your identity as an outsider. You are now a citizen of this universe, both in body and soul. Indeed, Fushi's words substantiated this notion. However, the language employed here is rather casual and overly colloquial, which detract from the overall impression. After clarifying, Fushi lifted his teacup, revealing the customary Huaxia gesture of offering tea to a departing guest. Esteemed sovereigns, may I take my leave? He inquired tentatively. Fushi nodded in affirmation, allowing him the freedom to depart. Gao Yun promptly stood and exited the grand hall without a backward glance. Indeed, the pressure from the three sovereigns was daunting, rendering him unable to bear it any longer. Moreover, the benefits he had gained were already substantial, and he was uncertain how long it would take to fully assimilate them. Once Gao Yun had left, the three sovereigns simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and smiled. The pieces had been set. Whether he would rise to become the player or be crushed underfoot remained a matter of his own destiny. Upon stepping outside the grand hall, Gao Yun wasted no time in locating Bai Mo. He once again boarded his cloud-like steed and returned to the portal, finding himself back in New York. Eager to examine the advantages gleaned from his journey to Kunlun, he had no desire to linger in the mountains any longer. This was certainly not due to any fear of the sovereign's might or the risk of exposing his system. Absolutely not. Upon returning to the outskirts of New York, to the home he shared with Angela, Gao Yun reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to access the system. System, did you not modify the sign-in mechanism? Why did I receive a sign-in prompt when meeting the three sovereigns of the human race? Host, please note that while the sign-in mechanism has indeed changed, it remains applicable in the universe's most hidden realms, even before the most powerful entities. In simpler terms, it seems the upgraded system does not regard the minor figures as significant. Does it? Does this imply that if I were to visit Asgard or encounter members of the Celestial Group, I could sign in as well? Forget it. You are the system, and you possess the logic. Open a marketplace. Upon accessing the marketplace, aside from the usual three realms, a new branch labeled Cultivation Marketplace appeared at the top of the page. Curious, he clicked to explore. Tribulation Pill. Increases the likelihood of successfully overcoming tribulations. Priced at 1 million points each, stackable. Restoration Pill. Can mend any bodily injuries, priced at 20,000 points each. Celestial Technique. 9 turns primordial skill. Capable of cultivation up to the Saint level, costing 1 billion points. Celestial Technique. Grand Golden Immortal Technique. Capable of cultivation up to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Priced at 100 million points. Innate Treasure. Taiji Diagram. Priced at 1 billion points. Gao Yun decisively closed the marketplace. It was far too alluring, and he simply could not afford it. Furthermore, he had already established his own cultivation system. Adding another would only overwhelm him. In the path of cultivation, one must avoid being overly diverse yet lacking depth. He opened his personal panel. Host, Gao Yun Physique. Celestial Body. Energy is tenfold that of a peer. Observation Hockey Advanced. Complete mastery of Wood Release Ninjutsu. Abilities: 7 Thunderbolt Techniques, Supreme Martial Arts Heritage of the Human Race. Items: 1 weakened version of the Super God Gene, 1 Xianyuan Sword. Items given away are no longer listed. Sign-in points: 25,007. The points had not fluctuated much. He had spent over 10,000 on his mother, Angela, and later replenished some through sign-ins. The remaining points were sufficient for now. He opened the Human Race Martial Arts section. Upon accessing the martial arts heritage, his mind was flooded with countless martial arts experiences, including Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Bajikwan, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which coalesced into instinctive understanding. Then, at the moment the light reached its zenith, a brand new cultivation method manifested in his mind. Cultivation method: Martial Path. The so-called Supreme Martial Cultivation involves assimilating strengths from various disciplines, blending all powers, be they supernatural abilities, magic, or a cultivation, into oneself, enhancing the human body's potential, ultimately reaching the realm of shattering the void and traversing the cosmos. Detecting the Supreme Cultivation Method, Martial Path. Does the host wish to integrate Haki, Ninjutsu, Celestial Body, and Thunderbolt techniques into this merge? Gao Yun had refrained from enhancing his strength, perceiving it as overly complex. Although the system facilitated the use of a unified energy system for all abilities, the emphasis varied. For instance, Thunderbolt techniques honed the mind, while Haki focused on physical prowess, and Ninjutsu refined the body's meridians. If he were to pursue too many paths, potential conflicts could arise. For example, the energy operation systems of Haki and Ninjutsu differ, with many pathways requiring the same meridian, which is why Gao Yun had never utilized Ninjutsu and Haki simultaneously. This opportunity for fusion might allow for the inclusion of additional systems in the future. He had long coveted the teleportation portals of Kamartaj. Fusion successful. Martial Path Cultivation reaches the 7-star realm. The host's Martial Path Cultivation engenders the following traits: 1. Lightning Power. 2. Predictive Ability. 3. Recovery Ability. Gao Yun closed his eyes, reveling in the harmonious power now integrated within him, unable to suppress his joy. The traits from the martial path were akin to passive skills, and his original ninjutsu remained usable. This meant that Gao Yun not only significantly enhanced his physical strength, but also retained his original capabilities, adding several passive effects. Compared to the abilities he previously acquired through luck, which were merely imitative and lacked mastery, he had now genuinely forged his own path. Even his command over lightning surpassed that of his former Thunderbolt techniques by more than double, and he wielded it with far greater ease. Upon revisiting the realms of martial arts, one contemplates the stages. 1 Origin, dual poles, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, and 7 stars. Remarkably, the amalgamation of advanced observation Haki and the 7th level electric shock ability barely achieves the foundational strength of 7 stars. Does this imply that ascending to 6 harmonies would enable a breakthrough to the level of the Celestial Father? Truly, the pinnacle of human martial arts boasts an impressive starting point. Turning to the personal interface, we find Host, Hao Yun, Constitution, Human, Capability, Inherited Supreme Martial Arts of Humanity, 7 stars realm. Having integrated electric shock abilities, would release ninjutsu, sage body, and advanced observation Haki. Items: 1 weakened version of the Super God Gene, and 1 Xianyuan Sword. Previously gifted items are not listed. Sign-in points: 25,007. It appears I have reached the planetary level of 9. With a few more integrations of inheritance, I should be able to reach the Celestial Father level. However, I remain uncertain about the state of Ancient One. It is likely several tiers above the Celestial Father level, for indeed, achieving the Celestial Father level, Odin pales in comparison to the Ancient One. Perusing the system notifications reveals rewards. The initial release of the soul-cutting sword, Xianyuan Sword, which possesses considerable might, being the sword of the human emperor Xianyuan in mythology and a tool of virtue. I should avoid destroying my humble abode. System upgrade initiated. Opening system logs. Upgrade successful. In addition to daily sign-ins, new monthly and holiday sign-in rewards have been added. Monthly sign-in reward. Complete a month of continuous sign-ins to gain a lottery draw within planetary levels. Reward range: all realms. Holiday sign-in reward. Corresponding lottery draws based on specific holidays, with rewards up to the Celestial Father level. Range: all realms. Quite satisfactory, as 2 additional rewards for continuous sign-ins have been introduced, particularly the holiday rewards, which will significantly enhance my strength. Having reviewed all rewards, Hao Yun contentedly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the Illuminati found itself in dire straits. In the Illuminati Hall, chaos reigned. The captain, Natasha, Barton, Tony, and others lay scattered, their bodies marred with wounds. The only unscathed were the Potts sisters, who had just returned from an outing with Thor. Banner appeared unharmed, albeit disheveled. "Tony, what has happened?" Pepper exclaimed upon seeing the injured, discarding her newly purchased attire and rushing to Tony's side. She cradled his head, relieved to find a pulse, though he was merely unconscious. Her gaze shifted downward. The new elemental reactor seems to be out of power? Jarvis, what transpired? Angel assessed the group, confirming no fatalities before coldly querying Tony's former steward, now the collective steward of the Illuminati. "Ms. Potts, there has been an incident with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has perished." The captain, along with Mr. Stark and other Illuminati members, attempted to reach S.H.I.E.L.D., but were intercepted and severely injured by a group of peculiar individuals. Peculiar individuals? Who? Jarvis, I demand to view the battlefield records. The projector illuminated, revealing the captain and his team's assault on S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be confronted by Alexander and his forces. It must be noted that following 2 world-saving conflicts, the Illuminati members had developed a somewhat inflated sense of confidence, directly exposing Alexander's affiliation with Hydra. Thus, a skirmish ensued. Initially, it was assumed that the Illuminati's capabilities would swiftly subdue the adversaries. However, the outcome was unexpectedly devastating. Tony and War Machine, without time to equip their nanobots, were swiftly incapacitated by a remarkably well-endowed 15 or 16-year-old female opponent. The captain and his allies faced an unforeseen assault, their weapons stripped away, and consciousness lost without a chance to retaliate. As for Dr. Banner, he barely attempted to transform before being subdued by the woman who had incapacitated Tony, unleashing a bizarre red energy that thwarted his transformation. Had it not been for Jarvis's timely intervention, enveloping the members in nanotech armor for a hasty retreat, the Illuminati would have likely met their demise at the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, what should now be termed Hydra S.H.A.L.D., the red energy, controlling and pacifying Hulk's psyche. Scarlet Witch Wanda? The unseen assailant must be Quicksilver? Angel, with a moment's reflection, quickly deduced the identities of the foes that had vanquished Tony and the others. Cursed be it. I warned that we should have secured the Witch and Quicksilver sooner. But Tony refused to heed my counsel. He spoke of having sufficient personnel, of allowing the children a semblance of a normal childhood. And now, look where we are, captured by Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D., brainwashed and comforted. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Wait, something seems amiss. Angel's gaze shifted to the Illuminati's collection room. The Witch and Quicksilver's abilities, are they not reliant on the Mind Stone? The Mind Stone should be stored in the Illuminati's vault. Could it have been stolen by Hydra? That's it. I need to take a day off. Indeed, just a day off to rest. Chapter 17, The Insight Plan. With the assistance of Angela and Pepper Potts, the members were painstakingly placed in their respective beds for recovery, gradually awakening by dinner time. The good news was that the witch had not evolved into her future form. Although the heroes had been unconscious for hours, none bore significant injuries. Tony, feeling any better? Hao Yun offered him a glass of his cherished red wine, beckoning the awakened heroes to sit. At least, I'm still alive, Tony replied, his expression grim. Being aware of the future, he deduced the identities of the 2 who had bested him. He had not wished for the children to be embroiled in warfare, yet Hydra had ultimately manipulated them. Never mind, it was merely a setback. The best outcome is that no one perished, the captain consoled Tony, emphasizing the importance of their survival against Hydra, the organization that orchestrated World War II and had lurked in the shadows for decades. Yet, Tony's lips moved, ultimately relinquishing any further explanation. He could not admit he had known of the siblings' existence all along. Enough, a loss is a loss. However, there is one matter, Tony. I demand an explanation. Hao Yun interjected, his demeanor serious as he regarded Tony. Where's the Mind Stone and a cosmic cube? I did not find them in the vault. Tony, you must understand how crucial those 2 artifacts are. Tony's gaze faltered. I I intended to expedite the creation of vision. So what? You couldn't find vibranium, S-H-I-E-L-D, claim they had it. But you lent them the Mind Stone and the Cosmic Cube for their research, and now they've taken them away, unable to retrieve them? Hao Yun, incensed, pointed at Tony, ready to unleash a torrent of fury. He had exerted immense effort to alter the future, even securing the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Stone within the Illuminati's vault, only to have it all slip away. Moreover, had it not been for Thor's insistence on retrieving the ether particles, would you have given those away as well? How could you be so audacious, Tony? To simply hand over the Infinity Stones to Hydra. Now, with Hydra in possession of the Mind Stone and the Cosmic Cube, they no longer conceal their intentions. Seizing control of S-H-I-E-L-D and summoning the Witch and Quicksilver ahead of schedule, coupled with weaponry powered by the Cosmic Cube's infinite energy. How am I to prevail? Had I known, I might as well have allowed the narrative to unfold as intended. Perhaps it would have been easier to reclaim the Witch and Quicksilver. Are there not just two extraordinary individuals? With so many heroes at our disposal, can we truly not contend with merely two? Tony averted his gaze, hesitant to meet Hao Yun's eyes. Yet he expressed his most genuine thoughts with the bravest words. Hao Yun's lips twitched. Did you not possess any inkling of your own capabilities? Not to mention the Witch's emotional outburst, rivaling that of Thanos. How would you contend with Quicksilver? In a world where martial prowess is deemed invincible, only Quicksilver's unmatched speed transcends the realm of mortals. According to the Marvel Universe, Quicksilver can even achieve sublight speeds. If not for the exorbitant cost of special effects, Quicksilver could undoubtedly have been one of the mightiest heroes within the Avengers. Well, do not place the blame entirely on Tony, Angel interjected, giving Hao Yun a sharp look. After all, Tony is your uncle. A modicum of respect would not go amiss. Damn, I genuinely do not know how to handle S-H-I-E-L-D, Hao Yun lamented, gazing at Angel with exasperation. With two formidable beings alongside S-H-I-E-L-D, the most powerful official organization, how could I possibly combat them? Ding, ding, ding. Before anyone could strategize against S-H-I-E-L-D, Jarvis unexpectedly received an incoming call. 3 projections activated, revealing the visage of the legendary, supposedly deceased, director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury. Captain, Tony, we are in trouble. Egg, I thought you were dead. Tony exclaimed, astonished, as he beheld Egg's rosy complexion while lying in a hospital bed. The sight was peculiar, especially with the presence of the stunning Hill by his side, which made Tony's expression slightly sour. Is this death? This appears to be a vacation. And with a beautiful companion. Have you heard of pufferfish toxin? Egg asked. Pufferfish toxin can induce a temporary state of apparent death, with pulse and respiration nearly absent. Tony promptly recounted the essence of pufferfish toxin, his expression growing increasingly sardonic. It seems S-H-I-E-L-D-S technology is in dire need of an upgrade. Over a year ago, I invented a device capable of determining whether someone is merely in a state of apparent death. The sharp retort left Nick somewhat embarrassed. However, he was not there to engage with Tony, but rather to speak with the captain. Thus, Nick decisively changed the topic, sidelining Tony. Captain, do you recall the Insight program I mentioned? Are you referring to the plan that involves holding humanity at gunpoint, enveloped in terror? The captain recalled his previous conversation with Nick, which included 3 helicarriers, suborbital flight, and constant surveillance. Yes, I apologize. The Insight program is entirely controlled by HYDRA. Within 3 days, they will secure the Council's approval to launch the helicarriers and officially commence the Insight program. Wait, you aren't suggesting that. The captain's expression shifted dramatically as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Indeed, you are correct, Nick replied, his expression darkening, though he was already African-American, making him appear even grimmer. The Illuminati are the human threats within the Insight program. Clearance level 1 must be eliminated. Damn it, Nick, I told you that plan would not work. The captain could no longer remain seated, rising to vehemently chastise Nick. Hao Yun and Tony exchanged glances, recalling the specifics of the Insight program. Hao Yun winked at Tony. You did not assist in modifying the helicarriers, did you? Tony replied. I assumed that after the New York battle, Nick would have abandoned the idea. Damn it, do you not know Nick's nature? You should have been Russian. His real name ought to be Nick Fury, the uncomfortable, who must control everything. You still dared to modify the helicarriers for him? Do you believe he would not target you first? All right, I concede. I overlooked human nature, Tony admitted. You are merely a high IQ, low EQ individual. You shall inevitably part ways with my aunt. Words aside, do not cast curses. Hao Yun and Tony exchanged glances while the captain ended the call. He had received definitive information from Nick. Within 3 days, if they could not resolve the situation with HYDRA, the entire Earth would fall under the terrifying surveillance of the InSight program. Moreover, at that very moment, the space suddenly flickered with yellow sparks, and the Ancient One made her entrance. Chapter 18. Misfortunes do not come alone. Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing the figure emerge from the portal, everyone present stood in reverence. Following the previous incident and Hao Yun's introduction, even the most arrogant Tony had to concede that the Ancient One was a true champion of justice. Do not stand on ceremony. I have come seeking assistance. What? Assistance? At this revelation, Hao Yun leapt to his feet in shock. What sort of jest was this? Assistance? This was the Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, a super being who had safeguarded humanity and Earth for over 2 millennia, a being traversing the multiverse. If she required assistance, how formidable must the enemy be? Master, please do not frighten me. If you cannot handle this adversary, we truly stand no chance. No, Dormammu will seize the opportunity to invade. I must be prepared for him. The Ancient One smiled, waving her hand to project the enemy before them. The foe you must confront is the son of Mephisto, ruler of the hellish dimension, known as the Mind Demon. The projection revealed a middle-aged man who unmistakably bore the countenance of a villain. Mind Demon? Vatican contract? Ghost Rider? Hao Yun furrowed his brow. The connection to the Mind Demon seemed to stem from a plot involving S-H-I-E-L-D and Ghost Rider. However, should not the S-H-I-E-L-D agents and Ghost Rider be the ones to handle this? Why summon the Illuminati for assistance? Wait, since S-H-I-E-L-D has now transformed into HYDRA, does this mean no one is available to confront the Mind Demon? It seems you are beginning to understand, the Ancient One remarked, turning her gaze towards Hao Yun. Originally, this matter should have been managed by S-H-I-E-L-D agents and the current Ghost Rider. But due to certain circumstances, the Ghost Rider has not caught Mephisto's attention, and the Mind Demon has now arrived on Earth. Therefore, you must resolve this. Master, could you provide more details? Tony scratched his head. This future seemed to be something Hao Yun had not previously mentioned. Was this yet another alteration of the future? It is quite simple. The Mind Demon seeks to usurp the position of Chief of the Hellish Dimension, specifically coming to Earth to seize a contract that Mephisto left behind. This contract is known as the Vatican contract, containing thousands of malevolent spirits. Should it be torn, the spirits would invade the body, instantaneously eradicating the host to ashes. Although mortals cannot bear the power of these spirits, such power is a boon to demons. If the Mind Demon were to seize the contract and absorb its power, he would transform into a god-level demon, opening a portal between Earth and the hellish dimension, inflicting immense damage on both realms. Furthermore, the Mind Demon possesses abilities such as restoration, strength, invisibility, and hypnosis. His subordinates include Water Demon, Wind Demon, and Earth Demon, each capable of controlling the natural elements of water, wind, and earth, respectively. Now, is there any further information you wish to inquire about? The Ancient One succinctly outlined the plot, detailing the dangers posed by the Mind Demon seizing the contract, his own strength, and the powers of his subordinates, providing ample information. Hao Yun, Tony, and the others exchanged glances. Given the gravity of the situation, what more information could they possibly require? Moreover, it was also due to the Ancient One's imposing demeanor that they did not dare to ask further questions. Master, do you know the location of the contract? If you do, would it not be better to retrieve it directly? The captain interjected. Indeed, it was merely a contract. For the Ancient One, who possessed the Time Stone, acquiring it was a matter of mere moments. To preserve the integrity of this dimension's universe, I cannot engage in any battles outside of this realm. The Ancient One cast a meaningful glance at the captain, refraining from further explanation. She nodded at Tony, remarked that the wine was delightful, then opened a portal and departed. Once she was gone, the captain still could not comprehend why Tony and Hao Yun were unable to capture the Mindless One. Wasn't he the one inciting a dimensional war? Tony, Hao Yun, why does the Ancient One Oh, come on, Captain. Can't you see the obvious? Tony scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Steve. The Ancient One's intent is quite clear. She is a major player, and naturally, she will partake in the battles of other major players. With so many significant matters at hand, it is only fitting that we, the lesser players, deal with trivialities like the mindless one. It's akin to a petty thief. Would the White House really call upon the Illuminati for every little incident? The captain was momentarily at a loss for words. Tony, you underestimate yourself. However, glancing at the space where the Ancient One had just departed, he thought perhaps being a minor player was acceptable. If only he could live for thousands of years, he would undoubtedly surpass the Ancient One. Now, let us strategize how to allocate our forces for the two pressing battles we must confront, Tony said, tapping the table to draw everyone's attention to the living room, where brows furrowed in concentration. One threat was the invasion from the Hell Dimension, while the other was the S.H.I.E.L.D. faction led by the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, both formidable adversaries. Haoyun, what are your thoughts? Tony turned to Haoyun, knowing no one was better at understanding the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. After some contemplation, Haoyun concluded that while the Mindless One could be handled by the Ghost Rider, dealing with the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver posed a greater challenge. Most critically, the Scarlet Witch's ability to manipulate minds was a significant threat to mere mortals. With Thor's protection, Tony should be able to manage the Mindless One with ease. All right, Barton and Natasha, your skills are not ideally suited for the dimensional war. Accompany me to deal with the S.H.I.E.L.D. issue. Captain, please exercise caution and lead the others against the Mindless One. Wait, why am I not leading the team? I am the head of the Illuminati, after all. Tony protested, unwilling to let the captain take command, given that he had single-handedly funded the Illuminati's establishment. What do you say? Haoyun shot Tony a disapproving glance. With your temperament, I'm genuinely concerned you might lead us to disaster. Mom, I leave Tony in your capable hands. He's gotten a bit too inflated. Please ensure he doesn't become a burdensome teammate. Not a problem. Angela exchanged a knowing glance with Pepper, and the two took Tony aside for a gentle reprimand. The captain nodded at Haoyun, assuring him that he would handle the Mindless One. Be careful, Captain. Oh, and don't forget that brother of yours who runs with you in the morning. He is not just an ordinary man. Make sure to bring him along. With the teams assigned, Haoyun wasted no time. After reminding them of Falcon's presence, he departed with Barton and Natasha, eager to investigate how S.H.I.L.D. had managed to sway the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Haoyun, are we really going to S.H.I.E.L.D. without any disguise? Natasha inquired, flicking her red hair back as they stepped outside. Haoyun wiped his brow, feeling overwhelmed by the allure of the Black Widow. Her charm was undeniable, capable of causing even the most resolute to falter. Black Widow, how do you suggest we disguise ourselves? Are you not the captain? Why are you asking me? Natasha rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. This was her first mission with Haoyun, and she couldn't help but feel he was rather unreliable for someone so young. Well, considering the situation, I propose we simply charge in. At this point, they are likely planning to eliminate the threat as soon as the airship launches. Strength is what matters now. Haoyun patiently elaborated, we can triumph. If the airship is destroyed, S.H.I.L.D. will revert to its rightful owners. Regardless of whether it is destroyed or rebuilt, Nick will manage it. If we lose, so be it. The battle is imminent, and there is no need to dwell on misfortune. Well, as long as you're content, Natasha replied, her lips twitching slightly. Even among the most reckless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, none were as headstrong as he. Fine, your fists are strong. You are the captain. You must be right. Barton silently adjusted his arrows, discreetly removing the more potent ones, thinking it wise to leave himself an escape route. In these times, the foolish often met swift ends. Soon, the trio drove to the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Trident, only to find the entrance blocked by a formidable gate. Is this a preemptive defense? Stop the car. As they approached the gate, two cannons rose, their barrels charging ominously, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Natasha glanced at Haoyun, signaling, Captain, it's your showtime. Leave it to me. Let S charge ahead. Haoyun silently focused his energy, executing a technique, Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. In an instant, 1,000 copies of Haoyun materialized, each poised and crackling with energy. ready to unleash their attack. Electromagnetic Cannon 1000. With a thunderous roar, 1,000 coins were launched at supersonic speeds, obliterating the gate before the cannons could even react. The force was akin to a small meteor strike. Natasha, drenched in cold sweat, maneuvered the car through the dust cloud, scolding Haoyun as they sped forward. Was it necessary to go all out for a mere door? You've got too much energy. It was an accident, Haoyun replied, wiping his brow. He had assumed the S-H-I-E-L-D gate was forged of steel. Who could have guessed it was merely concrete? How weak. Nick, what did you embezzle before you left? Sure, believe what you want. We're nearly there. I can already see the siblings from last time. Prepare for action. Natasha rolled her eyes again, reminding Haoyun as they skidded to a halt beside the Trident's entrance. As the door swung open, they spotted a group of S-H-I-E-L-D agents aiming their weapons at them. Jutsu, rebirth technique. Haoyun was not about to recklessly charge forward. He formed a hand seal, summoning countless feathers from the air, which descended like rain. Within moments, the agents were incapacitated, leaving only Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch standing. Impressive technique, Awaya. Can you teach me? Natasha exclaimed, thrilled as she embraced him, her lips almost brushing against his cheek. Haoyun's face flushed slightly, overwhelmed by the sensation of her soft form against him. Oh no, I can't. This technique is a family secret, passed down only to males. Apart from me, only my mother, Angela, knows it. You'll have to forget it. Such futile thinking, Natasha retorted, stepping away after realizing her advances were ineffective. On the other side, the witch Wanda and Quicksilver glared at them with barely concealed anger. Were they really so dismissive of their presence, engaging in flirtation right in front of them? Were their adversaries that insignificant? Calm down, sister. I shall teach them a lesson, Quicksilver said, touching his nose. In an instant, he vanished from sight, arriving before Haoyun in the blink of an eye. He reached out, leveraging his speed to strike Haoyun's right cheek. Crack! Instead of the familiar sound of impact, a searing pain shot through Quicksilver's wrist. Barton and Natasha exchanged bewildered glances as they witnessed Quicksilver's unexpected predicament. How could someone with such incredible speed be caught so easily? Haoyun smiled, knowing that his mastery of observation hockey had enabled him to predict Quicksilver's attack. Indeed, when dealing with speed and invisibility, nothing surpasses the utility of observation hockey. Otherwise, wouldn't the Marine Admiral Kizaru, with his light fruit, be invincible? Let me go, you villain. Quicksilver struggled, attempting to escape Haoyun's grip. Haoyun chuckled slyly. If you manage to free yourself from this, wouldn't my abilities be utterly meaningless? Let go of my brother. Wanda could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Quicksilver's torment. He was her brother, her only companion since childhood. With a fierce scream, Wanda unleashed a vibrant red energy sphere towards Haoyun. However, Haoyun had already fully integrated the power of his electric abilities. Without needing to activate his skills, a layer of lightning enveloped him, intercepting the energy sphere and dispersing it entirely. To prevent Wanda from losing control and causing further chaos, the electric energy stimulated Haoyun's cells, allowing him to move like a phantom, swiftly positioning himself behind Wanda and incapacitating her with a precise strike, effectively subduing both siblings. One must admit, the Avengers were undeniably powerful in offense, yet woefully deficient in defense, providing him with little challenge. With a systematic mastery of ninjutsu, many minor threats had become mere fodder for experience. Shall we continue? Natasha licked her lips, recalling that Angel was also proficient in ninjutsu. She resolved to extract some benefits from Haoyun when time permitted, lest she risk losing her standing in the Illuminati. Similarly, Hawkeye shared her thoughts. Chapter 20, Resolving S. Having dealt with the first batch of agents, including Wanda and Pietro, Haoyun signaled for Barton and Natasha to restrain them as they ascended further. Yes, they were ascending. Natasha and Barton had come to a clear understanding of their roles as mere guards escorting prisoners. On the second floor, ninjutsu, rebirth technique. Another wave fell, not a single one remaining. On the third floor, he continued with the rebirth technique. On the fourth, fifth, and all the way to the pinnacle, the 18th floor. At last, they reached the core of S-H-I-E-L-D, the 18th floor. Natasha and Barton wore complex expressions. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but were met with a test of stamina instead. Had they known, they might as well have fought the Witch King. At least they could shoot a gun or fire an arrow, right? Alexander Pierce, in the name of the Illuminati, I hereby announce that you are charged with 18 counts, including violations of human safety and privacy, and attempts to subvert world organizations. You are under arrest. Hao Yun proclaimed with righteous indignation as he stepped into the S.H.I.E.L.D. executive office. Natasha whispered to Barton, "Are there even such charges under American law? None of the laws of any nation encompass that." It seemed their captain needed to brush up on legal knowledge. Hao Yun shot them a glare, exasperated. "We are in a battle here. Can we focus on that instead of getting caught up in legalities? Are you both here just to critique?" Inside the office, to everyone's surprise, yet entirely anticipated by Hao Yun, sat a multitude of individuals. Among them, he recognized Alexander Pierce, Sharon Carter, and Maria Hill, while Natasha, evidently, recognized even more. Moreover, there were some individuals who astonished her. "Senator Payne? Representative Page? What are you doing here?" Natasha exclaimed, eyeing Pierce, realizing that he intended to use them as hostages. Clearly, Natasha's intuition was correct. The former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Alexander Pierce, was indeed planning to take them hostage. Upon seeing Hao Yun and the others, Pierce raised a remote control, his finger hovering over a red button, waving it at them. "Thunder Knight, I advise against any sudden movements." "What are you planning, Director Pierce?" Hao Yun inquired, his brow furrowed. He genuinely had no concern for the hostages. After all, none of them were Chinese. Besides, to be frank, none of these high-ranking Americans were innocent. Perhaps only Sharon Carter and Maria Hill could be deemed somewhat just. "Thunder Knight, I am aware of your strength. The entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot match you." Alexander's expression remained cold, as if engaged in a business negotiation. "However, rest assured, should my finger press down ever so slightly, these individuals will perish from cardiac perforation. Just like this." As he spoke, Alexander pressed a small button adjacent to the red one, and a woman in the room let out a blood-curdling scream as a gaping hole was burned through her chest, blood spilling profusely, a sight too horrific to behold. Moreover, the entire scene in the conference room was broadcast across major American television networks. "I believe, for the sake of the Illuminati's reputation, you wouldn't dare take that gamble, would you?" Hao Yun whirled around, and Natasha, in sync, raised her phone. Indeed, major American media outlets were thrown into chaos, their signals hijacked. This meant that his actions, along with the death of the high-ranking American woman, were witnessed by the majority of the American populace. This implied that his subsequent actions would not only be under threat from Hydra, but also monitored by all Americans. A single misstep, and the entire Illuminati could find itself engulfed in a torrent of adverse public opinion. "Pierce, your plan is indeed cunning." Hao Yun gritted his teeth, realizing that the Illuminati was in a favorable position and could not afford to falter now. Public opinion served as both a shield and a restraint on heroes. "Speak. What do you want?" Under the constraints of this dilemma, Hao Yun pulled out a chair and sat down, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Pierce. Pierce revealed a satisfied smile, witnessing the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. crumble without resistance. At last, he had turned the tide. "It's simple. Awaken the S.H.I.L.D. agents, and the Illuminati must cease all involvement with S.H.I.L.D. activities." "What?" Hao Yun stared at him in disbelief. "Are you implying that S.H.I.E.L.D. is to continue under your control?" "Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. aims to maintain world peace. They have committed no transgressions, so why should they not exist? By the way, I would like to ask you why you attacked S.H.I.L.D. in the first place." Alexander Pierce feigned innocence, disregarding the corpse lying in the conference room, his deceitful demeanor reminiscent of a monkey in a Maine mountain. Not only did he snatch food, but he would also toss your backpack down the mountain. Shameless, despicable, and utterly devoid of dignity. "Are you certain?" Hao Yun's eyes gleamed with danger. If he withdrew now, he would truly relinquish the initiative. He could only imagine how S.H.I.E.L.D. would spin the narrative against the Illuminati once the crisis had passed. Do not presume that the nation will intervene, aside from a select few countries. Most of the Western nations have been infiltrated by Hydra at the highest levels, coupled with Hydra members in various industries. The Illuminati will undoubtedly become the target of public disdain. Pierce sensed the lethal intent in Hao Yun's words, his thumb pressed tightly against the button, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Thunder Knight, do not frighten me. There are hostages present. Very well. You are quite impressive. Pierce, I shall remember you. As Hao Yun turned to leave, though he could easily eliminate Pierce, he dared not take the risk. However, just as he reached the door, he abruptly turned back. I will not forget today, Pierce. Feel free, Alexander chuckled, his thumb slightly lifting from the button. Ninjutsu, illusory shackles technique. The illusion was cast instantly, binding Alexander's limbs immovably. Following that, Hao Yun unleashed a group sleep spell, Nirvana technique. In an instant, the conference room was filled with unconscious bodies. Not a single one remaining awake, except for Hao Yun and his two teammates, along with the captive. Natasha and Barton gaped in astonishment. Was this performance not a tad too fantastical? Is this how easily it was resolved? Go search. I suspect there may be accomplices among the hostages. Hao Yun gestured, and Barton and Natasha promptly moved forward to investigate. Indeed, they peeled away the disguises from Hill and Sharon, revealing Hydra operatives. The viewers at home, initially skeptical of Hao Yun's motives for incapacitating everyone, suddenly comprehended the situation. Hydra's treachery was insidious, infiltrating even the hostages. Thus, the Trident operation concluded successfully. Chapter 21. Urgent Assistance. After neutralizing S.H.I.E.L.D., Hao Yun took the initiative to depart, entrusting the remaining tasks to Nick Fury. Although Nick was somewhat lackluster and often suspicious of various matters, his leadership skills were commendable. At the very least, with Nick Fury present, there existed a buffer zone between the Illuminati and the authorities, thereby mitigating escalating conflicts, was there not? Driving alone back to the Illuminati headquarters, Hao Yun had scarcely sipped a glass of water when Jarvis's voice resonated through the headquarters. Mr. Potts, Mr. Stark requests assistance. What is happening, Jarvis? Hao Yun inquired. Puzzled, the team he had assigned to Tony was far from ordinary. Even if Dark Elves were to return, they should have been capable of handling a minor witch demon without issue. Let us not forget, Tony's team included Captain America, the newly elevated shadow-level ninja angel, and Thor, whose power had reached planetary level 7. Mr. Potts, the witch demon, has preemptively seized the Vatican Covenant, significantly enhancing the powers of the Wind Demon, Earth Demon, and Water Demon. Mr. Stark and the others are not their match. Damn it, I knew he was unreliable. Hao Yun could not help but curse. Yet he had no immediate intention to set off. He continued probing. How was the Vatican Covenant lost? Wasn't its location already confirmed? In truth, the witch demon and his subordinates were initially no match for Stark and his team, easily overwhelmed. However, the witch demon had provoked Stark, pushing him to his peak strength before engaging, resulting in the Covenant being handed over to the enemy. Jarvis' account only heightened Hao Yun's reluctance to act. Did this fellow truly believe himself to be born of the sea? The tempest was surging, without a doubt, with Thor and Angel's assistance. The early stages would undoubtedly see them overpower the witch demon. Yet, I could easily guess that with Tony's tendency to speak carelessly and succumb to provocation, he likely handed the Covenant over to the adversary, leading to this debacle. Thus, it is indeed true that mischief begets calamity. One must tread carefully. How splendid it is to be like him, always ensuring overwhelming strength before taking action. Whatever, I am but a laborious soul. Jarvis, locate Tony's position and assist me with the armor. Hao Yun sighed and approached the balcony where Tony had specially designed a transport suit for long-distance flights. In terms of speed, it was even swifter than Tony's own armor. It was tailored for emergency support. Mr. Potts, please prepare. We will arrive at the cemetery outside Washington in 10 minutes. Countdown to takeoff begins now. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The streamlined armor shot into the sky, racing toward Washington. At the cemetery outside Washington, the witch demon scoffed disdainfully as he surveyed the battlefield. On the battlefield, Angel had transformed into a colossal Buddha, with countless true hands extending across the sky, facing off against the towering earth giant, refusing to yield an inch. Nearby, Thor unleashed torrents of lightning. yet found his attacks thwarted by the pure water, unable to inflict any damage, merely matching the water demon in a stalemate. Further away, Captain America, Tony, Pepper, and others united against the wind demon, struggling to withstand the elusive attacks with their nano armor and vibranium shields. On the ground, the slumbering Hulk continued to snore, oblivious to the chaos erupting around him. It could be said that, aside from Angel, who maintained a slight advantage, the rest were utterly outmatched by the witch demon's forces. Not to mention, the witch demon himself had not yet joined the fray, content to observe the spectacle. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. You dare to obstruct me, the witch demon, with such meager skills?" The witch demon mocked Tony, recovering from his earlier pleas for mercy. "I am the son of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Kneel, and I may pardon your transgressions." The last person to utter such words was Loki, who now languished in the dungeons of Asgard. Captain America deflected an attack from the wind demon with his shield, his expression stoic, though a wide arc of blood marred his handsome face from a previous blow. "Captain, can you help me restrain him?" Tony gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, "I will do my best." Captain America responded, deflecting yet another attack, but this time, he silently calculated the distance after the deflection, pivoting his body to send his shield flying. Smack! The wind demon was revealed as Captain America's shield struck, exposing his peculiar upper half and swirling, tornado-like lower body. Indeed, the wind demon resembled a genie from Aladdin's lamp, or perhaps more akin to the fire elemental from Heroes of Might and Magic. Now, Tony bellowed, and both he and Pepper summoned 6 energy launchers that hovered behind them, firing 16 beams of laser energy simultaneously. Boom! With Jarvis' assistance in calculating the trajectory, all 16 lasers struck the wind demon's form simultaneously, shattering his elemental body into dust that dissipated into the air. At last, after 2 rounds of battle, they had vanquished the weakest adversary. Clapping his hands, the witch demon approached. "I initially thought Earth would be filled with weaklings. I did not anticipate you could defeat even my weakest subordinate. As a reward, let me, the son of Mephisto, the witch demon, personally send you on your way." Praising them, the witch demon shifted, reappearing before Captain America, his fist plunging deep into Captain America's abdomen. The force sent Captain America hurtling back several meters, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Captain!" Both Pepper and Tony exclaimed simultaneously. The force was akin to Thor's own might. "Do not panic. It will soon be your turn," the witch demon chuckled, signaling for the battle to continue, his right fist poised to strike once more. "I will handle this." Tony, having prepared himself, swiftly placed himself in front of Pepper. As he initiated his move, his entire nano-armor coalesced into a formidable tower shield, firmly wedged into the ground crevice. Boom! The fist collided with the shield, propelling Tony, along with Pepper and the tower shield, backward for over 10 meters, leaving a gash in the ground half a meter deep and extending for several meters. Ha! The strength was rather mediocre. Standing upright, Tony retracted the tower shield, defiantly stating that only Captain and Pepper noticed the tremor in his hands behind him, with blood trickling from his palms. "Is that so?" The demon of the heart laughed eerily, vanishing and then reappearing right before Tony. "How about trying this?" With a swift motion, the demon of the heart seized Tony by the throat, lifting him high. Chapter 22. The Planetary Pinnacle of the Demon of the Heart. Release Tony. Pepper, no longer the passive woman from the original tale, had fought in numerous battles. She was Iron Woman Pepper Potts. The blue support armor automatically deployed blades, piercing directly at the joint of the demon of the heart's right hand under Pepper's command. However, compared to the demon of the heart, who had absorbed thousands of souls, Pepper's speed was unfortunately lacking. As she struck, the demon of the heart hoisted Tony back to where Captain had been knocked away. A mocking expression plastered across his face. "She is your beloved? It seems that killing her would cause you even more anguish." The demon of the heart licked his lips, suddenly losing the desire to kill Tony. He cast Tony aside and lunged towards Pepper with the intent to choke her. "Pepper!" Tony roared from the ground, his eyes nearly bursting with blood and tears. Damn it. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be in this dire struggle. If he hadn't given the Vatican Covenant to the demon of the heart, this fiend would have been vanquished by the angel long ago. If it weren't for him, Pepper wouldn't be in danger. Hee. I relish the sight of human despair. A soul engulfed in despair is simply delectable. The demon of the heart couldn't help but lick his lips again, extending his hand towards Pepper, intent on tormenting her for the sake of her delicious soul. Suddenly, boom, a suit of armor plummeted from the sky, the resounding crash momentarily halting the demon of the heart's actions. Everyone turned to see the armor open, revealing a dapper young man. Hao Yun. Undeniably dapper. No arguments accepted. Hao Yun, the Thunder Knight. Son, you finally arrived. Tony cheered. Hao Yun casually glanced at the demon of the heart, instructing the system to conduct a scan. What the hell? A planetary pinnacle. Tony, this is your doing. Hao Yun shot a glare at Tony, exclaiming that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have attracted such a formidable foe. Knowing that he was only at level 9, while the opponent was already at the planetary pinnacle, Hao Yun thought, little nephew, I'm counting on you. Tony scratched his head and promptly helped Pepper to Captain's side for urgent treatment. Hao Yun shook his head in disbelief. This guy should remember to fight this time. Who are you? After Hao Yun's arrival, the demon of the heart ignored everyone, fixating his gaze solely on Hao Yun. In his perception, only Hao Yun could inflict harm upon him. I am merely an earthling. Hao Yun smiled, fully activating his internal energy. In a human body with unobstructed meridians, there exist 7 hidden gates, known as the 7 stars. The fundamental principles of human martial arts involve body tempering and meridian unblocking, and only upon the unblocking of all 365 meridians does true martial cultivation commence. As a fusion of all physical attributes and abilities, Hao Yun had only just stepped into the realm of human martial prowess. Each opened hidden gate doubles the internal energy, and with all 7 gates opened, the energy of heaven and earth flows through the body, achieving the state of Heavenly Father. At that point, every movement can shift mountains and overturn seas effortlessly. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang open. A single spinal column coursed through his body, with the stars of his tailbone, lumbar, thoracic, and cervical vertebrae shining brightly. Hao Yun's internal energy swelled uncontrollably, elevating his strength to its zenith in less than a second. Clenching his fists slightly, feeling the power surging within, Hao Yun turned to face the demon of the heart, his heart swelling with confidence. Demon of the heart, meet your demise. With an unremarkable punch, Hao Yun unleashed his full strength, devoid of any additional energy, relying solely on pure physical force. The punch created a shockwave, tearing through the air towards the demon of the heart, the ground churning as if ravaged by a natural disaster. The demon of the heart's expression changed drastically, crossing his arms over his chest to brace himself. Bang! A brand new mark appeared before the demon, twice as deep as the one left by Tony. Coughing, he spat a few drops of blood, his gaze towards Hao Yun tinged with a hint of fear. Reflecting upon Tony, the angel, banner, and others' displayed power, he thought, who dare say Earth is weak? With such strength, even Father might not prevail. Weakness indeed. I believe there is a misunderstanding. Though a planetary pinnacle, he was still a creature of darkness, possessing forcibly enhanced power. The demon of the heart thought it wise to concede. After all, a devil's concession was truly from the heart. Misunderstanding? Hao Yun smirked, vanishing. The earth demon and water demon momentarily trembled before collapsing into earth and water. I believe your 2 subordinates' deaths were merely an accident. What say you, demon of the heart? Hao Yun reappeared before the demon, so close that it could almost provoke swoons from fangirls, yet all it elicited from the latter was a chilling sensation. Of course, absolutely an accident. The demon of the heart stammered in agreement with Hao Yun. The water demon and earth demon were always fragile. Their elemental forms, once dead, merely returned to nature, contributing to the earth. TSK, and the wind demon. Is he here to enhance the air movement speed of Earth? Indeed, Hao Yun internally marveled at the genius of this survival instinct. Presented to any woman, it would surely ensure his escape. If he weren't the enemy, he would genuinely wish to learn from the demon of the heart. Son, how should we deal with him? Angel approached on a wooden dragon, with Thor, the god of thunder, standing on her shoulder. Amon, what do you think? Hao Yun hesitated to kill the demon of the heart, pondering how to honor such a fervent desire for survival. I think sparing him is an option. To Hao Yun's surprise, Tony actively suggested letting him go. Tony, we need an explanation. Captain leaned against the now-conscious banner, his expression grave. This is a record of the demon of the heart's activities since arriving on Earth. Tony waved his hand, and the nanobots formed a projector, displaying images. In the week since his arrival, he has not killed a single person. Even the conflict over the Vatican Covenant was instigated by the former evil spirit knight. The gravest offense was when the wind demon snatched a lollipop from a little girl, and the demon of the heart scolded him for it. Thus, according to Earth's laws, while the demon of the heart is guilty, it amounts to no more than a legal entry, and perhaps a minor assault charge, making us the principal offenders. Given what they have sacrificed, their punishment has been sufficient. Tony pointed at the corpses of the 3 demons. It seems our crimes are more severe. What? He only snatched a little girl's lollipop? Hao Yin gaped. The souls within the Vatican contract were not collected by the demon witch heart. At most, he was merely the final user. However, Hao Yin could not fathom that after a week on Earth, he had only committed such a trivial misdeed. Come on, are you not the son of Mephisto? After a week, is this all the wickedness you can muster? Are you truly deserving of your lineage? Chapter 23. The virtuous witch heart with such a lackluster track record. He would scarcely qualify as a gold-tier sales representative in the mortal realm. It seems that the second generation relies not on merit, but entirely on their pedigree. Observing witch heart's actions on Earth filled Hao Yun with an unquenchable frustration. Indeed, witch heart's deeds could be aptly described as those of a saint. Even the most righteous member of the Illuminati, Captain America, would hesitate to claim that the gravest sin committed was snatching a lollipop from a little girl. Would he dare to do so? Probably not. Coughing awkwardly, Captain America appeared somewhat embarrassed, reluctant to take any action against Witch Heart. This demon was indeed peculiar, exhibiting a goodness that left even the most virtuous feeling inadequate. Hao Yin, what do you propose we do? Captain America decisively deflected the blame. Hao Yin glanced around. Angel, Tony, Pepper, and others took a significant step back, clearly indicating their unwillingness to shoulder any responsibility. At that moment, lying on the ground, Witch Heart seemed to grasp the situation. His bizarre behavior, having been expelled from hell by Mephisto himself, appeared to resonate with the moral compass of humanity. I truly have not committed any grave misdeeds. I merely reclaimed what belongs to our hellish contract. I did not even slay the previous Ghost Rider, Witch Heart protested, resembling a wronged spouse. Instantly, the sentiments of the Illuminati members turned towards condemnation. Hao Yun, he hesitantly crouched before Witch Heart. Witch Heart, is it? The son of Mephisto and the future Lord of Hell. May I inquire why you have refrained from committing evil on Earth? I have been engaging in wickedness all along, Mephisto's son replied, blinking innocently. Then why, when you are hungry, do you not resort to theft for money or food? And why do you not slay any humans? However, that constitutes the gravest sin in hell, Witch Heart asserted confidently. Tony and Captain America exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something, and pulled Hao Yun aside for a private inquiry. All right, Witch Heart, you are now our captive. Answer our questions truthfully. Tony snapped his wrist, and various crime scenes materialized in the illusion. Theft, murder, and post-murder scenarios. Witch Heart, do you consider these actions normal? Absolutely normal. Witch Heart replied with a look of utmost certainty. In our realm, strength reigns supreme. Only the strong possess the right to resources, food, and mates. The group exchanged glances. Indeed, the survival laws of hell starkly contrasted those of Earth. Now observe this. Tony snapped his wrist again, showcasing acts of altruism, bravery, and crime fighting. Witch Heart, what are your thoughts on these individuals? These people are fools. They would not survive in hell. They would either perish or be expelled from our domain. Witch Heart initially scoffed, but soon grew despondent. I dislike killing and stealing. As Mephisto's son, I already possess more resources than others. I have no need to rob those worthless beings. It is precisely because of this that my father believes I lack the ferocity expected in hell, harboring a kindness that has no place in our domain, thus casting me out. I came to Earth to seize the Vatican contract to prove that I, too, am a formidable entity. Even if I do not change, I can still be a survivor in hell. Well, you are indeed a strong individual. However, you belong not in hell, but rather on Earth, Tony remarked, shaking his head with a piercing truth. Truly, virtuous souls are better suited for life among mortals or in heaven. Hell is a den for the wicked, unfit for one, such as Witch Heart. Yet Captain America remained puzzled. If the entity did not wish to commit crimes, why had he nearly killed them? Witch Heart, I do not comprehend. Why did you attempt to slay us? Are you not mortals? Eliminating strong beings would enhance the brilliance of my accolades. Witch Heart replied, with unwavering conviction. The group swiftly dismissed any lingering feelings of guilt. Ultimately, he was still a demon, albeit one with principles who did not prey upon the weak. Enough of the inquiries. Hao Yun interjected, standing solemnly before Witch Heart. In the name of the Earth Guardians Association and the Illuminati, I hereby declare your arrest. Furthermore, due to your illegal incursion, we shall impose a deadline for your return to hell. Do you have any objections? Return to hell? Witch Heart exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. Having lost all his subordinates and endured 2 significant blows, he truly wished to never return to Earth again. None whatsoever. I fully submit to the judgment of Earth and harbor no objections. Very well, then accompany me back. Hao Yun escorted Witch Heart to the vehicle, accompanying him back to the Illuminati's headquarters. In the ensuing days, Hao Yun was unable to venture outside, relegated to guarding Witch Heart at the Illuminati headquarters until the newly appointed guardian of the New York Temple, Daniel, delivered word of the Supreme Sorcerer's return, allowing for Witch Heart's return to the hellish dimension. Once Witch Heart was sent away, Hao Yun, neglecting his magical studies at Kamartaj, hurried back to the headquarters to convene an Illuminati meeting. In the conference hall, numerous heroes gathered around a table, indulging in fine wine and gourmet cuisine, entirely devoid of the decorum expected at a formal meeting. Yet, it was to be expected. The Illuminati was not a corporate entity, and each member had their own affairs to attend to. For instance, Natasha and Hawkeye were still processing their retirements. Captain America and Falcon had taken on roles within the retired military committee. Pepper and Angel were both renowned attorneys, and with world-saving endeavors being scarce, there was little time for collective gatherings. The fact that they could all convene at headquarters was largely due to Hao Yun's initiation of a meeting regarding a significant matter. Hao Yun, what has transpired now? Is there yet another global crisis that the Supreme Sorcerer has informed you of? Tony inquired, clinking his glass with banners, his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, considering the Illuminati has only mobilized 5 or 6 times in recent years, it has become rather monotonous. That is not the case. I merely wish to propose an application for the construction of a superhuman criminal prison. Hao Yun stood at the podium, addressing all present with his proposal. I oppose. Before any others could voice their opinions, the audacious director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury, interjected with his dissent. Superhumans are monitored by S.H.I.L.D. The Illuminati is merely a private organization and should not, nor can it, construct a prison. Why not? Initially indifferent, Tony became irked. Having always been at odds with Nick Fury, he felt compelled to support Hao Yun's proposition. Has your S.H.I.E.L.D. even finished cleaning up Hydra? We barely managed to retrieve the stolen gems last time. And Wanda and Quicksilver, are they truly within your capacity to oversee? I say, Natasha should never have entrusted them to you. They might be snatched by Hydra at any moment. You lack the authority to construct a prison. Moreover, the United Nations would never allow it. Nick Fury, chastised by Tony, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet he staunchly denied and rejected the accusations. He had already resolved to speak to the United Nations after the meeting. What a joke. If all the superhumans were imprisoned by the Illuminati, it would be akin to leading sheep to the slaughter, handing over the powerful to be brainwashed by the Illuminati. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. maintain world peace under such circumstances? It might as well be renamed the Illuminati. Disagreement? Simple. Pepper. Pepper picked up the phone and stepped aside. 10 minutes later, she returned. The mayor of New York City, the chief of police, the president of the United States, and the governor of New York had all deemed the establishment of a superhuman prison by Stark Industries a worthwhile investment, and the necessary documents had already been sent to the company, ready for acceptance. Thus, Tony spread his hands and, facing Nick Fury with a self-satisfied grin, declared problem solved. No one disagrees. You. Fury was so enraged he could hardly speak. Meanwhile, Hawkeye nodded at Tony, inflicting further pain. Since it was decided that the Illuminati would establish the superhuman prison, the director was kindly requested to transfer Wanda and Quicksilver to them by tomorrow. They are HYDRA. Fury shouted, his face flushed with anger. Those two single-handedly brought down S.H.I.L.D. They cannot be handed over. No, they're just children. Without needing a reminder from Hawkeye, Tony, fully aware of Quicksilver and Wanda's potential, voluntarily took the heat. Given their ages, they are minors. All responsibility should rest with their guardians. Currently, they have no guardians, and I, Tony Stark, and willing to step forward as their guardian and guide them to maturity. You. Fury's face turned crimson with rage as he began to doubt his decision to attend the meeting. Or Nick, perhaps you'd like to try debating this in court with my legion of lawyers? At this, Fury lost the will to argue. Who had the luxury to spend $10 million annually just to hire a legal team for a lawsuit? But it was specifically for Stark Industries and the Illuminati. Director, I also believe you should release the Maximoff siblings, Natasha interjected. S-H-I-E-L-D has yet to cleanse itself of HYDRA. We don't even know how many Hydra agents are still lurking in high places. Keeping them with the Illuminati would be safer than under S-H-I-E-L-D. Fury's mouth moved as he tried to counter, but he found himself at a loss for words. The performance of S-H-I-E-L-D had been so lacking that even he, its director, hesitated to place valuable assets within its confines. All right, I will have them brought in tomorrow. Excellent. Tony took a sip of red wine, exclaiming, the Illuminati will finally gain 2 more formidable members. After discussing Wanda and Pietro, Hawkeye continued, as we all know, since Mr. Stark announced himself as Iron Man in 2008, the number of superhumans on Earth has surged, and superhuman crime has escalated accordingly. Therefore, I propose that the Illuminati can not only focus on cataclysmic threats, but must also expand its capabilities. I request that the future prison be established as a pilot project in conjunction with the New York Police Department, with Illuminati members serving as part-time superhuman police, specifically tasked with addressing superhuman crime. This proposal was met with consideration. Tony pondered for a moment before being the first to cast a vote in favor. Captain America and Falcon exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Others followed suit without much deliberation. After all, with the 2 major titans, Captain America and Iron Man, endorsing the proposal, no one would dare to refuse. Moreover, as heroes, it would be unreasonable to shy away from combating crime. What shall we name our prison? Pepper posed a pivotal question. Hawkeye contemplated, and since it was a prison for superhuman offenders, he suggested, let us call it Arkham Asylum. After all, the universe won't come knocking for copyright. With the prison's name established, the subsequent tasks naturally fell to Tony and Banner, the 2 technological geniuses. Hawkeye, feeling somewhat bored, contemplated the development of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Setting aside Avengers 2, it seemed the time was ripe for the Guardians of the Galaxy, didn't it? Perhaps he should consider visiting outer space to see Gamora and that foolish Star-Lord, not to mention Rocket Raccoon, who had been his favorite animal in his childhood, for whom he had bought countless bags of snacks. No, it wasn't just for the snacks. It was purely out of affection for raccoons. However, Earth lacked a spacecraft, and he was unfamiliar with any spatial jump points. He needed to consult the Sorcerer Supreme. With that thought, he casually remarked to Jarvis, gathered his belongings, and headed to the front door of the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Mr. Potts, the Ancient One, is awaiting your arrival in the living room. As per usual, upon entering, he encountered the guardian of the sanctum, Daniel, who informed him that the Ancient One was waiting to share tea with him. One must admit, having a time stone to glimpse into the future is quite delightful. Just look at the Ancient One. She was becoming an unparalleled master of foresight. Thank you. He returned the customary gesture of respect, internally ribbing the Ancient One, before making his way to the upstairs reception room. Soon, Hawkeye comfortably took a seat across from the Ancient One and sipped his tea. Your tea-making skills have truly reached new heights. He offered a commercial compliment, flashing a business smile. If you don't enjoy it, then don't drink it. You have no idea how many people crave this tea. The Ancient One reproached him with a playful glare, removing the teacup from in front of him. Now speak. What brings you here this time? I wish to go out for a stroll. To where? Handa? The Ancient One raised her eyebrows, a hint of amusement in her gaze. Are you certain you merely wish to take a stroll and not covet the Power Stone, aiming to seize it? Esteemed one, you are being far too direct. Am I so despicable? I simply wish to study and observe. Hawkeye chuckled awkwardly, assuring her with all sincerity that he had never intended to seize the Power Stone. Currently, the Illuminati's warehouse housed the Mind and Space Stones. He had already sent the Reality Stone back to Asgard with Thor. Why would he seek the Power Stone? Besides, the Time Stone was still in her possession. Should he attempt to claim another, Thanos would surely come knocking at Earth's door. Chapter 25, Upgrade, 6 Harmony's Realm. What a laugh. Just in time, Your energy has been upgrading too rapidly. I shall teach you how to better control your power." The Ancient One smiled playfully, gesturing as a portal opened, leading Hawkeye to the Sanctum in the Himalayas. For the next month, Hawkeye remained focused within Kamartaj, absorbing the teachings of the Ancient One. Under her guidance, he not only grasped the essence of space, but also learned to control the flow of energy within him more precisely. One day, Hawkeye had a sudden inspiration. He unleashed his internal energy in a spiraling motion, breaking through the final barrier of the seven-star realm. With a thunderous sound, the heavenly acupoint above his head burst open, and he felt as though he were immersed in a bath of converging energies, experiencing the illusion of wielding the very laws themselves, as if they were under his command. In a moment of infatuation, he lost himself, his consciousness drifting into a dreamy state. Awakened, just as he became entranced within the energy pool, on the verge of merging with it, a sharp voice rang in his ears, abruptly pulling him from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he found the Ancient One standing before him. "Have you broken through?" Ancient One furrowed her brows, gazing at Haoyun with a hint of ire. "You must have broken through?" Haoyun replied softly, fearful of inciting her displeasure as he stealthily checked the panel. Indeed, he had achieved a breakthrough. Host, Haoyun physique, human race abilities, supreme martial arts heritage of the human race. Initial stage of the Six Harmonies realm, already integrated with Electric Shockmaster, would release ninjutsu. Sage body, high-level observation haki. Items, a weakened version of the Super God Gene, a Xianyuan sword. Items given away are not listed. Sign-in points, 39,548. I have truly advanced. I am now at the level of a heavenly father, he thought. Yet this initial stage, could it be that Thanos is at the pinnacle of heavenly father level? Calculating, he feared there might be at least 2 significant realms of difference. How then did the Scarlet Witch manage to overpower Thanos in Avengers Endgame? Was the power of the Mind Stone truly that formidable? Or perhaps the Scarlet Witch's true ability is the chaotic magic from the comics? You are unaware of your own situation? Ancient One's reprimand jolted Haoyun from his musings. Advancing to the heavenly father level, akin to the golden elixir stage in Eastern cultivation, meant his body would permeate with energy and his soul would merge with the universe. Without a protector, he could easily be dissolved by the will of the cosmos. Had I not sensed the energy fluctuations, your soul would have been assimilated by the universe, leaving only your physical form behind. I was mistaken. Haoyun was drenched in cold sweat, realizing why his consciousness had been adrift after the breakthrough. He felt as if he could manipulate the very fabric of existence. This must be what it means to merge with the universe. He promptly acknowledged his error, grateful to Ancient One, for otherwise he might have sung a requiem for his own demise. Since you have leveled up, you should be able to perceive the cosmic laws now. The greatest distinction at the Heavenly Father level is the ability to draw upon cosmic energy using your own strength. Manipulating the laws. Try to sense a location you wish to go to and manipulate the spatial laws. Guided by Ancient One, Haoyun closed his eyes, using his own energy as a conduit to perceive the spatial laws. Upon opening his eyes, he imitated Ancient One's gesture, and a portal to a villa on the outskirts of New York opened before him. Is this the spatial law? Haoyun marveled, extending his hands to stabilize what appeared to be a mirror space. He had intuitively grasped the magic of the mirror dimension. Stepping into this mirrored realm, Ancient One followed closely, her face adorned with a smile of satisfaction, the kind that a teacher wears upon witnessing their disciples' sudden enlightenment. Within the mirror dimension, Haoyun could distinctly perceive the spatial laws, making them far easier to manipulate. Inspired by Ancient One's performances in Doctor Strange, Haoyun stepped forward, causing the very space of the Himalayas to contort and reorganize, creating a platform that floated in mid-air. Around him, seats and walls constructed from the Sanctum Sanctorum's architecture formed, astonishingly crafting an arena for battle. In this mirror space, it felt as though all elements of the universe were under Haoyun's control. Indeed, for the time being, immerse yourself in the mirror space and attune to the spatial laws. Remember, only once you have thoroughly mastered the spatial laws can you even begin to contemplate the next law. Greed will only lead to failure. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction before departing, the ease with which she manipulated space causing Haoyun's previously exhilarated heart to cool abruptly. He realized how far he remained from being a supreme being of the universe. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the arena, Hao Yun contemplated the advancements in his martial arts. The 7 stars technique opened the hidden gates of the human body, connecting heaven and earth. The 6 harmonies encompass the directions up, down, east, west, south, and north, referring to the manipulation of energy surrounding the body. Mastery of the 6 harmonies allowed one to invoke the energies of the universe with every movement and word, absorbing and releasing energies, thus taking the first step towards manifesting one's inner cosmos. Having just entered the 6 harmonies realm, Hao Yun understood he was merely beginning to stir energy around him. He was still far from achieving mastery and the freedom to manipulate energy at will. Yet, even this single realm advancement had drastically augmented his abilities. He felt capable of unleashing ninjutsu and electromagnetic cannon skills without requiring hand seals or gestures, with merely a thought. He could invoke the desired effect. For instance, prior to his upgrade, he needed to use his hands to create a medium for the electromagnetic channel. Now, he could establish the channel 1 meter away from his body in just 1 or 2 seconds, enabling direct fire. The difference marked a qualitative leap. No wonder the martial arts of the human race were regarded as a supreme legacy, capable of overshadowing skills acquired through chance, which still required seals or items for transmission. This ability was simply extraordinary. As time passed, Hao Yun gradually mastered the powers of the 6 harmonies realm. However, his consciousness was still too weak, limiting the amount of energy he could manipulate, preventing him from achieving cataclysmic effects with mere thoughts. One day, while he was immersed in practice, Ancient One approached him. Hao Yun, it is time for you to leave. What? Esteemed One, I wish to continue my training. Hao Yun protested, reluctant to depart. The Sanctum Sanctorum was rich in spiritual energy, and with Ancient One as his mentor, he could inquire at any moment. Why would he not want to remain until he became invincible before emerging? As for his previous thoughts of going to Xander, he was no superficial being. No, you must leave. You have your own destiny. Moreover, if you wish to advance quickly, arduous training is not the path suited for you. Ancient One shook her head, gesturing as a portal opened. Through it, Hao Yun glimpsed beings of various hues, red, pink, white, purple, both humanoid and non-humanoid intelligent creatures. Xander? Hao Yun instinctively uttered. Yes, it is where you must go. Without waiting for Hao Yun to prepare, Ancient One unleashed a wave of spatial energy, propelling him through the portal before he could even contemplate his choices. As Hao Yun vanished, Ancient One restored the spatial fluctuations with a sigh, then turned to call out, Strange, from this day forth, this shall be your place to practice time magic. Chapter 26. Xander. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar locale, Hao Yun looked around, bewildered by the strange language echoing in his ears. Where's this? What are they saying? Is there anyone who can teach me the universal language of the cosmos? Wasn't it said that everyone in the universe speaks Chinese, English? What on earth is happening? How am I supposed to survive here? Just as Hao Yun was lost in confusion, a woman with pink skin, clad in what appeared to be a uniform, approached him, speaking a torrent of incomprehensible words. Hao Yun grimaced and shook his head, indicating he did not understand. The woman's expression shifted slightly, and she produced a small button-like device from her pocket, gesturing for Hao Yun to place it on his earlobe. Hey, can you hear me now? I can understand you now. Thank you. Hao Yun expressed his profound gratitude, relieved to encounter such a kind soul. I am Kalia, a police officer from Xander. May I ask which planet you hail from? I need to see your travel permit, boarding proof, entry certificate, and health verification. Noticing that Hao Yun was not feigning ignorance, Kalia's demeanor softened slightly. She then took out a pin-sized detector, positioning it near Hao Yun's mouth as she asked, Can you explain that you arrived here by accident? Hao Yun forced a smile, lamenting, Ancient One, you have truly landed me in trouble. Could you not have sent me to the checkpoint instead? Now, I find myself an illegal immigrant. He pondered how severe the punishment for illegal entry between planets might be, and whether he would be imprisoned for years. Illegal entry? Smuggling? Kalia's blue eyes narrowed as her hand hovered near her waist. Hao Yun obediently raised both hands. I truly came to your planet by accident. If you must arrest me, I am willing to comply with all your planet's regulations and trials. All right, it seems you're not an illegal immigrant. Kalia relaxed her guard and, with a pleasant demeanor, said, Then let us register you. Rest assured, I have checked, and you do not carry any viruses, nor are you an illegal immigrant. Your translation device has a locating device. You simply need to accompany me to the police station for registration. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Hao Yun. And it is a pleasure to meet you, Officer Kalia. Hao-Yun silently commended Sandar Star in his heart. It truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned tourist destination in the universe with such excellent service, rivaling that of his previous life in Huaxia. I am equally delighted to meet you. Let us proceed to register. Kalia flashed a smile as she began to describe the unique features of Sandar Star while leading him to the registration area. Here lies the largest shopping mall on Sandar Star, housing the most comprehensive array of items in the universe. As they strolled through the plaza, an unexpected commotion erupted when a man and a woman engaged in a fierce fight. The man was hurled toward Hao-Yun by the woman, brandishing a dagger with murderous intent. Gamora? Star-Lord? Hao-Yun caught a glimpse of the woman's fierce expression and decisive movements. Who else could it be but the daughter of Thanos, Gamora? As for Star-Lord, he appeared to be a rather unremarkable middle-aged man. Hand over the orb. Gamora pressed her knee against Star-Lord's lower back, raising the Godslayer blade menacingly against his throat. In your dreams, Star-Lord executed a swift maneuver, tossing Gamora aside while dropping a black rectangular object to the ground. Before Gamora could react further, a surge of electricity ensnared her, rendering her immobile. In the distance, a raccoon and a tree-like being approached with determined strides. No fighting in the plaza. Surrender immediately. Kalia swiftly drew her long firearm, and a multitude of patrolling officers converged, their weapons aimed squarely at Star-Lord and his companions. Hao-Yun chuckled quietly at the scene. With such a temperament, how dare they cause a ruckus on Sandar Star? Did they truly believe this tourist planet lacked any form of enforcement? While Sandar Star may not withstand the might of Thanos' army, it certainly commanded respect from Ronan. Crouch to the side, or we will open fire. Kalia led the charge, a wave of officers surrounding them with weapons poised and ready. Rocket Raccoon and Groot exchanged glances, reluctantly discarding their weapons and crouching down with their hands on their heads while Gamora attempted to struggle, and Star-Lord complied obediently. The subsequent events were predictable. Hao-Yun was happily escorted by Kalia to the police station for an inspection, while the Guardians of the Galaxy found themselves incarcerated, embarking on their new life of picking up soap and meeting another teammate. At the police station entrance, Kalia checked Hao-Yun's identification and registered him as an inhabitant of an unknown planet before sending him on his way. Hao-Yun, congratulations. You are free to explore Sandar Starwell. However, one thing to keep in mind. Do not engage in criminal activities, or I will be sure to apprehend you. Kalia mimicked a gun-drawing motion, looking rather endearing. Hao-Yun scratched his head, contemplating that he was more interested in finding ways to earn money. Without a source of income, he might indeed have to resort to a life of crime. Kalia, could you help me find a job? Huh? What skills do you possess? Kalia was caught off guard by Hao-Yun's inquiry about work, her mouth agape in surprise. Well, I am quite strong and have decent technological skills. I can create various technological items. However, I fear they may be somewhat outdated. Hao-Yun pondered, realizing he had little knowledge to exchange for currency aside from his combat abilities, which seemed inferior to the advancements of Sandar Star. Strong? How strong? Kalia, intrigued, bypassed the topic of his technological prowess and pressed for details about his strength. Well, can collapsing a mountain be considered strong? Hao-Yun responded with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha. Hao-Yun, you are too amusing. What normal person can collapse a mountain? Kalia laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, while Hao-Yun felt a bit dismayed. In the Marvel Universe, was it really so strange to be able to collapse a mountain? Even Thor could do it. After all, perhaps he could use Mjolnir for assistance? Shall I give a try? No, please don't. Kalia quickly intervened, not because she believed in his strength, but rather because she felt it would be unkind to mock a good person. In her eyes, anyone who willingly surrendered and assisted her in registration was indeed a good person. It was her first successful case. How about this? Each officer is allowed to recruit one auxiliary officer. You can stay with me and join my patrol. Kalia patted her chest, adopting a protective demeanor. No problem, right? She asked, casting a slightly anxious glance at Hao-Yun, fearing he might refuse and bring her embarrassment. Hao-Yun rubbed his nose, contemplating that becoming a police officer upon arriving on an alien planet felt rather peculiar. Of course, I will rely on you in the future, Officer Kalia. The following day, Kalia took leave to bring Hao-Yun back to her residence and help him acquire a fresh change of clothes, along with a firearm designated for auxiliary officers. When he stepped out from Kalia's home the next day, he resembled a native police officer of Sandar Star. This outfit looks great, Kalia remarked. approaching Hao Yun and nodding in satisfaction. Shyly, he covered his face, twisting bashfully like a demure courtesan. It's all to your liking, my lord. My lord? Does that imply a spouse? Kalia looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. Hao Yun rolled his eyes, realizing the vast cultural gap was quite disorienting. Lu Sun was right. Cultural differences complicate matters of the heart. The fleeting moment of infatuation he felt was abruptly extinguished. No, on my planet, it's merely a term of endearment for friends. He turned away, hastily muttering, Aren't you supposed to be on patrol? Don't waste time, or you might lose your attendance bonus. Oh right, I'm running late. Hao Yun, keep up, Kalia exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, sprinting toward their patrol location. Hao Yun shook his head, bemused that an alien would choose such a naive girl to be a police officer without fearing she might be sold out by criminals. As they walked, Hao Yun observed the surrounding architecture while accompanying Kalia on her patrol. Throughout the day's work, they apprehended 3 criminals for stealing lollipops from a little girl, 1 thief, and another for illegally parking a flying vehicle. It was surprising to discover that despite Sandar Star's status as an advanced planet in the galaxy, crime was still prevalent. Perhaps the more advanced the technology, the more criminals emerged. This illustrates the adage. In a vast forest, all sorts of birds can be found. As their shift ended, Kalia stretched languidly, revealing her alluring curves. Aside from the stark difference in skin tone compared to Earthlings, Kalia would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty on Earth. Perhaps she even had suitors now? For instance, Tony. Ugh, I'm so tired. We caught so many criminals today. Kalia approached Hao Yun, patting his shoulder. Let's head out. I'll treat you to some of Sandar Star's specialty cuisine. Please allow me to decline. The mere thought of last night's dinner sent a shiver down Hao Yun's spine. It was not just comparable to a culinary empire, but the alien cuisine was hardly superior, even to that of the British. He was filled with skepticism, pondering whether the dish gazing at the stars could possibly be more exotic than those from Xander. Don't you like it? He queried, recalling how she had devoured quite a bit of last night's grilled octopus. Kelly displayed a look of confusion, reminding him that last night's culinary delights had been prepared by 5-star chefs from Xander. Well, that was the only dish I felt I could endure. Hao Yun replied with a wry smile. Can you imagine the entire table filled with mostly raw dishes? More importantly, the appearance of those foods rivaled the bizarre species of the Kree. Raw tentacle monsters, sashimi-like alien fish, and a plate of fruits resembling a twisted version of a human baby rather than a normal infant. It was all too much. Hao Yun swore that he would rather starve than ever taste alien cuisine again. What? You didn't enjoy it? Had I known, I wouldn't have taken you to try the local delicacies. That meal cost me half a month's salary. Kelly pouted, casting a resentful glance at him. Let's just go for some home-cooked dishes instead. I remember a place that serves amazing flamingo egg fried rice. She suggested. Are you sure fried rice? Hao Yun hesitated, rubbing his slightly empty stomach after surviving on just 2 tubes of nutritional gel. He truly craved something resembling normal food. Flamingo eggs must be somewhat akin to chicken eggs, right? Speaking of fried rice, Kelly's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us hurry. The fried rice at that place is in limited supply, and if we arrive late, it'll be gone. With that, she resembled an ordinary Earth girl, bounding ahead and pulling Hao Yun along. Feeling the warmth of her soft hand, he experienced an exhilarating rush in his heart. So this is what it means to have butterflies in your stomach? The first impulse of his life appeared to be rather delightful. After consuming an indescribable fried rice dish, Hao Yun cradled his head in his hands, accompanying the chattering Kelly back home. For reasons unknown, he relished listening to her share her worries and childhood anecdotes, even though he had become somewhat indifferent to Angel's words after his training. Hee, good thing you run fast, or we would have missed the last 2 servings of flamingo egg fried rice. Kelly exclaimed, Is that so? I thought the taste was rather mediocre. Perhaps one day you could buy the ingredients, and I could whip up a dish for you to try. Cut it out, don't boast. Being a chef is a noble profession. I don't believe you could manage it. She teased playfully. Let me let you in on a secret. On our planet, every man must possess at least a modicum of culinary skill, or else they won't find a girlfriend. What? The girls on your planet are so fortunate. As the two bantered their way home, they were oblivious to the chaos that had erupted in the prison holding Star-Lord, Gamora, and others. A riot had ensued, with countless inmates escaping and many guards injured or killed. In the middle of the night, as Hao Yun lay soundly on the living room sofa, he was abruptly awakened by a loud commotion. Blinking awake, he saw Kelly donning a police uniform, fastening her shoes at the door. "Kelly, why are you wearing your uniform so late at night?" he asked, rubbing his eyes in curiosity. Having enjoyed a comfortable day on Xander with her company, he had completely forgotten about the events involving the Guardians of the Galaxy. Kelly, while adjusting her outfit and gear, replied, "Do you remember the prisoners we caught yesterday? They've escaped." "What? They've broken out." Hao Yun jolted awake, memories of the Guardian storyline flooding back into his mind. "Isn't that a military and police matter? You're just a patrol officer. What are you planning to do?" "No, am I prisoners?" Kelly asserted, now fully dressed and equipped, facing Hao Yun with resolve. "I was the one who captured them, which led to the prison riot. It's my fault, and I must make amends by bringing them back myself." "Are you insane? Do you even know where they went? And do you have a spaceship?" Hao Yun exclaimed, forgetting he was only in his underwear as he rushed to grab her arm. "The universe lies beyond the prison. Are you really going to chase them in your police uniform? Do you think you're some superhero?" "No, I have a spaceship." Kelly insisted stubbornly. "You think I don't know? That's just a police vessel capable of flying in orbit around the planet. It's not meant for long-distance travel. That's still a spaceship. It can leap and capture criminals." Hao Yun felt a headache coming on. Throughout his life, he had rarely encountered such stubbornness. Even Tony and Angel would consider his advice after a few words of persuasion. Yet Kelly seemed intent on chasing down fugitives with a mere police ship, as if she were seeking her own demise. "Listen to me. You want to catch them? The prison has specialized transport ships for prisoners, and your little vessel would be obliterated upon contact." Hao Yun explained, trying to convey the vast difference between ships designed for planetary tasks and those meant for interstellar travel. "I will catch them. I can," Kelly insisted fiercely, and Hao Yun noticed her eyes were slightly reddened. What had transpired? "Kelly, do you really have to go after them yourself?" She turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, marking the first time since donning her uniform that she had evaded his eyes. "Let go of me. If you don't tell me, I want to let you go to your death." Hao Yun's tone was resolute. Kelly was kind-hearted, and he wouldn't allow her to walk into danger. "More than 30 officers have died," Kelly sobbed. "If it weren't for me, if I hadn't captured them and put them in prison, they wouldn't have died. It's all my fault." Tears streamed down her face, and this marked the first time Hao Yun witnessed a girl weep. Even in his past life, even during quarrels with girlfriends, he had never seen a girl cry. He realized for the first time